Chapter 1: The Man in the Warehouse, Part 1. The night enveloped the world like a splash of ink. On the outskirts of the imperial capital of Country Z, the landscape appeared desolate and vast. At the horizon, neon lights flickered amidst a cacophony of revelry. This vibrant scene stood in stark contrast to the pitch-black, dilapidated warehouses nearby. Inside one of these warehouses, the windows were set high, their glass shattered, leaving only a wooden frame creaking in the wind. The night breeze seeped in from the barren fields outside. A slender beam of moonlight cascaded through a small window. Inside, a haphazard array of wooden crates lay strewn about, and a nauseating stench of decay assaulted the senses. Numerous discarded paint cans littered the ground, dark and foreboding, resembling monstrous entities ready to devour. An eerie silence pervaded the atmosphere. The only sounds were the faint squeaks of mice and the groaning of the swaying window. A girl crouched within a corner of the wooden crates, her eyes cautiously peering through a crevice to survey the outside world. The thick dust atop the crates invaded her nostrils with every breath. In that moment, she curled tightly in the corner, daring not to breathe too loudly. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps drew nearer. Two burly men in black t-shirts, their arms adorned with ostentatious tattoos, barged in. One sported a thick braid atop his head, while the other was bald. "Damn it, brother, this little girl can really run." She vanished in an instant. The bald man gasped, spitting on the ground. "Stop whining. You useless fools, let the goods slip away." The braided man, panting heavily, raised his voice, his fierce countenance marred by furrowed brows, and kicked a nearby battered paint can in frustration. With a resounding clang, the can struck a crate ahead. Inside, the girl squeezed her eyes shut, her shoulders trembling, her dust-covered hands clamped over her mouth and nose, suppressing any sound. The two men's footsteps began to scatter throughout the warehouse as they initiated a thorough search. This was a task ordered from above. They had to ensure the girl was eliminated. The sound of rummaging echoed incessantly. The braided man muttered curses under his breath. Fear and despair filled the girl's eyes, her heart racing to her throat, her hands trembling involuntarily as she pressed her mouth shut, her delicate fingers distinctly visible. Suddenly, a shrill screech of tires pierced the air. Like a divine revelation, a glimmer of hope flickered in the girl's eyes. Silence enveloped the space as the three held their breath. In that fleeting moment of stillness, the yellow glow of headlights illuminated the interior, and the bald man, eyes wide with anxiety, whispered to the braided man, "Brother, did you hear that? In such a remote place. Could it be the police?" The braided man, equally tense, stared outside, his body rigid. The rhythmic sound of shoes on the floor approached. Suddenly, the braided man hissed urgently to the bald man, "Damn it. Run! Through the back door. Now!" A soft sound signaled the back door opening, and the two men hastily fled into the night. The girl, hidden in the crates, finally exhaled in relief. She was saved, but soon her nerves tensed again. Someone else was coming in. From the sounds, it was clear that more than two individuals were approaching. The persistent thud-thud of shoes echoed, and the girl cautiously peered through the crevice. By the light of the car, she could vaguely discern 5 figures clad in black suits entering, with the last two seemingly carrying a man. As they reached the center of the warehouse, the two men unceremoniously dropped the man onto the ground, producing a dull thud. Yet the man, cast to the floor, emitted no sound, his fate uncertain. His limbs were tightly bound with hemp rope, lying before the girl's hiding place. She observed cautiously through the gap. The man's white shirt was reduced to tattered rags, likely shredded by some instrument, revealing ghastly wounds and patches of intact skin. He lay on the ground, half of his face pressed against the dust-laden floor, blood and bruises marring his features, his short hair matted with dark blood and grime, trickling down from his forehead, rendering his identity unrecognizable. "Gu Shao, who would have thought you'd end up like this?" A coarse voice carried a hint of malicious glee. The leader, a man with a brutish face and a prominent mole at the corner of his mouth, kicked the barely conscious man with his shiny shoes. "Long Gu, we've tortured him for days, yet he hasn't uttered a word. Let's just finish him off. We've already lost so many brothers." A man with a scorpion tattoo at the corner of his eye complained to the mole-faced man, the dark red tattoo appearing ominous in the dim moonlight. Upon hearing this, the mole-faced man immediately slapped the scorpion man across the face. What the hell do you understand? Do you even realize how many brothers we've lost? Killing him outright would be too merciful. I want him to suffer, to wish for death. He must reveal everything he knows. Indeed, Longu is right. Even if we have to pull out all his teeth, we must retrieve that information. The struck man quickly agreed, covering his mouth. If it weren't for their people being so tight-lipped, we wouldn't have had to move him here. This was also Tian Ge's idea, to avoid drawing unwanted attention. The mole-faced man continued. Yes, Tian Gu and Long Gu are indeed astute. This shabby warehouse was discovered by accident when we were hiding from the police last time. We've been here for days without anyone coming by. If we lock the door, no one will know there's someone hidden inside. He's already had his legs broken. Even if the door isn't locked, he won't be able to escape. A nearby, chubby man chimed in. Good work. Let's head back and report to Tian Gu. We'll bring the tools tomorrow morning to deal with him. After speaking, he kicked the man on the ground once more. Yet the man referred to as Gu Shao remained utterly unresponsive, as if he were already dead. The sound of the door locking echoed through the air. The girl feared that the two men who had been pursuing her might still be lurking nearby. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, and sensing no movement, she cautiously opened the crate and emerged from her hiding place. If she wasn't mistaken, there was indeed a back door in this warehouse. The braided men had escaped through it, yet this new group seemed unaware. Lowering her gaze, she suddenly noticed the man at her feet. Half of his face pressed against the ground, his blood-stained eyes either closed or unseeing, his condition uncertain. Clearly, these individuals were beyond her means to confront. Dealing with the troubles at home was already overwhelming. She couldn't afford to complicate matters further. She sidestepped the man and ventured deeper, discovering an inconspicuous small door behind a stack of crates piled high. Gu Lijing had remained conscious the entire time. As he slightly opened his eyes, he suddenly glimpsed a young girl in a black dress stepping out behind him. Amidst the blood-soaked haze, he could still faintly make out her pale skin, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing her delicate features, particularly her eyes, which sparkled like precious gems in the night. In his final moments, he could catch a glimpse of someone other than those men enough. Then he saw the girl's expression shift from one of turmoil to calmness as she turned to leave. Gu Lijing tugged at the corner of his blood-stained lips. He could empathize. How much better could the girl hiding here be faring? His momentary negligence had cost him dearly. It was only to be expected. This time, a reversal of fortune was impossible. He laboriously turned onto his side, seeking a more comfortable position. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long, until he heard the creak of the door, followed by footsteps approaching, the light steps halting before him. Too weary to open his eyes, Gu Lijing kept them tightly shut. Hey, are you still alive? A soft, gentle voice, tinged with youthful innocence, reached his ears. He had no strength left, his gaze barely lifted, his throat felt as if engulfed in flames, rendering him utterly voiceless. The girl crouched down, her gaze fixed intently upon him. I know you're still alive. You weren't lying like this when I left just now. Gu Lijing managed a weak smile, finally mustering the effort to speak, his voice hoarse and deep, like a worn-out phonograph. Why have you returned? Chapter 2: The Man in the Warehouse Part 2. Upon hearing the man's voice, the girl let out a soft sigh of relief. He was still alive? The matters being handled in such a place were undoubtedly grim and sordid. This man's plight was likely akin to her own. With a moment of hesitation, she had turned to leave, but then resolutely returned. She couldn't abandon him. I've come to save you. These simple 4 words resonated like a pebble, sending ripples through Gu Lijing's heart. She must have witnessed the earlier scene. Her return was to rescue him. He had seen her hesitation before. Was she truly risking her life? The girl, undeterred, knelt down, intent on loosening the ropes binding his feet. The coarse rope, thicker than her fingers, was tied in intricate knots, exceedingly difficult to untangle. Gu Lijing watched her intently, her brow furrowed in concentration, wondering what thoughts occupied her mind. The young girl was slender, dressed in a black dress with a cream-colored cropped knit sweater. Her long, Ebony hair framed her snow-white complexion beautifully. Listen, it's too challenging for a girl like me to get you out of here. We are far from any habitation. You need to stay alert so I can manage better. Her calm voice broke through the tension. That in an effort to conserve his energy, he forced out a sound. At last, his feet were liberated, and as he stretched them, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. He pondered whether his legs could be saved. The girl turned around and began to untie the ropes binding his hands. Gu Lijing simply watched her in silence, devoid of the immediate joy of rescue. Nor did he feel any urgent desire for vengeance, or the thrill that often accompanies it. His gaze was entirely fixated on the figure before him, crouched at his feet. Her long hair cascaded down, brushing against his face, imbued with a faint, delicate fragrance. Gu Lijing inhaled deeply, as if trying to imprint the scent in his memory. Due to the severity of his injuries, his movements were minimal, failing to disturb the girl who was intensely focused on her task. All right, give it a try. Can you stand? As the ropes loosened, a gentle voice floated down from above, and he felt as if he could sense her breath. The sound of a sharp intake of breath echoed in the silence of the warehouse, particularly pronounced. He thought to himself that his upper body likely bore no intact skin. He attempted to sit up but suddenly tugged at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Seeing that he did not struggle to rise, the girl sighed softly. She leaned down, grasped his arm, and slowly helped him into a seated position, then moved a wooden crate behind him for support. Now they were at eye level. The girl knelt on one leg, her form bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight. She cast a glance at the bloodied man in the darkness, retrieving a handkerchief from her pocket and offering it to him. Gu Lijing merely wiped the blood from his eyes, and suddenly his vision cleared. With the aid of the moonlight streaming through the window, he began to scrutinize the girl's features. She appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. Her delicate willow-like brows framed exquisite features. Her eyes were unlike any he had ever seen, beautiful and crystal clear, as if holding a pool of water within them. Her pale lips were tightly sealed at that moment. Her pristine face bore an air of indifference, cold as frost, and her long, dark hair accentuated her remarkably fair complexion. Gu Lijing closed his eyes, resting his head against the wooden crate. He wished to etch the girl firmly into his memory. With his back to the moonlight, the contours of his refined profile were discernible, despite the blood and bruises obscuring his visage, and his tattered clothing could not conceal the air of nobility that surrounded him. Yet, he wondered why someone of such stature had fallen to such depths. Could it be that he was not alone in his plight? As this thought crossed her mind, the girl couldn't help but smirk derisively. Upon opening his eyes, Gu Lijing was met with the girl's wan smile in the moonlight, and his heart tightened. The wound on his forehead continued to bleed profusely. The girl took the handkerchief from his hands, flipped it to the clean side, folded it, and pressed it against his injury. Hold it there yourself. It'll carry you out, but I might jostle your wound, so bear with it. Gu Lijing chuckled softly at her words. If he had endured thus far, how much more pain could she possibly inflict? He made another effort to raise his hand to secure the handkerchief, but instead brushed against her cold fingers. The girl calmly withdrew her hand, then lifted his heavy form, allowing him to lean against the crate. Support me. As we walk, you won't be able to carry my weight, Gu Lijing rasped. It was the first time in his life he found himself in such a wretched predicament, needing a girl to carry him. Most importantly, how could such a frail figure possibly bear him? Can you even walk? If you keep going, your legs might give out completely. Those people don't seem like the merciful type. Besides, how will you know if you can carry me unless you try? You haven't eaten in days, have you? Gu Lijing braced himself against his body, which threatened to slide down. Seeing his struggle, the girl hurried over, half squatting, and with a determined effort, lifted him onto her back. Her exertion revealed the delicate veins in her slender neck. Finally, stabilizing him on her back, the girl offered a simple smile. See? How would you know unless you try? Hold on tight, and don't fall asleep. Uncertain of the extent of his abuse, or perhaps due to his prolonged lack of sustenance, Gu Lijing found that his body was not as heavy as he had imagined it was within her capacity to carry. He murmured softly, tightening his grip around her fragile frame. This was the outskirts of the capital, desolate and uninhabited, connected only by a single road leading back to the warehouses they had just escaped. Thankfully, he had remembered the route when they brought him here. His phone had long been discarded by the two bandits. If they could reach the main road, perhaps they might be fortunate enough to flag down a passing vehicle. However, their time was limited. The gang would return by dawn. The girl's heart raced with anxiety. If they were discovered by the gang, it would mean certain death for both of them. "What is your name?" The man's hoarse voice broke the silence, whispering in her ear. "My name is a joke, there's no need to know it." Her tone carried a hint of disdain. But then, as if struck by a thought, she smiled faintly. "My mother used to call me Xiao Guai, but alas, she is no longer here." Gu Lijing longed to pat her head, but then realized his hands were immobile. "How did you end up here?" He pressed on. The girl felt a sting in her nose, perhaps from the relief of finally speaking with someone in a calm manner. "I encountered some ill-intentioned individuals, much like yourself." Her voice carried a hint of breathlessness, as the weight of his height made it challenging for her to support him. Hearing her labored breaths, Gu Lijing fell silent. Time passed, and eventually they arrived at the main road. The girl was drenched in sweat from her exertions. She lowered him gently onto the roadside, while she herself panted heavily beside him. "You've worked hard," the man's voice rasped once more. The night enveloped them, obscuring his features. After a moment of silence, the girl murmured, "If you hadn't shown up, I would have perished. So, let's consider it even." Gu Lijing remained silent. "Do you have someone you trust that you can contact? If we can wait for someone to come, could they come to fetch you?" The girl gazed at him. She had no one left she could trust. Nearly everyone around her sought to harm her. A large cloud suddenly obscured the moonlight, shrouding them in darkness, leaving only two shadowy figures lingering by the roadside. Gu Lijing replied. The girl felt a sense of relief wash over her. Chapter 3. Qingqing, uncertain whether it was sheer luck or the mercy of fate, after waiting for over an hour, the girl encountered a passing uncle on a motorcycle, from whom she finally borrowed a phone. She handed the device to the man, then approached the motorcycle to express her gratitude. Upon turning back, she noticed that the man had already ended the call. The uncle revved his engine and sped away. Shortly thereafter, a black SUV appeared before her. That a figure clad in black hurriedly exited the vehicle, rushing towards the man and calling out, "Gu Xiao." The man nodded slightly and turned to regard the girl. She, maintaining her composure, followed suit and took a seat in the back. "Please drop me off in the city center. Rest assured, I shall consider today's events as if they never transpired." In the darkness. The girl leaned against the window, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. The Gu Lijing remained silent. Upon reaching the city center, he watched as the girl exited the vehicle. "Goodbye," she thought, wishing never to see him again. "Goodbye," Gu Lijing mused, anticipating their reunion in the not-so-distant future. Once the door was shut, he grasped tightly the necklace he had seen hanging around her neck moments ago, a platinum chain adorned with a delicate jade pendant. Turning on the interior light, he illuminated the small platinum tag beside the jade, inscribed with the words "Qingqing." That a smile tugged at his lips, soon replaced by a gaze as cold as ice. "Jiangshu, have we made any progress?" The chilling voice echoed from the back seat. "Yes, Gu Xiao," Jiangshu replied gravely. "That in the imperial capital of Z country, Yunsan Cemetery stood amidst towering cypress trees, the sky a brilliant blue. The woman in the photograph on the gravestone wore a gentle smile, her beauty and grace resembling the delicate lilies before her. Elegant and pure, that on the grassy knoll stood a young girl in her early 20s. Tall and poised, clad in an exquisite black dress. Her fair skin bore a gentle pink hue, glistening alluringly in the sunlight. Her voluminous black hair cascaded lazily down her back, its ends softly curling. Her features were refined and enchanting, her lips the pale shade of cherry blossoms, exuding tranquility and grace akin to orchids, while her eyes sparkled with clarity, like water, reflecting shifting light and gentle ripples. "Mother, I have returned," she whispered to the photograph, her voice tender, yet cool. 3 years prior, under the influence of her mother, Tang Jinsong had sent her abroad for her studies. Now, having graduated, her first act upon returning was to visit her mother. After lingering for a time, she turned to depart, her silhouette embodying a poignant solitude reminiscent of moonlight. The Gu Corporation's presidential office. A man donned in a black shirt, with striking features and a commanding presence. sat in a leather executive chair. His deep-set eyes were as tranquil as ice, yet his brows were furrowed, emanating an aura of regal coldness. Sui, have you found anything yet? His voice resonated low and magnetic. Gu Shao, Jiang Shu has been investigating the matter. He has already secured high-definition photographs and consulted the finest jewelry appraisers. The necklace does not appear to have originated from a jewelry store. Rather, it resembles the work of a private designer. Sui responded respectfully. Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted. Enough. The man's impatience was evident, his brow furrowed further. Clearly, the answer was not to his satisfaction. The air around them grew tense. Sui felt the man's gaze pierce through him like a blade, compelling him to continue to Gu Shao. Jiang Shu is still searching for the latest jewelry appraisers to uncover any valuable information. Should any new leads arise, I will report to you immediately. The man's expression softened slightly, his furrowed brows relaxing. And what of the surveillance? We have meticulously re-examined all available surveillance leads from that time. But thus far, all trails have gone cold. Every potential avenue has been thoroughly investigated, yet no new information has surfaced. Sui continued reporting. With a sudden crash, the documents on the desk were sent flying to the floor. Sui stood frozen in fear, not daring to utter a word. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he refrained from wiping it away. This matter was Gu Shao's Achilles heel, known to all within the organization. The fact that 3 years of diligent investigation had yielded no leads was unprecedented for the Gu Corporation. 3 years ago, Gu Shao had vanished during a negotiation with Yi Tianqin, the president of the Tianjiao Group, disappearing without a trace for over a week, leaving behind no message. During that time, the Gu family had mobilized every resource available for the search, even dispatching operatives to surveil the Tianjiao Group for several days. Yet no clues had emerged. Weeks after Gu Shao's disappearance, Jiang Shu received a call from him. They rushed to bring him back, only to discover that the once untouchable Gu Shao, who had never allowed anyone to harm him, had returned gravely injured. His upper body bore severe lacerations, but miraculously, no bones were broken. However, his legs were nearly crippled, requiring months of rehabilitation. In the week following his hospitalization, the Tianjiao Group declared bankruptcy and was absorbed, with most of its assets transferred to the Gu Corporation. Shortly thereafter, Yi Tianqin mysteriously vanished. The prevailing rumor suggested that, overwhelmed by the collapse of his company and insurmountable debts, he had committed suicide by drowning. With his family unable to recover his body, Sui knew well that Yi Tianqin had been bound in the basement of the Tianjiao Group, suffering injuries that exceeded even Gu Shao's. It was rare to find anyone daring enough to challenge Gu Shao, let alone in Z country. Sui could only conclude that the consequences were self-inflicted. 10 years prior, Gu Shao had distanced himself from the former president, refusing any assistance, and built the now mighty Gu Corporation, alongside an underground empire. However, 3 years ago, Z country was not entirely under Gu's control. The foundation was still shaky, and there were minor nuisances to contend with. Time passed, and Sui felt as though only his anxious breaths filled the office. He nervously glanced up at the man before him. "Leave." The man's expression was as frigid as ice, his voice devoid of emotion. With just a glance, Sui felt a shiver run down his spine. "Yes, Gu Shao." Sui trembled, bowing respectfully before cautiously exiting the office. With a soft click, the door closed behind him, leaving Gu Lijing alone in the expansive office. His profile was deep and contemplative, the icy demeanor fading to reveal a profound sense of helplessness in his eyes. 3 years had passed, and he had believed that, given his capabilities in Z country, both above and below ground, locating such a conspicuous girl would be a trivial task. Moreover, he possessed clues regarding her. His knuckles clenched in a fist, striking the solid mahogany desk with force. Thus, he had so easily permitted her departure, bidding her farewell. Yet, 3 years later, he had scoured the entirety of Z country. Unable to uncover even a fragment of her presence, it was as though she had evaporated from the world, and he had lost all trace of her. Gu Lijing sighed deeply, closing his eyes as he leaned back in the executive chair. One hand pressed against his temple, while the other instinctively loosened the first button of his black shirt, revealing his elegant collarbone. After a moment, he retrieved a delicate necklace from his pocket. The platinum chain still shimmered as if imbued with the moonlight from that fateful night, exuding a chill. The pendant, carved from vibrant green jade, depicted swirling clouds, the quality of the jade so exquisite that one could almost see green waves flowing within. Nearby, a small platinum tag bore the inscription Qing Qing in seal script. Discernible only upon close inspection, the Jiu Lijing gently caressed the tiny characters, pondering that without this necklace, he might have believed that their encounter had been but a fleeting dream. That girl was likely in her early 20s now. Reflecting on the slender shoulders he had embraced that night, he smiled softly, his lips curving gently, the once icy countenance now radiating warmth that I in a husky voice. He murmured, "I will find you, my dear." Chapter 4. The Turmoil of the Banquet, Part 1. Yun family in the opulent living room, a girl clad in a pink dress with a charming visage. Nestled against a plush cushion on the genuine leather sofa. Beside her sat a strikingly beautiful woman, appearing years younger than her age, with refined features. "Mother, that little wretch has returned. Are we truly allowing her to remain in the Yun household and contest for our inheritance? Why not take advantage of Xiren's birthday party to tarnish her reputation, so that father grows weary of her and drives her away? What do you think?" The girl, with her sweet and lovely face, feigned innocence as she spoke to her glamorous mother. Yet, the venomous words that escaped her lips were at odds with her delicate appearance. "Zon, do not involve yourself in that little wretch's affairs. It would only waste your time. You should seize this opportunity to mingle with some prominent young men and women. You are no longer a child. It is time to consider your future and find a suitable husband." The stunning woman smiled softly, gently caressing the girl's head beside her, her eyes brimming with tender affection. "That as for that little wretch, I shall not let her have an easy time. 3 years ago, Butler Chen's incompetence allowed her to escape. What a stroke of luck for her. This time, I shall not let her slip away so easily." It seemed she recalled something, for a glimmer of malice and venom suddenly flashed across her beautiful phoenix eyes. "Oh dear, mother, I hadn't even thought about that yet," the girl replied in a soft, sultry voice, continuing to act coyly, as if she had not heard the woman's harsh words. The woman's malevolence dissipated, her expression softening, and she smiled gently, radiantly enchanting. "However, you must give it some serious thought that if there is someone you fancy at the banquet, I shall have your father speak on your behalf. You are now a daughter of the Yun family, with a plethora of fine young men at your disposal." The girl giggled shyly, the room filled with a harmonious ambience. "That I in the room on the right side of the second floor." Yun Siqing had locked herself away after returning from her mother's gravesite. Collapsing onto the bed in exhaustion. 3 years had passed, and she had finally returned to this place. She still remembered how, shortly after the Meng family entered the Yun household, she stumbled upon a hidden compartment in her mother's bookshelf. Inside lay a diary belonging to her mother, Yun Meng. Initially, it merely chronicled the daily life of a noble woman, filled with the joys of nurturing new life and the happiness of raising a daughter. However, the latter half of the diary was rife with bitterness and sorrow that could neither be spoken of nor borne. It detailed the discovery of her husband's infidelity, including 2 children born to other women during their marriage. Due to the demands of pregnancy and nurturing her daughter, she had entrusted the entirety of the Yun family business to her husband, intending to quietly reclaim her rightful place in the Yun group, only to find her authority had long been rendered null. The last few pages of the diary were stained with tear-soaked ink, silently narrating the helplessness and sorrow of that time. Then it abruptly ceased. The latter part of the diary was filled with blank pages, devoid of any further writing, as if announcing the end of the diary and the end of a life. Her mother, Yun Meng, had tragically died in a car accident. And less than a year later, under the pretense that a single father could not adequately care for his daughter, her father, Tang Jinsong, brought the Meng family into the Yun household. Outwardly, he garnered a reputation as a good father, claiming to be solely concerned for his daughter, that he married the beautiful and virtuous widow, Meng Yuru, and selflessly helped raise her 2 daughters from a previous relationship that I name. Meng Yuru was Yun Siqing's stepmother, while Meng Jian and Meng Jiran were her half-sisters. That year, Yun Siqing was just 15. It was only later, upon accidentally discovering her mother's diary, that she realized they were actually her half-sisters. "Mother," tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks as Yun Siqing forced a bitter smile, murmuring softly, "For such a scoundrel of a man, it truly is not worth it." 3 years ago, Meng Yuru had finally awaited her opportunity, planning to eliminate her stealthily and stage it as an accident. Fortunately, Yun Siqing opened her eyes, her tear-washed gaze now shining even clearer. That a sudden flash of ruthlessness crossed her alluring eyes, which were at odds with her previously innocent demeanor. At dinner time, the family of five appeared to be enjoying a harmonious meal. Siqing, tomorrow is your sister's 18th birthday banquet at the Jinxing Royal Hotel, banquet hall on the 18th floor, that we shall all attend together. The gown has already been prepared for you, and I've asked Aunt Lan to deliver it to your room, Meng Yiru said, her voice sweet and warm. Thank you, Aunt, but I'm afraid I must decline. I have a job interview with the company tomorrow, and it is already scheduled, so I may only be able to join you later. Yun Siqing politely refused, her tone gentle, her expression serene, a faint smile adorning her exquisite features. Filled with apologies, Tang Jinsong, hearing his daughter use the same title after so many years, appeared somewhat displeased, his brow furrowing. Yet upon observing her soft demeanor, his expression softened slightly. Siqing, isn't it better to work at our family's company? Why venture outside for work? Exactly. What would you gain by going out? No one out there will treat you like the young lady of the Yun family. Meng Jiran chimed in, rolling her eyes at Yun Siqing. What are you saying? How can you speak to your sister like that? Meng Yiru's expression darkened, scolding her sharply, then turning to Yun Siqing with a softer tone. Siqing, don't hold it against the child. At 18, she is still considered a child. Yun Siqing replied with an unchanging expression, her willow-shaped brows arching slightly as she smiled gently. It's quite all right. Meng Jiran continued, what does she count as my sister? The one beside me is my real sister. Meng Jian smiled gracefully at Yun Siqing without saying a word. Shut your mouth. Tang Jinsong slammed his chopsticks down, finally interrupting the conversation. Yun Siqing feigned ignorance. As if she had heard nothing and said nothing. She gently set down her bowl and chopsticks, calmly stating, I'm full, before turning and ascending the stairs. Tang Jinsong glanced at the girl with a smile on her face, shot a sidelong glare at Meng Yiru, and then addressed Yun Siqing. Siqing, you've just returned. Make sure to rest early. She did not wish to partake in the fade of harmony they pretended to uphold, finding it utterly nauseating. She had returned solely to vex that woman, constantly reminding that family of their usurpation of her rightful place at the banquet. Yun Siqing smiled faintly as she opened her room, discovering 3 exquisite large boxes elegantly displayed on the vanity. Without needing to open them, she knew they must be extraordinarily refined, that it was a fade for others to see. That woman had always been meticulous, eager to showcase her performance as a mother. Let her put on a grand display for all to witness. Chapter 5. The Banquet's Turmoil, Part 2, at 8 o'clock in the evening. In front of the Jinxing Royal Hotel, the banquet hall on the 18th floor was bustling with guests, toasts exchanged amidst laughter and chatter. Upon her arrival, Yun Siqing was met with a flurry of admiration, as all eyes in the banquet hall were drawn to the trio of women at the center. Beneath the opulent crystal chandelier, they were adorned in stunning attire, laughing and chatting merrily. Meng Jiran wore a pink gown, crowned with a sparkling tiara, appearing charming and delightful. Meng Jian donned a white gown, her long hair styled in a princess-like fashion, sweet and adorable. Meng Yiru, in a striking burgundy mermaid dress, exuded beauty as she mingled with the guests. A glass of red wine in hand, Tang Jinsong, her father, was impeccably dressed, the family of 4 radiating harmony and joy, as if she were the outsider. Yun Siqing gracefully made her way to the center of the banquet. She instantly captivated the attention of all present, eliciting gasps of admiration. How beautiful! Which young lady is she? Truly stunning. Yun Siqing, in black stilettos and a flowing black gown, exuded an air of elegance and nobility. Her thick, slightly curled black hair cascaded down her waist, embodying a sense of relaxed allure. Her enchanting visage, with eyes like crystal-clear springs, captivated all who beheld her, rendering them speechless, feeling inferior in her presence. Beneath the crystal lights, her complexion gleamed like jade, breathtakingly beautiful. Ignoring the murmurs around her, she confidently approached Meng Jiran, her voice warm. Sister Jiran, happy birthday. I'm sorry I'm late. The surrounding discussions intensified. So she is the young lady of the Yun family. Upon seeing Yun Siqing before her, addressing her as sister, Meng Jiran's eyes widened in astonishment that as she heard the praises echoing around her. A flicker of hatred crossed her gaze. This little wretch had stolen everyone's attention on her birthday. Just as her venomous words were about to spill forth, they were stifled by a nudge from Meng Jiyan. Meng Jiran scanned the crowd, suppressing her words. "Thank you, sister." With a feigned smile, she casually grabbed a glass of champagne from the side. Her voice sweet, yet tinged with a hint of sulkiness, she added. "Sister is late. You must drink a penalty glass." Gazing at the blue cocktail before her, Yun Siqing elegantly accepted it, smiling nonchalantly. "Of course, it is only right to apologize to my sister." With that, she took a small sip, casually setting it aside, and then retrieved a handkerchief from her bag to lightly dab at the corner of her mouth. Meng Jiran smiled with a look that was difficult to decipher. Just as the tension hung in the air, Meng Yiru approached. Siqing, you've arrived." She took Yun Siqing's hand, her face adorned with a motherly smile, warmly greeting her. Then, pulling her aside, she wore an exaggerated smile and whispered, "Siqing, I hope to ask you for a small favor. I wonder if it's possible." With a faint smile, Yun Siqing was curious to see what scheme lay behind her words. "Aunt, please feel free to speak. There is no need for such formality between family." Meng Yiru's eyes flickered with a hint of discomfort, but her expression quickly reverted to calm. "Wait a moment. Ji Ran is about to play the piano. After she finishes, could you possibly deliver flowers to her?" Yun Siqing's gaze inadvertently swept over Meng Jiyan, and Meng Yiru's smile deepened as she continued. "The young master of the Ling family is currently conversing with Jiyan. She may not be able to step away. I must trouble you." Yun Siqing smiled softly and replied, "Of course, it's no trouble at all. Thank you, Siqing, that I will ask Butler Qin to bring the flowers to you shortly." With a smile and a nod, Meng Jiruan completed her performance, and applause erupted around her. "Look at how blissful this family is that Mr. Tang has indeed found a virtuous wife. She truly is a virtuous wife. Gentle and beautiful, and her daughter is also lovely and well-mannered. They had once said she came with a burden. Even the wealthy ladies are gossips." As they listened to the surrounding murmurs, she sneered inwardly. Miss Yun. Turning slightly, she saw Butler Qin holding a large bouquet of pristine lilies, and she received it with both hands. She was curious to see what scheme Meng Yiru had devised to humiliate her in public. Cradling the bouquet, the faint fragrance wafted into her nostrils as she slowly approached Meng Jiruan, presenting the flowers amidst the guests' gaze. Applause resounded, and every guest praised this extraordinarily happy family. A faint smile curled Yun Siqing's lips as she slipped away discreetly. On her 18th birthday, what was her father doing? If she thought he held affection for her, perhaps she was merely being overly sentimental. Exiting the banquet hall, the clamor gradually faded, and the surroundings grew quiet. Little did she know, at the moment she turned, Meng Yiru smiled and signaled to Butler Qin, who then stealthily followed her out. As she walked ahead, her steps faltered, and the world around her began to blur. She steadied herself against the intricately carved wall, slightly turning, her eyes catching a familiar figure. The vision was still discernible. It was Butler Qin. A chill ran down Yun Siqing's spine, and instinctively, she sensed danger. She bit down hard on her lip, the metallic taste of rust spreading in her mouth. Seizing the moment of clarity, she lifted her skirt and hurried outside. As expected, the shadowy figure behind her pursued closely. Yun Siqing hurriedly ascended the staircase to the 19th floor. The ground was adorned with luxurious carpeting, soft beneath her feet, and she couldn't hear the footsteps behind her, yet she knew Butler Qin was closely trailing her. Poised to strike, her mind grew increasingly foggy, her vision blurring. The glass of wine she had been handed had been discreetly spat onto her handkerchief. She had anticipated that Meng Yiru would surely make a move to embarrass her while delivering the flowers. But to her surprise, nothing had transpired. Just as she felt relief, she realized that the trap lay ahead. Meng Yiru had audacity. She had just returned and was already plotting a ruthless scheme. Suddenly, something flashed in her mind. The bouquet. A moment of clarity struck her, and Yun Siqing felt a wave of regret. She had been too careless. She had never expected that Butler Qin, who had been in the Yun family for over a decade, could also be in league with Meng Yiru. As she grappled with her distress, a dark figure appeared before her, and she felt as though she had found a lifeline, stumbling to follow the figure. Entering the room and offering him money seemed far better than falling into Butler Qin's hands. Just after turning the corner, she noticed Butler Qin slowly trailing behind her as well. The dark figure was opening the door. Pressing her forehead, Yun Siqing dug her nails into her palm, hastily closing the distance. The door swung open and quickly shut again. Butler Qin's eyes were filled with malice and menace. Today, he must eliminate Yun Siqing. He could not allow her to escape as she had 3 years ago. He turned the corner, but the Yun Siqing who should have been ahead was nowhere to be found. Butler Qin's eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned his surroundings cautiously and then quietly returned to observe from the corner. After a long wait, the girl did not reappear. However, no one else had come by. Doubt gnawed at Butler Qin. Hearing footsteps and voices behind him, he had no choice but to lower his head and leave cautiously. He needed to report to the lady immediately. Meanwhile, in the room, Yun Siqing was forced to regain some clarity. Her neck was tightly gripped by a pair of large hands, leaving her breathless, just as she was about to follow the dark figure inside. She found herself pinned against the wall as the door swung open. "Speak. Who sent you?" A deep, icy voice resonated, devoid of warmth, akin to a glacial spring. The room remained shrouded in darkness, and Yun Siqing could only discern the formidable build of her assailant. Towering over her, she slowly reached for the hand constricting her throat, attempting to pry it away, but his grip was unyielding. Like iron. 2 words escaped her throat with great difficulty. "Help me." Chapter 6. The Banquet Turmoil, Part 3, yet the pressure on her neck showed no signs of relenting. And Yun Siqing felt as though she were on the brink of suffocation. She had escaped the wolf's den only to stumble into the dragon's lair. She could hardly comprehend what had provoked this stranger's wrath, compelling him to resort to such brutality against her that a bitter laugh escaped her lips. Just as she believed her end was nigh, the dark figure suddenly relaxed, the icy glint in his eyes fading as he released his grip on her throat. Unsteady, Yun Siqing slid down the door, her hands clutching her throat as she coughed violently, gasping for breath. "Please don't chase me away. I can pay you." Sensing the danger had dissipated, she attempted to negotiate with him. It was merely a matter of borrowing the room to take refuge for a while. Surely he wouldn't be so stingy. "Get lost," the deep, frigid voice echoed, devoid of any fluctuation in tone. The man unhesitatingly rejected her and turned to the bedside, switching on the lamp. The warm orange light illuminated a corner of the room that a wave of anxiety washed over her. Perhaps Butler Qin was still lurking outside, and leaving now would be tantamount to walking into death. Sweat began to bead on her forehead, and her rationality felt as though it was being gradually consumed. "But I'll give you 5 minutes. Get out." The cold voice rang out once more that I end her days. She saw the man approaching, towering over her. His dark hair obscured much of his face. Yun Siqing leaned weakly against the door, her remaining lucidity compelling her to bite down on her lower lip, suppressing any sound. Just then, she heard the sound of running water nearby. Still, the lights remained off that I end the vast room. Only the dim light by the bedside illuminated the space. The door creaked open, and the man emerged, clad in a loose bathrobe. Seeing the woman had not departed, he approached her and stooped down. "Woman, will you leave on your own, or shall I throw you out?" The air was thick with disdain and impatience. The fresh scent of shower gel lingered at the tip of his nose as icy droplets cascaded from the man's hair, landing on her smooth, porcelain-like arms. This moment, Yun Siqing's rationality dissipated entirely. Her delicate, fair arms extended, brushing against his shoulder, sending a chill through her. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Siqing aimed to loop her hand around the man's neck, yet she barely grazed him before, in the next heartbeat, a large hand seized her wrist, forcefully flinging it aside. The man's voice, sweet yet alluring, failed to elicit any reaction from him, but he rose abruptly, stepping into the bathroom, turning on the tap, and soon the sound of rushing water filled the air. He retrieved 2 towels, approached her, and tightly bound her hands and feet with them. Without a hint of gentleness, he half lifted, half dragged her, tossing her into the cold water of the bathtub, then closing the bathroom door with a decisive motion before returning to the room to sleep. The bathtub held a mere quarter of water, and as Yun Siqing was unceremoniously dumped in, she instinctively shrank her shoulders from the biting cold. Gradually, the icy water seemed to dissipate the heat within her, and she found herself becoming increasingly comfortable, the discomfort of earlier fading. Her head grew heavy, and her eyelids began to wage a war against her will to stay awake. Ultimately, she leaned against the frigid wall and succumbed to a deep slumber. Her long hair, drenched and floating like seaweed upon her fair face, rendering her akin to a mermaid emerging from the depths of the ocean, the Jiu Lijing. who had intended to rest peacefully in his room for the night, found himself in a state of agitation that he had encountered a seemingly deranged woman, inexplicably close to him, as if someone had cast a spell of chaos upon him. Such a disgraceful affair could only be attributed to that insufferable brat, Lu Heng, that he decided to rest first and settle the score with that boy later, ensuring he would regret so carelessly sending someone his way, as the woman's voice in the bathroom gradually faded. Gu Lijing finally fell into slumber, but he remained in a light sleep, awakening before dawn. Upon gazing at the woman still submerged in the water, he couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. She sat half-submerged, her long hair in disarray, obscuring her face, leaning against the wall. Her hands were bound by the towel, her body contorted in an ungraceful manner. Gu Lijing, uninterested, completed his morning routine and left the room. Yun Siqing awoke, frozen, although it was already June. The combination of the air conditioning in the room and the cold water in the bathtub left her shivering that a night had passed, and her mind was now clear. Rubbing her wrists, she brushed her long hair from her face, a glint of fierce determination flashing in her bright eyes. So this is how you wish to play your games. Having dozed off in the bathtub, her waist felt achingly stiff. Yun Siqing tore off the towel haphazardly, memories of the dark figure from the previous night flooding her mind. Rising from the bathtub, water dripped from her clothes as she realized the room was now empty. She retrieved her phone from her purse and quickly dialed a number. Her cool voice tinged with irritation as she spoke into the device. Jinxing Royal Hotel, 19th H floor, sent a new set of clothes over. Call me when you arrive, and I'll let you in. By the time she returned to the Yun residence, it was already noon. It was the weekend, and Tang Jinsong was still at home. As she stepped through the door, Meng Yiru approached her with a gentle smile. Concern etched on her face. Siqing, why didn't you come home last night? I was so worried. Meng Yiru was not surprised to see Yun Siqing. She had heard from Butler Qin that this wretched girl had escaped once again, proving her resilience. Tang Jinsong's expression darkened, and he cast a questioning glance in her direction. This daughter had never given him a moment's peace. Aunt Meng, the gathering ran late last night and I was exhausted and decided to stay at the hotel. I intended to wait for you to return, but I fell asleep, she explained softly, her gaze warm. Tang Jinsong's expression relaxed slightly as he turned back to his newspaper, casually inquiring, why didn't you have Butler Qin drive you home? At the mention of Butler Qin, Meng Yiru's demeanor shifted, her smile faltering. Yun Siqing noticed this and smiled faintly. Butler Qin was likely too busy. It was more convenient to book a room. Tang Jinsong nodded in silence. Well then, I shall return to my room, she said, her tone obedient and subdued. By the way, Siqing, the Gu Group is hosting a business gathering next week. I would like you to accompany me. Yun Siqing turned back, surprise flickering in her eyes, yet she agreed. Once she returned to her room, Meng Yiru confronted Tang Jinsong angrily. Why not? Why can't Jian go? She's your daughter too. The eldest daughter, because she is a daughter of the Yun family. Tang Jinsong replied, his tone gruff. You useless coward. You can't even give your own daughter a proper standing. Meng Yiru cried, her tears flowing. A flicker of anger crossed Tang Jinsong's eyes as he shot her a sidelong glance. Yet he remained silent. Chapter 7. Was it her? All of this was overheard by Yun Siqing, who leaned against the staircase. Just moments ago, Tang Jinsong had mentioned taking her to the Gu banquet, which would undoubtedly displease Meng Yiru. Even if her dissatisfaction held no power to change anything, it was still telling. Pretending to close the door, she stood quietly outside, curious about her father's next move. Would he act like a tiger that spares not its own cub, sending her abroad once again? Or would he join forces with Meng Yiru to eradicate her entirely? At 7 in the evening, Yun Siqing made her way to Tang Jinsong's study. After a moment's hesitation, she smiled and knocked on the door. After all, feelings are the most fragile when tested, especially when directed towards someone devoid of emotion. Come in, came Tang Jinsong's steady voice. She pushed the door open, entering the room where the imposing desk was piled high with documents. Tang Jinsong sat before her, scrutinizing the materials with a serious and fatigued expression. Upon noticing her presence, he set aside the papers and smiled gently. Siqing, it's late, and you're still awake? Yes, I need to discuss something with you, Dad. Her voice was soft, her demeanor gentle. Come here and sit down. Tang Jinsong rose, settling onto the adjacent sofa, gesturing for Yun Siqing to take a seat opposite him. Dad, may I work at Yun Corporation? I failed the interview. she said quietly, her eyes slightly reddened, a hint of grievance evident on her face. Tang Jinsong was momentarily taken aback. An unnatural expression flitted across his features before he regained his composure. That, of course, you can. Yun Corporation is your mother's legacy. After she passed, I managed it on her behalf. It will eventually be handed over to you. I'll take you there tomorrow. Which position did you apply for outside? Jewelry design. That a chill ran through her. He didn't even know his daughter's field of expertise. That's simple enough. It's one of Yun Corporation's main sectors. Tang Jinsong replied with a smile. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the luxurious club, Gu Se, was the most renowned venue in the capital, a playground for the affluent. Operating on a membership basis, merely having wealth did not guarantee entry. Originally, the capital housed three major groups. The Liu, Yi, and Ning families. 10 years ago, the Gu group surged forth as a dark horse, rising to prominence, especially after the sudden bankruptcy of the Yi family, which allowed the Gu group to acquire most of their enterprises, securing its position at the forefront, in the VIP room on the top floor. Gu Lijing lounged lazily against the sofa, his thin lips pressed together, a rare smile gracing his otherwise cold and stern face. Casually tossing the playing cards on the table, his movements were elegant and aristocratic, yet carried a hint of mischief. His long fingers loosened two buttons of his shirt, revealing a well-defined chest that exuded an air of restrained sensuality. That moment, Lu Heng wore an exasperated expression, gazing at the man before him with a mournful look. "Big brother, are you planning to win my underwear away tonight? Have I somehow offended you recently?" Gu Lijing chuckled, his mood surprisingly light. "This is the consequence of carelessly sending women my way." His voice was deep and melodious, unexpectedly alluring in its timbre. Yet to Lu Heng, it felt like a bombshell. Lu Heng sat up straight, a pitiful expression adorning his face as he protested. "I didn't. I'm innocent. I did that 3 years ago, and you put me in my place. I never did it again." Ning Yunzhou, overhearing, stifled a laugh, but upon receiving a glare from Lu Heng, he quickly composed himself, stepping in to defend him. Lijing, with 10 of his courage, he wouldn't dare. "You must be mistaken. Jinsheng, such an unrefined act could only be attributed to him," Gu Lijing replied, arching an eyebrow at Lu Heng, dismissing his fluttering eyes as he rose, striding towards the room's exit. "Hey, you think you can just run off after winning?" Lu Heng bellowed from behind. "What about my underwear?" Gu Lijing tugged at his shirt collar as he turned around, his expression aloof and indifferent, tinged with a hint of disdain. Raising an eyebrow, he spoke coolly. "The door is closed. Damn it. Who discarded a woman on him? 3 years ago, I had nothing left. Was it you?" "Ningshou." Lu Heng huddled on the sofa, his handsome face filled with grievance as he gazed at Ning Yunzhou. "I certainly won't be like you, casually plucking feathers from a tiger's back." Ning Yunzhou casually crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Heng. "I refuse to take the blame." He nonchalantly picked up the phone and coldly instructed into the receiver, "Give me the surveillance footage from outside the room where Gu Xiao stayed last night." Hanging up, he continued to roar, "My money! Are you unable to afford the loss?" Upon exiting the club, the night breeze carried the scent of the S. Gu Lijing drove his black Bentley directly back to the Starlight Villa, perched on the most scenic mountain in the capital, offering breathtaking views of both the sea and the starry sky. With the lights off, moonlight streamed into the room, reminiscent of that evening. The man's gaze was profound and enigmatic as he lowered his eyes, his fingers caressing a piece of jade-like green stone that a warmth, previously unseen, began to fill his eyes, dissipating the chill that surrounded him. And no one would have anticipated such an expression on the rumored ruthless Gu Xiao. In the darkness, the phone screen suddenly illuminated. His expression turned serious upon seeing Lu Heng's name, and he raised an eyebrow. After dealing with the Yi family, Gu Lijing initially intended to eliminate both the Liu and Ning families. But he was taken aback to discover that the head of the Liu family was someone like Lu Heng, instantly losing any competitive drive and sparing both families. His articulate fingers gently swiped across the screen. "Lu Heng, brother, it wasn't me. I swear I'm innocent," crying JPG. Accompanying the message was a video that Gu Lijing's thin lips curled slightly, a mixture of amusement and incredulity crossing his face as he opened the video. In the hotel corridor, a girl clad in a fitted black gown showcased her exquisite figure, her luminous skin glowing under the light. Her long, Dark hair cascaded down to her waist as she stumbled forward. Leaning against the wall, not far ahead, a dark figure loomed. Jiu Lijing's eyes darkened slightly. It was him. The surveillance only captured her silhouette, and feeling a twinge of boredom, he was about to exit the footage. He had no intention of punishing Lu Heng. A warning would suffice, as the latter was simply being troublesome. Suddenly, the girl turned around, her delicate and radiant face flushed, her eyes shimmering with a hint of intoxication. Appearing somewhat dazed yet irresistibly alluring, with a sudden gasp, her phone slipped from her grip, landing on the carpet. His deep-set eyes widened in shock. Was it really her? Her slender, exquisite profile was now enveloped in bewilderment. Then a tall figure bent down hurriedly to retrieve the phone. But the girl's image had vanished, replaced by a shifty man in a suit lurking around the corner, peering towards his room. Gu Lijing trembled slightly, his dark eyes lit up. He rewound the footage, replaying the moment the girl turned, pausing, rewinding again, until he was utterly certain. Jiu Lijing bit his lip, took out his phone, and opened the contact list. "Hey, don't delay my business." The murky voice of Lu Heng came through Lu Heng. The man's voice remained icy, yet there was a subtle tremor if one listened closely. "Brother, what is going on?" Realizing it was Gu Lijing's voice, Lu Heng's tone instantly sharpened. "Who is the girl in the video? Which one?" "Oh, how would I know, Jingu? I told you countless times it wasn't arranged by me." Rustling sounds of clothing followed, and Lu Heng's voice returned with a tone of eagerness. "Find her, and I'll return all the money lost today." The man paused, then added, "I'll give you 10 times that amount." "All right, brother, say that again. I'll record it." Gu Lijing hung up, a sudden lightness filling his chest, as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted away. His dark eyes sparkled brilliantly, the corners of his lips curling upwards. His once icy and handsome visage melting into a smile, he chuckled softly, his laughter deep and intoxicating like fine wine. Chapter 8. Finding her on the other side, Lu Heng, clad in white pajamas and interrupted mid-spa. Didn't he feel discontented after the call ended? Rather, he wore an expression of surprise and excitement. Waving away those beside him, he lay back on the bed, utterly satisfied. 10 times the money. Whether it's about the money or not doesn't matter. What is crucial is that Gu Lijing, who usually only takes, is finally willing to give something back. Calm down first. Lu Heng promptly retrieved his phone and called Ning Yunzhou, boasting gleefully about his good fortune. After hanging up, his heart still trembled with excitement. That as he rewatched the earlier video, he pondered, could it be that this girl has slept with our Gu Shao? Otherwise, why would he lose his pants? Clearly, he felt wronged and came seeking me for venting. And he even gave him money. She must have felt shy. He should be responsible. He couldn't help but marvel at the boldness of the girl. What a formidable sister-in-law. What a stunning and remarkable young lady. How did she end up crossing paths with Gu Lijing? Thus, that night, a curious heart burned brightly, only to extinguish by dawn. As dawn broke, Lu Heng's call jolted Ning Yunzhou from his slumber. "Hello." Ning Yunzhou's mind still lingered in dreams. Zhou, Jingu has finally awakened to his desires. He is no longer a vegetarian, with panda eyes. Lu Heng whispered excitedly into the receiver, his face brimming with mystery and exhilaration. "Are you out of your mind? Did a donkey kick you in the head?" Ning Yunzhou swiftly ended the call, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Heng before pulling the silk blanket over his head. Jiu Lijing, unlike Lu Heng, had spent a sleepless night, filled with joy. After showering, his lips curled in a slight smile. "I wonder if she caught a cold after lying in that bathtub all night. What if I had looked more closely at her face back then, with droplets of water clinging to her hair, her firm chest slightly exposed?" The man methodically buttoned his shirt, a rare expression of regret crossing Gu Lijing's usually decisive features. "Does she still remember me?" Thoughts of the shifty man from the video crossed his mind, and a dark glimmer flickered in his deep-set eyes. That if that night she hadn't encountered him, upon arriving at the office, Gu Lijing received a call from Lu Heng. "Brother, do you know who that man following your wife is?" Hearing Lu Heng's address, Gu Lijing raised an eyebrow, a smile deepening on his face. Clearly pleased that Su Yi, who had been delivering documents, stood frozen in shock, his mouth agape as if he could fit a salted duck egg inside. Seeing Su Yi, Gu Lijing resumed his usual cold demeanor. Su Yi stammered, "That is the Yun family's butler, Qin Liang." As Gu Lijing remained silent, Lu Heng continued, "Guess who your wife is? The question sounded oddly uncomfortable. Did he need someone else to tell him who his own wife was? The man's long fingers pressed against his nose bridge, brows knitted slightly, lips parting. Who? His voice, hoarse, carried an unusual sentiment. That I've given the information to Sui. You can check it yourself. My money is running low. Gu Lijing abruptly hung up the phone. Liu hung. Gu Xiao, this is the information that came from Lu Xiao. Sui respectfully spoke, handing over a stack of documents before turning to leave. Sui, transfer money to Lu Heng. Sui hesitated, yes. Opening the first page, he found a photograph of the young girl. The Gu Lijing's ink-dark eyes seemed to shimmer, a deep-seated smile radiating from within as he fixed his gaze on the person in the photo, his throat tightening. The girl had pink lips and white teeth, her eyes particularly captivating, adorned in a white dress that exuded both elegance and a hint of allure. Yun Siqing de So, this was her name. Siqing, I miss you. But did she not like it? Continuing to read through the information, he learned that her mother had passed away when she was 14, and her father remarried when she was 15. Leaving Yun Siqing with two new sisters at 18, she was sent abroad for schooling, and now, at 21, she had just returned home a few days prior. The Gu family's information network was always well informed. Having scoured the country for 3 years without uncovering any clues about her, only to find out she had gone abroad, that he should have anticipated this. However, the Gu family's network also had many channels beyond the reach of ordinary people. On the surface, her stepmother and two sisters were mere widows and children of others without any blood ties. Yet the eldest daughter was, and the youngest daughter indeed was. Gu Lijing's gaze suddenly darkened. A cold aura radiating from him as his thin lips pressed together. 18, encountering him in such a place, only to be sent abroad afterward. This family treated her so cruelly. A flicker of long-lost murderous intent suddenly surged within the man's eyes. Dong dong, da ji yu xiao. The voice of Sui resonated from outside the door. Come I in, that as the chill in the air clung to him. Sui shivered involuntarily upon entering. That wasn't the person he had searched for 3 years finally present. The earlier smile should have indicated that he was not mistaken. Why then did the atmosphere suddenly turn so frigid? Sui silently berated himself, reflecting on how his boss's mood could shift as unpredictably as the weather. Only he could navigate such turbulent waters with ease. Truly, he was Gu Xiao's capable right hand and, in an instant, Sui radiated an aura of righteous vigor, akin to the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning. Gu Xiao, here's the guest list for this week's banquet. Please have a look. Gu Lijing accepted the document, casually flipping through it. Noting the presence of the Yun family, he nodded slightly and signed his name before handing it back to Sui. Observing the resolute expression on Sui's face as he held the document, Gu Lijing felt a subtle flutter in his heart, his eyebrows raising ever so slightly. It seemed that those who had interacted with Lu Heng were not entirely ordinary. Sui exited the room, almost marching in his demeanor. Yun Siqing had accompanied Tang Jinsong to the Yun Corporation early that morning. Many employees were long-serving, thus aware of Yun Siqing's lineage as the daughter of the former and current presidents, the heiress of the Yun family. Really? So she is destined to be the future head of the Yun family. Isn't that obvious? Those two aren't the biological children of the president. Do they expect to share in the fortune? One can only fear that they may not think so. Otherwise, why would Meng Jiyan also join the Yun Corporation as the president's assistant? How thick-skinned. The gossip flowed incessantly behind her. Dressed in a black gown, Yun Siqing's long hair was elegantly pinned up with a dark-colored sandalwood hairpin, exuding a cool grace. Her pure, radiant face bore a faint smile, embodying an aura of elegance. Tang Jinsong, impeccably attired in a suit, led her through a series of pleasantries. Her stunning appearance garnered many admirers, yet she found the interactions rather dull. Engaging in this charade was truly exhausting, seizing a moment while Tang Jinsong conversed with others. She sought a quieter corner to savor her wine. The Gu Lijing, clad in a sharply tailored ash-gray suit, cut a striking figure. His demeanor regal, reminiscent of a medieval prince, that he was typically aloof, his expression stern. At this moment, his sword-like brows and starry eyes, along with his thin lips pressed together, exuded an air of icy detachment, making him the focal point of the gathering. Ji Xiao has arrived. What an honor to see him today. He is truly handsome. Ah, look, it's Gu Xiao. The crowd began to stir, while Yun Siqing remained indifferent to the commotion around her, her gaze fixed on the gathering crowd. Raising her eyes slightly, she caught sight of the gray figure under the spotlight. Indeed, he was striking. Though from afar, he appeared as a moving iceberg. Yun Siqing paid it little mind, continuing to swirl the wine in her glass. The deep red liquid shimmered, casting a subtle glow on her fair wrist, where the jade bracelet swayed gracefully, adding to her charm. Tonight, I wish to extend my gratitude to all present. His deep voice resonated through the microphone, reminiscent of a mountain spring colliding with stones. Utterly enchanting. After exchanging pleasantries, he descended the stage to engage in handshakes and conversations, his expression devoid of any warmth or smile, yet the others remained unperturbed, greeting him with cheerful faces. Jiyu Shao, it is a tremendous honor to meet you. Siqing, when did you return? A voice filled with surprise broke through her thoughts. She slowly raised her head to find a man in a black suit, exuding warmth and charm, standing before her. His fair, handsome features were complemented by a pair of expressive black eyes that sparkled with delight. Lin Qingqing? Yes, it's been a long time, Siqing. She nodded slightly, offering a gentle smile. That I heard from my uncle that you studied abroad 3 years ago. Did you just return recently? Yes, I just came back a few days ago. Meanwhile, Gu Lijing's gaze flickered toward the corner where she stood. He had noticed her the moment she entered, but upon seeing Yun Siqing engaged in conversation with a stranger, a sudden chill swept over him, deepening the frown on his lips. The icy aura around him intensified, causing the middle-aged man conversing with him to tremble slightly, reflecting on what he may have said to provoke such a reaction. Just as he prepared to apologize, he noticed Gu Lijing's eyes fixed on the corner, and without a word, he strode away. The middle-aged man followed his gaze, realizing that it was none other than Lu Heng and Ning Yunjiao who had intercepted Gu Lijing. Hee, brother, why does your head seem so green? Lu Heng's cheerful voice chimed in, brimming with mischief. That I saw your little sister-in-law chatting merrily with another man. Lu Heng continued to stoke the flames of gossip. Li Jing, is what Lu Heng said true? Did that young lady really sleep with you? Ning Yunjiao interjected, his eyes wide with curiosity and intrigue. Jiyu Lijing remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Yun Siqing in the corner. Just look at his expression. It must be true, Lu Heng said with a smug grin. Jiyu Lijing pursed his lips, his eyes darkening as he approached Yun Siqing. Lin Qingqing had been her classmate since middle school and was her #1 suitor. Despite being rejected repeatedly, he had never truly vanished from her life, remaining persistent even after she went abroad. 3 years ago, after escaping from Meng Yuru's clutches, Yun Siqing found herself in a precarious situation. Despite the attempted murder orchestrated by Meng Yuru, her father had foolishly believed her words, claiming that someone had targeted her due to her status as the Yun family heiress, that in the name of her safety. He had sent her overseas for her studies. 3 years prior. Without any evidence, she had no choice but to comply with his wishes. What pained her was that her father hadn't even called the police. Hastily drawing his own conclusions, Lin Qingqing continued to speak with her, and out of respect for Lin's father, Yun Siqing could only respond with a polite smile. Although she had long since rejected Lin Qingqing, Uncle Lin still treated her quite well. Su Guang glanced around. He suddenly caught sight of a shadow clad in grayish-black approaching. Yun Siqing looked around and found that only she and Lin Qingqing occupied this corner, with no one else in sight. The man fixed his gaze on her, striding directly towards her. Lin Qingqing could only sense a formidable aura emanating from the man beside her, and upon turning, she beheld Gu Lijing standing behind her like a deity. Jiyu Shao. Lin Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. Yun Siqing's expression was indifferent. She presumed the man was there to seek Lin Qingqing, thus she turned to leave. However, as she set down her high-stemmed glass, her wrist was firmly seized by the man. Startled, she turned back to see his expression cold and somber. Like the sky before a storm, his grip on her wrist unyielding. Ignoring Lin Qingqing entirely, he did not spare her a glance as he pulled Yun Siqing away from the crowd and out of the banquet hall, just as Lin Qingqing was about to pursue them. She was intercepted by Lu Heng, who casually said, "Hey, what are you doing? They have something going on, and coincidentally, I need to talk to you about something too." Chapter 10. Yun Siqing, who am I? Yun Siqing's wrist, already slender, was gripped ever tighter by the man, prompting her to softly exclaim, "Hey, what are you doing?" The pain brought a hint of softness to her voice. The man's grip relaxed slightly, yet his pace remained unimpeded. Though the girl stood at a height of 168 centimeters, she appeared petite in comparison to him. His legs were long, but today she wore a qipao with a modest slit. forcing her to jog to keep up. The banquet hall was filled with lively conversations and dancing. Completely oblivious to their presence, the Jiu Lijing tugged Yun Siqing towards a private room nearby, that he was not sure why. But a surge of anger had suddenly clouded his mind, compelling him to pull her along. Initially intending to take it slow, he realized that his little girl seemed to be rather popular. With a rough kick, he swung the door open, turned on the lights, and locked it with one hand, still firmly holding her wrist. That moment, he felt the pulse beneath his grip, and with a hoarse voice, he asked, "Do you remember me?" His voice was deep and melodious, like flowing water. Yun Siqing found his voice familiar. Having consumed some alcohol, her face flushed slightly as a flash of realization struck her. She then raised her right hand to adjust the hem of her dress. Narrowing her eyes, the Jiu Lijing felt his heart race as he eagerly awaited her response. The next instant, pain shot through her calf. Yun Siqing smirked. Since the opportunity had presented itself, she decided to seize it. With a slight bend of her knee, she aimed to strike towards the man's leg. But alas, the Chi Pao's modest slit limited her reach, causing her to hit only his calf. Undeterred by her failed attempt, she sought to elbow him in the neck. Well done. The hand restraining her wrist had finally released and a gust of wind surged. And Gu Lijing sensed something rushing towards his face. Years of conditioned reflex kicked in. He swiftly grasped her and, using his body's momentum, spun them both onto the large bed behind them. Just as Yun Siqing prepared to use her elbow against his throat, she was suddenly gripped with great force and spun around, pinned against the soft bedding. The disparity in strength between them was evident, and the pain in her wrist was unmistakable, prompting a soft whimper to escape her lips. Hearing her delicate cry, the man softened, unable to maintain his position, and collapsed onto her. Yun Siqing, having just landed on the bed, was immediately enveloped by the weight of his body, akin to a mountain. Leaving her breathless, as they tangled, a hairpin fell, and her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over the bedding. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with an enlarged, handsome face. The man's features were chiseled, his striking black eyes dark like deep waters, seemingly harboring countless stars as they fixed on her intently. The scent of cedar gradually enveloped her, intricately weaving into her senses. Yun Siqing felt herself consumed by the mature man's masculine aura. Her breath hitching. Faced with such beauty, she remained unbewitched. Upon hearing him speak, she recalled that it was this very man who had nearly choked her to death at the hotel that night. Although he did not take the opportunity to take advantage of her, the force with which he had gripped her neck that night had been no mere dream. Yun Siqing was not one to forget easily. She had kept a record of his actions in her little notebook, at the age of 15. Upon the arrival of that mother-daughter trio, she began searching for a mentor to teach her karate. Diligently training for several years, alas, she still fell short in skill. The Jiu Lijing was somewhat dazed, having completely forgotten the hotel incident, puzzled as to why the little girl was so intent on retaliating against him. Her face, which had been haunting his dreams, was now within arm's reach. The girl, with her willow-like brows slightly furrowed, her eyes shimmering with moisture, and her lips a luscious red, bore a hint of a blush on her nose and cheeks. Captivating in an almost ethereal manner, her hair, now unfettered, flowed gracefully, exuding an alluring charm. The man couldn't help but smile slightly, yet the beauty beneath him seemed restless. Her hands were restrained by his right hand, and her legs began to stir. Yun Siqing had not given up. With her left leg pinned down, she bent her right leg slightly, preparing to thrust upwards, only to have his left leg pressed down upon hers. Gu Lijing secured her hands at either side and looked at her, continuing to ask, "Have you forgotten me?" Their breaths mingled, and she found herself slightly panting beneath the weight of his body. "He was simply too heavy. That wasn't it you who choked me that night," she retorted, her tone icy yet tinged with an undercurrent of softness. His lips, glistening and moist, hovered near her own, igniting a surge of heat within Gu Lijing's chest. Observing the little girl's defiant demeanor, resembling a cat with its fur bristled, yet at the same time resembling a delicate flower being bullied, he chuckled softly. "That night, I didn't know it was you." As he spoke gently, his hand tenderly caressed her neck. His large hand, with roughened fingers, brushed against her chin, then traced her lips. Yun Siqing was about to respond when, in the next heartbeat, his hand exerted a slight pressure, tilting her face upwards, and he descended upon her with an overwhelming kiss. Initially gentle, his kiss gradually became fervent, as if he intended to consume her entirely, turning her world upside down, enclosed in his embrace. She found it increasingly difficult to breathe. With him being her sole source of AI, her mind began to cloud. Teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, he finally released her lips in her dazed state. She heard his soft laughter. Still in a haze, she murmured, "My first kiss." Gu Lijing gazed at her flushed, glistening lips, his smile deepening. Her breath gradually steadied. Clarity returned to her mind, and she pushed against the mountain of a man before her. But he remained unyielding. "You have quite the audacity to take advantage of me." Gu Lijing's expression was one of unfading amusement, as if he had not heard her words. His hand gently stroked her hair before he stood up, then pulled her into his arms, sitting sideways. Yun Siqing, furious, prepared to kick him, but the man seemed to anticipate her move, watching her with a smile. "If you keep making a fuss, I'll take care of you." Yun Siqing, the long legs poised to strike, relaxed. Recognizing the disparity in their strengths, she chose to take a step back. Watching the obedient little girl in his arms, Gu Lijing couldn't help but chuckle again. Her cascading black locks spilled over her shoulders, and gazing at the adorable girl nestled against him, he felt an overwhelming softness in his heart. Picking up the fallen hairpin from the bed, he carefully gathered her scattered hair. Lowering his head to find Yun Siqing staring at him with wide eyes, the Gu Lijing could not help but chuckle. Reaching out to stroke her head, his previously stern demeanor completely vanished, replaced by a tender gentleness as he deftly pinned her hair back up with the hairpin. "Long hair, entwined with your heart." Yun Siqing's face suddenly flushed. How dare he? The man's large palm caressed her cheek, meticulously tucking the stray hair behind her ear. His lips curled slightly, his voice remaining steady and unperturbed. "Yun Siqing, who am I?" Chapter 11. Have we met? Yun Siqing was momentarily stunned. Had she met him before? With such a finely chiseled and handsome face, if she had, she surely would not have forgotten. "Have we met?" she inquired tentatively. Gu Lijing. "Remember it." The man flashed a wicked smile, suddenly lifting her into his arms before gently placing her back on the ground. Encircling her waist, the Gu Xiansheng, "I don't think we are close enough for this kind of intimacy." Yun Siqing rolled her eyes, attempting to free herself from his wandering hands. Little did she know. Gu Lijing tightened his grip around her waist, effortlessly drawing her closer. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, sending a shiver down her spine as she heard him whisper in a low, sultry tone, "Isn't this close enough?" Recalling their earlier kiss, a blush crept across Yun Siqing's cheeks. Yet meeting his blazing gaze, she felt compelled to maintain her composure. Raising her chin slightly, she looked at him with her glistening eyes and parted her red lips, asking, "Are you pursuing me, Gu Xiansheng? And what do you think?" The man's gaze remained unchanged, a smile gracing his lips as his profound eyes locked on her. "That I'm sorry, but I cannot agree," she suddenly exclaimed, anger flaring within her. She felt inexplicably brought to this place, her first kiss lost in an equally bewildering exchange. With both hands pressed against the man's chest, she pushed with all her might, yet found herself once again ensnared. The man leaned closer, their foreheads touching. "You belong to me." His voice was icy and domineering, utterly unyielding. The pain in her hands intensified as Yun Siqing struggled fiercely. But she could not escape the man's grasp. Just as she was about to retort, a knock at the door interrupted them. "Brother Aging, are you inside?" The soft, delicate voice from outside caught Gu Lijing's attention, causing his brows to furrow slightly. That he instinctively glanced at Yun Siqing beside him, who was rubbing her wrist, her face flushed with indignation, resembling a pouting little porcupine. That a smile of indulgence tugged at Gu Lijing's lips. Seizing the moment when Gu Lijing was distracted by the voice from outside, Yun Siqing broke free from his grip. This man's strength was overwhelming. Each time, it felt as though he might snap her hand in two. What vendetta did he hold against her? Gu Lijing opened the door, revealing a sweet and innocent face, radiating a chilling aura that suddenly turned his expression cold, as if cloaked in ice. "Brother Aging." Ning Huan, aware of Gu Lijing's appearance today, had dressed with care in a white off-shoulder dress, enhancing her delicate beauty. Her meticulously crafted makeup and thoughtfully styled hair only added to her allure. Upon seeing the man's striking figure, Ning Huan felt her heart flutter, her smile blooming like a flower. Yet in an instant, her bright eyes dimmed, and her smile froze. There was a girl in her brother Aging's room. Clad in a black patterned qipao, the girl's figure was elegantly accentuated. The qipao was a challenge to wear, yet this girl, despite her youth, carried it with grace, her black hair lazily tied back. With a few strands falling charmingly by her temples, exuded an effortless elegance. Her fair complexion was strikingly beautiful, her features exquisitely defined, and her lips, a vivid red, resembled blooming peach blossoms in March. As a fellow woman, Ning Huan sensed a threatening aura from this girl. An inexplicable feeling of danger flooded over her. Brother Aging, who is this woman? She asked, her hand trembling as she pointed towards Yun Siqing, her gaze pleading as she looked at Gu Lijing. She had harbored feelings for him for many years, using her status as a sister to draw near him time and again. Yet Gu Lijing seemed utterly indifferent to feminine charms. Over the years, she had never witnessed any woman by his side, not even a hint of a female presence. Why did this woman have the audacity to appear in his room? Though she too had always maintained an aloof demeanor towards him, she had been courteous, considering their familial ties. She was confident that one day she would capture his heart. If that failed, no other woman should be allowed to approach her brother Aging. Surely this hussy was trying to seduce him. Jealous sparks flickered in her eyes. What do you want? The man spoke in a low voice, leaning against the doorframe, blocking Yun Siqing from view, his expression dark as stormy waters, his gaze sharp and laced with impatience. Ning Huan instinctively recoiled. Brother Aging, observing this scene, Yun Siqing felt a headache coming on. She had no intention of meddling in others' affairs of Mr. Gu. I have no time to involve myself in your matters. Please step aside. I need to leave. Her lips curved slightly, her voice cool yet tinged with detachment. The Gu Lijing remained unmoved, and seeing this, Yun Siqing furrowed her brows, reaching out to push aside the solid arm that barred her exit. As she departed, she cast a sidelong glance at the man behind her. Gu Lijing's deep-set eyes followed the graceful figure of the girl as she left, not glancing back. Ning Huan watched as Gu Lijing's countenance shifted from stern to gentle. Like a lake bathed in moonlight, that a fleeting look of distortion crossed her captivating features as she cast a venomous glance at the direction in which Yun Siqing had departed, her eyes glinting with malice. How dare this slightly prettier girl capture Brother Aging's attention? She would make sure to not let anyone who dared to approach him go unpunished. Gu Lijing, oblivious to Ning Huan's malicious gaze, left without sparing her a glance. Brother Aging. With Gu Lijing gone, Ning Huan quickly composed herself and hurried after him. The events of the banquet had already left Yun Siqing feeling drained, and the unexpected appearance of the man only added to her bewilderment. Upon returning home, she was summoned to the study by Tang Jinsong. Siqing, I need to discuss something with you. That a sense of foreboding crept into her heart as she approached the desk, silently observing Tang Jinsong. Yes, Dad. What is it? Tang Jinsong wore a furrowed brow, seemingly troubled. Although his eyes were clouded, a glimmer of clarity shone through. Qing, you are aware that the Yun Corporation has not been faring well in recent years. He paused, lifting his gaze to meet Yun Siqing's. Having grasped half of what he was saying, she smiled gently, her voice soothing as she replied, Dad, I am not well-versed in the company's affairs. You have been managing everything diligently. I appreciate your hard work. After all, I've been abroad for the past few years. The incident 3 years ago left me quite apprehensive. Yes, I know that incident frightened you. However, years have passed, and you are no longer a child. It is time for someone to look after you. Lin Bofa mentioned today that he holds you in high regard, and Lin Qingqing has shown an interest in you. Does Dad know that I have no feelings for him? Yun Siqing raised her head, her gaze calm and indifferent. You are of similar age, and feelings develop gradually. Lin Qingqing has already invited you to dinner this weekend, perhaps to catch a movie. You both should take this opportunity to converse more. In due time, I will discuss with Lin Bofu to choose a suitable date for your engagement banquet. Tang Jinsong smiled faintly, the wrinkles around his eyes deepening, resembling a cunning fox whose scheme had succeeded. Yun Siqing understood that this was not a discussion, but merely a notification. Currently, Lin Qingqing seemed to be a decent match. At least she wouldn't be mistreated after marrying into the family. The alliance between the Yun and Lin families would strengthen their ties further, propelling them to greater heights. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke softly, Dad, does Jiran know? Since Lin Qingqing's first visit to the Yun household, Meng Jiran had shown interest in him, resulting in her hostility towards Yun Siqing. Jiran is still young. I will consider her matters in the future. Tang Jinsong's brow furrowed. That little girl is far too naive. Publicly pining for the son of the Lin family, showing no semblance of a noble young lady. You should return to your room and rest. Put your mind at ease, he said to Yun Siqing with a hint of indifference. Yes, Dad. Chapter 12. You Are Mine, Part 1, Saturday afternoon. Last night, Tang Jinsong had informed her that Lin Qingqing would come to pick her up today. She had dressed in a jade-colored silk qipao adorned with subtle patterns. As she passed through the living room, she found Meng Jiran and Meng Yuru seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. Upon seeing her descend the stairs, their gazes turned sharp, scrutinizing her. Meng Jiran, glancing up from the TV, caught sight of Yun Siqing's elegant figure. With a slender waist, striking features, and a qipao that perfectly accentuated her curves, she looked exquisitely radiant, her skin fair with a hint of rosy undertones. Her cascading black hair fell gracefully behind her, imbuing her with an enchanting charm, akin to a beauty emerging from a painting. Jealousy bubbled within Meng Jiran, her lips curling in disdain, despite sharing the same father. Yun Siqing's beauty eclipsed both her and Meng Yuru. Yun Siqing's lips pressed together, her brows slightly furrowed as she ignored their scrutinizing gazes, managing a cryptic smile. She retrieved her phone from her bag and called Lin Qingqing. Her voice warm and inviting, a stark contrast to her usual aloofness, resonating beautifully amid the television soundtrack. Hello, Lin Qingqing. Have you arrived? Just as she ended the call, Meng Jiran approached, intercepting her path. Unhappy with the situation, Meng Jiran seized the opportunity, for her father was absent today, and she intended to teach this little hussy a lesson. After all, she had attended the banquet with the Lin family, and Lin Qingqing had captivated her at first sight. Despite her repeated confessions of affection, he had chosen to favor the woman before her. Meng Jiran, considerably shorter than Yun Siqing, looked up at her with contempt. Yun Siqing, are you dressing so ostentatiously to seduce Lin Qingqing? You can hardly contain yourself upon returning. Sister, the Lin family has shared ties with ours for years. Speaking like that would only upset Dad. Yun Siqing lowered her dark lashes, gently biting her lip. You only know how to play the weak. You can fool Lin Qingqing with that act. You little hussy. Meng Jiran spat, unable to suppress her irritation. It must be that very demeanor that has captured Lin Qingqing's heart. Why should this motherless little wretch be worthy of him? Accustomed to her haughty disposition, Meng Jiran, emboldened by the favoritism of Tang Jinsong and Meng Yuru, showed Yun Siqing no respect whatsoever. Before she could finish her tirade, Meng Yuru intervened sharply. Jiran, enough. The manner in which young girls incessantly utter such words is utterly unbecoming. Your sister, Siqing, is about to become engaged to the young master of the Lin family, and naturally, she must nurture her affections accordingly. Upon hearing this, Meng Jiran's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of utter incredulity. How could this insufferable wretch possibly be deemed worthy of being with Brother Qingqing? Brother Qingqing belongs to her. How could a girl who was neglected by her father and unloved by her mother deserve such a fate? She turned to Meng Yuru, her gaze filled with confusion. Mother, is what you say truly so? Quickly apologize to your sister. Meng Yuru offered no response but snapped at Meng Jiran. Then, she turned to Yun Siqing with a conciliatory smile. Siqing, your sister is still quite young and does not comprehend the gravity of her words. Do not take her ramblings to heart. You should go now. Qingqing is surely waiting for you at the door. It's quite all right, and that I shall take my leave now, with a cold smile in her heart. She nodded slightly, adjusted her handbag, and exited. Indeed, she was too young, unable to maintain her composure. Upon closing the door, she chuckled softly. Did I end the living room? Meng Jiran exclaimed, Mother, why do you still speak up for her? Her face was a portrait of grievance, tears brimming in her eyes. Hearing Yun Siqing leave, Meng Yuru's dissatisfaction became evident. Observing her daughter's woeful countenance, her heart ached. You are utterly thoughtless. Even if you dislike her, you must at least put on a facade. Mother is aware that you have feelings for the young master of the Lin family, yet your father has specifically chosen her. There is nothing I can do. You are still young. We need not rush. She lamented. I wonder what sort of enchantment that wretched girl has cast upon the two from the Lin family, for both seem infatuated with her. Meng Jiran, upon hearing her mother's words, felt a flicker of hope, yet ultimately said nothing, wiping her tears as she threw herself into Meng Yuru's embrace. Outside the door, as she emerged, she beheld Lin Qingqing. The man, clad in a pristine white suit, exuded an extraordinary charm, standing nonchalantly beside a sleek black Lamborghini. With a sigh, she approached him to greet him. Lin Qingqing. Upon seeing Yun Siqing, Lin Qingqing's eyes sparkled with delight. How beautiful! He had always been surrounded by women, yet compared to them, the girl before him possessed an unparalleled grace. Unable to contain his smile, he hurried towards her. Siqing, you've come. His voice was bright with surprise. Lin Qingqing, ever the gentleman, opened the passenger door of the car for her, inviting her to enter. After a moment's hesitation, she complied. Some matters are best clarified for everyone's sake. A.S. Lin Qingqing settled into the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt. He turned to her with eager anticipation, a slight flush gracing his refined features. Siqing, let us have a meal at a Western restaurant first, and then we can catch a movie tonight, shall we? Gazing at Lin Qingqing's expectant expression, she felt a twinge of uncertainty that ultimately, she nodded and fastened her own seatbelt. Siqing, do you know Gu Lijing? Lin Qingqing asked casually while driving, his curiosity evident. The moment she heard that name, the image of the man from that night surged in her mind, and a wave of anger washed over her. That I do not know him. You must have mistaken me for someone else. She rolled her eyes internally and replied coldly, that I thought so. You've just returned, so how could you know him? Lin Qingqing felt relieved, a secret smile gracing his lips that as the car set off. Neither of them noticed the flashy red Ferrari trailing behind them. Upon arriving at the Western restaurant, Yun Siqing felt considerably more at ease, her expression brightening. However, barely seated, a familiar face appeared beside her. Lin Gongzi, it has been a while, Lu Heng's nonchalant voice echoed. Having caught only a fleeting glimpse of him previously, she recalled the impression he left, an air of carefree arrogance, his face as exquisitely delicate as a porcelain doll. Now casually draping himself over Lin Qingqing's shoulder. May I ask, Lu Xiao, what brings you here? Lin Qingqing responded with a polite smile, though internally he was exasperated, remembering that it was this very individual who had obstructed his path last time. Yet, out of respect for the Lu family, he found it prudent to refrain from confrontation. That I wanted to discuss a potential collaboration, Lu Heng said, glancing at Yun Siqing before leaning closer to Lin Qingqing. Lu Heng mused silently. No wonder my brother has fallen for this little sister-in-law. She wears a cheap how with such elegance, exuding an ethereal charm. Her features were breathtakingly delicate, radiating an enchanting beauty that was utterly captivating. As Lin Qingqing gently pulled Lu Heng's arm from his shoulder, he replied courteously, Lu Xiao, today we shall not discuss business. I am out with a friend. He genuinely feared this man. However, the disparity between the Lin and Lu families was stark. Should Lu Heng choose to act against Lin's interests, it would be as easy as squashing an Anada. Lin Gongzi, is not your career of utmost importance? Why indulge in the allure of beauty? Lu Heng continued, casually draping his arm back over Lin Qingqing's shoulder, seemingly oblivious to the rejection in his words. Just as Lin Qingqing was about to retort, Lu Heng interjected, this lovely fairy, you may excuse yourself for now. Lin Gongzi and I have some business to attend to. Seeing the two of them so inseparable, Yun Siqing rose with indifference, casting a cold glance. Lin Qingqing, you carry on. I shall take my leave. Siqing, just as she was about to depart, Lu Heng restrained her. Lin Gongzi, please, have a seat. Waiter, bring us 2 cups of coffee. As she exited without a backward glance, she realized she had not driven today. Contemplating how to return, a sleek black Bentley glided to a stop before her. Chapter 13. You Are Mine, Part 2. Yun Siqing gazed at the car before her. The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face. The man sat in the back seat, clad in a black shirt, exuding an air of refined elegance. His chiseled features bore no expression, but his piercing black eyes fixed on her with an icy intensity. Get in. His lips curled slightly, his tone cold and imperious, leaving no room for refusal. Yun Siqing bit her lip, her mind racing. Why is it him again? Without a second thought, she turned to flee, cursing herself for not checking the fortune before leaving home that day. Stop, the man commanded from behind, his voice low. Feigning ignorance, Yun Siqing lifted her skirt and began to quicken her pace. Damn it, I should never have worn a qipao. Trouble always follows when I do. Gu Lijing had only come after receiving a mysterious call from Lu Heng. Although the Gu family had stabilized in recent years, business was still demanding, just as he was engrossed in paperwork. Lu Heng's call had interrupted him. "Brother, guess who I just saw?" Gu Lijing. "Lu Heng, it's your little sister-in-law. She just got into a man's car. I'll keep an eye on her. You should come quickly." Gu Lijing abruptly ended the call, pressing his fingers to his temples as he resumed his work, seemingly unbothered. Not long after, another message from Lu Heng pinged through. Romance Western Restaurant. Setting his phone down, Gu Lijing pursed his lips that he quickly briefed Su Yi on a few matters before leaving the office. Arriving at the restaurant shortly, he spotted the young woman emerging, her figure accentuated by a jade-colored qipao that highlighted her curves. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and her enchanting eyes sparkled like rippling water, radiating charm. Her lips bore a natural blush, requiring no embellishment to achieve stunning beauty. However, upon seeing him, she recoiled as if confronted by a tiger and turned to flee. His expression darkened as he opened the car door and strode after her, swiftly grasping her wrist and pulling her close. "Why are you running?" The scent of cedar enveloped them, laced with an air of danger. She hesitated slightly. This man always frightened her. Ignoring his intensely penetrating gaze, Yun Siqing looked up, her eyes shimmering with indignation. "Do we know each other well, sir?" She struggled to free her wrist from his grip, but it remained firmly ensnared. Noting her aloof tone, Gu Lijing's expression darkened, a hint of frost glimmering in his gaze. The pressure of his grip intensified as he held her wrist tightly, his eyes burning with intensity. "Have you forgotten what I told you that night?" His gaze seemed to ignite with a fierce flame, threatening to engulf her. Desperately avoiding his stare while continuing to struggle, she called out, "Let go of me." Yet the man disregarded her pleas, his expression unyielding as he looked down at her. "Come with me, or I will carry you. The choice is yours. Why now?" Onlookers had begun to take notice of the scene. In the bustling street, a handsome man and a beautiful woman were indeed a striking sight. Yun Siqing scanned her surroundings, fully aware that this man was capable of anything. He was not jesting. After a moment's hesitation, she took a step forward. Her compliant demeanor delighted Gu Lijing, the corners of his lips curving slightly as the chilling aura surrounding him dissipated somewhat, but he helped Yun Siqing into the car and closed the door before making his way around to the other side. The driver, witnessing this scene from the front, was utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. When had Gu Xiao become so considerate? Not only did he bring along a beautiful woman, but he even assisted her in getting into the car. As the driver's gaze settled on the young lady, a flicker of displeasure crossed the man's eyes that the company. He commanded, throwing a glance at the driver, his voice lowered and devoid of any inflection. "Yes, sir," the driver stammered, his legs trembling in fear. Soon, the partition between them rose, and within the confined space, Yun Siqing felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. She cast a sidelong glance at the man beside her. His profile was cold and solemn, resembling an iceberg, entirely different from their last encounter. Caught off guard, she found herself momentarily speechless as silence enveloped the car. 5 minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt in the underground parking lot of Gu Corporation. The man remained silent, firmly grasping her hand as they strode into the building. His long strides were swift, and she struggled to keep up, her pace faltering as they reached the entrance. She did not wish to enter with him. It felt like walking into a lion's den. She was not naive. She understood the man's intentions towards her. "Gu Lijing, you scoundrel, let go of me." Upon hearing the young girl's call, the man could no longer contain himself and laughed. Suddenly halting, he turned around. Caught off guard by the inertia, she collided with his solid chest, which felt as unyielding as a fortress. Taken by surprise, Yun Siqing's nose turned red from the impact, tears welling in her eyes. Gu Lijing glanced down to see her glistening eyes, a look of pitiful innocence gracing her face. Her nose slightly flushed, making her irresistibly adorable. His gaze deepened, and his sensual Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Releasing her hand, he wrapped his arm around her waist, lifting her effortlessly into his embrace. As he entered the company building to end that dizzying moment, Yun Siqing found herself enveloped in a firm hold. A soft gasp escaping her lips as the faint scent of fur filled her nostrils. His chest was hard and warm. "Hey, did you see that? Gu Zong just carried a girl." "Indeed. She's stunningly beautiful. Like a doll." "Oh my gosh, is she his girlfriend?" Have you ever seen a woman by Gu Zong's side? She must be his girlfriend. Perhaps she is the future mistress of the house. Although it was the weekend. The office was still bustling with people, their murmurs and gossip filling the air. Yun Siqing felt her cheeks flush with warmth, anxiety coursing through her as she worried someone might see her. Without thinking, she buried her face in Gu Lijing's chest, her hands clutching tightly at his shirt. Gu Lijing looked down at the young girl nestled in his arms, her ears flushed with embarrassment, a smile breaking through his cold demeanor. Those around them dared only to watch from a distance. Hesitant to approach, he carried her into the exclusive elevator, the Gu Lijing. "Let me go," in the confined space. Realizing they were alone, Yun Siqing began to struggle. Yet, the man remained as stoic as ever, his grip unwavering as he held her tightly against him. Ding! The elevator doors opened at the entrance of the 56th floor president's office. "We're here," his raspy voice echoed in the stillness. She opened her eyes to find his handsome, icy visage looming before her, momentarily taken aback, that he gently set her down, still holding her waist, and opened the door. In an instant before she could react, she found herself pinned against the door, the man drawing close and enveloping her in a tight embrace, nearly stealing her breath away. His lips brushed against her ear, sending a shiver down her spine, and in the next moment, his hoarse voice broke the silence. "Are you scared?" Staring into his face, mere inches away, she momentarily lost her composure. She could never comprehend why she always seemed to falter in front of him. Suppressing her unease, she feigned calmness, determined not to lose her composure. "What have you brought me here for?" The man remained silent, lifting her once more, this time towards the plush leather sofa, where he positioned her atop his lap. Wrapping his arms around her petite frame, her slender shoulders were accentuated by the fitted qipao, its soft texture igniting a flicker of heat within him. Without responding to her query, he leaned in, his voice a low murmur in her ear. "Who were you with earlier?" The room was dimly lit, the orange hues of the setting sun streaming through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow across the walls. Yun Siqing was momentarily distracted by the ambience, her heart racing as she surveyed the opulent yet minimalist interior, forgetting to answer his question. "Yun Siqing, speak," he urged, a hint of impatience lacing his tone. The mature male fragrance enveloped her, and she could feel his piercing gaze fixated upon her, his icy demeanor evoking a sense of fear within her. "Lin Qingcheng," she finally uttered, her soft pink lips barely parting to reveal the name. Chapter 14. You Are Mine, Part 3. Gu Lijing's expression suddenly sharpened. The way the young girl uttered another's name so tenderly contrasted sharply with how she spoke his own. Yun Siqing felt a pang in her ear. Unprepared for his sudden bite, her soft whimper caught his attention, and his breath quickened, the air thickening with tension. The atmosphere in the room grew charged, permeated with an alluring ambience as they breached the boundaries of propriety. She pressed her hands against his chest, attempting to create distance between them. Gu Lijing, "What are you doing?" she asked, irritation creeping in her voice. "Do you not remember how I spoke to you that day? Have you forgotten?" His eyes locked onto hers, fierce and penetrating. As the sunlight faded, the room dimmed further, the shadows deepening around them. His gaze seemed to harbor two swirling vortexes, drawing her in. "You belong to me," Gu Lijing asserted, his voice husky and possessive, as he leaned closer, the intimacy of the moment igniting a primal urge within him. Yun Siqing's heart raced, a strange mix of emotions flooding her mind. Despite the attention she received from other suitors, they always retreated from her cool demeanor. The blush creeping up her cheeks betrayed her feelings, and she felt as if she were succumbing to his allure. They had only met a few times, yet his touch was already possessive, clearly indicative of his character. The image of the woman from the banquet flashed in her mind. No, she had to remain composed. He was about to become her fiancé. Yun Siqing found herself emboldened by his confidence, defiantly meeting his gaze. In an instant, his handsome face loomed closer, his lips brushing against hers, carrying a hint of mint that was both refreshing and tantalizing. His actions, however, were rough and demanding, as if he sought to claim every drop of sweetness she possessed. Before she could process what was happening, she was overwhelmed by the kiss, her hands instinctively pressing against his chest. Yet he held her firmly in place. Unyielding, Gu Lijing felt her resistance fade, and with a swift motion, he grasped her hands, pinning them against the luxurious leather sofa as he deepened the kiss. The sound of their lips meeting echoed in the quiet office, the heat between them rising. Yun Siqing's ears burned as she became acutely aware of their shared sounds, her breath growing uneven. Yet the man showed no signs of relenting, his lips exploring hers with fervor. The scent of fur surrounded her, and his hands intertwined with hers. Time seemed to blur as Yun Siqing felt her strength wane, her body softening as she melted into the embrace. Eventually, he released her lips, his dark eyes gazing deeply into hers, a playful smile dancing on his lips that he gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. And in the silence, only her soft breaths could be heard. Jiu Lijing chuckled softly, his displeasure evident upon hearing her mention fiancé. But witnessing her delicate demeanor only fueled his desire to tease her. "If you dare to mention another man in my presence again, I shall take advantage of you." His voice, imbued with a unique tenderness, resonated softly like a cello in her ear. Yun Siqing's lips, once a soft pink, now glistened a vibrant red from his kiss, enhancing her allure. Her eyes shimmered, reflecting a newfound emotion as she lay beneath him, gazing up with a mix of defiance and vulnerability. Gu Lijing could hardly withstand her gaze, which seemed to meld both innocence and seduction. "Do not look at me like that, or I might just devour you whole." His voice, husky with pleasure, held a hint of menace. He lifted her effortlessly, still cradling her in his arms. "Was this decision regarding the Lin Corporation made by your father, or was it your own?" It was evident that this man had indeed conducted his research on her. Yun Siqing's eyes darted playfully, ready to speak without restraint. "If you dare deceive me, I'll devour you whole right now." Observing the little girl's mischievous demeanor, Gu Lijing's expression turned stern, his voice menacing, when she caught a fleeting spark of tenderness in his gaze. She realized this man was not jesting. With a slight shiver, she averted her eyes, her carefully crafted words dissipating into the air. "That a marriage alliance." She uttered the phrase expressionlessly, almost as if it were a mere afterthought. Suddenly, the visage of Tang Jinsong crossed her mind. Her eyes narrowed as her demeanor turned frosty. Jiu Lijing noted the girl's silent, icy expression in his embrace, and a fierce determination appeared on his face. "I will assist you." His voice carried a chilling undertone that a flicker of confusion passed through Yun Siqing's mind. Had they not only met twice, one might think this man truly cherished her, holding her as a treasure. Suppressing her absurd thoughts, she pursed her lips. "Gu Lijing." Her voice was cool and gentle. Jiu Lijing's heart softened, and he responded with a low, affirmative sound. "Why me? Why pursue her so fervently after just 2 encounters? Why offer assistance?" As darkness enveloped the sky, the heat of the room dissipated, replaced by the cool glow of the moonlight that cascaded through the space, casting a refreshing chill. Yet it paled in comparison to the cold aura emanating from Gu Lijing. She was bewildered by the sudden anger radiating from him. His brows furrowed slightly, lips pressed together, his expression as frigid as ice. Was he truly incensed? "Yun Siqing, do you believe I am merely toying with you?" Gu Lijing's gaze hardened as he regarded her, his demeanor shifting to one of icy intensity. He reached out, tenderly brushing her cheek. "I guess it not so." The man fell silent, his eyes locked onto hers. After a prolonged moment, Yun Siqing swatted his hand away and stood up from his embrace, looking at him coldly, but he did not inquire about her feelings or whether she consented. Alas, Yun Siqing was not one to fall for such tactics. She neither lacked wealth nor the company of men. Do not presume she could be kept as a gilded pet. I will resolve my own affairs without troubling Mr. Gu. This is the second time you have disrespected me. Should there be a third, I shall consider it an affront and ask that you cease your pursuit. That I, Yun Siqing, will not be ensnared by your ploys." That Jiu Lijing observed the young girl brimming with resolve, raising an eyebrow, resting his chin on his hand as he leaned against the sofa, watching her. "That I shall return home." With that, she turned her slender waist, giving him a cold huff as she exited. The office fell silent. Once more Jiu Lijing gazed at the delicate figure of the girl as she departed, his expression devoid of displeasure. Rather, a smirk played on his lips. The Yun residents welcomed Yun Siqing home at 10 in the evening. Upon entering, she was met with laughter, and the moment she stepped inside, the living room fell briefly silent. She hesitated, recognizing that this was once her mother's home, now seemingly occupied by this family. Her hands clenched tightly, suppressing the bitterness and sorrow within, as a faint smile graced her lips. "Siqing, did you enjoy your conversation with Qingqing today?" Tang Jinsong inquired, holding a newspaper, scrutinizing her. Noting Tang Jinsong's gentle demeanor, he seemed unaware that she had not spent the day with Lin Qingqing. Yes, we went to a Western restaurant, she replied, her gaze lowered, her tone muted. Humph, what's so remarkable about that? Meng Jiran chimed in disdain. Ran, what are you saying? This is your sister. You must speak with decorum, Tang Jinsong admonished gently, his brow furrowing. Dad. Meng Jiran pouted in dissatisfaction. Observing this scene, Meng Jian secretly smirked. With Meng Jiran dealing with this little nuisance, she felt no need to intervene. She merely had to wait for the Yun and Lin families' alliance. Once the Yun family grew powerful, she, Meng Jian, would surely find an even better match. Xiqing, since your rapport has been pleasant, make sure to prepare well for the Lin family's banquet in a few days. Her fingers tightened discreetly, the pain from her nails digging into her flesh serving as a reminder. It seemed discussions of an engagement were imminent. Chapter 15. A Trap, Part 1. The Lin family's banquet was set for Friday evening. After returning from the Yun family, Yun Xiqing selected a champagne-colored off-shoulder gown. At 8 o'clock, she entered the grand hall, her small purse in hand. The ballroom was opulent and resplendent, with dazzling chandeliers casting warm yellow light. Champagne flowed in cascading tiers upon the tables, and within the hall, the elite mingled, toasting and engaging in lively conversation. Yun Xiqing casually picked up a glass of champagne, retreating to a discreet corner. In the distance, she spotted Meng Jian conversing with a well-dressed young gentleman in a black suit, exuding charm and refinement. Clad in a black velvet dress, her long hair elegantly styled, Meng Jian appeared as graceful as a swan. Yun Xiqing observed them, sensing the laughter and flirtation shared between them. Meng Jian, noticing her presence, straightened her posture, her long neck accentuating her poise, her eyes brimming with disdain. Did I in her heart? She scoffed. What did it matter if Yun Xiqing was beautiful or the daughter of the Yun family? No one paid her any heed. Taking a seat at a nearby table, Yun Xiqing felt increasingly bored, her gaze drifting to her phone. The array of desserts before her was lavish, and she indulged in a few bites. Throughout her life, she had been blessed with a metabolism that kept her figure in perfect balance. Slim when slender, curvy when desired. Her body enviably proportioned, with just the right amount of allure. Gradually, the attention of several gentlemen began to shift in her direction. She was stunning. Though her champagne-hued gown was simple, it accentuated her delicate shoulders and porcelain skin, which glowed with a hint of pink, reminiscent of a newly shelled lychee. Her long, ebony hair was elegantly pinned with ornate pearl accessories, with soft, curled strands framing her face, lending her an air of playful vivacity. Her eyes sparkled like a serene spring, pure yet captivating. As young aristocrats approached her, Meng Jian felt a flicker of discontent. However, as she watched those men gradually retreat from Yun Xiqing, a satisfied smile returned to her face. Unbeknownst to her, those suitors had been deterred by Yun Xiqing's cool and distant demeanor. Every advance was met with her serene rejection. Leaving the atmosphere quiet once more, amidst the vibrant ambience of the banquet, a stir rippled through the crowd. The young master is here. I can't believe he also attended. Who is that woman by his side? I heard he got a girlfriend a few days ago. Could it be her? Yun Xiqing's gaze remained detached as she observed the commotion at the entrance. The lively crowd parted to make way for the newcomers. Within the chatter, Gu Lijing walked alongside a woman, striding confidently. Dressed in a black suit, he emanated a cold and aloof charm. The woman beside him wore a white cocktail dress, her figure perfectly accentuated. Her smile sweet and endearing, an ideal match. Upon seeing the woman's face, Yun Xiqing silently scoffed. It was evident that Gu Lijing had merely been toying with her. Fortunately, she had not fallen into his trap. As Gu Lijing approached, Lin Yuanxiao promptly ushered Lin Qingqing forward, his face plastered with a beaming smile, exuding insincere flattery. Mr. Gu, welcome to our humble abode. Forgive our lack of proper greeting. Then, Lin Yuanxiao glanced at the woman beside Gu Lijing, his smile growing wider as he bowed and nodded. This must be Miss Ning Huan. Welcome, welcome. Ning Huan, the woman who had rushed to find Gu Lijing at the banquet, was indeed the daughter of the Ning family. At that moment, she stood beside Gu Lijing, her laughter as radiant as blooming flowers. The Gu Lijing nodded coolly, offering a polite handshake. Under the crystal chandelier's light, the warmth softened his stern features, and alongside Ning Huan's smile, He appeared less austere, more approachable. Yun Siqing remained ensconced in her corner, her presence increasingly overshadowed by the dispersing crowd. She had not anticipated that Gu Lijing had acquired a girlfriend. Miss Ning is so fortunate. How do you know she's his girlfriend? Miss Ning has been by Gu's side for years without any outcome. It seems rather abrupt. Miss Ning is so beautiful. Even an iceberg could melt before her charm. Gu Lijing, a man who had risen to prominence after the acquisition of the Yi family several years ago, had seen the Gu family ascend to become the leading force in the capital and even the entire Z country. His reputation soaring. Some refer to him as Mr. Gu, while others call him Young Master Gu. Yun Siqing took a sip of champagne, and upon mentioning Young Master Gu, she recalled someone she had known years ago. However, that man had been in such dire straits at the time, far worse than her own situation, and he could not possibly be the lofty figure before her now. The man she remembered had been gravely injured, his face smeared with blood, rendering him unrecognizable. Her thoughts began to drift, but she gradually brought them back. The corner was no longer quiet, as the crowd began to converge. Yun Siqing rose, holding her champagne, preparing to change her location. Unbeknownst to her, Meng Jian was moving through the throng, elegantly approaching with her own glass of champagne. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. Ah! Yun Siqing was momentarily distracted, failing to notice what was happening to her side. Just as she heard the scream, she felt a chill sweep across her chest. The scream stood out sharply amidst the hushed conversations in the banquet hall, quickly drawing the attention of those around. Eyes from various directions turned toward her. "That I'm so sorry, miss," Meng Jian exclaimed, her heavily made-up face wearing an apologetic smile. "That I just tripped and lost my grip on the glass, and I've stained your dress." She raised her empty champagne flute as evidence. Yun Siqing lowered her gaze slightly, noticing that her dress was now marred by the champagne spilled from Meng Jian's glass that a man in a black tailcoat, having heard the commotion, hurried over. He was responsible for the event and knew it was crucial to prevent any mishaps in such a grand setting. Xiao Li, with a flurry of urgency, approached. The crowd began to part, creating a pathway. The Gu Lijing's gaze swept through the gathering and landed on the striking figure amidst the crowd, his eyes darkening. Noticing the change in the man beside her, Ning Huan also turned to look. The champagne-colored silhouette seemed vaguely familiar. Women often hold lasting impressions of beauty. Soon, the figure tilted her head slightly, glancing at her chest. Ning Huan's breath caught. It was her, the woman who had appeared in Jing's private room that night. She glanced at Gu Lijing, who remained fixated on the distant figure. Unable to suppress herself, she bit her lip, a trace of resentment flickering in her eyes in the midst of the crowd, upon seeing the event coordinator approach. Meng Jian feigned a look of concern as she pointed at Yun Siqing and said to Xiao Li, "Sir, I apologize that I accidentally spilled champagne on this young lady. Do you have a spare dress she could change into?" Xiao Li glanced at Yun Siqing's stained dress and replied courteously, "We have a changing room with some spare dresses. Please follow me. I'll take you to change, if that is all right." Yun Siqing, feeling the eyes of those around her, lifted her skirt slightly and responded with a polite smile. "Thank you for your assistance." Her bright eyes and charming smile momentarily left Xiao Li in a daze. The attention of the surrounding crowd converged on her, murmuring in awe, "This girl is stunning. It's impossible to look away." Though her dress had been splashed with champagne, she appeared anything but disheveled. Rather, she exuded a radiant grace that spoke of her poise. Even her voice, cool yet imbued with a gentle warmth, matched her exquisite appearance. Chapter 16. A Trap, Part 2. She regarded Meng Jian, whose lips curled into a triumphant smile, and remarked with an amused tone, "Miss, it would be wise for you to pay closer attention to your grace, lest you find yourself in a less fortunate predicament next time, perhaps something worse than merely spilling champagne." The playful undertone in her voice accompanied a slight smirk, her head tilting charmingly as her loose strands cascaded over her shoulder, presenting a picture of mischief and allure. With a delicate lift of her skirt, she gracefully followed the coordinator. Hearing Yun Siqing's words, murmurs arose within the crowd, defending her while casting judgment on Meng Jian. "Look at her, dressed like a young lady, yet she can't even hold onto a champagne glass. I suspect it was deliberate. Isn't she that burden from the Yun family? That previous young lady was so beautiful and graceful. It seems she is the daughter of the Yun family, making her Meng Jian's sister. Indeed, she has such a lovely disposition. That dress must be expensive, yet she didn't demand compensation. It's clearly envy. Yun Siqing listened to the whispers behind her, her eyes subtly darkening. Her demeanor remained calm, the smile on her lips unwavering. A failed scheme often results in self-inflicted harm, she thought, knowing Meng Jian had brought this upon herself to that moment. Meng Jian's radiant face suddenly stiffened, as the surrounding gossip fell sharply into her ears. Burden. This label, which had followed her for so long, ignited a fierce resolve within her. One day, she would compel her father to acknowledge her identity before all. As the eyes of the crowd began to converge upon her with the escalating gossip, her face flushed with embarrassment, prompting her to seek an escape through the throng. With the main character having exited, the crowd gradually dispersed, restoring order. Not far away, Gu Lijing observed the graceful silhouette as it retreated, before withdrawing his gaze. The memory of Meng Ye's scheming face flashed in his mind, causing his expression to turn icy. He swallowed hard, abruptly following the direction in which Yun Siqing had departed. Ning Huan, caught off guard by Gu Lijing's actions, found her petite dress ill-suited for pursuit, and thus halted, watching as his figure faded from her sight. On the second floor of the villa, the corridor was illuminated in a stark white light, distinct from the ambience of the banquet hall below, which shone brightly like daylight. "Miss, this way, please. You may enter to change your dress." Xiao Li gestured courteously at the door to the changing room. "Thank you for your assistance," Yun Siqing replied, her eyes narrowing into a smile. Xiao Li had never encountered such a beautiful girl. Her grace and warmth were matched only by her radiant smile. "Please make yourself at home. I must attend to other matters." As he turned to leave, his cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. Once the staff member departed, Yun Siqing allowed her smile to fade. Stepping into the changing room, the Lin family, a well-established clan, had prepared thoroughly for the banquet. The room boasted several grand wardrobes, each filled with a dazzling array of new dresses, both for men and women. She lifted her skirt and strolled towards the ladies' wardrobe, her fair fingers gliding along the garments hanging before her. Her gaze narrowed, and her fingers paused on a deep blue gown. The rich hue, reminiscent of the night sky, accentuated her porcelain complexion beautifully. She took the garment into her hands, scrutinizing it closely. The craftsmanship was commendable, adorned with sparkling rhinestones across the bodice, perfectly designed to reveal her shoulders and cinch her waist, flattering her figure without being overly ostentatious. Upon stepping into the interchanging room, just as she donned the new attire, the lights abruptly extinguished. The moon was cloaked by clouds, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. She could not see a thing. A soft click echoed, the sound of a door closing resonating starkly in the stillness. Seizing the brief moment of darkness, Yun Siqing lifted her skirt, crouched down, slipped off her petite heels, and deftly pulled back the curtain, nimbly leaping through the already ajar window of the changing room. Although the changing room was on the second floor, the villa's design differed from standard residences. The distance from the window to the grass below was only a little over 3 meters, with a protruding terrace offering assistance, allowing for an effortless transition from indoors to outdoors. Over an hour prior, after overhearing a conversation in the restroom, Yun Siqing had carefully surveyed the area, after returning home to change into her dress. She had driven to the venue, glancing at her watch. It was still just past 7. To finding ample time, she had ventured from the banquet's side room to the restroom, only to overhear 2 individuals conversing as she passed the utility room. "Su Xiao, Yun Siqing has returned." Meng Jian's sweet, innocent voice drifted from the utility room. She recognized that voice all too well. It was Meng Jian, and her name was mentioned, without a hint of suspicion. She leaned against the door, retrieving her phone under the pretense of texting, while her ears strained to catch the conversation within. "Miss Meng, did you summon me here just to tell me that?" Came a high-pitched voice, tinged with impatience. "Don't you like her? I'm merely providing you with a tidbit of information. Yun Siqing will definitely be heading to the changing room upstairs tonight. Whether you can seize the opportunity depends on you." "Su Xiao," Meng Jian's voice, sweet yet laced with malice, echoed with a hint of glee. Hearing footsteps approach, Yun Siqing quickly slipped away, concealing herself within a restroom stall. Emerging from the utility room, Meng Jian wore a smug smile, confident that by the end of the night, Yun Siqing would be utterly disgraced. How could that little vixen ever hope to marry her charming brother? Perhaps in her next life. She strutted away on her delicate high heels, her steps light and clearly brimming with delight. Yun Siqing remained hidden in the stall, her mind racing. That Su Xiao must be Sun, and who was Su Tsin? In the imperial capital, he was a name known to all. Relying on the power of the Su family and her father's official status, Su Tsin brazenly wreaked havoc in the imperial capital, committing all manner of transgressions. Yet, Su Tsin's gravest flaw lay in her lecherous nature. More importantly, she had once offended Meng Jiro during their childhood, but due to her status as a daughter of the Yun family, Su Tsin had been unable to retaliate. Now, alas, it seemed that Meng Jiro's aspirations might very well be dashed. She was uncertain of what would unfold, yet it was clear that the wicked would ultimately reap what they sowed. Her delicate, fair feet fell soundlessly upon the grass, with a slight curve of her crimson lips. She resembled a mischievous sprite amidst the night, enchanting and vibrant. Gracefully lifting her jade-like arms, she brushed back the wisps of hair at her temples, then lowered her gaze to elegantly smooth the mildly creased hem of her gown before slipping on the small stilettos she held in her hand. Making her way into the banquet hall with poise, that I end the banquet hall, the lights flickered and laughter echoed. She casually picked up a glass of champagne, retreating to a less conspicuous corner where she took a seat. As clouds passed, the silvery moonlight streamed into the changing room on the second floor. "Beautiful one? Little beauty, are you in there? Come out, my dear." Su Tsin's greasy voice reverberated in the quiet space. Chapter 17. The Trap, Part 3, Taking Advantage of the Moonlight. Su Tsin ambled toward the changing room, the silence within the room palpable. Whether it was the effects of the alcohol or the exertion from climbing the stairs, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The air conditioning seemed a tad too warm, prompting Su Tsin to loosen his tie and shirt, revealing a chest thick with hair. According to Meng Jiro, the enchanting Yun Siqing, daughter of the Yun family, would grace this changing room tonight. The thought delighted him. Even if the woman deceived him, he had little to lose by coming. Throughout the evening, he had kept a keen eye on Yun Siqing's movements. And to his astonishment, he discovered she had indeed entered the changing room, that a glint of wickedness flashed in his eyes at the memory of her slender, graceful figure, and a lascivious smile crept across his lips. With a multitude of guests downstairs, no one would stumble upon this secluded spot, leaving her at his mercy. Afterward, he could escalate the situation, tarnishing her reputation and ensuring she would be forced to marry him, thus granting him the freedom to do as he pleased. Moreover, it would provide an opportunity to undermine the Yun family, a twofold victory that his father would surely endorse as he reveled in his thoughts. The door to the changing room creaked open, revealing an empty space within. The curtains hung quietly, and Su Tsin remained oblivious to the open window behind him. Where is the beauty? She was just here. Confusion filled his eyes. He had followed Yun Siqing inside, and she could not have lingered long before he arrived. The room was scarcely large enough for her to hide. Irritated, he searched with narrowed eyes, shaking his head in frustration that he could not discern what the foul woman Meng Jiro had poured into his drink. The potency seemed considerable. Just as his annoyance peaked, he suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. With a flick of the switch, the lights illuminated the room. To his surprise, a hefty shadow lunged at him from behind. He had no time to react before he fell to the ground. "Ah, help! Let me go!" A woman's scream pierced the air as he found himself ensnared in an unfamiliar embrace. The soundproofing of the changing room was exceptional. No one heard Meng Jiro's cries for help. The second-floor changing room was already secluded, with hardly a soul around. Despair began to wash over her as she realized that the footsteps approaching were not those of her mother, Meng Yuru, but rather an ominous multitude. In a moment of sheer panic, she felt her heart race as the footsteps drew closer, resonating in her ears like a ticking bomb. Finally, Su Tsin sighed in satisfaction. With a pleased expression, he straightened his clothes and stood over the flustered woman beneath him, a glint of cunning in his gaze that, Yun Siqing, you have finally fallen into my grasp. You shall not escape. With a click, the door swung open, exposing their compromising position to a group of well-dressed ladies entering the room. Meng Jiro's eyes were red, tears still glistening on her cheeks, her carefully styled hair now a disheveled mess. The wealthy women, astute and perceptive, immediately grasped the nature of the scene before them. Startled by the intrusion, Meng Jiro stood frozen, while Su Tsin, equally disheveled, wore an expression of disbelief that he hadn't summoned anyone. Why had they barged in? His gaze shifted from the doorway to Meng Jiro on the floor. Transitioning from shock to clarity, and finally to malice, it wasn't Yun Siqing. It was Meng Zhiro. The realization struck him. Meng Zhiro had orchestrated this trap to ensnare him. How dare she, a mere stepdaughter, attempt to manipulate him? A shrill scream from the crowd jolted Su Cun back to reality. With a resounding slap, he struck Meng Zhiro across the face with all his might. Stunned, she stumbled backward, clutching her rapidly swelling cheek in disbelief, while Su Cun's face twisted in anger and disdain. "You shameless wretch! How dare you tamper with my drink, and then seduce me?" he bellowed. His fury palpable. If anyone were to witness this, it would not only tarnish the Su family's reputation, but also compel his father to force him into a union with her. If it were Yun Siqing, perhaps it would have been bearable, but to be shackled to Meng Zhiro, the loathsome woman, would be a grievous misfortune. The group of wealthy ladies stared in astonishment at the unfolding drama, while the sound of hurried footsteps approached, likely from the servants on the second floor drawn by the commotion. They had come, initially persuaded by Meng Yuru, to freshen up their makeup and attire, only to inadvertently witness this disgraceful episode. All eyes turned to the central figure of this scandal, and then instinctively shifted to Meng Yuru at the doorway. Chapter 18. May I request a dance? For the unexpected protagonist of this incident was none other than Meng Yuru's daughter. Meng Zhiro. Meng Yuru, momentarily taken aback, gripped the doorknob, her stunning visage reflecting disbelief as her dark brows knitted in confusion. Initially, she had been filled with glee at the prospect of witnessing Yun Siqing's downfall. Having been informed by Ji Yin that she would likely encounter a scandalous scene in the changing room, she had long harbored disdain for the little vixen, having failed to eliminate her 3 years prior. Thus, she was all too eager to bear witness to this moment, she had brought along her circle of affluent friends, intending to serve as a witness to this debacle. However, upon entering, she was met not with the sight of Yun Siqing being humiliated, but rather her precious daughter, Zhiro, who was now covering her face in distress. "Mom!" Meng Zhiro's anguished cry snapped Meng Yuru back to reality. In her shock, she rushed to her daughter, who stood vulnerable and trembling, her fair skin exposed to the gaze of the onlookers. Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Yuru snatched a coat from the nearby wardrobe, enveloping her daughter in its warmth. Su Cun, "You scoundrel! How dare you lay a hand on my daughter?" Meng Yuru disregarded her image entirely. Her stunningly beautiful face had now twisted into a grotesque mask of rage, her eyes ablaze with fury as she howled accusations at Su Cun, undeterred by her scorn. Su Cun remained resolute. This confrontation was precisely the scenario he had envisioned. Only the target had shifted from Yun Siqing to Meng Zhiro. Shameless, she seduced me, tampered with my drink, and lured me to the dressing room. Realizing the most prudent course of action, Su Cun decided to bypass the portion involving Yun Siqing and cast all the blame upon Meng Zhiro. Upon hearing Su Cun's words, Meng Zhiro was engulfed by a wave of dread and panic. She had indeed meddled with Su Cun's drink and led him to the dressing room, but it was solely because Yun Siqing was expected to be there. Yes, it was all that wretched Yun Siqing's fault. If that little harlot had been in the dressing room, it would have been her suffering the consequences, not Meng Zhiro. "You lie." Overwhelmed by fear, Meng Zhiro could only refute him, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as they glared at Su Cun. Observing the astonished faces of those around him, Su Cun exhibited an air of confidence that "Don't believe me. Let us check the surveillance. There are no cameras in the dressing room or banquet hall. But there are in the storage area." With Meng Zhiro denying everything, he seized the opportunity to strike back. Meng Zhiro felt her body go limp, collapsing into a daze. Her heart plummeted into an abyss of darkness. She hadn't realized there were cameras nearby. Her mind was consumed with the delight of ruining Yun Siqing's reputation and the joy of trampling her beneath her heel, leaving no room for concern about the presence of surveillance. She assumed, since there were no cameras in the banquet hall, that the storage area would be devoid of them as well. Seeing the despair on Meng Zhiro's face, a flicker of triumph crossed Su Cun's countenance. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. "What is happening?" inquired a male server from outside the door. Upon witnessing the scene within, the gathered aristocratic ladies instinctively parted to grant him passage. The server swiftly assessed the room's situation, his expression transitioning from shock to calm comprehension. As one engaged in the service industry, he promptly dispersed the crowd and firmly closed the door, temporarily quelling the chaos. Yet, the gossiping women were the most potent sources of information, and their disdainful expressions towards Meng Xiren were palpable as they eagerly spread the sensational news throughout the gathering that Jiu Lijing had only just arrived after Yun Siqing's departure, spotting Su Chen stealthily following her as he ascended the stairs. His indifferent gaze was suddenly shrouded in frost. Concealing himself around the corner, he observed Su Chen lurking at the dressing room door with a smirk, and moments later, he pushed the door open. He was not particularly concerned for the young lady. Rather, he worried about this rotund young man that Jiu Lijing had witnessed Yun Siqing's skills and knew she could easily handle him. But the thought of her being with another man ignited a flicker of malevolence in his eyes. Just as he was about to approach, he noticed a petite woman loitering at the dressing room entrance, a mischievous smile playing upon her lips as she held her phone. The Jiu Lijing's eyes narrowed. It seemed this was a well-orchestrated trap aimed at ensnaring his little girl. The door suddenly swung open, and illuminated by the light, Gu Lijing caught a glimpse of Su Chen lunging towards Meng Xiren. His gaze darkened, the sharpness of his jaw tightening, that he restrained his steps, preparing to descend, thinking that if they sought to harm his little girl, they would reap what they sowed. That he knew, without a doubt, that she had likely fled. That as he sauntered down the stairs nonchalantly, his hawk-like eyes scanned the hall. The warm, yellow lighting set the perfect ambience in the banquet hall, where none were aware of the drama unfolding in the dressing room above. At last, a petite, graceful figure emerged, seated not far from the stairway. Clad in a resplendent blue gown, her skin appeared even more alabaster, with soft, slightly curled hair playfully framing her face. Her lips were a deep crimson, and her expression radiated a fresh yet alluring smile, albeit directed at a stranger beside her rather than him. His hand, casually resting against the banister, clenched tightly, and inexplicable anger flared within him, his gaze deepening, becoming shadowy and frigid. Suddenly, a romantic, rhythmic melody resonated throughout the banquet hall, drawing everyone towards the central dance floor. The Jiu Lijing, exuding an air of icy authority in his black suit, appeared as regal as a medieval king, his presence commanding utmost respect. The light from the crystal chandelier glimmered in his dark eyes, intensifying their luster as he fixed his gaze upon her. Elegantly adorned and impeccably made up, the figure danced gracefully in the center, while Yun Siqing, seated in a corner, sipped her champagne, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes sparkling like stars. That it was evident that the woman had devised a complex scheme to ruin her, aiming to ensure she would never wed Lin Xinqing. However, having thwarted their plot, Yun Siqing could now relax and enjoy the evening without trepidation, a subtle smile gracing her lips. At that moment, a man approached, casually placing a champagne on the table. That he bowed slightly, extending his hand with a gentlemanly smile. "Might I request the pleasure of a dance with this beautiful lady?" Yun Siqing raised her gaze, meeting the eyes of the man clad in a white suit, who appeared both handsome and refined. Feeling in high spirits, she considered accepting the invitation, slowly lifting her hand to meet his. "Not so fast," that a low, chilling voice interjected, akin to ancient ice, laced with suppressed anger. Crashing down around them, her beautiful eyes shifted, landing upon a familiar face. As if ignoring the interruption, she smiled coyly, her fingers inching closer to the man's hand. Chapter 19. Please stop crying. Unexpectedly, the man in the white suit recoiled as if confronted by royalty, his expression betraying fear. Stammering, he uttered, "Gu Shao, step aside." The man cast a sidelong glance, his thin lips curling slightly. As if granted clemency, the man in white bowed deeply and hastily retreated, recognizing that he dared not vie for attention with Gu Shao. With only the two of them remaining, the lights dimmed, illuminating the dance floor. Yun Siqing's expression reflected displeasure as she regarded the man before her. In the dim light, he maintained a rigid jaw, his thin lips pressed tightly together, emanating an icy aura. His piercing gaze remained fixed upon her. Yun Siqing, aloof, cast a disinterested glance at him, disregarding the coldness radiating from him. "Who are you? Who are you to dictate my actions?" Gu Lijing's eyes narrowed, the chill surrounding him intensifying as he coldly observed her. Yun Siqing. The man offered no further explanation, merely uttering her name as he advanced towards her, finally sensing a hint of danger. She lifted her skirt, attempting to flee, only to have her wrist captured firmly by him. The music continued, the dancers swaying rhythmically, Oblivious to the tension brewing in the corner, Ji Yulijing's gaze remained unflinching, disregarding the surrounding crowd as he tightened his grip on her wrist, leading her forward. Yun Siqing, indignant, felt as though this man bore a grudge against her wrist. The delicate skin turned crimson under his grasp, and she struggled, expecting him to relent as he had before. Yet Gu Lijing's hold only tightened, his pace unwavering. She, in her high heels, struggled to keep up with him, that a rebellious spirit flared within her. Why was he preventing her from dancing with another man and acting irate? Who was he to her? They were hardly acquainted. Gu Lijing, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with a hint of tears, her eyes reddening. Her lips pursed, the Ji Yulijing halted, turning to cast a cold gaze her way. Her autumn-like eyes met his, seemingly tinged with a touch of grievance, that a flicker of something stirred within Gu Lijing as he observed her high heels. Without hesitation, he scooped her up, striding forward with long, confident strides that as the music faded, the fresh air enveloped them, the scent of unknown flowers enticing Yun Siqing to inhale deeply. Yet to Gu Lijing, her breaths sounded like muffled sobs. He tightened his embrace around her, as if to offer solace. Within the confines of a black Rolls-Royce, Gu Lijing sat in the back seat, Yun Siqing nestled on his lap. The driver had been dispatched into the banquet hall. The fragrance emanating from her gradually enveloped him, soothing the chill that lingered in his demeanor. "Please stop crying," he murmured, his deep, gravelly voice contrasting with his stern expression, carrying an unexpected tenderness as he gently comforted her. Yun Siqing, upon hearing his voice, felt a flicker of surprise. How had this man become so gentle all of a sudden? She gently sniffled, her nose tinged with a rosy hue, as the soft strands of her hair brushed lightly against the man's resolute chin due to her movements. Reluctant to respond to him, she had never successfully fled from him before, so she chose not to struggle, sitting quietly while occasionally sniffling, her eyes glistening with moisture, exuding an irresistible charm. In Gu Lijing's eyes. She appeared as a little girl, nestled in his embrace, still sobbing softly. That moment, the pent-up fury within him suddenly dissipated. The Ji Yulijing reached out, caressing the delicate contours of her face, soft and tender, gently lifting her chin. "You must not dance with other men, nor spend time in their company." Hearing the man's domineering tone, which seemed almost a matter of course, Yun Siqing lazily raised her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. The man's dark eyes were fixed upon her, his expression radiating an indescribable depth of affection and tenderness, akin to the thawing waters of a lake after a harsh winter. Rippling with emotion, she found herself momentarily entranced that if this man were not entangled with other women, if he were to pursue her with genuine intent, she would undoubtedly succumb to him. However, she was not a mere plaything to be toyed with. The affection she desired was singular and exclusive, not shared with others while being entwined with her. Ji Yulijing, her soft, pink lips parted slightly. Uttering his name, Ji Yulijing cherished the way Yun Siqing called him. Her voice cool and gentle, imbued with a hint of melodic undertone that softened his heart. The man responded with a low, contemplative hum, his tone slightly elevated, his eyelids lowering as he gazed down at her face. "Why can you engage with other women while I cannot be with other men? Do we have any connection?" I recall clearly delineating our boundaries. Yun Siqing followed his gaze, her expression detached and aloof. Gu Lijing's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his stern visage, soon replaced by confusion. Was he involved with other women? Over the years, not even a cleaning lady dared approach him, let alone any other woman. No one had ever suggested he was entangled with anyone else. What had Lu Hong said last time? There were rumors circulating, claiming he was impotent and had a preference for men. Yet, he had never paid heed to such gossip. It was merely Lu Hong relaying information to him. Moreover, the opinions of others held no significance to him. Was there new gossip circulating? More importantly, did the young girl believe it? It seemed the time had come to cleanse the chaotic media landscape. A shadow of darkness gradually clouded his gaze, turning icy. Suddenly, the image of Ning Huan, who had stood beside him at the beginning of the banquet, flashed through his mind, a slight smile curling his lips. His entire demeanor exuding an unearthly charm. With a penetrating gaze, his bright black eyes locked onto Yun Siqing. "Are you jealous?" Drawing the girl in his arms closer, Gu Lijing chuckled softly. "She has no connection to me. She insisted on accompanying me." He had never felt the need to explain himself to anyone, especially not a young girl. Yet, she was the exception. He wished to eliminate any misunderstanding she might harbor. Upon hearing his words, Yin Siqing's expression flickered with discomfort. Jealous? Why would she feel such a thing? Contemplating this, her red lips parted as she spoke. Who is jealous? Why would I be jealous? Your affairs are irrelevant to me. We have no connection to Jiyu. Lijing did not respond. The nature of their connection was not for her to determine. Did I ask someone causing you trouble today? His gaze deepened, his fingers, defined and strong, gently grasping her hand as he intently regarded her. What does that have to do with you? I can handle my own matters. Yin Siqing's eyes sparkled as she attempted to withdraw her hand, yet he held it firmly against his chest, rendering her unable to escape. Then he leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear, his sturdy chest like a wall of heat that don't move. His voice was husky and restrained, resonating in her ear that a blush crept across her cheeks. She was no fool. Sitting on his lap, she could distinctly sense the man's physical reaction, rendering her stiff as a board, too afraid to move. This man. Chapter 20, Then you must first pursue me. Silence enveloped the car, the villa's streetlights casting a dim, yellow glow. Observing the little girl in his embrace suddenly frozen in fear, Gu Lijing couldn't help but chuckle, pulling her in closer. Yin Siqing, there are no other women by my side. You are the first. His voice was low, pausing momentarily, his expression serious and solemn. I am earnest. The car remained quiet, and through his shirt, Yin Siqing could distinctly feel the rapid thrum of his heartbeat beneath his tightly clasped hands. A rhythm slightly faster than normal, laced with a trace of tension and excitement. Yin Siqing was puzzled. Could this be a confession? Why? She heard her own astonished voice resonate amid the sound of her heartbeat. Holding the girl's hand against his heart, Gu Lijing smiled softly. His laughter was clear and deep, akin to a mountain spring cascading over stones. Why? He mused, unaware of the reason. Did he, Gu Lijing, a man of the world, truly fall for a young girl at first sight, searching for her for 3 years, convinced she was the only one for him? A vision of a resolute and solitary girl under the moonlight from years past suddenly merged with the profile of the girl in his arms. I only desire you. His voice was gentle and earnest, yet hoarse. Yin Siqing felt astonished. His tone suggested they were long-time lovers. Alas, that was not the case. She lifted her gaze, the tenderness in the man's eyes causing her to momentarily lose focus. Her eyes seemingly shrouded in a misty haze, her lips slightly parted as she gazed dreamily at Gu Lijing. In the depths of his eyes, it seemed as though stars twinkled. Jiyu Lijing felt the taut string of his heart snap. Abandoning his restrained composure, he leaned down to capture her lips. Yin Siqing widened her eyes, letting out a muffled sound, her ungrasped hand instinctively attempting to push him away, though aware of her intentions. The man firmly grasped her wrist, guiding her hand to encircle his waist, drawing her closer. This motion brought them even nearer, leaving no space between them. Without granting her an opportunity to think, he pressed his lips against hers, the air around them growing increasingly scarce, as if she were suffocating. Even more audaciously, should she show any sign of retreat, he would deepen the kiss, rendering her utterly breathless. Her body began to weaken. The other hand entwined with his at the center of his chest, with no support, her arms instinctively wrapping around his lean waist. Releasing her hand, Gu Lijing encircled her slender waist, drawing her even closer. The minty scent intensified. She felt as if she were on the verge of suffocating, ready to perish in the man's embrace. Suddenly feeling faint, Yin Siqing leaned entirely into Gu Lijing's arms. Days. The man released her lips, holding her close, his breath warm against her neck. For a long while, the car was filled with uneven breaths, entwined, intimate, indistinguishable as to whether they belonged to her or him. Once their breathing steadied, Yin Siqing gently pulled away, her hand resting lightly against his firm chest. Jiyu Lijing, still buried in her neck, lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with affection, filled with profound longing, gazing at her. Yin Siqing's fair complexion was now tinged with a faint blush, her lips alluring, her eyes misty, with strands of hair framing her face, enhancing her allure. Her delicate hand slowly drifted from his chest upwards, gently caressing his lips, her thumb tracing the shape of his mouth inch by inch. That moment, Yin Siqing's upper body pressed softly against his chest, while his Adam's apple bobbed enticingly, attempting to seize her wayward hand. Yet she held it firmly in place. Jiyu Lijing, she murmured, her lips parting slightly. The man reclined lazily against the seat, his chiseled jawline taut, his nose elegantly straight, and his profile sharply defined, exuding an infuriatingly seductive aura. "Hmm?" he responded, his tone subtly elevated, his chin slightly raised, nearly rendering her incapable of restraint. You fancy me." The sound of his voice, laced with a venomous allure, echoed within the confines of the car. Yun Siqing's eyes deepened, resembling a doe gazing at Gu Lijing. "Isn't it obvious?" Gu Lijing's gaze darkened, ready to lean in closer, prepare to kiss her once more. Yun Siqing quickly turned her head away, his heated lips landing on her delicate neck. The man looked at her with evident dissatisfaction, his lean face breaking through the softness, turning icy. "Then you must first pursue me." Yun Siqing's voice, tinged with urgency, broke the tension, feeling the heaviness of the man's breath, causing her heart to race. Upon hearing her response, Gu Lijing's brows arched slightly. Did she truly believe she could escape? With her slightly parted thin lips about to utter words, the sudden ringing of a mobile phone interrupted her. The man's brow furrowed as he retrieved his phone from his pocket, his fingers gliding effortlessly across the screen. Positioned too close, Yun Siqing easily caught a glimpse of a name displayed: Ning Huan. In the confined space, the delicate female voice resonated sharply, laced with a teasing lilt. "Jing Gij. Where have you gone? I can't seem to find you anywhere." Ning Huan deliberately elongated her tone, exuding a charming, melodious coquetry. Tonight, Ning Huan's entrance alongside Gu Liqing into the banquet hall had already stirred considerable commotion, a feat she had tirelessly petitioned her brother, Ning Yunzhou, to arrange for her. After much persuasion, he had reluctantly acquiesced, enlisting Gu Liqing to escort her. Ning Yunzhou had cautioned her repeatedly to avoid provoking Gu Liqing. However, she had skillfully devised a plan, if her Jing Gij was willing to bring her along. It surely indicated his interest. She must seize this golden opportunity to prompt him to acknowledge their connection before another woman ensnared him. Thus, she had deliberately tipped off reporters, ensuring that the renowned Gu Xiao would be present at the Lin family soiree. The journalists would not overlook such a prime headline, especially considering it involved Gu Liqing. Little did she anticipate that the woman would reappear today, leaving her without sight of Gu Liqing. "Where I go is of no concern to you," the man remarked, his thin lips curling slightly, his deep voice tinged with a subtle chill that it was not a question, but rather a mere statement, eliciting a shiver of apprehension. Ning Huan's expression momentarily faltered. "Jing Gij. I merely..." The phone screen flashed red as the call abruptly ended. Ning Huan, filled with indignation, tossed the device onto the table, her face a picture of grievance. It must be that woman who had lured her Jing Gij away. She would not let this transgression go unpunished. Inside the vehicle, Gu Liqing casually tossed the phone onto the seat. Upon hearing the woman's voice on the line, Yun Siqing felt a flicker of discontent. Was this what he deemed of no relation? Such a familiar tone, and yet he claimed it was nothing. Gu Liqing had never regarded Ning Huan with any seriousness, as if nothing had transpired. His large hand rested on her shoulder, only for the woman in his embrace to suddenly shove his hand away, struggling to extricate herself from his hold. "Yun Siqing, stop fussing." The man ensnared her once more. "Who is fussing? You are unworthy and have already been dismissed," she retorted, pressing her hands against his chest, her gaze rife with disdain as she regarded him. "Why?" A hint of childlike confusion flickered across Gu Liqing's brows as he regarded the woman in his arms. "You were just saying you could chase after me. I haven't even begun yet." The intricacies of a woman's heart are indeed as elusive as a needle in the ocean, difficult to decipher. Yun Siqing's eyes narrowed as she was about to retort, but a glance out the window caught her attention, causing her gaze to sharpen. Gu Liqing awaited her response, only to find her eyes fixated intently on the scene outside the car. A throng gathered at the entrance of the banquet hall, a sea of bodies, with the blinding flashes of cameras cutting through the night like meteors. Chapter 21. A beauty that captivates all at that moment. The entrance to the banquet hall was abuzz with activity. The security personnel of the Lin family were attempting to quell the frenzy of reporters armed with cameras, the crowd surging restlessly. Lin Yuanxiao, accompanied by his secretary, emerged at the doorway, causing the tumult to gradually subside, the blinding flashes illuminating the scene like a storm of light. "That I hear today's unexpected subject is the adopted daughter of President Tang of the Yun Corporation and the young Master Suitsun of the Su family. Is that correct?" It seems this incident was not an accident, but rather a scheme orchestrated by Miss Meng. Am I right? Do you believe this incident will impact the Su and Yun families? Will the Lin family benefit from this event? Mr. Lin, given that the incident occurred at your villa, could you provide a statement? The reporters possessed an animalistic instinct for news, rushing to the scene as soon as they caught wind of a story. The two paparazzi summoned by Ning Huan had initially aimed to unearth exclusive information about Gu Liqing. After all, as the CEO of the Gu Corporation, he was a figure of great interest in the capital. Yet public information about him was scarce. Thus, any tidbit could become a sensational headline. Upon hearing that Gu Liqing would indeed make an appearance tonight, they wasted no time and hurried over, only to find that in addition to capturing photos of Ning Huan and Gu Liqing together, they had stumbled upon a sensational scoop involving Tang Jinsong's adopted daughter and the Su family's explosive news. After securing this exclusive information, they promptly disseminated it among their peers, igniting a frenzy. Brother, you mentioned that Gu Xiao's news is scarce throughout the year, yet when it does surface, it's this explosive. The two paparazzi, not yet mingling with the crowd, were secretively discussing off to the side, one holding a camera and addressing the other. Humph. Let them dig for Su's news. It pales in comparison. What we have is the real exclusive scoop. The other nodded in satisfaction, eyeing the photos on the camera. In the images, Gu Liqing stood tall, clad in a black suit, exuding an air of icy elegance. His chiseled profile was striking, the angles sharp and defined, radiating a commanding presence that in his arms. He cradled a woman dressed in a deep blue evening gown. Her face was obscured, her petite frame alluring, the delicate calves peeking from beneath the gown, evoking curiosity. Her hands pressed against the man's chest, her blurred side profile exuding an air of vulnerability, as if she bore an expression of grievance. It was well known that Gu Liqing had long maintained a distance from women, leading many to speculate about his preferences, yet no evidence had ever surfaced. Initially, people assumed he had an interest in Lu Heng of the Lu family, but it appeared that Lu Heng showed little interest in either gender, leaving the paparazzi empty-handed for years, and no wonder there had been no scandal for years. It turned out he had a stunning beauty hidden away. One paparazzo gazed at the woman in the photo with a gleam in his eye. She appeared quite young. Why hide her? Yet, Gu Xiao was indeed a fortunate man. Even a side profile could reveal her breathtaking beauty. Were she to enter the entertainment industry, she would undoubtedly be an A-list star. As the two exchanged excited remarks, chaos reigned outside the villa. Regarding this incident, we urge everyone not to speculate. The Lin family will provide an official response. So please await further information, Lin Yuanxiao stated, taken aback by the unexpected turmoil at his own soir. However, as the president of the Lin family, he had weathered many storms and deftly dismissed the reporters with an official statement before being escorted into the villa by his assistant. Mr. Lin, could you please respond? Outside, the reporters continued to jostle for more information, eager to extract any available details. Yun Xiqing observed the scene from a distance, a smirk playing on her lips. Those who harm others ultimately bring harm upon themselves. She mused, recalling the wisdom passed down through generations. The following morning, at the Yun family's ancestral home. Look at the daughter you've raised. What kind of mischief has she gotten into? Tang Jinsong hurled the newspaper onto the floor in fury, his face a mask of rage as he confronted Meng Yuru. The headline blared in bold letters about the scandal involving the Yun family's adopted daughter, alongside a photo of Meng Jiran, disheveled and being assisted into a vehicle that in stark contrast. Suitsun was mentioned only in passing, his image blurred and inconspicuous, despite public perception that Meng Jiran was not Tang Jinsong's biological daughter. The headline nonetheless connected her to the Yun family. Tang Jinsong needed no further deduction. It was clear that this was the handiwork of Suitsun's cunning father, though Suitsun had also been dragged into the fray. The narrative unequivocally pinned the blame on Meng Jiran, with the spotlight firmly on the Yun family. The repercussions for the Su family were minimal compared to those for the Yun family, who suffered significantly. Since the newspaper's publication, the Yun family's stock plummeted to unprecedented lows, severely impacting the company. Tang Jinsong's hair turned gray with worry as he was besieged by reporters at the entrance. Unable to withstand the pressure, he ultimately retreated with the assistance of security. Moreover, Lin Yuanxiao had just called, suggesting that the proposed union between their families required serious reconsideration. Such an overt hint could not be lost on Tang Jinsong. The Yun family had become a pariah. Everyone was avoiding them like the plague. With a crash, Tang Jinsong overturned the cups on the table in a fit of rage. Meng Yuru had not yet removed her makeup from the previous night. Her face streaked with tears, the remnants of foundation marred by her distress. Though she endured Tang Jinsong's scathing rebuke in silence, her heart ached with injustice, tears streaming down her cheeks. Thinking of Meng Jiran, who was recovering upstairs, her heart sank further. Keep your voice down. After such a tumultuous event, Ranran has been deeply affected. Do not frighten her. Currently, Meng Jiran was like a thorn in Tang Jinsong's side. She has been traumatized at such a young age. It's all you're doing. Engaging in such sordid affairs has brought disgrace upon me. Catching sight of Yun Siqing descending the stairs, he continued, even the marriage prospects with the Lin family have been ruined by this unfilial daughter. Meng Yuru simply sat on the sofa, weeping, her shoulders trembling slightly. What did that little vixen's affairs have to do with her? Her Ranan was in such turmoil, and she was utterly at a loss as to how to handle it. A shadow of despair loomed over everyone in the house, with the exception of Yun Siqing. Upon hearing Tang Jinsong's words, Yun Siqing felt a flicker of joy in her heart that it seemed the marriage alliance had been called off, and there was no longer any need for concern. Yet the performance still had to be completed, and with a furrowed brow and a face etched with worry, Yun Siqing approached. Aunt Meng, how is Sister Jiruan? I feared she might be too distressed, so I didn't dare visit her. Unaware of the events from the previous night, Meng Yuru felt it inappropriate to vent her frustrations at Yun Siqing in front of Tang Jinsong. She straightened her posture, brushed her hair back, and hoarsely replied, It's nothing. She was given a sedative and is still asleep, and no sooner had she spoken than they were drawn to the sound of Meng Jin's frantic call. Chapter 22. The Marriage Alliance is Cancelled. Dad. Mom. Look. Meng Jian rushed over in a state of panic, displaying the information on her tablet for Tang Jinsong and Meng Yuru to see. She swiped the screen, revealing a headline in bold letters. Meng Jiruan, the stepdaughter of the CEO of Meng Corporation, openly seduces Su Corporation's heir. Susan, the topic had already trended on Weibo and gone viral. Clicking on it, the homepage showcased a video with millions of views, captured by a surveillance camera in the storage room. The footage panned to a corner of the storage room and banquet hall, where a small figure could be discerned, indistinctly a woman, who stealthily slipped something into a wine glass before handing it to a man nearby. The two conversed face to face, their identities and expressions obscured. Before long, they moved toward the storage room. As their faces gradually came into focus, it was unmistakably Meng Jiruan and Su Tsin. Before the video could finish, Tang Jinsong, witnessing the scene, immediately swung his arm, striking Meng Yuru, and began to berate her. When he learned of the information yesterday, reporters had already surrounded him. He had escaped but was still inundated with inquiries from the press, completely unaware of the existence of this surveillance footage. Yun Siqing watched the video from a distance, her heart sinking as she cautiously checked her phone for the clip. If it captured the storage room, she too would undoubtedly be visible in the footage. If Meng Yuru saw her, it would surely spell trouble. Originally, she could have extricated herself from this situation. Even if Meng Jiruan informed Meng Yuru, they wouldn't have any evidence to implicate her in the matter. To her surprise, after reviewing the video, she realized her face was obscured, the thick mosaic rendering her unrecognizable. That a flicker of confusion crossed her mind, that if Su Corporation had released the video, given the character of Su Tsin and his father, they would not pass up such a prime opportunity to drag her down with them. Just as she pondered this, her phone suddenly vibrated with an unfamiliar number. The commotion in the living room was overwhelming. Feeling utterly wronged after being struck by Tang Jinsong, Meng Yuru began to raise a ruckus. Yun Siqing retreated to her room, swiping the screen before placing the phone to her ear. Hello? Upon hearing Yun Siqing's voice, Gu Lijing's eyes gleamed with amusement. Little girl, the man's steady voice emerged, laced with a hint of hoarseness that Gu Lijing. How does he have my number? Why is he calling me? Yun Siqing absent-mindedly fiddled with the satin ribbon of her pajamas. How do you intend to handle Su Corporation? The man's tone was nonchalant, as if discussing a mere insect rather than a renowned enterprise in the capital. The earlier video flashed in her mind, and Yun Siqing began to connect the dots. This man, whatever, if he wanted to intervene, let him. With his capabilities, he would remain unscathed. As for Su Corporation, Yun Siqing paced her room, her finger tapping her temple as she contemplated her next move. Not hearing a response, Gu Lijing remained unhurried, lazily leaning against the wall, one hand holding the phone while the other absently drummed his fingers on the table. Sui stood respectfully nearby. When had their boss become so patient? Realizing his own fortunate circumstances, Sui bowed slightly, wiping the sweat from his brow. That MY sister is so fond of suits and... What can I do? A glimmer of cunning flickered in Yun Siqing's eyes as she corked her lips. Speaking lightly, that he had anticipated she would say that. Understood, he seemed to envision the little girl grinning like a cunning fox, and Gu Lijing chuckled softly. However, it merely benefited Su Corporation, and a shadow of indifference crossed his gaze. Yun Siqing. The man called her name, his eyes lifting slightly. Sui caught the hint, nodded, and quietly closed the door behind him. Gu Lijing reclined, leaning back in his chair, casually undoing a button on his shirt. What about Lin Corporation? The man's expression darkened slightly, a glint of coldness flaring in his eyes. Lin Corporation? What does that have to do with Lin Corporation? They weren't involved, Yun Siqing replied offhandedly. Marriage alliance, that he uttered the words flatly, and the man's brow furrowed slightly. The reason for exacerbating the situation and aiding Su Corporation in releasing that video was merely to draw Yun Corporation into the fray. Ensuring that Lin Corporation would abandon any thoughts of an alliance with the young lady, that as for whether Yun Corporation would rise from the ashes, he needed to gauge the little girl's stance. Yun Siqing understood now. So that was the matter at hand, that it's been cancelled. Lin Yuanxiao personally called my father. Upon recalling the incident, a note of excitement crept into Yun Siqing's voice. She hadn't anticipated such simplicity. Nor that her earlier conversation with Lin Qingcheng would prove unnecessary. That a brief silence ensued. The Gu Lijing's earlier annoyance was quickly soothed by the lightness in Yun Siqing's tone. The man relaxed, a faint smile gracing his lips. All right. Yun Siqing, see you on Monday. Yun Siqing stared at the screen in bewilderment. Was that the reason for his call? With a gentle swipe, she ended the call. Monday? He is not my boss. Glancing at her phone, she suddenly burst into laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon. Delicately, she tapped the screen with her fingers painted in nude polish, then contentedly placed her phone beside her bed and lay down. Contact saved as Gu Bingquai. After all, every time she encountered him, he wore an icy expression as frigid as an iceberg. That was quite fitting. Yun Siqing rolled over on her bed, clutching a pillow. In the office of the CEO of Gu Corporation. Gu Lijing instructed. Let Sui in. He dialed his assistant's extension. Young master, you called for me? Sui appeared with a cheerful demeanor. He was like a little worm in the belly of his boss, sharing in his joy. After all, who would turn away from money? Working for Gu Lijing, he was always in a position to receive monetary rewards when the mood struck. This was the wisdom he had accumulated as the favored assistant. Moreover, after so many years of being single, Gu Lijing had finally found a young lady. Though he was unaware of what had transpired in the past, he knew how long it had taken to find her. The couple was sought after by many. Yet he had exclusive access. With this thought, his grin widened, eagerly gazing at Gu Lijing. Gu Lijing. Noticing the slightly sticky gaze, Gu Lijing's expression remained indifferent as he shot a glance at Sui. Sui, yes. Sui continued to beam. Leaning forward, Gu Lijing's piercing gaze seemed to carry a hint of disdain, but he quickly masked his expression, returning to his usual stern demeanor. That matter with Su Corporation ends here. Understood. Young master. Sui's eyes briefly flickered with surprise, but he quickly responded. Was it really going to be let go just like that? After a slight pause, Gu Lijing continued. Prepare the 55th floor. We'll visit Yun Corporation on Monday. Contact Tang Jinsong in advance. Sui froze momentarily, having been by Gu Lijing's side for many years. He was all too familiar with that expression. That meant the scheming had begun, and he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow, pondering who might be in for some misfortune. Yet, knowing that he wouldn't be the one to suffer, he couldn't help but feel amused that it was akin to a dramatic change of face in Peking opera. Yes, young master. You may leave. The man looked down, a faint smile gracing the corners of his lips, his long fingers deftly signing documents. Considering Meng Jiruan's psychological state, Meng Yiru opted not to send her to the hospital, but instead called for a private doctor for round-the-clock care. Outside the door, the doctor remarked, the marks on her skin will fade in a few days. As for the most severe issue, she has a tear in her lower body, which has been treated. Just apply the medication as scheduled. The female doctor paused, her expression filled with concern as she looked at Meng Yuru. Also, Miss Meng's mental state may not be stable. Madam should be patient in guiding her. Please inform me promptly if necessary. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Meng Yuru responded gratefully. After a night of deep slumber, Meng Jiran had finally awakened. She lay in bed, her gaze vacantly fixed on the window, with a single phrase incessantly echoing in her mind. It is over. Everything is over. Her relationship with Qing Chenggu is finished, as are her academic pursuits and her life itself. After a night of reflection, she had come to a clear understanding of the tumultuous events that had transpired. It was perhaps fortunate that others remained oblivious. Yet the media had already caught wind of the situation, and numerous socialites had witnessed her plight. She would carry this mark for the rest of her days. Tears cascaded down her pale, delicate face at that moment. Meng Yuru entered, immediately perceiving the despair etched across Meng Jiran's features. Yuru, with her bare visage and weary countenance, was filled with concern. Mom, what should I do? Have I ruined my life? Upon seeing her mother, Jiran could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, collapsing into Yuru's embrace. Sure, it's all right. This is not your fault. That worst-case scenario, we can send you abroad. In a few years, no one will remember this. Meng Yuru consoled her, cradling Jiran and gently stroking her back. Ugh, it's all that little vixen Yun Si-Ching's fault. If it weren't for her, I would never have encountered Su Chun. Meng Jiran sobbed, her words incoherent. Meng Yuru's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of severity crossing her features. Though she understood her daughter was merely projecting her pain onto Yun Si-Ching, the trap they had set had ensnared the hunter instead, leaving her to ponder whether this was simply a consequence of fate. A hint of dread flickered in her gaze. With a deep sigh, Meng Yuru resolved to comfort her daughter further. Jiran, I will seek justice for you, that I will ensure that little vixen pays dearly. Her expression turned fierce as she gazed at the weeping Meng Jiran, her heart swelling with resentment. She gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind Jiran's ear, replacing her grim demeanor with a tender smile. Jiran, take good care of yourself and focus on your health. On Sunday, what was meant to be a tranquil weekend for Yun Si-Ching was shattered by the explosion of news. Gu Corporation's president Gu Lijing's romantic involvement exposed. Notifications flooded her phone, and as she read the headlines, a cold smirk crept across her face. That man, she thought, always speaks more sweetly than he acts. Initially intending to dismiss the news, she inadvertently clicked on it. An unflattering photo suddenly appeared. In the image, a tall man with a cold, striking profile stood against the light, donned in a black suit that made him appear almost godlike. In his arms was a woman, her profile obscured by shadows, her features indistinct as she rested her hands on his chest. The news rocketed to the top of the trending list, marked with a dark red explosive label. Yun Si-Ching was taken aback that wasn't that woman her. When had she been captured in such a compromising position, and how had she remained oblivious? A wave of realization washed over her. She was now part of the gossip. As she continued scrolling through the articles, more entries about Gu Lijing surfaced, climbing the trending charts, each adorned with the ominous explosive tag that Jiu Xiao attends gala with Ning family heiress, Ning family and Gu family rumored to be engaged. Gu Xiao's secret wife, Gu Lijing juggling two relationships. Yun Si-Ching's eyes widened. This man was akin to a celebrity, drawing attention effortlessly. Her fingers glided across the screen, clicking on one of the entries. The young master and the Ning family heiress were seen together at a gala. That Jiu Lijing's romantic entanglements have come to light, and whispers of a potential engagement with Ning family Ning want abound. Which couple do you favor? Cast your votes. Seeing the numbers, Yun Si-Ching furrowed her brows. Did this mean she and he were deemed so unworthy? She clicked on the comments. Xiao Nai doesn't eat peaches. It's clearly going to be Ning family heiress. She's stunning and wealthy, no hesitation there. Who knows what kind of monster the woman in his arms is? I'm a guy, and I'd choose the Ning family heiress too. Their statuses are compatible. And she is adorably sweet. I support the mysterious lady. If he liked Ning Huan, they would have been together already. Why wait until now? Perhaps the mysterious lady is more beautiful than Ning Huan. Do you have a problem? Maybe you should consider donating your eyes. Yun Si-Ching stared at the comments, filled with indignation at the baseless judgments being cast upon her, in a fit of rage. She liked all the supportive comments and reported the derogatory ones. After completing her petty revenge, She scrolled further down to find another post that a well-known marketing account had shared a multitude of photos featuring Gu Lijing and Ning Huan. The so-called candid shots were merely distant captures from the gala, with Gu Lijing's expressions indecipherable. Yun Si-ching tossed her phone aside, her seaweed-like hair splayed across the bed, her watery eyes betraying a tumult of emotions. Meanwhile, in the office of Gu Lijing, he was engrossed in processing documents when a call from Lu Heng interrupted him. Casting a glance at the caller ID, he swiped his finger across the screen. "Hello." As soon as the call connected, Lu Heng's inquisitive tone rang out. "Bro, did you get caught in those photos? The woman in your arms is your wife, right?" Raising an eyebrow, Gu Lijing was not particularly invested in such trivial matters. It was merely gossip mongers making a spectacle out of photographs. Not receiving a response, Lu Heng continued enthusiastically, "Bro, you and Ning Huan have made the trending list. What is going on?" Spill the beans upon hearing Ning Huan's name. The atmosphere in the office grew tense, the Gu Lijing's eyes narrowed, his lips pressing into a thin line. She was concerned about this. With an icy tone, he replied, "With her?" That voice lacked any warmth. It's being said that you and the Ning family are set to unite. That can't be true, right? If you had feelings for Ning Huan, you would have been together ages ago." Lu Heng rambled on before the call abruptly ended. Gu Lijing's voice, devoid of emotion, echoed through the receiver before the line went dead. Lu Heng, feeling dejected, furrowed his brows in frustration, but he hadn't extracted any useful information. Sui knocked on the door and entered, observing Gu Lijing with a hesitant demeanor. "What is it?" The atmosphere in the office was heavy, following the last directive from Gu Lijing regarding the public relations department. They had been instructed to promptly address any misinformation and avoid sensationalizing non-existent issues. However, this time, it appeared that the situation was more than just a mere rumor. After a moment of hesitation, Sui steeled himself and spoke. "Gu Xiao, there have been some reports regarding you circulating online that Gu Lijing had previously been indifferent to such matters, but now it was different. His young lady seemed to be quite invested in these gossip columns." Observing the chilling aura emanating from Gu Lijing, Sui cautiously presented the tablet in his hands. Surely the boss was not blaming him for not managing the information effectively. Gu Lijing set down his pen, furrowing his brow as he accepted the tablet. With long fingers gliding over the screen, he found it perplexing how these individuals could fabricate such narratives from just 2 photographs. The image of him embracing Yun Si-ching had been captured. Yet her face was indistinct. That Gu Lijing pursed his lips. Perhaps this was for the best, as he did not wish for his young lady to be exposed to the public eye. Casually opening an article, his expression darkened. Most of the content speculated on his relationship with Ning Huan, while a greater portion contained disparaging remarks about Yun Si-ching. Although her features were obscured, a slew of individuals were mercilessly criticizing her appearance. The next moment, the tablet was carelessly tossed onto the desk, landing with a loud thud that startled Su Yi. Gu Xiao, "I will have all trending topics removed immediately." Gu Lijing's jaw tightened, his thin lips parting slightly. "Ensure no further news regarding the Ning family surfaces. Investigate the source of this reporting. There must not be any negative commentary regarding the prospective young mistress. For those slandering her, prepare a legal notice from the Public Relations Department." That Su Yi understood. It was evident that Ning Huan had no chance, but he had not anticipated that so soon, Gu Lijing would bestow the title of prospective young mistress upon Yun Si-ching. Every matter regarding her was of utmost importance. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Sui said, "You may leave now." "Yes, Gu Xiao." After Sui departed, Gu Lijing retrieved his mobile phone, his slender fingers lingering over the name Xiao Guai in his contacts. With a mere press, he could hear her voice, his thin lips pressed together, and his darkened eyes obscured his emotions. Would the young lady see this information? Would she misunderstand it once more? A flicker of agitation surged within him, prompting Gu Lijing to unfasten the first button of his shirt. He had witnessed countless deceitful scenarios in the marketplace, yet it was the first time he found himself troubled over such a trivial matter. She was the light bestowed upon him by the heavens, perhaps also a trial sent by God. That a faint smile graced his lips. If she cared, he would simply explain himself at their next meeting. Setting his phone upon the table, he picked up a pen and continued to attend to the documents before him. Inside a Western restaurant, a white Maserati came to a gentle halt at the entrance. dressed in a delicate pale pink Chanel haute couture ensemble and cascading waves of luxurious hair. Ninghuan stepped out of the vehicle, that a sweet smile adorned her fair face. Today, she was exceptionally cheerful. Those two paparazzi had indeed met her expectations. Just from the photograph taken at the banquet alongside Gu Lijing, combined with her status as a popular actress, a surge of fans and onlookers had propelled the topic to the trending list. Surprisingly, the trending topic also included gossip about her Jing brother and another woman. She had no idea who the woman was, but as long as it wasn't that particular individual, it mattered not. Perhaps Jing was merely lending a hand to someone in need. She recalled that the woman had donned a champagne-colored gown upon her departure, while the woman in the photo, though her features were indistinct, was clearly clad in a deep blue dress, that a smirk played upon Ninghuan's lips, her eyes brimming with mirth. Regardless, the comments were overwhelmingly supportive of her and Jing. Millions had high hopes for her. Riding this wave of popularity, her fan base had surged significantly. As long as she seized this opportunity, she would undoubtedly win over her Jing. Her smile deepened, and the frustration that had long been festering within her dissipated, replaced by a sense of triumph. The only drawback was that Jing seemed preoccupied. He had not answered any of her calls in recent days. However, it mattered little, with the backing of the Ning family and her brother aiding her. Securing the attention of the most sought-after man in Z country was a foregone conclusion. Not only was she blessed with unparalleled beauty, but she also possessed considerable power and wealth. Such a man was not one she would easily relinquish. No one would dare contend with her. She would ensure he fell under the charm of her pomegranate skirt. With this thought, Ninghuan's expression grew, increasingly self-satisfied as she strode into the Western restaurant. Her diamond-embellished heels clicking on the floor. Today, she had arranged a gathering with a few friends at the restaurant. Those individuals often sought her favor, and if they witnessed these developments, they would undoubtedly shower her with compliments. Upon reaching the reserved booth, she found her three friends already present. One sharp-eyed friend spotted her and promptly rose to greet her. "Oh, Mrs. Gu is here. Come, we've been waiting for you." The title of Mrs. Gu made Ninghuan lift her chin, her smile widening, the corners of her eyes lifting in delight. "Ah, Mrs. Gu." The others joined in the cheer, creating a scene she had long dreamed of. Just as the atmosphere reached a crescendo, her phone rang abruptly. Ninghuan glanced at the screen. It was her so-called manager, Wang Shu. Jiaxing Media was a subsidiary of the Ning family, backed by formidable capital. Gaining fame was a simple endeavor for her. With abundant resources at her disposal, a mere nod could summon opportunities to her doorstep. Moreover, as the beloved princess of the Ning family, she had been spoiled since childhood, with her brother Ning Yunzhou showering her with affection. Her temperament was particularly audacious. A mere manager held no significance in her eyes. She had entrusted Wang Shu with the task of managing the paparazzi and reports. With that in mind, she impatiently pressed the answer button. "What is it?" Wang Shu's voice was frantic, a stark contrast to her usual calm demeanor. "Miss Ning, the trending topic regarding you and young Master Gu has been completely removed. The accounts of the two paparazzi you contacted that day have been directly banned, and their magazine has received a lawyer's letter. How should we proceed now?" Chapter 25, A Fortunate Encounter with Director Yin. "What did you say?" Ninghuan stared in disbelief, her delicate face creasing in confusion as she struggled to comprehend. Regaining her composure, she instructed into the phone, "Offer those two paparazzi a hush fee. Calm them down. The Ning family has ample means to help them restore their accounts, and the magazine is of no concern." With that, Ninghuan hung up. In haste, she opened her phone. Indeed, the previously trending topic had vanished entirely, leaving only a photo of Gu Lijing with that woman, accompanied by comments praising their compatibility. Even the blurred image revealed the woman's beauty, proclaiming her a perfect match for young Master Gu. Could that possibly be Mrs. Gu? The capital had stepped in. Was it not evident? Those who once supported Ninghuan were now slapping her in the face. The topic had been entirely retracted. As she scanned the comments, Ninghuan's eyes narrowed, a flicker of resentment crossing her charming face. Jing was hers, and the title of Mrs. Gu belonged to her alone. No one could snatch it away. This had to be the work of some envious wretch scheming behind her back. Despite the public's myriad speculations about Gu Lijing, including doubts about his sexual orientation, she knew better than anyone that Gu Lijing was solely devoted to his work. Moreover, he had never paid heed to such gossip. The public relations department of Gu's had always adhered to his directive of maintaining a low profile. It was precisely this that had allowed her to create waves, proclaiming her and Gu Lijing as a couple more than once. Her fan club was filled with supporters of their pairing. Thus, it was indisputable that Ah Jing had not orchestrated this. Once she uncovered who was behind this mischief, she would ensure they faced dire consequences. Enraged, Ning Huan decided to cancel her gathering at the Western restaurant and stomped her way home in fury. Yun Siqing had long ceased to pay attention to online affairs, merely glancing at them occasionally out of boredom. After all, her face was not recognizable to the masses, as the focus of that evening had predominantly rested on Meng Xiren and Ning Huan. The Meng Xiren incident had dealt a significant blow to the Yun family that on Monday, the Yun Corporation was shrouded in an atmosphere of gloom and despair. Rumors circulated about the disgrace brought upon the family by the younger daughter. It was utterly embarrassing, even leading to the downfall of the Yun family. I wonder if the Yun family can weather this storm. Enough. President Tang has arrived, following President Tang Jinsong, although emboldened by his status. The employees dared not speak openly, opting instead for hushed whispers. Yet, Yun Siqing could still hear the gossip surrounding her, that a faint smile appeared on her lips, her watery eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Outside the office, a sudden commotion erupted among the employees, fervently discussing, "Hey, I heard that the president of Gu's is coming. Is it true? Young Master Gu? Could it be for acquisition talks? That seems plausible. Wasn't it the case with the Yi family a few years ago?" Yun Siqing remained vigilant. Having ascended to the position of design director, her performance must be exceptional. Despite the current crisis facing the Yun family, the company launched new series every quarter. Now, she was tasked with leading the design team to complete this quarter's new product line while achieving outstanding results. A true struggle for survival amidst adversity. Her hair, as dark as seaweed, was elegantly pinned up with a jade hairpin, exuding a lazy yet refined air. Clad in a white fitted dress that accentuated her perfect figure, her unadorned face radiated a beauty akin to that of a painting. Her willow-like brows arched gracefully, while her softly tinted lips embodied a gentle charm. Yun Siqing's brow furrowed as she delicately sketched on her design draft. This new collection was likely to coincide with Z country's traditional Valentine's Day. Suddenly struck by inspiration, her features relaxed, and her slender fingers caressed her chin. "Knock, knock. Come in." Yun Siqing's expression turned icy, her clear eyes filled with indifference and detachment as she cast a glance toward the doorway. Lin Fei from the design department entered, her demeanor respectful. Everyone knew that this newly appointed design director was the daughter of Yun Meng, the former president of the Yun Corporation and the current president, Tang Jinsong, ensuring her future inheritance of the company. Hence, Lin Fei's attitude was one of utmost respect. "Director Yun, here are the product planning and sales figures from the last quarter that you requested. Additionally, President Tang would like to see you in his office." Lin Fei's voice was gentle as she placed a stack of documents on Yun Siqing's desk and looked up to address her. "Understood," came Yun Siqing's cool response, her watery gaze reflecting seriousness and composure. Lin Fei nodded and exited. She couldn't quite fathom why this seemingly young girl possessed an aura so commanding that it suppressed even those older than herself. Her presence as chilling as ice. Although her demeanor was aloof, she exuded an air of reliability that a shiver ran down Lin Fei's spine, prompting her to offer a sheepish smile that I in the 30th floor office of the president. Tang Jinsong said, "Mr. Gu, it is a great honor for you to visit our company. This is our design director, Yun Siqing, and also my daughter, the Gu Lijing donned a smoke gray suit today, his stature appearing even more imposing and handsome. He emanated an air of icy detachment, with dark eyes reflecting a hint of indifference, as if she were merely a stranger. Upon encountering her, his thin lips curved into a polite smile, his hand extending towards her. "A pleasure to meet you, Director Yun." His voice resonated, deep and elegant. Yun Siqing, with her willow-shaped brows gently arched, offered a faint smile and reciprocated the gesture. "Good day, Mr. Gu," as their fingertips grazed, she instinctively desired to withdraw her hand. Just then, the man's large palm advanced, firmly clasping hers. Yun Siqing's fair visage slightly furrowed, her watery eyes locking on Gu Lijing, attempting to free herself, yet his grip remained unyielding. The man maintained his expression, a placid smile of aloofness intact. This man, Yun Siqing cast a glance at Tang Jinsong, fearing suspicion, and could only maintain her smile, shaking his hand gently, feigning a handshake. Ultimately, it seemed he relented, releasing her hand. Seizing the moment while Tang Jinsong was distracted, Yun Siqing shot a glare at the M, and Jiu Lijing's thin lips curled slightly, his gaze brimming with mirth, which swiftly dissipated to Su Yi, seated nearby, stifled a laugh. His sun-kissed face flushed as they settled onto the sofa. Tang Jinsong beamed, welcoming them while introducing Yun Siqing. Siqing, Mr. Gu has come today to discuss a collaboration with Yun's company, the new series of products. MR.GU wishes to launch in partnership with Yun's, which is our honor that I believe this matter should be handled by you. If that is agreeable, collaboration, had it not been for the incident involving Meng Jiran, she might have found such a proposition credible. After all, as Tang Jinsong stated, jewelry design was Yun's primary industry, consistently leading in the capital, with a promising future. However, following the Meng Jiran affair, Yun's was currently in a slump, and no one would dare to wade into such murky waters. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Siqing replied coolly, "No problem. I will take responsibility." Then, I presume Director Yun has no objections to the conditions I mentioned earlier? Gu Lijing, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. The man lounged casually, his aura effortlessly regal, as if any action he undertook echoed the dignity of a monarch from a medieval castle. Confusion filled Yun Siqing's eyes. What conditions? Siqing, what MR.GU means is that for better communication, you will need to be at Gu's until the new product series is launched. As for the work at Yun's, I believe Deputy Director Zhao, he can oversee your responsibilities for the time being. You can liaise directly with him online. Starting tomorrow, you will be stationed at Gu's and need not return to Yun's, Tang Jinsong cheerfully explained. Securing a connection with Gu's was a delightful surprise for Tang Jinsong, especially during such a pivotal moment that he would agree to any terms. Let alone Yun Siqing relocating to Gu's was a barometer of influence, not only in the capital, but across the nation, that if news of the collaboration between Gu's and Yun spread, it would undoubtedly elevate Yun's standing in the business realm, promising boundless prospects. Such an opportunity was not one to be taken lightly. Meng Yiru's words resonated with him. Originally, he had thought placing her in the company would be trivial, easily finding an excuse to dismiss her from her design position. However, this girl, relying on Yun Meng's status within Yun's, had garnered considerable favor. If an opportunity arose, perhaps it would be wise to utilize this chance to send her away, allowing him time to devise a strategy. With this thought, Tang Jinsong felt a surge of delight. The dismal situation of the previous day could now transform into an unexpectedly favorable outcome. Upon hearing Tang Jinsong's response, Yun Siqing glanced at the composed Gu Lijing, whose presence radiated an unmistakable aura of unapproachability. She bit her lip, contemplating, then stated lightly, "If it is a collaboration, wouldn't direct communication online be more convenient? After all, I am currently the design director at Yun's. That seems rather inappropriate to be at Gu's." After her words, she looked at Gu Lijing, who remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed, about to speak when interrupted by Tang Jinsong. Observing Gu Lijing's demeanor, Tang Jinsong's heart fluttered with anxiety. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If squandered, Yun's might face a steep decline. Worried that Gu Lijing would reject the collaboration, Tang Jinsong hastily interjected, "Siqing, this is our first collaboration with Gu's. MR.GU has come to us. We must show the appropriate sincerity. Any requests, please communicate directly with Zhao Yi online. During this period, he will manage day-to-day matters in your absence. It's not a significant issue." Casting a glance at Gu Lijing, he noted the slight easing of the man's brow, his expression returning to its usual state, which gradually calmed Tang Jinsong's racing heart. Seeing this, Yun Siqing offered a casual smile, realizing she had been left with no room to refuse. "Since Mr. Tang has given instructions, I have no objections that if there are no further matters, I shall return to my work." Upon hearing Yun Siqing's agreement, Tang Jinsong felt relieved, knowing the conditions were settled. His previously tense demeanor relaxed slightly as he nodded. Yun Siqing cast a sidelong glance at Gu Lijing before exiting the room. The Jiu Lijing watched the young woman's retreating figure, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The girl was upset, but he needed to ponder how to appease her tomorrow. Tang Jinsong, filled with concern, glanced apologetically at Gu Lijing, fearing the repercussions of Yun Siqing's actions would jeopardize the agreement. "Mr. Gu, please consider." Gu Lijing, his expression inscrutable, nodded slightly, then gestured towards Su Yi. Su Yi promptly approached with the contract. Only then did Tang Jinsong exhale, signing his name on the document. Yun Siqing returned to her office, expressionless, suddenly realizing the implication of the man's words about meeting on Monday. Choosing this moment to visit Yun's, Tang Jinsong would naturally regard him as a lifeline. However, she understood his true aim was her. Unable to suppress her disdain, Yun Siqing thought she could not fathom the meaning behind his entanglement with her, while simultaneously stirring rumors with Ning Huan. The sudden display of affection felt insincere. It would be a lie to claim she was entirely unmoved by his gestures. Yet, the affection she desired was unique and singular. In her reflection, an inexplicable emotion surged within her, akin to a delicate thread being tugged. Seemingly insignificant yet stirring an unsettling agitation, T.O. joined Goose. Was this not merely prolonging their entanglement? She was acutely aware of Tang Jinsong's intentions, which revolved around firmly securing a connection with Goose. If this opportunity were seized correctly, Yun's could soar to new heights, far surpassing the benefits of an alliance with Lin's. Yun Siqing pursed her lips. Alas, under this roof, one must bow their head. At 8 o'clock that evening, within the Yun residence in her bedroom, Meng Jiran buried her head in the blankets, weeping bitterly. Tears marred her pale countenance, soaking the pillow and the goose-down silk duvet. Her once lustrous brown curls now hung lifelessly, resembling parched grass. Her sweet voice cracked, hoarse as she cried out, "Mama, I do not want to marry him. I do not want to marry Sutsun." Meng Yuru gazed at her daughter as suffering with a heart full of pain, yet could only offer dry consolation. Ran, the Su family is leveraging that video, claiming they wish to unite with us, and they will assist us in managing the crisis it has caused. Meng Jiran sobbed uncontrollably. Her voice choked. The words spoken by Tang Jinsong flashed through her mind unbidden. If you like the Su family's young master, why resort to such despicable tactics? Now that the Su family sees Goose collaborating with us, they have reversed their previous stance, publicly announcing their intent to ally with our family. The Su family just called, stating that if you are willing to marry into their family, they will resolve the video issue, claiming it was merely a joke. They will even assert that you have long been in a relationship, thus allowing your disgraceful actions to be concealed, and Yun's can remain unscathed, now that Goose has extended an olive branch. Do not be willful any longer. Tang Jinsong's voice was colder than ever, devoid of warmth, starkly contrasting his former amiability. The video scandal rendered Meng Jiran speechless. She dared not argue, lest her intentions to ensnare Yun Siqing be revealed. Overwhelmed by despair, she could only weep silently. Seeing her daughter in such agony, Meng Yuru's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart aching. With the collaboration between Yun's and Goose, Sutsun would not dare to mistreat her. Ran, please listen to your father. Chapter 27. Entering Goose, Meng Jiran could only nod. This was likely the best resolution for her. Otherwise, the Su family would undoubtedly spread her scandal, making it impossible for her to establish herself within the elite circles of the capital. She did not wish to go abroad. She had finally managed to secure her footing among those noble women with the support of the Yun family. The Su family, after all, is a distinguished lineage in the capital, which is certainly preferable to the obscurity of striving abroad alone. These thoughts occupied his mind. The door creaked open, and Tang Jinsong entered. Upon witnessing his wife and daughter in a state of despair, tears streaming down their faces, a flicker of compassion crossed Tang Jinsong's heart. But he was unaware that Meng Jiran was reluctant to marry into the Su family. He merely assumed that her distress stemmed from concerns about the negative repercussions of gossip. As Tang Jinsong approached, Meng Jiran could no longer contain herself and threw herself into his embrace. Her voice hoarse as she cried out, "Daddy, I realize my mistakes." Sob, sob, sob. Tang Jinsong sighed, gently wiping the tears from Meng Jiran's face. "It's good that you recognize your errors. Our collaboration with the Gu family has been finalized, and I will reach out to the Su family to discuss the engagement arrangements. Focus on recuperating. The media from the Su family will handle the situation, so you need not worry excessively." Meng Jiran's tears fell like rain, and she nodded, swallowing all her sorrows in silence. "Dad, please don't cry. This is the consequence of your own stubbornness. If you truly like Sutsun, why not confide in your father? The Su family isn't as formidable as you think. Without resorting to underhanded tactics, I can still find a way to unite you with the Su family. Now that the Su family is willing to conclude matters, you should find solace in that." You will need to cultivate a deeper understanding of Suitsun, ensure you capture his heart, and build a life together. As for your studies, if you desire, I can speak to the Su family about you continuing your education after marriage. Meng Jiran could only nod through her tears, her sobs echoing in Tang Jinsong's embrace. She bit her lip, her nails digging deeply into her palms, that I in another room on the second floor. Upon learning of the impending union with the Su family, Yin Siqing couldn't help but smirk. The Su family certainly knew how to play their cards right. Gazing around her childhood room, which had remained unchanged, she fell into contemplation. For now, she had no intention of wading into the murky waters of her family affairs. With Meng Jiran caught in her predicament, Meng Yiru would undoubtedly lack the time to concern herself with Yin Siqing, at least until after Meng Jiran and Su Tsun's wedding. During this period, she aimed to gather her strength. Dressed in a luxurious black silk robe, her fair skin flawless, Yin Siqing leaned comfortably against the bed, her long black hair cascading lazily behind her. Her slender fingers glided over her phone screen as she made a call. It seemed she could temporarily escape this confinement at 7 in the morning. The servants had prepared breakfast, and as she descended the stairs, she spotted the quiet Meng mother and daughter at the dining table. Alongside the weary Tang Jinzong, appeared that none of them were in good spirits, prompting Yin Siqing to lower her gaze. Siqing, today you will be heading to the Gu family, that if you encounter any issues, just speak directly to your father, Tang Jinsong remarked, his expression lightening at the thought of the collaboration with the Gu family. Yes, thank you, Dad. Yin Siqing's inner amusement contrasted with her outward demeanor. She often questioned whether this man was truly her biological father. By the way, Dad, I rented a place near the Gu family. Our home is too far away, which is inconvenient. Therefore, before the new product line launches, I may be living there. Yin Siqing composed herself, her clear eyes gazing softly at Tang Jinsong as she spoke with a smile. That sounds reasonable. After all, this collaboration is crucial for Yun's future. Focus on your work and refrain from getting involved in family matters. Tang Jinsong felt a sense of relief. At least this daughter still held some value. And the partnership with the Gu family must not falter. Meng Yiru remained silent, and with her, Meng Jiran had lost her usual vitality. Yin Siqing found his breakfast somewhat more tolerable than usual. Upon arriving at the Gu group, it was already 8 o'clock, the peak of the morning rush. The sidewalks in front of the Gu building were bustling with hurried office workers. Yin Siqing blended into the throng as she entered the company. Su Yi was scanning the area, his sun-kissed complexion illuminating his keen eyes. The future MRS at GU is coming to the office today. We must ensure she makes a favorable impression. This is a task assigned by the boss. The thought of his boss's gaze sent a shiver down his spine. The two young women at the reception desk appeared apprehensive, casting furtive glances at Su Yi, unsure of what had brought the esteemed assistant to their midst. Yin Siqing, dressed in a tailored white ensemble, her knee-length skirt accentuating her figure, revealed her fair and slender legs. Her long black hair was elegantly pinned with a jade hairpin, exuding an ethereal and striking aura. As she entered, a tall man with a sun-kissed complexion and formal attire approached her, his face vaguely familiar. Before she could recollect, he spoke, "Miss Yun, greetings, that I am Sui, assistant to the I've been awaiting your arrival. Please follow me." "Thank you for your assistance," Yin Siqing replied, her voice soft and gentle. She recalled seeing him in the office yesterday, accompanying Gu Lijing to as the two turned to leave. The two young women behind them whispered among themselves. "What a beautiful girl! I've never seen her before, that if she is keeping Sui waiting, she must be someone important. She is truly stunning. She seems quite young, but she possesses such elegance. She doesn't appear to be from our company." Yin Siqing smiled faintly. What kind of important person was she? If she were truly significant, she wouldn't be here today. Initially, she had expected Gu Lijing to send Su Yi to escort her directly to him. But it turned out to be a needless worry. The collaboration process was quite fair. The design director had prepared the proposals and submitted them anonymously for the design department to vote on. The final decision would rest with Gu Lijing, ensuring fairness and proper procedure. However, Yin Siqing was taken aback to learn that there were 4 design directors at KS Jewelry Design Company, each responsible for different segments. While she would be navigating this endeavor largely alone, Yin Siqing lowered her gaze, marveling at the efficiency of the Gu family. After submitting the proposal to the design department, Sui led her to the 55th floor. The office layout was similar to that of the CEOs on the 56th floor, though considerably smaller, yet still exuding luxury. The single office featured a large floor-to-ceiling window, a small-leaf rosewood desk, and 2 rows of bookshelves filled with a variety of design literature from both domestic and international sources. With a cozy sofa in the same color scheme and a resting area. Chapter 28. Does the young lady harbor a secret? Upon witnessing such an arrangement, Yun Siqing couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Had she known the conditions at the Gu family's office before, she would have chosen to interview here instead of at Yun's. The difference was staggering, just as she was lost in her thoughts. Su Yi's voice broke through. Miss Yun, you will be working here for the time being, that I will ensure that Anna from the design department keeps you updated on all matters. The Gu family operated primarily online, and her computer had already been equipped with the necessary systems in her account that if you need anything, feel free to call me. I'm just next door. Here is my business card. Yun Siqing nodded, smiling as she accepted the card. Thanking Su Yi wore a smile. Yet internally he was taken aback that he had anticipated someone with a more fiery temperament to withstand his boss's presence. Having prepared for the worst-case scenario, perhaps a headstrong young lady. However, he never expected to encounter such a seemingly delicate and gentle girl, who appeared to be much younger than him. Su Yi swallowed hard. To an uninformed observer, it might seem as though his boss had a penchant for younger women. T28. He had researched her background. Otherwise, he might have mistaken her for 18. That the 55th floor contained 3 offices. And before Yun Siqing arrived, he had been the sole occupant. That Jiyu Lijing preferred tranquility and disliked having too many people around. So no one else was assigned to work there, with only a private elevator servicing the 55th and 56th floors. Having heard his boss mention tidying up a few days prior, Sui sensed that something significant was underway. Who could possibly match what's with his boss? After all, she was merely a young girl. His boss was being rather unfair. After a brief moment of contemplation, realizing he had dawdled too long, Sui cleared his throat. Miss Yun, you are too polite. The results of the proposals will be available tomorrow. Today, you may familiarize yourself with the office environment. With a smile, he said this while casting a glance at the corner of the office ceiling. Yun Siqing returned a gentle smile. Understood. Thank you, Assistant Su. You may continue with your tasks. Very well. Su Yi departed, and Yun Siqing began to explore the office alone. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, a pristine, azure bay stretched into the distance, the scenery breathtakingly beautiful compared to Yun's. The working environment at Gu's was vastly superior. Her thoughts drifted to Tang Jinsong. Regarding the arranged marriage, he had indeed revealed his true colors. He genuinely harbored no feelings for her. Otherwise, how could he have pressured her into an alliance with the Lin family? Upon contemplating this, Yun Siqing was engulfed by a profound sense of melancholy in the 56th floor CEO office. As she gazed at the lonely visage of the young girl on the screen, Gu Lijing felt a pang in his heart. He had witnessed that expression before, on that fateful night 3 years ago. He recalled the documents handed to him, revealing that prior to the tragic passing of the girl's mother, their family of 3 had been harmonious and blissful. Even though Tang Jinsong had fathered a child with another woman before the girl's birth, she was nonetheless his flesh and blood. A tiger does not eat its cubs. Yet, what was the reality? Was it truly fatherly love to casually marry her off to the Lin family, only to abandon her to the Gu family? The man's gaze turned somber, akin to the icy glaciers of a high plateau, growing increasingly austere. Fortunately, he had found her. Henceforth, he would protect her. On the 55th floor, Yun Siqing swiftly composed herself, a nonchalant smile gracing her lips. Not only was she tied to the Yun Corporation, but she also had numerous responsibilities awaiting her attention. At the Gu Corporation, she felt unencumbered, no longer fearing exposure. She intended to seize this time wisely. Opening her personal laptop, Yun Siqing began to immerse herself in work at her desk. The Jiyu Lijing observed her pulling out her personal computer. An eyebrow slightly raised, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Did this young girl harbor secrets? After a moment's hesitation, he set his phone aside, his lips curving into a faint smile, his dark eyes fixated on the pale figure on the screen. He was not in a hurry. There would come a day when she would willingly share her secrets with him. The man sat at his desk, his index finger gently tapping the surface of the rosewood table. By the time she returned to her new residence, it was already 8 in the evening. Crescent Bay, situated at the heart of this district, was in close proximity to the Gu Corporation. However, with land being a precious commodity, the property prices were staggering, making it a haven for the affluent. Entering the community, she was greeted by a sea of lights. yet not a single one was lit for her. Instinctively, Yun Siqing brushed her fingers against her neck, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing her eyes. Regrettably, the only cherished keepsake from her mother had been lost through her carelessness. She had searched every corner of her home to no avail. Being young at the time, she had feared that someone might be lurking, so she waited many days before quietly returning to that dilapidated warehouse, only to find nothing. Over the passage of time, anxiety had gnawed at her. If that necklace had fallen into the hands of those desperate people, would they uncover her identity? Thankfully, the necklace was her mother's heirloom, not a mere trinket from a jewelry store. Allowing her to cling to a glimmer of hope, the apartment at Crescent Bay had already been furnished, with different styles sectioned off, allowing owners to select according to their preferences. Yun Siqing's residence was on the 32nd floor, with only 2 units per floor accessible via the elevator. The efficiency of the chosen interior design and housekeeping companies was commendable. The layout crafted from the original design met her tastes perfectly. After a long day, Yun Siqing took a shower and collapsed in a bed. The following morning, she awoke feeling unwell. Her menstrual cycle had always been rather irregular. She packed some essentials in her bag and donned a simple black haute couture dress, dragging her weary body to the GU Corporation. Upon entering the elevator, she overheard a few young women engaged in lively discussion. They mentioned that the results of the planning proposal vote from the previous day had been released, speculating about which director's plans had made the cut. Undoubtedly, it had to be from the GU Corporation. After all, their directors specialized in distinct areas. They heard that Yun Corporation had only one representative. And given her youth, how could she possibly compete with the GU Corporation? The girls continued to chatter excitedly, expressing confusion over why the GU Corporation would choose to collaborate with Yun Corporation at this time. As it seemed like an act of charity, as the 3 young women exited the elevator, only Yun Siqing remained. Entering her designated elevator, she pondered. It appeared that the alliance with the Su family had become an established fact. Alleviating her family from requiring her attention for the time being, that a wave of cramping pains surged through her abdomen, prompting her to frown as she settled into her office chair. Shortly after, Anna brought in the results of the vote. Upon reviewing the final outcome, Yun Siqing's lips curled into a subtle smile. It was her proposal, originally intended for the Yun Corporation. It had been repurposed for this collaboration with the GU Corporation. However, since it was anonymous, Yun Siqing merely forwarded the final proposal released by the GU Corporation along with the participation process to Zhao Yi.at the GU Corporation. She could only allow him to lead the design team from Yun Corporation. With the proposal finalized, the next step involved designers independently creating based on the approved concepts, selecting their preferred areas of expertise in jewelry design. Given that this was a collaborative effort, it encompassed a comprehensive range, divided into 4 major categories: necklaces, diamond rings, earrings, and bracelets. Those capable were welcome to participate in all 4, but the opportunity was equitable, ultimately employing an anonymous internal voting system, wherein 5 designs from each category would be selected as the final collection for market launch. If any instances of plagiarism or premature disclosure of design sketches for votes were detected, the GU Corporation would impose a lifetime ban on employment. Consequently, few dared to breach these rules, as the stakes were too high. The GU Corporation was already a leader in the industry. Being dismissed by them would equate to the end of one's career. Furthermore, there was a stringent requirement that the design director must submit 4 distinct design drafts corresponding to the 4 categories, presenting an immense challenge. Hence, the girl in the elevator was correct. Indeed, the GU Corporation was offering a lifeline. Under such a fair system, the former Yun Corporation would have stood little chance against the designers of the GU Corporation. It was no wonder that Tang Jinsong had acquiesced to GU Li Jing's request. However, the circumstances were different now. A glimmer of determination flickered in Yun Siqing's composed eyes. She had already completed the design sketches for the earrings and bracelet, needing only minor adjustments. This series had originally been intended for the Yun Corporation. Other design directors would undoubtedly have corresponding works, adding to her pressure, that left her with a necklace and diamond ring. With a sigh, Yun Siqing lamented her lack of inspiration. Leaning back in her executive chair, she gazed out at the expanse of azure sky that wasn't inspiration, the very essence required in the design field. With inspiration, one could finalize sketches in a single night. Without it, one could remain stagnant for weeks. After deliberating for a considerable time, Yun Siqing decided to peruse some design sketches from her bookshelf. Hoping to spark some creative ideas, that a slight headache began to brew to Jiu Lijing, engrossed in paperwork, pressed his fingers against his temple, and upon lifting his gaze, he caught sight of the familiar figure clad in black on the screen. Watching the young girl furrow her brows in distress, a tender warmth flickered in his eyes. The male assistant, who was awaiting the boss's signature, stood aghast, as if he had encountered a ghost. Why was such an expression gracing their boss's face? The assistant pinched his own cheek. It hurt. This was no dream. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced back at the boss's now icy demeanor, confirming that he had indeed witnessed the impossible. He swiftly exited the room with the signed documents in hand. After lunch, upon returning to her office, Yun Siqing made a trip to the restroom. Indeed, her menstrual period had arrived. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance. With a resigned sigh, she realized that she would accomplish nothing today. Her menstrual cycle transformed her from a formidable force into a frail beauty, plagued by discomfort that a hereditary ailment. Her cold constitution meant a light flow accompanied by excruciating pain. Waves of cramping coursed through her abdomen, tugging at her nerves as cold sweat began to bead on her brow. She bit her lip, acutely aware that this was not the Yin Corporation. She knew no one here. Seizing the moment while she could still move, Yun Siqing nestled into the sofa. The weight in her lower abdomen felt as though it sought to extract her very soul from her body. Cold sweat had dampened her hair at the temples, and she pressed her hands firmly against her abdomen, yet the pain showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified. That I in the 56th floor CEO office, Gu Lijing completed the last document before raising his gaze to the screen. The young girl appeared pallid, leaning against the sofa, her hands pressed tightly to her abdomen, a visage of utter agony. The man's expression darkened, discarding the pen he had been holding, and swiftly descended the stairs. As the pain surged, Yun Siqing felt as though she were being mercilessly battered against the rocks by relentless waves. Teetering on the edge of collapse, that in her struggle, she sensed herself being enveloped in a warm embrace, solid, fervent, imbued with a familiar scent of fur. Yun Siqing, what's wrong with you? The man's usually calm and steady voice was now laced with palpable anxiety and concern, his tone remaining deep and resonant. A fleeting expression of helplessness crossed his stern face as Gu Lijing pushed open the door, immediately encountering Yun Siqing, who was curled up in a corner of the sofa. The young girl was drenched in cold sweat, her complexion as pale as parchment, and her features etched with a quiet agony that made his heart sink to Jiu Lijing. The scent of fur made her murmur the man's name, her voice soft and fragile, shattering the usual aloofness between them, revealing a hint of dependence. Her delicate pink lips were bitten to a faint rosy hue, accentuating her pallor, devoid of any color. Upon hearing Yun Siqing call his name, the man's brow relaxed slightly, and he enveloped her tightly in his arms, striding into the inner lounge, to make Yun Siqing more comfortable as she lay down. Gu Lijing removed the hairpin from her head, allowing her raven tresses to cascade like silk. The strands at her temples were dampened by perspiration that in his usually piercing eyes. Concern now swelled, and he tenderly brushed aside the stray locks from her forehead, gently wiping away the beads of sweat. That a wave of excruciating pain surged through Yun Siqing, prompting a soft whimper to escape her lips as she felt herself sinking into a soft embrace. A warm hand gently rested on her forehead. Her entire body felt icy, and the pain made her gasp, instinctively reaching for the hand that caressed her face, as if she were a shipwrecked soul finally grasping a piece of driftwood. Yun Siqing's hands were cold and feeble. The moment she touched the man's hand, he clasped it tightly in response. She curled up weakly, struggling to comprehend his words, yet they eluded her understanding as her vision blurred, leaving her to focus solely on enduring the pain. Observing the frail girl lying on the bed with her hair splayed around her, exuding a gentle, harmless aura, yet completely lacking vitality, the man furrowed his brow tightly. His fingers glided across the screen as he dialed Su Yi's number. Su Yi, send the private doctor over. The lady is unwell. After hanging up the phone, Gu Lijing covered Yun Siqing with a light blanket, one hand holding hers while the other gently stroked her forehead. That it was evident what she was enduring. He felt powerless to assist her. Meanwhile, Su Yi, taken aback by the call, pondered the lady, but she has been deceased for many years. After a moment of confusion, he realized it must refer to the new arrival next door. How ironic that just days ago she was addressed as the future lady, and now that title had been stripped away. He couldn't help but silently chide his boss for taking advantage of the young girl. Perceiving the hint of panic in his boss's voice, Sui set aside his curiosity and urgently dialed the private doctor's number. Within half an hour, the doctor arrived with a medical kit that Sui guided the doctor to Yun Siqing's office lounge, where they found the young lady weakly lying on the bed, while the ever-stoic Gu Lijing sat beside her, his brow furrowed with worry. Once the doctor had left, Gu Lijing's heart finally found some solace. Sui wisely prepared the medication prescribed by the doctor and set it aside before exiting the room. Just before the door closed, he heard Gu Lijing's deep, slightly hoarse voice. "Cancel all today's meetings. Handle anything that arises." Upon hearing this, Sui felt a silent frustration. Ultimately, he bore the brunt of it all. It seemed that his boss's romantic endeavors required his vigilant protection. Shrugging slightly, he dared not speak further, replying respectfully, "Understood," and gently closed the door. Chapter 30. Care Part 1. The room finally fell silent. The air infused with the scent of traditional Chinese medicine, tinged with a hint of bitterness. The doctor had mentioned that applying heat could alleviate the pain. That Gu Lijing lowered his gaze, observing the young girl on the bed. Her brow was tightly furrowed, her eyes softly closed, seemingly lost in an uneasy slumber, the faintest trace of endurance visible on her face. That he had never witnessed such fragility in her before, not even in life-and-death situations. A torrent of emotion swirled within him as he pressed his lips together. The soft mattress sank beneath him as Gu Lijing shifted onto the bed. Although Yun Siqing had taken painkillers, they provided little psychological solace. That in a daze, just as she was on the verge of drifting into sleep, she felt a warmth enveloping her lower abdomen, followed by the sensation of a large, comforting presence beside her, reminiscent of the teddy bear her mother had bought her in childhood. Her heart gradually settled, and the pain began to subside. Yun Siqing's eyelids grew heavier, and the scent of fur filled her nostrils. Finally lulling her into a deep slumber, Gu Lijing supported his head with one hand, lying on his side, watching the girl beside him. Her brow slowly unfurled, and gradually, he too closed his eyes. The warmth from the cup dissipated, and the last rays of sunlight filtering through the blackout curtains faded away. Yun Siqing opened her eyes to find the room empty. She must have fallen asleep in the lounge. As her senses returned, she felt a large hand resting on her abdomen, radiating heat and warmth, gradually transmitting its warmth to her. That a jolt of realization struck her, and she leaned back slowly, sinking into a warm embrace. The fragrance of fur enveloped her, and she tentatively spoke, her voice imbued with a hint of frailty. Gu Lijing. The man, propped up on one elbow, continued to rest his hand on her abdomen, showing no intention of withdrawing it. Upon hearing the soft voice of the girl in his embrace, Gu Lijing lazily replied, His tone rose slightly, exuding an irresistible charm. Awake, he regarded her with a hint of curiosity, a slight smile playing on his lips as he asked gently. Yun Siqing felt an inexplicable sense of peace wash over her at the sound of Gu Lijing's voice, a relief that it was not someone else. Amid the pain, she could only vaguely recall his face. Its details blurred in her memory. The room was serene. Even the sound of their breathing felt muted. Yun Siqing sensed a growing unease in her heart, as if something were about to erupt. She dared not look back, but could feel the intensity of the man's unwavering gaze fixed upon her. The pain in her abdomen had lessened compared to before, now merely a dull ache. It dawned on Yun Siqing that her dreamlike teddy bear was, in fact, Gu Lijing, and the warmth enveloping her lower abdomen originated from his hand. Her face began to flush, and instinctively, she withdrew the hand that had unconsciously grasped his arm during her slumber. Noticing the blush creeping onto her ears, Gu Lijing chuckled softly, withdrawing his hand from her abdomen and rising from the bed. "Rest for a moment. I'll fetch the medication, and then I'll take you home," he said, his voice now imbued with warmth, devoid of its usual chill. Hearing Gu Lijing's gentle laughter made Yun Siqing's cheeks flush even more. Why did he have to discover her in such a vulnerable state? It was utterly embarrassing. Even more humiliating was the fact that he was actually doing all these things for her. Yun Siqing felt a twinge of frustration, accompanied by an unidentifiable restlessness in her heart. Leaving her perplexed as the warmth dissipated, the pain began to return, causing her to frown slightly. The previous batch of medication had grown cold, and Gu Lijing returned with a fresh cup. The man stood tall, his profile exuding an indescribable elegance. The usual coldness around him dissipated, revealing a refined and gentle demeanor. Today, he wore a black shirt. Yun Siqing noticed that he seemed to have a penchant for black. Much like herself. Rising from the bed, she accepted the cup from Gu Lijing, the brown liquid steaming as it released warmth into the air. The room was cool, and she sipped it slowly. Jiyu Lijing. Thank you. The man, backlit, observed the young girl before him. Her eyes, glistening with moisture, gazed at him softly, her hair cascading behind her, appearing both obedient and gentle. Upon hearing her words, Gu Lijing raised an eyebrow, his lips parting slightly. Are you no longer upset about coming to Gu's? Yun Siqing hesitated. That's a separate matter, but if she were to express anger, there had been moments of it. But what vexed her more was Tang Jinsong's behavior. As for him, Yun Siqing continued to inquire, why did you insist on having me at Gu's? Gu Lijing replied simply, I want to see you every day. A faint smile graced his lips, his intent laid bare as he spoke in a deep, earnest tone. Yun Siqing's heart skipped a beat. She truly had no idea why Gu Lijing was so fixated on her, nor did she anticipate his lack of pretense, under the weight of his intense gaze. She began to feel uncomfortable, averting her eyes. Not responding to Gu Lijing, she pressed on with her questions. Then why are you helping Yun's? With Yun's currently under Tang Jinsong's control, the nature of his relationship with her was evident. How could this man not see through it? What motivated him to assist Yun's? Gu Lijing replied, What do you think? A mere 4 words, yet they were delivered with such lingering depth, imbued with an indescribable magnetic allure. Captivated by the man's burning gaze, Yun Siqing found herself momentarily stunned. Yun Siqing finally managed to articulate, Gu Lijing, the current Yun's has nothing to do with me, that I end the little girl's gaze. There seemed to linger a hint of self-mockery, and a flicker of tenderness crossed Gu Lijing's eyes. The Jiyu Lijing said, You mentioned it is only a temporary situation. The Yin Corporation represents your mother's hard work. Do you truly wish to see it falter? Upon encountering the man's resolute gaze, Yun Siqing's eyes widened in astonishment. How could you possibly know? Yun Siqing, do you take my words lightly? The man appeared displeased. His brows knitting together as he moved closer, sitting down beside her, his steady gaze fixed upon her. I have stated my intentions clearly. The depth of affection in his eyes seemed almost overwhelming, causing Yun Siqing to lower her head, noticing the creases on his shirt's cuffs that she had inadvertently caused. She yearned to reach out and smooth them, yet her hands felt inexplicably heavy, as if weighed down by an unseen force. Why was it that she felt so clumsy in his presence? A twinge of frustration crept into her heart, and no one had ever sought to draw near to her. She had always kept her heart guarded. After much contemplation, Yun Siqing found herself at a loss for words, her face flushed a deep crimson. Finally, she mustered the courage to state, I want to go home. Gu Lijing glanced at the fluffy top of her head and chuckled softly. It seemed he possessed an abundance of patience for her. I will escort you, he said calmly, that no need to trouble yourself. She replied, but her words were cut short by him, who shot her a sidelong glance that if you refuse, I shall carry you out. Chapter 31. Care, Part 2, recalling her previous visit to his office. Yun Siqing swallowed the words she had yet to voice. This man was indifferent to the opinions of others. However, her time here was still lengthy. She could not allow herself to be scorned because of him. After all, he was quite popular. She had finally witnessed the extent of his charm online during their last encounter. The thought filled her with resentment. She did not wish to become the target of public scrutiny. After all, she was merely an inconspicuous figure in Z country, and the crowd's judgment would undoubtedly fall upon her at any moment. It seemed that society harbored a greater malice towards women, especially those associated with him. Gu Lijing observed the pouting girl who was unable to express her frustration, the corners of his mouth curling upwards, amusement dancing in his eyes. He turned, drawing back the blackout curtains, and a cascade of orange sunlight flooded the room, revealing an endless expanse of blue sea, a breathtaking sight. He approached her, backlit by the sun, his hair tinged with golden hues, exuding an air of tenderness. Yun Siqing gazed at him, entranced, as if she might lose herself entirely. Avoiding his gaze, she rose from the bed, intending to wash a cup. She realized that she could not look into his eyes. They were too beguiling. Leave it. Don't touch the cold water, his voice came from behind her. Prompting her to halt in her tracks, momentarily frozen. She turned to face him as Gu Lijing bent down, swiftly folding the blanket into neat squares and smoothing the sheets that he then took the cup from her hands and retreated to the inner room. His gaze flicked towards her, his brow slightly furrowed, and inexplicably, a shiver of excitement coursed through Yun Xiqing. As the sound of running water filled the space. She felt as if her heart resembled a tranquil lake, rippling with waves. Why was he so gentle today? His actions felt as if she were a treasured gem in his eyes. Before long, he emerged, placing the cup on the table, his deep voice breaking the silence. "I will wait for you downstairs. Come down once you are ready." With that, he strode out, the medicine in his hand. Yun Xiqing nodded absently, her mind adrift as she watched Gu Lijing's retreating figure. Unsure of her thoughts, inside the sleek black Maybach, Gu Lijing sat at the wheel, his deft fingers resting casually on the steering column, while Yun Xiqing occupied the passenger seat. She stole a glance at the focus man driving, silently marveling at the fact that he was indeed driving her home. She had anticipated that he would instruct the driver to take her instead. "Gu Lijing, you need not go through all this trouble for me today," she remarked, observing his chiseled profile as she fiddled with her seatbelt. He remained silent, his demeanor impenetrable. The dim glow of streetlights flickered past the vehicle, and in their light, Yun Xiqing noticed the tension in his defined jawline, as if he might consume her whole at any moment. She bit her lip and quickly adjusted herself in her seat. That moment, his voice, calm yet firm, reached her ears. "Yun Xiqing, I see no issue in doing these things for the woman I cherish. Or is there something troubling you?" The car rolled into the underground parking lot of her building, the light dimming to a murky haze, the sound of tires scraping against the ground echoing in her ears. "Do you like me?" she asked, her eyes gradually shifting towards him. However, the man merely cast her a bewildered glance before unbuckling his seatbelt and exiting the vehicle. Feeling awkward, Yun Xiqing followed suit, but he suddenly opened her door, leaning in to peer at her. The familiar scent of cedar enveloped her, and as his handsome face loomed closer, she instinctively shut her eyes tight, heart racing. Gu Lijing regarded the girl before him, her fair, oval face framed by fluttering lashes as she tensed, her hands instinctively raised in a defensive posture. Unable to contain his amusement, he pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead and swept her into his arms. Feeling the fleeting kiss on her brow, Yun Xiqing opened her eyes to find herself gazing into his warm, smiling face, and within moments, she found herself enveloped in his embrace. "You are unwell today," he murmured in his deep, melodious voice, sending a rush of warmth to her cheeks. She could only reassure herself that this response was perfectly normal. After all, this man had previously taken the liberty of kissing her, without a second thought. He seemed entirely at ease with the situation. "What floor?" 32. Yun Xiqing replied quietly, her head downcast. She was perfectly capable of walking. The notion of being alone with a man in such an intimate setting felt too suggestive. Furthermore, she had yet to agree to anything with him. However, she was acutely aware that such thoughts were merely fantasies she dared not voice. Yun Xiqing felt a strong intuition that the current dynamic between them represented the limits of what he was willing to offer. His patience had its bounds. He was not merely the suave gentleman he appeared to be. Grasping the fabric of his shirt tighter, she remained oblivious to the deep amusement flickering in his eyes as he set her down in front of her door. With her mind wandering, she input her access code, yet she failed to realize that Gu Lijing had not even asked for her apartment number before placing her there. After a moment of hesitation, Yun Xiqing finally spoke up, albeit awkwardly. "Thank you for bringing me back. It's getting late. You should head home and rest." Surely, this overt dismissal would not escape his notice. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. But this time it was not from pain. It was from anxiety. The atmosphere around him grew suddenly tense, his brows furrowing, his high nose and tight jawline accentuating his features as he spoke. "You." The corridor was unnaturally quiet, yet Yun Xiqing sensed it was a harbinger of an impending storm. Gazing into his dark eyes, she blurted out without a second thought, interrupting Gu Lijing, "Since we're already at the door, why not come in for a cup of tea? What do you think?" Gu Lijing. Inside the apartment, Yun Xiqing watched the man busily moving in the kitchen, her expression a mix of exasperation and helplessness. He was unreserved, and so was she. She was unwell, and there was little he could do to change that. After a refreshing shower, she now donned modest loungewear, her long dark hair cascading down her back like seaweed. She could not fathom why she felt intimidated by him. especially given his propensity to kiss her without warning. With a furrowed brow, she rested her chin on her hands, her delicate teeth nibbling at her soft pink lip. She had anticipated that Gu Lijing would refuse her invitation. Yet before she could even consider the possibility, he had not only accepted but made himself at home, pouring himself a glass of water. Opening the fridge, retrieving ingredients, and heading into the kitchen. Chapter 32. Do you like me? The aroma of porridge wafted through the air, interrupting her spiraling thoughts. Her stomach growled in response, reminding her that she had only eaten breakfast that day. The dull ache in her abdomen was a reminder of how little appetite she had at lunchtime, yet now she felt hunger pangs. Could it be that this man was doing this for her? Yun Siqing's gaze shifted to him, noting how the sleeves of his black shirt were casually rolled up to his wrists, revealing healthy, fair skin that exuded an air of scholarly elegance mixed with an inexplicable allure. With a slender figure, his silhouette exudes an air of noble elegance. Even while engaged in the mundane task of cooking, he emanates grace and dignity. Truly, this man is flawless. No matter his demeanor, he remains strikingly handsome. Leaving Yun Siqing momentarily speechless, Gu Lijing holds the pot of freshly cooked porridge and turns around. He catches sight of Yun Siqing unabashedly appraising him, a subtle smile gracing his thin lips. It seems his striking appearance has its advantages after all. His long, artistically defined fingers grip the rim of the white porcelain bowl, resembling an exquisite work of art, far surpassing the male models from the neighboring department during his study abroad. Yun Siqing finds herself momentarily entranced. Noting her unwavering gaze, Gu Lijing places the bowl on the dining table and approaches her. The young woman appears to have just bathed, clad in a black loungewear adorned with subtle patterns. Curled up on the sofa with her knees hugged close, her skin as pale and smooth as jade, her hair cascading obediently down her shoulders. She tilts her delicate face to observe him, her dark eyes glistening, her unadorned face enhancing her natural charm, pure and flawless, reminiscent of a dewdrop-laden white rose, exuding an elegance tinged with allure. Sensing the shadow looming over her, as the light is momentarily obscured, Yun Siqing looks up at the man. "That am I beautiful?" His voice, both enticing and deep, flows like water. "Beautiful," she replies almost instinctively. Gu Lijing chuckles softly, his dark, profound gaze sparkling, his high-bridged nose and exquisite lips radiating elegance and nobility. His sharply defined features soften slightly, rendering him even more captivating. Beauty alone cannot satiate hunger. "Come, drink your porridge." That he gently takes her delicate wrist, lifting her effortlessly as if accustomed to this motion. Upon hearing his words, Yun Siqing feels a twinge of regret, gripping the fabric of his shirt in frustration, cursing herself for being unable to resist temptation and for voicing her innermost thoughts, observing the conflicted expression on her face. Gu Lijing smirks. The marble dining chair is cool to the touch as Gu Lijing settles her down in his embrace, then retrieves the bowl of porridge to offer it to her. The young woman feels a chill. Her usually rosy complexion appears somewhat pallid, that a flicker of concern crosses Gu Lijing's eyes. And oh wonder, she seems less articulate than usual, behaving unusually docile before him. Perhaps she is unwell. The white porcelain bowl holds a delightful corn and shrimp porridge, the delicate pink shrimp and golden corn mingling with the creamy rice, instantly awakening her appetite. Nestled against Gu Lijing, she savors the porridge in small bites, its soft, sweet texture melting in her mouth, her willow-like brows curving in satisfaction. There's more in the kitchen, he observes, his heart seemingly soothed by her enjoyment. Gu Lijing gently wraps his arm around her, making no overt advances, simply watching her as she relishes her meal. Yun Siqing, with her petite appetite, finishes the small bowl, feeling content. She places the bowl on the table and turns to Gu Lijing. "I am full. Why aren't you eating?" Their proximity allows them to feel each other's breath, a tender entanglement, causing Yun Siqing to feel a touch of embarrassment. After finishing her porridge, her small tongue instinctively flicks out to wet her rosy lips. This simple, commonplace gesture ignites a fire within Gu Lijing, whose throat tightens, his palm growing warm as a tumult of emotion surges within his deep-set eyes. Yun Siqing awaits his response, aware that he came here for her. During their time in the lounge, he had remained by her side, likely having eaten nothing as well. Lost in thought, she suddenly feels his soft lips press against hers, the kiss arriving without warning. The cool, cedar-scented essence of him fills her senses, fresh and invigorating. As the kiss deepens, Yun Siqing's mind begins to cloud. She finds herself enveloped in softness, the man leaning over her. Although he is assertive, he has never forced her. Yet, despite this knowledge, a hint of fear lingers within her. Her hands begin to struggle, but her resistance feels futile against Gu Lijing's firm grasp, which, though roughened by years of athleticism, caresses her gently. His unfamiliar masculine scent envelopes her, a faint hint of mint lingering in the air, as he kisses her with exquisite restraint, yet she finds herself overwhelmed at the sound of her voice. Gu Lijing's restraint falters. Heat courses through his chest as his hand effortlessly breaks through her defenses, claiming her once more. Yun Siqing's mind erupts in chaos. Her heartbeat quickens and her breath becomes labored as the air around her thins. Just then, he releases her lips, and she gasps for air. His face buries itself in the crook of her neck, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Yun Siqing feels her heart racing uncontrollably. His hands, rough yet tender, cause her skin to prickle, and an unnameable feeling flickers in her heart, stirring fear within her. Gu Lijing. She murmurs softly, her voice laced with a hint of tears. He remains silent for a moment. But eventually his husky voice breaks through. Yun Siqing, do you like me? He whispers, his tone low and intimate, brushing against her lips. Sensing her fear, he retracts his hand, tenderly stroking her hair, that I in the warm confines of the room. Yun Siqing suddenly feels an overwhelming heat, that as her senses gradually return. She furrows her brow slightly, that if she despised him, would he dare to act so freely towards her? She is merely on her period. Not incapacitated, in a moment of retaliation. She leans in and lightly bites his lip, that a sharp sting causes Gu Lijing's eyes to narrow slightly. After a brief pause, understanding dawns on him, and a smile spreads across his deep-set eyes, causing them to shimmer like countless stars, truly enchanting. Yun Siqing has rarely witnessed such a side of Gu Lijing. She knows he is handsome, but she never realized how beguiling his smile could be. While the term captivating is often used to describe women, it suits him remarkably well at this moment. Yun Siqing feels a jolt of surprise. Gu Lijing, however, remains unfazed, leaning in for yet another deep kiss. She finds herself unable to keep pace with his thoughts, choosing instead to close her eyes and quietly absorb the sensations he brings until her strength wanes once more. Gu Lijing sits up, holding her close, his gaze filled with a mix of wildness and deep affection as he looks into her eyes. Chapter 33. Don't play around. Wait for me to return, since you like me. What is there to fear? His voice is husky and undeniably assertive. He perceives her hesitation, yet he knows she is not one to shy away entirely. He cannot fathom what frightens her, compelling her to keep him at arm's length. Yun Siqing is momentarily taken aback, her eyes appearing misty and distant, as if veiled by a curtain of reeds. Is she afraid? Liking someone needs no justification, but love demands at point one can have many people they like. But only one they loved. If she cannot be that singular person, then she would rather not have it at all. Her mother serves as a prime example, merely a woman who was liked, but never truly loved. The young woman's gaze darkens slightly, her lips crimson, her expression returning to the familiar cool demeanor of Yun Siqing, yet her eyes still shimmer with lingering emotions, a hint of allure present in their clarity. With her chin slightly raised, she gazes at Gu Lijing. I just want to know more. Who knew you were in such a hurry? She pouts and continues. What if you're just being whimsical? I don't have time for your games, Gu Lijing. Her calm voice carries no fluctuations, her eyes shimmering like rippling water, ultimately landing on his brows. This is a truth. He is indeed eager, observing the determined and unyielding expression on her face. Gu Lijing chuckles that he chooses not to press further. The young woman has yet to fully trust him, or perhaps she simply feels she does not know him well enough. Words alone are futile. Only actions will suffice. Now, he is no longer in a rush. There is plenty of time ahead. Time reveals a horse's strength, so does it unveil a person's heart. Gu Lijing stands and lifts her onto the bed, gently brushing his fingers across her forehead. Tomorrow, don't go to work. Rest at home. No need, she replies, dismissing it without a second thought. It's not a big deal. Why make such a fuss? Yun Siqing refuses, her mind set on the 2 design drafts she still has to complete. Yun Siqing, what is wrong with you? Gu Lijing inquires, his gaze penetrating as he observes her defiance. Yun Xiqing wonders just how much he can tolerate her. To her surprise, he leans down, gently stroking her hair and placing a soft kiss on her forehead. But don't play around. Wait for me to return. Assuming he is merely trying to placate her. Yun Xiqing takes his words lightly. Seeing his expression, she opens her mouth but ultimately refrains from arguing. Resting is resting. Who would refuse a vacation? It's not like she works for Yun S. Why willingly subject herself to exploitation by capitalists? Moreover, this particular capitalist stands right before her. She might as well exploit him. Yun Xiqing settles herself on the bed, choosing not to look at him. Noticing her silence, Gu Lijing's lips curve into a slight smile as he turns to leave the room. The room falls into stillness once more, the fragrance of the white roses on the nightstand filling the space. Rich and intoxicating, as if the cedar scent from moments ago was but a figment of her imagination. Yun Xiqing sits on the bed in a daze, hugging a large white polar bear plushie. Does this signify their relationship has been established? Is this how he reacts? The sensation against her chest felt akin to a searing brand. Yun Xiqing sensed an increasing warmth enveloping her, in desperation. She hastened to the restroom to wash her face. Upon exiting Yun Xiqing's home, Gu Lijing made his way directly to the adjacent room that he entered by pressing the code, stepping into the pristine space, which remained as immaculate as it had been when he departed. This dwelling had been purchased by him 3 years prior. It appeared that Su Yi had arranged for someone to come periodically for cleaning, as it was tidy and well kept. After recuperating from his leg injury at the hospital 3 years ago, he had not returned here, spending most of his time at Xinguang, occasionally settling for a night at a hotel. Over these 3 years, his thoughts had been predominantly consumed by work, save for her. The man elegantly leaned against the sofa, his long legs crossed at a luxurious crystal chandelier cast a soft glow overhead. The pale yellow halo diffusing gently. His dark eyes sparkled with a tender clarity, the light shimmering like moonlight dancing within their depths. Contemplating the young girl asleep next door, Gu Lijing felt a sudden, profound sense of vulnerability within him. As if something had collapsed, leaving him utterly soft, he raised his gaze, half closing his eyes to regard the light above, lost in thought for a moment before a subtle smile graced his lips. Gu Lijing's biological clock was unwavering. He left the house promptly at 6 in the morning, then he paused briefly at Yun Xiqing's door, but ultimately refrained from knocking. She needed her rest. Hesitant steps eventually carried him away. Striding forth as soon as he arrived at the company, Su Yi called to Su. He was well aware of Gu Lijing's routine. The boss had pressed him to relay yesterday's news, which had dragged into today, becoming increasingly urgent. Su Yi appeared troubled. Jiu Shao, the deal with the Duan family requires your personal attention. Additionally, his voice held a hint of hesitation that Jiu Lijing could not help but furrow his brow. His tone gravelly and frigid, devoid of warmth. Su Yi, can you not change your nagging ways? If you can't, then pack your things and leave. Just speak plainly. On the other end, Su Yi broke into a cold sweat. Quickly responding, the butler Wu from the old residence called, saying the old master is gravely ill and requests your return. He wiped his brow, unable to suppress his anxiety. Clearly, Gu Shao's patience was reserved solely for the young lady. As for him, it was nothing short of oppression. It was not that he refrained from speaking. Rather, the old master, despite being in robust health, was now suddenly on the brink of death, just as the Duan family summoned Gu Shao back. The intention was all too apparent. The Gu and Duan families had long-standing ties, each holding significant influence in country, but the elder Duan, Duan Yi, and the elder Gu, Gu Chun, had shared a deep bond in their youth. With the former having once saved the latter's life, the Jiu Chun was a man known for his gratitude. The Duan family lacked for nothing, except for their little granddaughter, Duan Yinyin, who was spoiled like a princess and harbored affections for Gu Shao. Trailing behind him like a shadow, incessantly calling him brother, Jiu Shao found her presence overwhelmingly bothersome. Out of gratitude for the life-saving favor, Gu Chun, at the elder Duan's behest, had hoped to arrange a marriage between Gu Shao and Miss Duan. Even threatening Gu Shao with the family's fortune, was only natural for the elder Gu to relent, given the current trend of business marriages. After all, alliances were essential in this era where social standing mattered. Yet, Su Yi knew that Gu Shao despised being coerced. Moreover, Gu Shao had no interest in the young lady from the Duan family. The Gu family was affluent enough to have no need for such a union. Thus, in a fit of rage, Gu Shao had brought Su Yi to Country Z, establishing the current Gu enterprise. Even Su Yi could discern the elder's intentions, let alone Gu Lijing, that a cold smile crept across Gu Lijing's face. But the thought of Gu Chun left him no room to refuse. Chapter 34. Returning to the Gu family's ancestral home over the years, the elder had turned a blind eye to his actions, allowing him to act freely. This time, however, leveraging life itself as a bargaining chip to compel him to return indicated that the elder Duan had backed him into a corner. After all, Gu Chun was not as thick-skinned as the elder Duan, who would often invoke the life-saving favor from years past. After a moment's reflection, Gu Lijing furrowed his brows and spoke in a nonchalant manner. Understood. Prepare to depart for Country A this afternoon. We shall return to the ancestral home. Ye Bei, Yun Siqing awoke early, her lower abdomen still aching, yet feeling much improved compared to yesterday. The room was filled with ample light. Yun Siqing took out a pencil and some drafting paper. Despite advancements in technology allowing for online design, she still preferred to complete her designs by hand, a habit cultivated since childhood. Clad in a long, white French-style nightgown, her softly curled hair casually tied back with a satin ribbon, her face devoid of makeup, yet exuding a natural elegance akin to a white rose glistening with morning dew, she leaned nonchalantly against the window seat, her delicate fingers sketching on the paper. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. With a gentle swipe, the low, magnetic voice of the man came through to Gu Lijing. Have you risen? A faint smile graced her lips as she softly replied. Gu Lijing. I will be heading to Country A this afternoon and will return in 3 days. Yun Siqing. All right, take care. The man hesitated for a moment, his thin lips pressed together. To Su Yi, observing his boss, recalled the reprimand he had received that morning, silently lamenting whether it was him who had conformed to the boss or vice versa. He shook his head, inwardly sighing that indeed, proximity to excellence or mediocrity had its consequences. Noticing the stir beside him, Gu Lijing cast a glance at Su Yi before uttering 4 words into the phone. Wait for my return. Su Yi felt a shiver run down his spine at Gu Lijing's glance. Could it be that his boss had learned the art of mind reading? He quickly averted his gaze, pretending to admire the scenery outside. Hearing Gu Lijing's words, Yun Siqing's clear eyes shimmered with ripples of emotion. Her naturally cool voice carried a hint of laughter. Gu Lijing, make sure to return early. Upon finishing her sentence, her cheeks flushed. The tone was reminiscent of an old married couple rather than a pair of newlyweds. The moment her words fell, Gu Lijing chuckled softly, his voice laced with affection. Understood that it was as if he hadn't yet left her presence and was already missing her, that he longed to tuck her away in his pocket and take her along. Nearby, Su Yi wore a knowing smile, recognizing that love was indeed a wonderful thing. After all, the young lady had been with Gu Shao for merely a short while, yet her smiles outnumbered those she had directed at him over the past decade. As Yun Siqing ended the call, Gu Lijing shot a sidelong glance at Su Yi, who immediately shrank back, his smile fading into a more respectful demeanor. The Gu Lijing regarded Su Yi coolly. Are you all set? Su Yi. Everything is ready. We can depart at any time. Gu Lijing. You may leave first. We will set off at 2 this afternoon. Su Yi. Understood. Su Yi wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering why he was always the target of Gu Lijing's sharp gaze. Gu family ancestral home. Upon entering, one was greeted by a traditional courtyard, complete with pavilions, flowing water, and an abundance of seasonal flora, all contributing to a serene atmosphere. The intricately carved crimson wooden pillars and doorways exuded an antique charm, the entire area alive with the sounds of chirping birds and fragrant blossoms. By the time Gu Lijing arrived at the ancestral home, it was already 5 in the afternoon. That he was attired in a crisp white suit, which softened his usual cold and mature demeanor, rendering him particularly refined and youthful, exuding a sense of vitality and flamboyance. Gu Lijing strode purposefully through the corridor and into the study, with Su Yi closely trailing behind him. Passing through several screens made of rosewood adorned with landscapes, he found Gu Chun seated at the tea table. The bronze incense burner before him emitted spirals of fragrant smoke, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and solemnity. The elder, clad in a black and gold-tanged suit, despite his graying hair, appeared vigorous and sprightly. His face, though lined with wrinkles, hinted at a youthful handsomeness, and his cloudy eyes sparkled with shrewdness, giving him an air of authority and seriousness. Grandfather, Gu Lijing approached, speaking with the utmost respect to Su Yi, along with the servants in the room. Quietly withdrew. Upon seeing Gu Lijing, Gu Chun's expression darkened, his white brows furrowing tightly that he raised his rosewood cane, pointing it accusingly at the man before him. "You wretched boy, do you even know to return?" The cane struck the ground with a heavy thud. Standing tall in the hall, Gu Lijing's expression remained unyielding, his face betraying no emotion. With a slight lift of his lips, he calmly replied, "Grandfather, you used marriage as a means to force your grandson away. How could I dare return?" A clay teacup flew past, shattering upon impact with the ground, scattering into pieces that Su Yi, stationed at the corridor's entrance, flinched at the sound of the shattering pottery, realizing that only Gu Chun would dare to raise his voice at Gu Shao. "You unfilial child! Are you any different from your father for all these years? You have been indifferent to me. What good is raising you?" At the mention of his deceased father, Gu Lijing's demeanor shifted slightly, a shadow of darkness flickering in his gaze. "Indifferent? Does grandfather believe it was I who delivered all those gifts and supplements during the festivals? Your health in recent years has been reassuring, allowing me to venture out with peace of mind," the man replied, his tone steady and unwavering. The Gu Chun, infuriated, was not seeking gifts or supplements. This wretched boy has eyes and ears around him. All these years of threats and temptations, he has treated them as mere whispers in his ears, ignoring them completely, just like his father, a stubborn mule. Yet he can also arrange for spies to be near this insufferable child. When he ventured out at such a young age, Gu Chun thought it wouldn't be long before he returned home, bowing his head and agreeing to a union with the granddaughter of the Duan family, taking over the Gu family's enterprises. Who would have thought that after a decade, not only did he not come back, but he also established the formidable Gu Corporation in Z country. This aspect of him mirrors his younger self. With this thought, Gu Chun's anger eased, and his expression calmed. "As for the union with the Duan family, since you are back this time, you should prepare for it properly. After all, your grandfather Duan saved my life back in the day." In recent years, since Gu Lijing's father passed away, the Gu family has been on a downward trajectory. The Duan family has seized this opportunity, growing stronger and more formidable, and at this rate, they might surpass the Gu family. He fears that one day, the Duan family will directly suppress the Gu family. And no matter how prosperous the business in Z country is, it is merely small fry compared to the affairs on this side. The granddaughter of the Duan family has been interested in Gu Lijing since childhood, and with the Duan family's intentions to ally with the Gu family, this presents an opportunity for the Gu family to alleviate its plight. Yet this wretched boy always rebels, refusing to bow down. Chapter 35. Gu Lijing's injury. With this realization, Gu Chun's expression darkened once again, his face betraying his anger. Gu Lijing finally sighed, realizing that his old man still harbored this thought. As for the union, since Li Xuan has taken over the Gu family, why doesn't T grandfather consider letting him handle it? The Duan family has done us a favor. The Gu family can afford any sum of money. So why risk the happiness of his granddaughter? After saying this, he glanced at Gu Chun, who was glaring at him with eagle-like eyes. The Gu Lijing lowered his gaze, continuing, "Moreover, I am not willing to do so. I will not agree to the union." After uttering these words, Gu Lijing lowered his eyes, bracing himself for the impending storm. Li Xuan has already exhausted himself from dealing with the Duan family over the years. My intention was for you to take over the Gu family. If you had stayed here properly back then, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Had I known you would remain so stubborn, I would have tied you up and brought you back. Gu Chun, furious, suddenly stood up and began to pace back and forth in front of the table, his ebony cane striking the ground with increasing force. Gu Lijing stood silently, his tall figure indifferent and regal. Watching Gu Lijing's demeanor, Gu Chun could hardly contain his rage, shouting towards the door, "Wu Ku, bring the family law." Outside, Sui felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that after being away for 10 years, this time returning would surely involve facing a punishment. Did I end the study? Butler Wu held a dark brown, glossy rattan cane, as thick as a baby's arm, and respectfully handed it to Gu Chun. Gu Chun took the cane, pointed it at Gu Lijing, and shouted, "Strip him of his clothes. I will do it myself." Gu Lijing replied heavily. Upon hearing this, Butler Wu obediently exited the room. The man casually draped his suit over the ebony chair, his long fingers methodically unbuttoning it to reveal his muscular chest. Standing tall in the room, that Jiyu Chun stood behind Gu Lijing with the cane in hand. The cane struck his bare back, leaving vivid crimson marks, again and again. Outside, Sui listened to the sound of the cane hitting flesh, secretly drenched in cold sweat. After all, Gu Chun had been a soldier. His strength did not diminish, and soon the man's smooth back was lacerated, blood streaming down. Yet the man remained silent, his expression stoic, his usually stern profile revealing a hint of pallor. Time passed, and Gu Chun seemed exhausted. Tossing the cane aside with a grunt, turning to Gu Lijing, "You can endure, huh?" His son and these two grandsons, among whom Gu Lijing resembled him the most, so he held a particular regard for Gu Lijing. Sitting in the grandmaster chair, Gu Chun's aged face was stern as he took a sip of tea, followed by a cold smile directed at Gu Lijing. "Now, tell me, what are you planning to do about the granddaughter of the Duan family?" Gu Lijing pressed his thin lips together, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. "What does the granddaughter of the Duan family have to do with me? I cannot be responsible for her." After coldly asserting this, he took a shirt from the side, disregarding his injuries, and slowly began to button it up. Jiyu Chun understood that the union was futile and made no further mention of it. However, the response from the Duan family was indeed difficult to navigate. The old man sighed internally. "What about the Gu family? Are you simply going to neglect it? Let Li Xuan gain more experience. That would be beneficial." The man's expression was cold. Yet upon seeing Gu Chun's momentarily helpless look, he felt a twinge of compassion. His grandson would not agree to a union with the Duan family. If the Duan family had other requests, they could certainly bring them forth. After fastening the last button, Gu Lijing finally spoke. He had never been fond of making promises, but having been cared for by the old man for over a decade, he couldn't bear to see him troubled over such matters. Li Xuan is also a part of the Gu family. If he only dares to stand behind the winds and waves, how can he become a great figure? If he falters, I will still be here to support him. There is no need for grandfather to worry about this. The Jiyu Chun glanced at his grandson, who had left home at 18 with a similar rebellious spirit, and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, he was becoming old, overly concerned. Seeing Gu Lijing speak so resolutely, Gu Chun's expression softened as he took another sip of tea. "Now that you are 28, is it truly as Sui said? After all these years, hasn't anyone caught your eye?" The fragrance of water-scented incense wafted into his nostrils. The Jiyu Lijing gazed out the window, where lush green bamboo thrived, and suddenly, a young girl's visage flashed in his mind, causing the corners of his lips to curve slightly, his eyes sparkling like peach blossoms. Noticing Gu Lijing's silence, Gu Chun continued, "How many noble young ladies in a country desire to align themselves with the Gu family? If you do not fancy the Duan girl, perhaps you might find someone more suitable, ideally from a family of equal standing. Don't simply follow your father's example." Upon hearing his grandfather's words, the man's eyes turned cold, his chiseled features growing stern. "Do you think my parents' situation was ideal? Do you wish for your grandson to walk in his father's footsteps?" Gu Chun's expression stiffened, his mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a word. He had unwittingly touched on this boy's sore spot. With a long sigh, Gu Chun fell silent. The water of the rockery flowed gently, and the study was enveloped in silence. "Grandfather, rest well. I will return to my room." The Jiyu Lijing casually took his suit and turned to leave the study. The Jiyu Chun watched his grandson's retreating figure, hoarsely asking Wu Ku, "Do you think this child resembles me more, or his father?" Wu Ku, with the wrinkles of age around his eyes, smiled gently. "He resembles you, but perhaps leans more towards that one." Jiyu Chun's eyes reflected contemplation, ultimately yielding a faint smile, silently acquiescing. "Call the doctor over to tend to his wounds." "Yes." That Wu Ku's amiable face narrowed, his eyes slightly. Obediently exiting the study, "Did I end the room?" The man appeared pale as jade, his lips devoid of color, his elegant brows furrowed like a river, fine beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his calm eyes dark and bright. The private doctor had just arrived to treat his wounds, filling the room with the scent of medicine. Yes, the room settled in a quiet. Gu Lijing approached the carved window and gently opened it. Outside, the rockery flowed with water, mist swirling amid clusters of green bamboo, illuminated by the ancient lamp, resembling the misty landscapes of John At. This moment, the man's previously fierce demeanor vanished, revealing an exceptionally refined elegance. His upper body was wrapped in bandages, subtly showcasing the graceful lines of his muscles, like a masterpiece carved by a skilled sculptor. Holding his phone, he spoke in a low, soft voice. Yun Xixiang, have you gone to sleep? Upon receiving the call, Yun Xixiang had just completed the design draft for a necklace, studying it in her hands, pondering what it might be missing. The man's voice seemed different from usual. Not yet. I'm still working on the draft. After a pause, she continued, Gu Lijing, are you all right? Hearing the young girl's clear and cool voice calling his name, filled with concern, a hint of a smile crept into the man's eyes. Chapter 36. Confrontation. I'm fine, that I will be back the day after tomorrow. Okay, I understand that I'll wait for your return. After hanging up the phone, Yun Xixiang was unaware that her brows and eyes were adorned with a subtle smile. Didn't he say 3 days? How can he return the day after tomorrow? Yun Xixiang's lips curled slightly as she continued revising her draft. Meanwhile, Gu Lijing lowered his gaze, unable to suppress a smile. The next morning, Yun Xixiang arrived at the company. Just as she settled at her desk, she received a call from Tang Jinsong. Hello. Her voice was cool, filled with detachment. Xixiang, are you adapting well there? Tang Jinsong inquired from the other end of the line, his tone suggesting he was in good spirits. Yes, it's okay to do. You have something to discuss? I need to get to work. Recalling Tang Jinsong's past actions, Yun Xixiang was disinclined to engage in conversation, preferring to brush him off quickly. Your father knows you're busy, but the collaboration with the Gu family is paramount. However, Ranan's engagement banquet is approaching, next Friday. Could you find time to attend? After all, we are family now. And Aunt Meng hopes you can attend. Tang Jinsong spoke with a smile. After all, it is a matter of face that if others were to discuss his favoritism later, it would not bode well. Although the collaboration with the Gu family is of great significance, it is permissible to return at such a crucial moment. Next Friday. Yun Xiqing's eyes were cold as ice. This man seemed to have forgotten everything. Next Friday marks her mother Yun Meng's birthday. Now that she is no longer with them, it is one thing for him not to remember, but to hold an engagement banquet for Meng Xiren on that day, lowering her voice several degrees. Yun Xiqing inquired, when is the wedding? Tang Jinsong replied, 2 months after the engagement banquet. After all, this is a union between prominent families, and even in haste, preparations must be made. Yun Xiqing responded, I will not attend the wedding. The pressure regarding the collaboration is immense, and I cannot afford to leave. As it pertains to the future of the Yun family, that I believe it is wise to prioritize that. Hearing Yun Xiqing's reasoning, Tang Jinsong found it quite sensible. After all, it was merely an engagement banquet, which pales in comparison to the future of the Yun family, that he promptly said, then focus on your work that I will speak with Aunt Meng. This is a trivial matter, that if any issues arise, please contact your father right away. All right. After hanging up, a wave of frost washed over Yun Xiqing's heart. Does this man now see nothing but power? Just as she was lost in thought, a sharp voice pierced through from outside the door. I in front of Su Yi's office. On what grounds are you stopping me? Where is Brother A Jing? Do you not know that my brother and Brother A Jing are good friends? You have delayed my affairs. Can you afford to offend me? A low, subservient male voice responded, I apologize, Miss Ning. Without an appointment. You cannot meet our Mr. Gu. Furthermore, Mr. Gu is already on a business trip. If you have any matters, please contact Assistant Su. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ning Huan, who wore a proud expression. Every time I call, you say Brother A Jing is on a business trip. That can't you come up with a different excuse? Where is Su Yi? Bring him out to see me. Assistant Su has also accompanied Mr. Gu on the business trip. The male employee felt increasingly anxious. He had merely come to deliver documents and unexpectedly encountered the audacious Ning Huan, who had slipped past the inattentive receptionist that he recognized Ning Huan. The daughter of the Ning family, who had recently made headlines for her association with M.R.Gu.IT, was rumored that their families were considering a union, and she might very well become the future mistress of the Gu family. He could not afford to offend her. However, company policy dictated that no one could enter Assistant Su's office without permission. That don't play games with me. I have come here with great effort and must see him. Bring Su Yi to me. I will wait right here. The male employee felt helpless, but just then a cold female voice resonated through the corridor. You are making such a racket in the hallway. How am I supposed to work? He turned to see a stunning young woman, seemingly quite young, clad in a scarlet silk floral qipao that accentuated her figure beautifully. Her gently curled long hair cascaded down, exuding an enchanting allure. Such a vibrant red might appear overly garish on most, yet on this woman, it radiated an ethereal charm. highlighting her exceptionally fair skin, reminiscent of pristine lilies basking in the morning sun of a valley. Her features were exquisitely crafted, with eyes as clear as crystal, seemingly drenched in water, shrouded in mist and depth. Her lips bore a delicate pink hue, exuding a blend of freshness and a hint of seduction, akin to a morning white rose. Truly a mesmerizing beauty, far surpassing the stars he had seen on television. The male employee was momentarily spellbound. Ning Huan, too, was taken aback by this voice, her attention abruptly drawn to Yun Siqing. And she found herself momentarily stunned. The woman before her was breathtakingly beautiful. Having seen her from a distance before, she had not realized how striking she was up close. "What are you doing here? Brother A Jing will not see you," she exclaimed, almost through gritted teeth. This floor had always been empty except for Sui. Brother A Jing cherished his solitude. Why was this woman allowed to linger here? Yun Siqing tilted her chin slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Ning Huan, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she tucked a stray hair behind her ear, her voice cool and composed. "Naturally, I am here to work. What else would I do in the office? Create chaos." Upon hearing her taunt, Ning Huan's face contorted with anger as she rushed forward, raising her hand to strike, her voice piercing and shrill. Devoid of its previous sweetness, "You shameless hussy. Not only did you entice Brother A Jing, but you also dare to appear before me?" The male employee immediately shut his eyes, recalling Ning Huan's arrogance, and felt a wave of sympathy for the enchanting woman before him that a crisp slap echoed in the air, causing the male employee's brow to furrow. "You dare to hit me?" Ning Huan's shrill voice rang out once more. The male employee opened his eyes, astonished by the unfolding scene. Ning Huan held her face, stepping back in shock, her expression twisted in rage as she glared at the woman before her. Meanwhile, Yun Siqing, with her chin slightly raised and a frosty demeanor, had yet to lower her hand. "You think I should endure your aggression simply because you charged at me?" she remarked with a faint, cold smile. "What audacity to act unruly before her! Do you know who I am? My brother will not let you off easily." Ning Huan, taken aback by the unexpected retaliation, felt a surge of resentment. Her cheek was already burning, and it was likely swelling. "That I have no interest in knowing who you are. It is the first time I have seen someone resort to shouting for their brother during a brawl." Yun Siqing replied coolly before turning away and entering the office. Chapter 37. What man is she buying clothes for? Feeling humiliated, Ning Huan's eyes suddenly turned red, her face twisted in fury as she glared at Yun Siqing. Yet upon witnessing Yun Siqing's demeanor, she dared not pursue her further and instead directed her anger towards the male employee. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and leave." The male employee, still in shock, watched as Ning Huan stormed towards the elevator, and he quickly made his exit. This gossip must be spread quickly. They had encountered the daughter of the Ning family before, arrogant and utterly detestable. Before heading downstairs, he glanced back at the direction of Yun Siqing's office, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his face, filled with confusion. The 55th floor is easily accessible, yet he felt he had never seen this captivating beauty before. She was simply too exquisite, and her demeanor intrigued him that he vowed to obtain her WeChat contact the next time they crossed paths. As he muttered to himself, he hurriedly made his way down. Yun Siqing returned to her office, unable to tolerate those who bully the meek simply because they possess a powerful backing. Noticing the sticky residue on her hands, she lowered her gaze to find her palms smeared with makeup, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes as she retreated into the inner room. Meanwhile, Ning Huan, concealing her face, exited the Gu Corporation. How dare that hussy strike her? This face of hers is the most valuable in Z country. Most importantly, how did she gain entry into the Gu Corporation? She must have used some underhanded means to curry favor with a high-ranking executive, since she was so attached to Brother A Jing. Ning Huan vowed to make her suffer. Seated in her white sports car, her expression was twisted with rage. The sweetness she usually exuded entirely vanished. As soon as office hours concluded, Yun Siqing stepped out of the company building. Tomorrow, Gu Lijing would be returning, and she had contemplated for quite some time what gift to buy him. After all, he had taken care of her, and even cooked for her, recalling the scene of the man nearly losing control that day. Yun Siqing pressed her lips tightly together, her cheeks flushing with warmth. After parking her car and approaching the entrance of the shopping mall, she noticed an elderly man selling flowers. The flowers were a delicate pink and white, and the old man, with his silver hair and weathered face, bore the marks of hard labor, yet the flowers were arranged beautifully. Yun Siqing felt a sudden pull at her heartstrings, staring dreamily at the old man, and a familiar face from afar flashed through her mind. Pausing momentarily, she walked over to the flower stall, and after perusing the colorful blooms, she selected 2 bunches of white roses and 1 bunch of lisianthus. The total came to 110 yuan. Yun Siqing retrieved 2 red bills from her bag and handed them over to As the old man accepted the payment. A look of embarrassment crossed his face. Yun Siqing smiled gently and added, "I'll take 2 more of these pink roses. No need for change." The elderly man, flustered, quickly provided her with a paper bag to hold the flowers, awkwardly expressing his gratitude in broken Mandarin. A wave of emotion washed over Yun Siqing, and she felt a sting in her eyes, a fleeting image of another person crossing her mind. Quickly, she gathered herself, offering a warm smile before turning to enter the shopping mall. Unaware that this moment was being captured in its entirety, the Liu Hung had come to the mall for a shopping spree. A new collection from his frequently visited high-end store had just launched. Upon arrival, he spotted a stunning beauty just as he exited the parking lot. While he was not particularly interested in beautiful women, they were certainly a feast for the eyes. Thus, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances. After all these years of living, there was no one else who could wear a qipao with such extraordinary grace and exquisite charm than his little sister Dash and Dashlaw. It was through these lingering looks that Liu Hung realized this enchanting beauty was none other than his little sister-in-law. Dumbfounded, he removed his sunglasses, and a spark ignited within him, prompting him to hastily retrieve his phone and begin recording. Following that, he opened WeChat, accessed a conversation with someone, and sent out the video. The entire sequence of actions was executed with effortless fluidity. And Liu Hung laughed joyously, like a flower in full bloom. Passers-by, upon catching sight of the man in a pristine white suit, who was laughing like a rooster, could not help but stop and turn their heads repeatedly to gaze at him. Noticing the attention he had garnered, Liu Hung quickly adopted a serious expression. However, when he looked up again in search of Yun Siqing, he found that his little sister-in-law had already vanished from view. With a face full of disappointment, he led his assistant into the shopping mall. Meanwhile, far away in Country A, Gu Lijun was hosting guests at home, knowing that his return had attracted numerous business elites eager to pay their respects. After all, he was the heir in the eyes of the old Master Gu, and everyone wanted to curry favor with him. Did I in the face of all this? Gu Lijun remained indifferent, while Gu Chun busied himself with the guests. Just then, a vibration from his phone caught Gu Lijun's attention. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled out his phone and saw that Liu Hung had sent a video. Initially thinking it was merely a prank, Gu Lijun cast a glance and was not inclined to open it. However, as he swiped to exit, he inadvertently pressed the play button. The figure of a young girl came into view, and the man's gaze darkened. A hint of tenderness seeping into his eyes, akin to a gentle spring breeze rippling across a tranquil pond. She was clad in a striking crimson qipao, captivating and radiant. Rarely did she don such vivid colors. Yet she certainly pulled it off, cradling a white rose in her arms and smiling sweetly, exuding charm like the peach blossoms in the courtyard, gently falling in the sunlight of spring. The man's throat constricted slightly, an undercurrent of emotion surging within him, thick as the inky night that he missed her. The video was brief, and Gu Lijun rewound the progress bar multiple times to watch it again. The girl's smile ignited a spark within him, setting ablaze the barren land of his heart. Dien Country Z. Liu Hung, reveling in his own delight, received a notification on his phone while shopping for luxury goods that he swiped to check. You have received a transfer. Please check promptly. Liu Hung suddenly broke into a grin, realizing he had discovered the secret to seizing opportunities. Had he known making money could be this easy, he would never have taken over the company. Being a paparazzo would have been far more enjoyable. His assistant, bewildered, watched as his boss smiled cunningly, a chill running down his spine. Shopping, indeed, seemed to be a woman's nature. Originally intending to pick out a gift for Gu Lijun, she had, in less than 20 minutes, purchased 2 outfits for herself along with an array of cosmetics. Holding the cheerful shopping bags, she sighed, only to be suddenly captivated by a luxury menswear store. The display featured several suits and shirts, and a black shirt with gold buttons caught her eye. With 4 shopping bags in hand, Yun Siqing, unable to resist, stepped inside. As soon as she entered, a sales associate approached her. Captivated by her aura, a young male attendant gazed at Yun Siqing, momentarily stunned, before breaking into a shy smile and politely inquiring, "Miss, how may I assist you?" Meanwhile, across the ocean, Gu Lijun's phone vibrated again, revealing a message from Lu Heng. Little sister-in-law has enchanted the store's sales associate. Accompanied by a photo, the image depicted the young girl, graceful and poised, with a shyly smiling sales associate before her. A chill swept through Gu Lijun as he realized that Yun Siqing had dared to enter a menswear store. Who was she buying clothes for? A spark of anger ignited within him, his demeanor growing cold as a frost settled upon his sharp features, resembling an enraged sovereign. Chapter 38. This is indeed the size he mentioned. The palpable pressure radiating from him intimidated a nearby business tycoon, who, at that moment, was pondering which of his remarks had displeased the young Master Gu, causing such a sour expression. The man, with thinning hair, began to perspire profusely, wiping his forehead with a handkerchief. Yet Gu Lijun remained silent, suppressing the tumult within, before carelessly tossing his phone into his pocket. He could hardly contain himself. He longed to fly back immediately and capture the young girl. His expression darkened further, and beside him, Gu Chun, noticing his grandson's grim countenance, assumed it was due to the topic of conversation and quickly shifted to another subject, in Country Z. Lu Heng was basking in self-satisfaction, his eyes sparkling as he reveled in the thought of being an exceptional informant. However, he felt it was time to let his brother in on the allure of his little sister-in-law. Without hesitation, he sent the photo he had inadvertently captured earlier to Gu Lijun, unaware of the explosive effect it would have on the man. Inside the menswear store, the sales associate inquired, "What size do you need?" Yun Siqing hesitated, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. She realized she had no idea what size the man wore, perhaps around 6 feet tall. But his weight was a mystery. She nervously bit her lip, feeling slightly embarrassed. She had never bought clothes for a man before. Contemplating whether to get one of each size, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. "Little sister-in-law." Yun Siqing turned to find Lu Heng's cherubic face, his bright eyes sparkling. She mentally searched for where she had encountered this lively boy. Before she could recall, he continued, "Are you buying clothes for Brother Jing?" "He wears that." Lu Heng's eyes twinkled with mischief, his fair skin, rosy lips, and striking features illuminated by the diamond stud in his left ear. Yun Siqing couldn't help but think he resembled a living doll. Looking at Lu Heng's broad grin, she felt a wave of embarrassment. How could Gu Lijun know such a lively character? Without overthinking, she smiled and replied to the sales associate, "I'll take the size he mentioned." She then handed over her card, and the associate beamed as he turned to fetch the items. "Little sister-in-law, you must thank me for this." Lu Heng's eyes sparkled as he thought, "This one T do. It's been so long, and little sister-in-law doesn't T even know my brother's size yet that I must have a word with him later." Yun Siqing, feeling slightly uncomfortable, coughed lightly and suggested, "How about I treat you to a meal?" After a pause, she added, "But please don't mention the clothing," to Gu Lijun. Hearing Yun Siqing directly refer to the man by his name, Lu Heng's expression shifted to one of surprise before quickly returning to normal. No woman had ever dared to call his brother by name before, and it struck him that this girl, who appeared youthful, commanded a respect that was undeniably impressive. Lu Heng promptly made an okay gesture and mimicked zipping his lips. Signaling his understanding, he thought to himself, "What a delightful surprise. I'll have to chat with my brother about this later." With a greasy smile, he tried to get closer, saying, "Little sister-in-law, I'd love to dine with you. But let us save that for another day. Did I have to run some errands today?" He couldn't dare to dine alone with his little sister-in-law. Wouldn't that make the jealous one furious, shivering slightly? Lu Heng waved goodbye with a smile. Yun Siqing nodded in agreement, and as she watched the gentle smile on her face, Lu Heng felt a wave of happiness. His little sister-in-law was truly easy to please. And he liked that. Yun Siqing was quite elated. The task for the evening had been accomplished, and she could present it to Gu Lijing the following day. With a smile, she returned home, her hand grasping a paper bag. In Country A, Gu Lijing had once again shortened his itinerary, having originally planned to return to Country Z in the afternoon, but now arriving in the morning instead. The most harried of all was Sui, who found himself overwhelmed, struggling to keep pace with his boss's relentless speed, busy to the point of distraction. Yet he dared not voice his frustration, his small eyes revealing a glimmer of resentment until Gu Lijing, casting a disdainful glance, silently questioned whether he had sand in his eyes, prompting Su Yi to abandon his struggles. Outside, the gentle sound of flowing water could be heard, while the room was suffused with a lingering fragrance. The purpose of this return was to resolve matters concerning the Duan family, and it seemed that this issue had temporarily found a resolution, alleviating his grandfather's concerns for the time being. As for business, he believed that even if he opposed the alliance, the Duan family would not reject the dealings he had on hand, that a subtle smile played upon his lips, his gaze inscrutable. Tomorrow he would finally see his little girl again, that a fleeting image of her in a menswear store flashed through his mind, and his eyes darkened momentarily. Early the next day, Yun Siqing entered Gu's company. After the minor commotion caused on her first day, she wished to avoid becoming the center of attention again, especially given the company's extensive gossip network and the recent dispute with Ning Huan. Shaking her head, she aimed to cast aside these thoughts, ready to face whatever challenges might arise. For 2 hours, she worked quietly, seated at her desk, finally exhaling in relief as she reviewed the 4 design sketches before her. However, the gemstone combinations still seemed lacking. Her creation was not yet perfect. She planned to visit the jewelry store later that evening when the office door swung open and then promptly closed again. Gu Lijing entered and immediately spotted the young lady seated in the large black leather executive chair, which made her appear diminutive and particularly endearing, unlike the vibrant attire of the previous day. Today she wore a soft apricot-colored sleeveless dress with a high neckline, exuding a gentle and cool demeanor. Her long hair cascaded down her back, embodying a languid allure that was simply enchanting. Her initial coldness melted into a glimmer of warmth in her eyes upon meeting his gaze, dispelling any lingering displeasure he had felt. Yun Siqing, initially startled by the unexpected presence, regarded him with a cool demeanor before realizing it was Gu Lijing. The moment she laid eyes on him, a subtle smile graced her lips. "Didn't you say you would return in the afternoon?" Gu Lijing, clad in a deep blue shirt, stood tall and imposing, his sharp features accentuated by a slightly paler complexion than usual, yet still strikingly handsome that as he approached, his deep-set eyes, dark as ink, remained fixed on her, and she felt a rush of warmth creeping up her cheeks. "Didn't you say you would return in the afternoon? Why are you back at this hour?" she inquired with a smile. Since their parting that night, she had not seen him, and the shift in their relationship left her feeling somewhat disoriented. As she bit her lip, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. He remained silent, his lips pressed together, offering no response. Chapter 39. "Have you thought of me?" As she tilted her head to observe him, he suddenly drew closer, lifting her effortlessly and placing her upon the mahogany desk, parting her legs to stand between them, that he leaned down, his gaze unwavering, eyes burning with intensity. "Have you thought of me?" he asked, his voice husky and restrained, not directly answering her question, but instead gently pressing his forehead against hers. The proximity allowed her to see the detail of his lashes. His sharply defined features radiated a tenderness that was almost overwhelming, his dark gaze seemingly drawing her in. Yun Siqing felt herself succumbing to his allure. "Yes," she breathed, her lips parting to utter the single word, that he chuckled softly, a hint of mischief and temptation lacing his tone. The little girl truly cannot resist temptation. He reveled in her enchantment. Hearing his soft laughter, Yun Siqing gradually emerged from her daze, casting an annoyed glance at the man before her. Yet, to Gu Lijing, her eyes, filled with a myriad of emotions, were irresistibly captivating. The atmosphere in the office began to simmer with an undeniable heat. Yun Siqing's nostrils flared slightly, sensing a peculiar scent lingering around him that was unlike the usual refreshing fragrance of cedar. It bore a resemblance to medicinal ointment, and a flicker of concern crossed her eyes as she asked, "Gu Lijing, are you?" Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were silenced by his. His large hand cradled the back of her head while the other encircled her waist, deepening the kiss. The taste of mint enveloped her senses. With her hands pressed against his chest, she clutched at the slightly loosened collar of his shirt, feeling a surge of irritation. This man, why does he always catch her off guard with a kiss? The temperature in the room continued to rise, their figures entwined. Time passed without her notice until, in a moment of languor, he withdrew, leaving a mere fingertips distance between them, that he scrutinized her, his dark eyes reflecting the glimmer in hers. Enchanting and beguiling, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush that resembled blooming peach blossoms, utterly captivating. Her breath was shallow, infused with the faint scent of jasmine, intertwining with his own. "Where did you go after work yesterday?" he inquired, his voice low and enticing. "To the mall," she replied, leaning against his arm, her body weight resting upon him. His lips brushed lightly against hers, tracing the contours of her mouth as he slowly asked, "What for?" Yun Siqing's heart fluttered, her thoughts awash with his warmth, her tone tinged with impatience. To buy clothes. Struggling against her growing desire, she softly called his name, Jiu Lijing, caught in a battle of restraint. He finally relented. Exhaling a soft sigh, he cradled her in his arms and seated her on the sofa, holding her hands. "You went to the menswear store?" he stated, his gaze steady, questioning yet undeniably certain. Yun Siqing's expression stiffened, caught off guard for a moment before her nose wrinkled in displeasure. "Did the electric eye tell you?" At the peculiar nickname, Gu Lijing paused, a smile almost breaking through as he processed her words. "Indeed," he admitted, a smirk playing on his lips. Observing her demeanor, he felt his suspicions confirmed. She had indeed bought clothes for another man. Meanwhile, Yun Siqing believed that Lu Heng had divulged her intentions to Gu Lijing. It was a promise they had made, yet the electric eye had proven untrustworthy, igniting her indignation. To Gu Lijing, her frustration over being caught buying clothes for another man was evident. His expression turned icy as he prepared to respond when Yun Siqing interjected. Completely oblivious to Gu Lijing's expression, her mind was solely focused on the gift to Jiu Lijing. "Can we discuss this at home?" Her voice was sweet and lilting, a gentle plea. She was being coy, seeing her eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars. Gu Lijing felt his resolve weaken. Her voice seemed to weave a spell that softened his heart. She was being playful. "Very well," he replied, a smile gracing his features. "Let us talk at home," elated by his affirmative response. Yun Siqing beamed with joy. Her gift awaited her at home, yet she could not present it now, having to wait until they returned. After all, he had not informed her of his early return. With satisfaction, she leaped into his sturdy embrace, ready to wrap her arms around his waist, only to sense something amiss. With uncertainty, she reached out, her fingers brushing against the soft texture beneath his shirt. Recalling the peculiar scent and his interrupted words, her smile faded, her eyes narrowing, a glint of coldness piercing through as her expression turned serious. "Jiu Lijing, are you hurt?" she asked, her voice icy as he held her close. Leaning casually against the sofa, feeling the warmth of her hand against him, not intending to conceal the truth, "It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about." Yet, Yun Siqing abruptly straightened, creating distance between them. Her gaze unwavering. He had just become her man, and now he had been hurt. Who dared to lay a hand on her man? Observing her fierce demeanor, Gu Lijing felt a warmth spread within him. Her determination was endearing. His gaze intensified as he locked onto her, a slight smile tugging at his lips. He had always been at the top, accustomed to being the one others relied upon for protection. Having navigated a world of deception alone, never having anyone to shield him. Raising an eyebrow, he regarded her earnest expression. "Who did this?" "It was my grandfather," he murmured, speaking. He embraced her with one arm while gently holding her hand with the other, his fingers caressing it delicately. The young girl remained silent, gazing at him coldly. The Jiu Lijing's lips curled into a slight smile as he conceded once more, "Understood. Next time if you hit me again, I'll just avoid it. If all else fails, I'll beg for mercy, all right." His voice, unusually gentle and indulgent, was reminiscent of soothing a child. Upon hearing this, Yun Siqing's expression softened as she replied nonchalantly, "Avoiding is acceptable, but begging for mercy is not." Gu Lijing chuckled softly. Acknowledging her response, he pulled the young girl into his embrace, his gaze radiating warmth, his heart akin to the gentle ripples of spring water. Yun Siqing noticed he was bandaged up, his upper body seemingly wrapped in gauze, indicating he must have sustained serious injuries. She dared not move, remaining stiff as he adjusted his grip, cautious not to shift too much. However, the pungent smell of medicine compelled her to gently pull away and look into his eyes. "Does it hurt?" Her voice was soft and melodious. Chapter 40. Why didn't you tell me? Gu Lijing had always been the type to swallow his pain in silence, as a child whenever he got into fights. Regardless of whether he was injured or not, he would instinctively reply no when asked by his grandfather if it hurt. This was to assert his superiority and safeguard his pride. After all, a man must endure to achieve greatness. Once he left home to develop in Z country, he had risen to the pinnacle and had not been asked if he was in pain since. Yet at this moment, there stood someone who dared to inquire. The Jiu Li Jing lowered his gaze, observing the young girl's anxious and worried expression, that a faint smile graced his lips as he leaned his head against her neck. Inhaling her faint yet captivating fragrance, stirring something within him, it hurts. His voice was hoarse and fragile. Tilting his head slightly from her angle, she could only see his profile, his high nose, exquisite lips, and chiseled jawline, all starkly defined. His complexion appeared weak and feeble, bearing no semblance to his usual formidable demeanor. She knew that given Gu Lijing's character, he would never easily admit to pain. For one of his stature, such an admission could only signify genuine suffering. Consequently, her eyes glistened with empathy, her gaze filled with tenderness. Their intertwined hands instinctively tightened around his, a gesture of comfort and concern. The man reveled in the moment, a subtle smile gracing his lips, savoring their reunion. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock interrupted the moment that Sui stood outside. Looking resolute, he had no desire to disrupt his boss's romantic interlude, yet as his confidant, he felt compelled to approach matters others dared. Not he. Sui, who usually exuded confidence before outsiders, found himself engaging in such furtive antics. Pressing his ear against the office door, he strained to listen. No movement, no response. That Sui wrestled with the decision to knock again. What if his boss was hard of hearing? Inside the office, Yun Siqing observed the man in front of her, his eyelids gently closed. Utterly still, she tugged at his hand. Jiu Lijing furrowed his brow, lifting his head, his expression sharp as he gazed towards the door. Yun Siqing hastily returned to her desk, feeling unaccustomed to such intimacy in front of others. Gu Lijing's eyes narrowed at the girl who sprang up like a startled rabbit, a hint of dissatisfaction flitting across his features. Did he truly make her feel uncomfortable? With long fingers rubbing his temples absent-mindedly, he spoke coolly, "Come in." Those two simple words fell into Sui's ears like heavenly music, and with a beaming smile, he opened the door. Upon entering, he found the young lady at the desk and his boss seated on the sofa. Yun Siqing raised her eyes, meeting Sui's gaze. That he gave a slight bow, and she politely nodded before returning to her preparations. Sui pressed his lips together, respectfully approaching Gu Lijing. Jiu Shao. The man reclined on the sofa, arms casually draped over the sides, legs crossed, emanating an air of imperial authority, imposing and dignified. That he paid no heed to Yun Siqing's presence, his lips parting slightly. "What is it?" Sui glanced at Yun Siqing, hesitating momentarily, yet recalling Gu Lijing's previous admonishments. He steadied himself and spoke without hesitation. "Tang from the Gu Corporation has sent an invitation for you to attend Miss Meng's engagement party next Friday." After delivering his message, Sui pondered how presumptuous this request was. Convincing Gu Lijing to attend not only an engagement, but even a wedding would be a Herculean task, let alone for a stepdaughter. Such audacity! Typically, such invitations were declined outright, as some were merely gestures of respect, leaving attendance to Gu Lijing's discretion. However, considering the young lady's status, Sui felt a twinge of apprehension. This could very well be his boss's future father-in-law, and he could not afford to offend him. Cautiously lifting his gaze, Sui observed the man before him, whose expression bore no discernible emotion, initially intending to respond with a curt "not attending." A sudden flash of numbers crossed his mind, and in that instant, his eyes glimmered with a hint of menace. Unaware of the underlying implications, Sui was taken aback by the chilling aura emanating from Gu Lijing. Recalling a similar expression from 3 years prior, when Yi Tianqian had been tortured in the basement, the Jiu Lijing cast a glance at Yun Siqing, remaining silent, but Sui noticed his boss's unwavering gaze on the young lady, who was focused intently on her keyboard, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. Following his boss's line of sight, Sui regarded Yun Siqing, whose lips curled into a slight smile as she continued her work. Gu Lijing's expression grew increasingly complex as he strode over, enveloping the young girl in his arms. Settling into her chair, he regarded her with a keen gaze. Her countenance remained cool, yet her lips curled slightly upward as she obediently looked at him. "Why didn't you tell me?" he inquired softly, aware that she had heard his prior conversation with Sui. Feeling a twinge of helplessness, Yun Siqing pondered what to say. Did she want to disclose that someone was bullying her? She wished to avoid causing harm to others, Yet certain individuals made it exceedingly difficult for her. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes grew cold, a depth of emotion lurking within. Gu Lijing, observing her profile, reached out, his hand threading through her hair, grasping her neck to compel her gaze upon him. Yun Siqing was forced to turn, their faces mere inches apart. His deep-set eyes bore into hers, dark and unfathomable, as if harboring a vortex that sought to draw her in. Panicking, she averted her gaze, but his grip tightened, leaving her no choice but to meet his gaze. His expression was inscrutable, and she could not decipher the emotions hidden within. Yun Siqing. His lips curled slightly as he uttered her name, his voice imbued with myriad emotions. Chapter 41. Then you cannot escape that he wished to convey that she could rely on him, that she could place her trust in him, that if it were possible, he would lay down his life for her. Yet, ultimately, he spoke nothing. His lips were thin, merely calling her name. Yun Siqing sighed inwardly, overwhelmed by the depth of feeling reflected in his gaze. Enveloping her completely, she felt herself yielding once more. Contemplating their earlier exchange, she met his profound gaze and cautiously replied, I had planned to return this weekend, but that is no longer necessary. Initially, she intended to resolve matters on her own. And what else? Gu Lijing pressed, his lips pressed together as he continued to inquire. His penetrating gaze made her wish to look away, yet he stubbornly maintained his hold on her neck, forcing her to confront him. Noticing his serious demeanor, Yun Siqing decided to playfully pout, her innocent eyes gazing up at him. What else is there? Just causing a ruckus when I go home, that I don't like anyone there. Meeting her sparkling eyes, Gu Lijing couldn't help but chuckle. The young girl was quite adept at playing the innocent, that it was fortunate she had not set her sights on him. Otherwise, she would likely be far more troublesome than others. Gazing at Yun Siqing, Gu Lijing's smile faded, and he spoke coolly, if you need anything, just let me know. From now on, I do not wish to hear about your matters from others. Understood. Having effortlessly brushed aside the matter, Yun Siqing lowered her head, playfully toying with the man's tie. However, the feeling of having someone to rely on was rather pleasant. Reflecting on the man's words, a faint smile graced the corners of Yun Siqing's lips. Gu Lijing, observing the little girl fiddling with his tie, wore an expression full of indulgence, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. The girl's captivating, enchanting eyes shimmered with brilliance, and her delicate pink lips, reddened by their recent kiss, resembled the lush petals of a red rose. After a moment's hesitation, she could not resist asking, Gu Lijing, how much information have you gathered about me? The black tie adorned with dark golden patterns twisted in her hands, accentuating the slender elegance of her delicate fingers. The man raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing his lips that he had nearly every trace of her life in Z country, save for the 3 years she spent studying abroad, which remained a blank slate. It was not that he could not acquire the information. It was simply that she had already appeared before him during that time, prompting him to instruct Su Yi to halt the inquiries. He did not lie, especially not to her. Aside from those 3 years of studying abroad, I possessed details about everything else. Upon hearing his answer, Yun Siqing lowered her eyelids, a flicker of light passing through her gaze, her expression remaining inscrutable as she continued to gaze at the "Do you like me in any form?" It was no jest. Upon witnessing Yun Siqing's expression, the thought spontaneously emerged in Gu Lijing's mind. Meeting the little girl's steady gaze, he resolutely uttered a singular word, yes. The next moment, she tightened her grip on his tie, pulling him closer. He inclined his head slightly, accommodating her proximity. Their postures grew more intimate, the man's eyes gleaming with a hint of allure and seduction. Yun Siqing, captivated by the man's strikingly handsome visage, could not help but lean in, wrapping her arms around his neck. That a victorious smile danced on her lips as she regarded the chiseled features of the man, her heart fluttering slightly. The man's stance remained unchanged, his smile directed at her. In the following moment, her crimson lips parted. The Gu Lijing, then you cannot escape. With that, she disregarded everything and kissed him. The man's heart stirred, his dark eyes wide open as he observed the girl's closed eyes and trembling eyelashes, feeling the clumsiness of her kiss upon his lips. Silently, he thought, it is you who cannot escape. In the next instant, he took the initiative, gradually guiding her into a tangle of intimacy. This was her first time initiating a kiss with him, yet the outcome was strikingly similar to previous encounters. Entirely under his command, Yun Siqing sat at her desk, Watching the man conversing with Su Yi on the sofa, her eyes brimming with vexation and dissatisfaction, as if sensing her gaze, the man, engrossed in his documents, lifted his head and cast a casual glance her way. Just one look revealed the little girl's face etched with melancholy, her lips resembling rose petals, vibrant and dewy, her eyes seemingly filled with a pool of spring water. On the brink of speaking, conveying an impression of having been wronged, which caused a certain defensive barrier within Gu Lijing to crumble unexpectedly, recalling how she had pleaded in his embrace moments ago. He couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Upon hearing the man's laughter, the warmth that had just faded from Yun Siqing's cheeks surged back, igniting her face like a fire. Had it not been for her pleading and her coyness, coupled with the fact that her period had not yet ended, this man would surely have taken her right there. He was frightening her. Su Yi stood by, dutifully listening to his boss's instructions, when suddenly he heard Gu Lijing's light laughter. Looking up, he was met with the sight of his boss radiating with a glow. He was well aware of his boss's handsome looks, as women were invariably drawn to him, making him the center of attention wherever he went. Each public appearance attracted more women than a celebrity's fanbase. Yet his boss had never been one to smile, having devoted himself to work for so many years. When had he ever diverted his attention to women? Su Yi couldn't help but glance at the little girl sitting nearby, never expecting that the usually stern Gu would be ensnared by such a delicate creature. If Jiang Shu were to find out, he would surely be astonished. Watching the way they exchanged glances, Su Yi felt a pang of grievance. His boss had always been indifferent to beauty, and as his most trusted aide, he had aspired to emulate that dedication, almost to the point of immersing himself entirely in work. Yet now his boss had suddenly acquired a flower-like girlfriend, flaunting their affection before him all day long. Usually exuding an aura of coldness, now he radiated a scent of romance whenever he laid eyes on his little wife. With such thoughts, Su Yi felt a greater sense of frustration. Noticing Su Yi's gaze, Yun Siqing's cheeks flushed even more. Was this not blatant flirtation? It felt awkward, as if she had been caught in the act. Unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, Yun Siqing took her cup of water and headed to the unique self-service safe on this floor. Upon returning to the office, both Gu Lijing and Su Yi had already departed. Yun Siqing finally felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was still under considerable pressure. Sitting in the boss's chair, she spun around and suddenly realized a significant issue. Ever since meeting Gu Lijing, her focus at work had diminished drastically compared to before. Simple drafts and reports had taken her several days, and her once prided efficiency had vanished completely, reflecting on the design issues regarding some gemstones. A heavy weight settled in her heart. Just as she finished her workday, without informing Gu Lijing, she independently ventured to the jewelry store in the mall for inspiration. The KS Jewelry Design flagship store was precisely where she had been during her last visit. At this moment, two prominent clients occupied the KS Jewelry store. One was Meng Jiran, and the other was her fiancé, Su Xiyin. Su Qinglian had insisted that he accompany Meng Jiran shopping, a task he approached with great reluctance. This wedding was never his desire. It was Su Qinglian who coerced him into it. Initially, he had thought little of his encounter with the Yun family's stepdaughter. Moreover, his father had already intervened to mitigate the scandal from that night's magazine report, effectively shielding the Su family from any repercussions. Regardless of any rumors, as long as the Su family handled public relations adeptly, they could easily redirect public opinion, keeping the masses in the dark while he continued to navigate through life unscathed. However, they had not anticipated that the magazine, despite having agreed not to publish the video, would spark a considerable uproar online the very next day, dragging the Su family into the fray. While this might not have posed a significant issue, he soon overheard Su Qinglian mention that the Gu family was unexpectedly seeking collaboration with the Yun family at this juncture. What was the Gu family's standing? With the Gu family's support, the Yun family was bound to soar. Rather than antagonizing the Yun family, it would be wiser to establish a familial alliance amid the turmoil. Thus, Su Qinglian decided to arrange a marriage between him and Meng Jiran, threatening to cut off all his financial support otherwise. Who was Meng Jiran? If he were in his right mind, he wouldn't even regard her worth lifting his shoe for. Now he was expected to marry her officially. Su Zhen felt a surge of resentment. Having been with so many powerful women before, he had always been able to leave without a second thought. Moreover, it should have been Yun Siqing in this position. Yet it had now turned into the woman before him. Anyone would experience a significant psychological blow in such a situation. Yun Siqing was undoubtedly far more beautiful than Meng Jiran, and she was destined to take over the Yun family. With this in mind, he glared at Meng Jiran, seething with anger. Hurry up and choose. Once you're done, we'll part ways. I still need to find Mimi. Yun looked at Meng Jiran with disdain, his tone oily and sharp. Meng Jiran was already displeased with the prospect of marrying Su, and hearing his words only fueled her anger. Although this was merely a loveless union, this man clearly held her in contempt. She, too, was not one to back down, retorting sharply, "You can go find your Mimi right now. I doubt you have the guts." Having been spoiled since childhood, Meng Jiran was naturally unafraid that Yun had encountered countless women who feared his family's power, treating him with soft, sweet words. This was the first time he faced such defiance from Meng Jiran, which only served to infuriate him further. Yet, due to the financial constraints imposed upon him, he had no choice but to endure. Su Tseng thought to himself, "Let her relish her triumph for a few days. Once the wedding is over, she will see how I handle her." Believing that Su Tseng was intimidated, Meng Jiran strutted towards the counter, her head held high. It seems my mother was right. Even in a marriage of convenience, Su Tseng dares not look down upon me. With his hands in his pockets, Su Tseng idly surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a figure entered, capturing his attention. Yun Siqing, clad in a sleeveless dress of creamy apricot hue, showcased her elegant neck akin to a graceful swan. Her strikingly beautiful features radiated a unique charm, her long hair cascading lazily down her waist like seaweed. Utterly breathtaking, a stark contrast to Meng Jiran, who was currently preoccupied with selecting items that Yun was momentarily taken aback. "Hey, come over and take a look at these matching rings." As Meng Jiran lowered her head to scrutinize the diamond rings, she suddenly caught sight of her desired style and called out to Su Tseng to come and view the exquisite jewelry. KS Jewelry was renowned not only in the capital, but throughout the entire Z country. Even though this wedding banquet was merely a union of families, she was determined to be the most captivating presence in the crowd, resolutely unwilling to let anyone else steal her spotlight. Thus, she had specifically sought out Tang Jinsong to obtain a black card. After calling for a considerable time without a response from Su Tseng, Meng Jiran finally raised her head, her face flushed with anger as her piercing gaze fixated on him. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, she noticed that he seemed entranced by something, lost in a daze with a foolish grin. Following the direction of his gaze, Meng Jiran's expression suddenly turned icy. Yun Siqing. How could it be, that insufferable girl? Her disdain for Yun Siqing was profound. Had it not been for her, she would not be marrying Su, and more importantly, now that she was to wed him. It was infuriating that this little vixen managed to capture Su Tseng's attention. Observing Su Tseng's lecherous smile, Meng Jiran, in a bid to assert her claim, strutted over to his side, demanding, "What are you staring at?" Her eyes narrowed as her voice dropped ominously. Brought back to reality by Meng Jiran's interruption, Su Tseng glanced at her with a look of distaste. "What business is it of yours what I look at? My eyes belong to me. I shall gaze upon whatever pleases me." He offered her no kindness, for had that person been Yun Siqing from the outset, it would have been her standing at the altar with him today. Seething with anger and deeply resenting Yun Siqing, Meng Jiran disregarded both Su Tseng and the diamond ring, clutching her bag and striding directly toward Yun Siqing. Meanwhile, Yun Siqing was engrossed in admiring the various pieces of jewelry displayed in the showcase, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Suddenly, a condescending voice interrupted her reverie. Glaring at the stunningly beautiful Yun Siqing only fueled Meng Jiran's ire. "Oh, if it isn't my dear sister Siqing. What brings you here? Surely, you can't afford the jewelry here." Meng Jiran was well aware that Tang Jinsong had never bestowed a black card upon Yun Siqing, nor had he ever given her pocket money. The extent of his generosity had only covered 3 years of her tuition fees abroad. Her mother, Meng Yuro, had whispered sweet nothings into Tang Jinsong's ear, claiming that Yun Siqing had secured employment at the Yun Corporation, earning her own salary, thus negating any need for additional allowances. There was no way she could afford KS Jewelry. Yun Siqing looked up, taking in Meng Jiran's ensemble, a pink haute couture Chanel suit. Her face painted with heavy makeup, no longer resembling the innocent girl who had just celebrated her 18th birthday. She was a spitting image of Meng Yuro. Following closely behind, Su Tseng joined Meng Jiran in confronting Yun Siqing. Upon seeing the two of them, Yun Siqing's lips curled into a subtle smile as she addressed them. Ah, it's my dear sister Jiran. Perusing jewelry, I see that I haven't yet congratulated you on finding your ideal partner at such a tender age. You and young master Su truly embody a match made in heaven, that S. Yutsen, with a goofy grin, mistook Yun Siqing's words as praise directed towards him and eagerly extended his hand for a handshake, exclaiming, "But it is you, Siqing, who has blossomed into such beauty, like a star." The customers and sales associates had been captivated by Yun Siqing the moment she entered, for this girl was undeniably stunning. With an ethereal presence, she seemed to transcend the mortal realm, eliciting whispers among the crowd. "Oh my, that lady is simply exquisite. Look at her flawless, unadorned skin, so rosy and vibrant. I wish I could inquire about her skincare routine." It was as if Su Tsin's words had orchestrated a chorus of compliments directed at Yun Siqing. However, Yun Siqing, regarding Su Tsin's yellowing teeth and the outstretched hand, chose to ignore him, even refraining from a smile as she rolled her eyes at him, a gesture that dazzled him momentarily. That S. Yutsen continued to gaze at Yun Siqing with an insatiable hunger in his eyes, an expression that was both repulsive and nauseating. Yet, Meng Jiran detected the sarcasm woven into Yun Siqing's words. She surveyed Su Tsin, who stood at approximately 1.65 meters, nearly matching her height with her heels. His physique strained against the tailored suit, and his hair, slicked into a greasy pompadour, contrasted sharply with his eager smile directed at Yun Siqing, his eyes filled with nothing but her image, completely overshadowing his own. This realization ignited a blaze of fury within Meng Jiran, compelling her to mockingly inquire, "Sister Siqing, what brings you here alone? I heard you've rented a place outside and have no pocket money. So, I presume you're merely here to feast your eyes. My father has gifted me a black card. If you see anything you fancy, speak sweetly, and I might consider footing the bill. Although it will depend on my mood." With that, she waved the black card provocatively, her expression one of triumph. That eye in her eyes, Yun Siqing was a wicked Cinderella, not only loathsome, but also impoverished, possessing nothing but beauty. In her view, no Prince Charming would ever take notice of her, and even Su Tsin's affection was solely for her looks. That if he were to learn of Yun Siqing's impoverished circumstances, she would relish witnessing whether his infatuation would endure. Yun Siqing, perceiving Meng Jiran's haughty demeanor, understood her intentions. This was merely a tactic to humiliate her. The surrounding murmurs and speculations grew louder. From her tone, it seems that the little fairy must be a neglected stepdaughter. No wonder she exudes such an air of destitution. Jealous young women nearby eagerly chimed in, affirming Meng Jiran's disdain. Upon hearing the contrasting designations directed at herself and Yun Siqing, a flicker of resentment crossed Meng Jiran's eyes. After all, she was the younger of the two. Why was there such a disparity in their titles? Yet she quickly reassured herself, having successfully skewed the narrative. She could guarantee that Yun Siqing, in her usual submissive manner at home, would never dare to contradict her in such a setting. She lacked the confidence, for her poverty was all too real. Yun Siqing, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding chatter, smiled gently, her cool voice rising slightly as she replied, "Oh, I shall decline that. My dear sister has just begun her university journey. Before marrying your father, Annie likely didn't possess much in the way of jewelry either. Now that you're preparing for marriage, it is only fitting that you indulge yourself. You should keep that black card for your own use. My father has already provided me with ample adornments, many of which remain unopened." The crowd erupted into a clamor. Once more it turned out she was the stepdaughter, flaunting her treasures before the true heiress. Getting married while still in university surely spoke of her character. I knew it. The little fairy's aura is entirely different from that woman's. She embodies the essence of a true young lady. As Meng Jiran prepared to retort, the tide of public opinion shifted against her, rendering her expression awkward as she disregarded Su Tsin and turned to leave. "Sister Siqing, until we meet again." Su Tsin, noticing Meng Jiran's departure, hastily finished his pleasantries with Yun Siqing before chasing after her. After all, his father had tasked him with a mission, which remained unfulfilled, and his card would remain frozen until the wedding was complete. Surrounded by a chorus of mockery, the crowd began to disperse as Meng Jiran exited. With the atmosphere settling back into tranquility, Yun Siqing finally felt a sense of clarity return, allowing her to refocus on the jewelry displayed in the showcase. Meanwhile, Gu Liqing had finally managed to tackle the accumulated paperwork just in time for the end of the workday. He remembered that the young lady had an account due today, and it was imperative to ascertain precisely which man she had purchased clothing for, that he needed to put an end to this indiscretion and reinforce the boundaries. The afternoon had been so busy that he hadn't had the opportunity to check on her. Upon opening his screen, he found Yun Xiqing's office eerily vacant. His brows furrowed as an unpleasant expression marred his features. The young lady had left without informing him. He opened his phone. There were no unread messages or missed calls. His mood darkened further, casting a shadow over his face, causing the assistant, Su Yi, who had been preparing to escort him home, to flinch in surprise. Amidst the shock, Su Yi couldn't help but admire the young lady's audacity. She was indeed the first person brave enough to stand up to Gu Xiao. However, when he met Gu Liqing's stormy gaze, the smile faded instantly from his face, and he quickly lowered his head, realizing he had overstepped as the city lights flickered to life. Yun Xiqing drove back to Yuyuan, her mind preoccupied with a nagging sense of having forgotten something. Upon reaching the elevator, she encountered a familiar face. Miss Yun, Su Yi greeted respectfully, clad in a black suit and carrying a medical kit. Assistant Su, Yun Xiqing replied, and Su Yi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. However, having witnessed various situations with his boss, it was no surprise for him to see Yun Xiqing here, as she was indeed the daughter of the Yun family. When he observed Yun Xiqing pressing the button for the 32nd floor, a flicker of surprise crossed his features that he began to speculate. Could it be that she was visiting his boss? Would his presence be too conspicuous? After a moment of contemplation, he felt increasingly uncomfortable, for the young lady was delicate and demure. He wondered if she might feel shy in his presence. Su Yi cleared his throat softly, attempting to dispel the awkwardness that lingered in the air. In truth, the young madam could easily adopt an attitude akin to Gu Xiao, dismissing him without a second thought. Yet, she maintained a demeanor of grace and decorum, which left him at a loss. Yun Xiqing, after inputting the numbers, initially intended to assist Su Yi, but upon noticing his conflicted expression, she hesitated. Fearing he might be reluctant to disclose his floor, to her surprise, they happened to reside in the same building. Thus, both individuals fell into contemplation after exchanging courteous smiles during their initial greeting, and a silence stretched between them. Ding dong. They arrived at the 32nd floor. Yun Xiqing smiled at Su Yi as she exited the elevator. While Su Yi lingered momentarily, eventually stepping out alongside her, that he was merely delivering medicine and would depart shortly. Oblivious to Su Yi's presence behind her, Yun Xiqing proceeded directly to her door, entering the passcode. Chapter 44. Are you concerned for me? Behind her, Su Yi stretched his neck slightly, astonished. Was the young madam not here to see Gu Xiao? Or perhaps, in this day and age, having a romantic interest living next door was merely a quirk. Alternatively, did she initially intend to visit Gu Xiao but felt too shy? Su Yi found himself somewhat bewildered, anxious about the potential glare from the boss, and hastily pressed the doorbell. Yun Xiqing, unaware of the commotion behind her, was about to enter her home when the doorbell caught her attention. Turning slightly, their eyes met. Yun Xiqing pondered, could it be that my neighbor is you? While Su Yi thought, young madam, do not be alarmed. I shall take my leave shortly. Yun Xiqing was about to inquire for confirmation. The door swung open, the Jiu Liqing appeared, immediately noticing the stunned Su Yi outside, whose gaze wandered, as if realizing something. The man stepped out, and the corridor filled with an odd tension as the three exchanged glances. The man had changed into a casual outfit, a loose-fitting black t-shirt adorned with simple white lettering and black athletic pants. Yun Xiqing had never seen him like this before. His every movement exuded a relaxed aura, reminiscent of fresh grass after rain. Crisp and clean, he likely had just showered, with slightly damp hair that accentuated his cool and piercing demeanor. She was the first to break the silence. What brings you here? At her words, Su Yi was taken aback once more. What was happening? Could it be that the young madam truly was not here for Gu Xiao and was unaware that he lived here? This is my residence. Has this girl only just returned? The man's voice dripped with cool displeasure. Now, the startled one was Yun Xiqing. Ignoring her expression, the man turned coldly to Su Yi. What are you doing here? Su Yi quickly lowered his head. It was finally his turn that I came to deliver medicine. This was entrusted to me by the doctor from the old residence when I returned today. After a brief pause, he awkwardly added, Gu Xiao, would you like assistance with applying the ointment? Internally, Su Yi lamented, I was merely being kind. I did not intend to play the third wheel. No sooner had he spoken than Gu Lijing's icy gaze shot towards him. The man then glanced at Yun Siqing, causing her to momentarily freeze at the intensity of his stare. That in an instant, Su Yi understood the implication. It was quite evident that he approached Yun Siqing, offering her the medicine box. Then, I'll leave it to you, Miss Yun. Su Yi inclined his head slightly, meeting her with a polite smile. Applying the medication requires disrobing. Yun Siqing thought hesitantly. Perhaps it would be better to trouble Assistant Su. Gu Lijing observed the girl's expression, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he remarked in a husky tone, "It's not as if you haven't seen it before. What is there to fear?" Upon hearing Gu Lijing's voice, Yun Siqing instinctively retorted, "I haven't seen it." Gu Lijing replied, "Then today, you shall." That he has seen it. Not granting her a chance to respond, he commanded, "Come here." His voice was deep and alluring. Sui bit his lip, unable to suppress a chuckle. He had never witnessed the boss act so cheekily before. Handing the medicine box to Yun Siqing, he made no further delay, turning to leave. "I shall take my leave now." Gu Lijing nodded, his gaze still fixed on her. The corridor fell silent. The man's intense presence weighed heavily on Yun Siqing, who felt as if she was being suffocated. Unconsciously, she moved forward slowly, seemingly still mulling over his earlier words to Gu Lijing, observing the adorably dazed girl, allowed a smile to grace his lips as he took her hand and led her inside. The proximity brought the refreshing scent of his body wash closer, stirring a mix of curiosity and nervousness within her. She had never entered a man's room before. With a soft click, the door closed behind them. "What would you like to drink?" he asked, guiding her to the sofa. The tall figure moved toward the kitchen. "Just plain water will suffice." After placing the medicine box, Yun Siqing surveyed her surroundings. Unlike her home, the man's abode was a simple palette of gray and white, mirroring his tranquil elegance. The air held a familiar scent of fur. "Why didn't you inform me that you lived next door last time?" she inquired as she accepted the glass of water he handed her. "It's not too late now. I purchased it 3 years ago." The sofa sank slightly as he settled beside her. Yun Siqing took a small sip of water, suddenly recalling his earlier statement. "Then today, you shall see." Her face flushed crimson. She was not a flirt. Consequently, in a rather desperate attempt to deflect, she blurted, "Let me see your injury." Realizing her words might imply impatience, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Gu Lijing reclined on the sofa, his arms casually resting at his sides, beneath the black t-shirt. The contours of his muscles were subtly visible. His deep-set eyes, high nose, and chiseled jawline, combined with his sensuous lips, exuded a languid charm that he gazed intently at Yun Siqing, who appeared conflicted. Under his scrutiny, she gradually felt overwhelmed. Her ears tinged with a rosy hue. Gu Lijing found her adorable, unable to resist a smile. Sitting up, he removed his t-shirt, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. "How can you see from so far away?" He whispered close to her ear, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine. The next moment, he grasped her slender waist, lifting her onto his lap. His tall frame and broad chest towered over her, making her seem petite. The distance between them diminished abruptly. As she caught sight of the faint outline of his chest beneath the white bandages, Yun Siqing's cheeks burned fiercely. I need to wash my hands." With that, she wriggled free from his embrace and dashed to the kitchen. Watching the young girl's face turn as red as a cooked shrimp, Gu Lijing chuckled softly behind her, but he recalled how she had nearly incapacitated him in the hotel suite not long ago. The sound of water ceased, and shortly after, Yun Siqing emerged. Gu Lijing suppressed his laughter, eager to tease her further. "Your injury is on your back, correct?" Did he dare to toy with her? Sui had just asked if he needed help. If it were on his chest, why would he require assistance? Observing the girl's delicate brows knit in confusion and her lips pouting slightly, Gu Lijing couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Come here." With that, he turned, presenting his back to her. Yun Siqing, dazed, approached him slowly, carefully unwrapping the bandages. To her dismay, she discovered his injury was more severe than she had anticipated. His back was completely bruised, with dark, deep gashes that appeared quite alarming. Her touch grew lighter. "Why did they hit you? If it was your grandfather, why did he strike so hard?" Hearing a hint of concern in her voice brought a sense of pleasure to Gu Lijing. "Are you worried about me?" His voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of affection. Chapter 45. What are you afraid of? Yun Siqing huffed, a blush creeping across her face. "You ask even though you already know?" The subordinate's movements did not cease as she opened the medicine cabinet, revealing a package insert for the medication inside. Following the instructions, Yun Siqing gently applied each ointment with a cotton swab. The reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window captured the image of the young girl, who was proceeding with utmost care. Jiyu Lijing's eyes sparkled with intensity, gazing deeply at her, filled with tenderness. She handled the bandages with great delicacy, rewrapping his injury with the same method as before. Fine beads of sweat had already formed at his temple, and concerned that he might feel pain, every action she took was marked by restraint. The reflection of the young girl's meticulous movements was captured in the window, falling into Gu Lijing's sight. Observing her busy figure behind him, the profile of her face from 3 years ago slowly resurfaced in his mind. The girl's slender yet resilient back seemed to support him, her neck adorned with prominent veins that resembled creeping vines, growing wildly in his heart until they wove into a net that ensnared his emotions completely. The man's gaze turned inscrutable, suddenly stirred by an impulse to hold her tightly in his embrace. His Adam's apple moved sensually, his eyes ablaze with desire, viewing her as a prey waiting to be caught. Just as she secured the bandage, Gu Lijing grasped her wrist, intending to pull her into his arms. Yet, Yun Siqing evaded him, taking a step back. The overwhelming sense of pressure he exerted upon her made her feel as though she were the prey ensnared in a trap, unable to escape as he advanced closer. She had yet to acclimate to this sensation. Noticing her retreat, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, a shadow of darkness creeping into their depths. Yun Siqing, observing the sudden solemnity on his face, felt a pang of unease. This man was angry. "You have a serious injury on your back. You must rest well," that I, in a flash of inspiration, Yun Siqing stammered an explanation, without waiting for Gu Lijing to respond. She fled through the door. Watching the young girl scurry away, Gu Lijing's eyes darkened, the corners of his mouth lifting subtly, lost in thought as he glanced at the sofa that I in Yun Siqing's room. Her cheeks were flushed, the cause ambiguous. Perhaps it was the steam from the bathroom or something else entirely. After showering, she donned a black silk camisole nightgown paired with a matching long cardigan, her hair cascading down her back. Her fair, rosy skin seemed delicate enough to break, and her clear eyes appeared veiled in a layer of dreamy mist, approaching the table for a glass of water. Her gaze inadvertently landed on a paper bag resting on the sofa, one containing a shirt she had purchased for Gu Lijing. Realization struck her like a bolt. She had almost forgotten. She had promised to give it to him today. But now, it would have to wait until tomorrow. Opening her tablet, she intended to finalize the last step of her design. Habitually reaching for her phone, her hand met only emptiness that a spark of realization ignited in her mind. She must have left her phone and bag at the man's residence. She had fled too quickly, without a second thought. Rubbing her forehead in frustration, Yun Siqing felt conflicted. Ultimately, she rose and left her room, casually grabbing the paper bag as she passed the sofa. Just then, the doorbell rang. The man seated on the sofa smirked, entirely unfazed, his eyes seemingly filled with countless stars sinking into the sea, shimmering with intrigue. Observing the girl outside, she was clad in a flowing black long camisole, topped with a matching outer garment of the same material, the fabric graceful and smooth. Her skin, subtly pink, revealed exquisite collarbones, and her long ebony hair cascaded quietly beside her. Her eyes sparkled, and her delicate face glowed with a blush reminiscent of steam rising after a shower. Jiyu Lijing's gaze darkened, a flame igniting within him. This girl truly believed he was oblivious. Suppressing the burgeoning heat in his eyes, he leaned against the doorframe, his demeanor lazy as he inquired, "What is it?" Seeing the man who appeared to have just awoken from slumber, Yun Siqing felt a pang of guilt. Fearing she had disturbed him, softening her cool voice, she replied, "I left my phone and bag at your place." Pointing towards the sofa, she hoped he might retrieve them for her, sparing her the need to enter again. However, the man seemed oblivious to her hint, turning gracefully away, his voice low and commanding, "Go in and get it yourself." Determined to resolve the matter swiftly, Yun Siqing followed Gu Lijing inside. Sure enough, her bag and phone lay on the sofa. With her left hand clutching the paper bag, she reached out with her right for her belongings, only to find the man suddenly behind her, wrapping his arm around her waist and effortlessly pinning her against the sofa. The weight upon her intensified, Gu Lijing's towering frame nearly suffocating her. Gu Lijing, what are you doing? Her breath quickened as he remained unfazed. Their breaths intertwined, mingling the scents of mint and jasmine. The man's gaze shifted from its previous laxity to one filled with fervor. Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from the girl, Gu Lijing's Adam's apple slid sensuously. With his lips slightly parted, his voice rasped, low and measured, tinged with restraint. Yun Siqing, what are you afraid of? His breath brushed against her, warm yet carrying an undertone of chill and pressure. His eyes, dark as the night, reflected the overhead light like scattered diamonds, an intoxicating allure. When their eyes met, Yun Siqing felt her heart race and averted her gaze. Sensing the shift in the man's demeanor, she steeled herself to deny it. I am not. The girl's dark eyes shimmered with moisture, her fair face flushed with a gentle pink, reminiscent of a freshly picked apple. Her lips, tinted a soft pink, quivered just inches from him. The scent of jasmine infiltrated her heart, but he adored the color of her lips, especially after kissing them. When they bloomed like cherries, he relished the thought of her being imbued with his essence. As the darkness in his eyes deepened, he slowly leaned closer to her lips. Yun Siqing's heart raced like a drum, her body freezing in place. She sensed that if he did not halt, something inevitable would transpire that night. She, however, was not prepared for it. Just as their lips were about to touch, Yun Siqing suddenly pressed her hands against his chest, exclaiming, Gu Lijing, I have something for you. The paper bag shifted, emitting a rustling sound. Gu Lijing turned his head to see her holding an exquisite paper bag. His eyes narrowed, his brows furrowing slightly as dissatisfaction flickered across his face. What is it? Yun Siqing replied, You need to get up first. Amidst the rustling, she retrieved a black shirt from the bag. Gu Lijing's lips curled slightly. You went to the men's store to buy me clothes? Yun Siqing nodded, biting her lip in shyness. Observing the obedient girl before him, Gu Lijing felt an inexplicable warmth wash over him, stirring something within his heart. The discomfort and suspicions from earlier vanished, replaced entirely by the presence of this young girl. The distance between them widened, the oppressive aura that had loomed over her dissipating, allowing Yun Siqing to feel a sense of relief that Gu Lijing. Try it on to see if it fits. After all, it was the store clerk who told me your size. What if it doesn't fit? That would be awkward. The girl's eyes shimmered with anticipation. After a brief pause, she nonchalantly slipped on the shirt. Admittedly, she conceded that this man was indeed a walking clothes hanger. The shirt hung loosely on him, 2 buttons left undone, revealing his exquisite collarbones and subtle muscle definition. Without the restraint of a tie, he appeared particularly alluring and relaxed. His tall stature accentuated the black fabric, lending him an aura of cold intensity, tinged with an air of restraint. Seeing the young girl before him, utterly entranced, Gu Lijing could not suppress a light chuckle. Yun Siqing snapped back to reality, her face flushing in embarrassment. How many times had she made a fool of herself in front of him? In a fluster, a long object tumbled from the paper bag, a measuring tape. Overcoming her embarrassment, Yun Siqing's eyes widened, her cheeks flushing crimson, disbelief flashing across her features. Surely, they did not include such items with a clothing purchase. What was that sales clerk thinking? Stealing a furtive glance at the man, she noted he was presently engrossed in unbuttoning his shirt. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, Yun Siqing leaned forward to grab the measuring tape. Just as a large hand snatched it from her grasp, he was one step ahead. A sensation of being caught in a misdeed washed over her as she looked up at Gu Lijing. Forcing a smile, it was a gift with the shirt. I didn't buy it. A glint of amusement flickered in his eyes as he approached her, his long fingers holding the measuring tape with a teasing grin. How do you know what size I wear? Are you planning to measure me now? As he spoke, he continued to unbutton his shirt. His fingers were slender and elegant, each knuckle defined, his gaze locked onto her as his fingers casually brushed against the golden buttons. Sending a shiver of anticipation through Yun Siqing. He was teasing her. Yet, she found herself completely enthralled. With all the buttons undone, he casually removed the shirt. Though bandaged, it did not detract from his allure. Possessing an enticing beauty. Before her stood his bare chest, and Yun Siqing swallowed hard, responding without a moment's thought. It was the store clerk who informed me of your size. Upon hearing this response, the man's gaze became unfathomable in that fleeting moment. With a swift motion, he drew the young girl into his embrace, turning with a commanding presence as he strode purposefully into the bedroom. Gu Lijing, what are you doing? Her voice was muffled behind the closed door. An indeterminate amount of time passed, the temperature in the room rising down on Gu Lijing's bed. Yun Siqing's outer garment lay discarded to the side, leaving her clad only in a delicate camisole that revealed her alabaster skin, lightly tinged with a blush. The man, bare-chested, held her hand firmly, while she clutched a measuring tape, the blanket carelessly draped over their waists. The muffled sounds of the man's low, gravelly inquiries mingled with the girl's feeble murmurs, clear as day. Have you measured it clearly? Yes. That do you need Lu Heng to tell you? No, I don't. The following morning, Yun Siqing emerged from her abode, her eyes shadowed by two prominent dark circles. Inside the elevator, a girl whispered conspiratorially to a young man beside her. Did you hear about the serious car accident at Nanwan Bridge last night? Of course. Su Shi's young heir, Su Tsin, crashed into the guardrail. The news reported he's now in the ICU. It's uncertain whether he's made it out, another girl interjected. They say his fiancée, he was with him too. What bad luck, the first girl remarked. Who knows who the real unfortunate one is? Although the scandal from earlier was clarified, with this engagement looming, it's quite the disaster for Miss Meng. Surely the engagement will have to be postponed. He hasn't even emerged yet. Forget it, this isn't something we, the working class, should worry about. Have you finished the design drawings? The boy, uninterested in gossip, abruptly shifted the topic. That of course not. This time it's like gods battling. Besides, we still have half a month until the submission for evaluation, so we can take our time. The figures in the elevator gradually faded from view. Yun Siqing raised an eyebrow. A car accident? She mused, piecing together that this was likely the doing of someone named Jiang Shu. In the municipal hospital, the corridor was permeated with the scent of disinfectant. Watching her daughter Meng Ji ran. Still unconscious on the hospital bed, Meng Yuru felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The previous scandal from the banquet had already been a source of distress. Now, with the engagement banquet arranged, her daughter lay in the operating room. The doctor assured her that the injuries were not critical compared to Su Tsin's, but shards of glass embedded in the left side of her face posed a significant risk of severe scarring. Her darling Ran had always been enamored with beauty. Tears streamed down her cheeks, tracing the lines of her face. Ever since entangling with the Su family, misfortune seemed to follow. Meng Yuru sat beside the bed, sobbing quietly, while Tang Jin Song, sitting nearby, wore a grave expression. The traffic police had declared the incident an accident. After all, the Su family's heir was still in the ICU. Be careful with your words. We wouldn't want to attract unwanted scrutiny. For now, we must consider postponing or even canceling the engagement banquet. Upon hearing Tang Jin Song's words, Meng Yuru refrained from retorting, her handkerchief covering her eyes. Though a flash of malice and discontent crossed her features, she had meticulously planned to thwart that little vixen, Yun Siqing, which is why the banquet was set for next Friday. Everything had been arranged, waiting for Yun Siqing to slip in, but alas, that little minx had declined. Now, with Meng Ji Ran's predicament, tears welled up once more, smudging her carefully applied makeup, rendering her complexion somewhat ghastly. Tang Jin Song glanced at the weeping woman beside him, his irritation palpable. His family was a constant source of trouble. All company matters had been entrusted to Meng Shiyan, while he navigated the intricate relations with the Su family. Uncertain whether she could withstand the pressure, that moment. Neither of them noticed a furtive figure lurking at the end of the corridor, peering stealthily toward the operating room, eyes glistening with concern and worry. Outside Su Tsin's hospital room, Su Qing Lian, whose hair had turned completely white overnight, bore a heavy expression. Having fathered his only son at nearly 40, he had indulged Su Tsin immensely. Yet, just moments ago, the doctor disclosed the devastating news that Su Tsin had lost the ability to conceive. The car accident from the day prior had inflicted grave injuries to his lower body. Whether he could walk again remained contingent upon future rehabilitation. The doctor advised the family to brace for the worst, if struck by lightning. Su Qing Lian pressed his forehead. Weariness etched across his features. Was this divine retribution? Over the years, he had witnessed his son's reckless behavior and the numerous immoral acts he had committed. Yet, he was his only son. Whenever trouble arose, he had always used his influence to resolve matters, if not with money. His hawk-like eyes, deeply sunken, glimmered with a cold light, radiating a chilling aura akin to a dark well. Next week marked the engagement banquet for both families, which now had to be canceled. However, regarding Tang Jin's song, he beckoned his secretary, Su Qing Lian. We cannot let Tang Jin's song learn of the situation with my son. To the public, it must be portrayed merely as a leg injury. The engagement banquet can be temporarily postponed. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, the wedding can proceed as planned. Understood, his assistant replied. The Su family was a lucrative prize for the Yun family. It was certain that Tang Jin's song would be reluctant to let it go. Currently, with the Gu family collaborating with the Yun family, he too would not pass up such a golden opportunity. By marrying into the Yun family, he could leverage their connection to the Gu family. With all arrangements in place, a satisfied smile finally broke through the myriad of wrinkles on Su Qing Lian's face. Chapter 47, Gathering, Part 1. The young master of the Su family, Su Tsin, had been involved in a car accident, and rumors circulated that the alliance with the Yun family would be annulled. Yun Siqing scrolled through Weibo in her office, typically indifferent to the information on the platform, yet it served her well for occasional updates that a smirk played on her lips as she set her phone down. Just as Anna knocked and entered. This was a task assigned to her by Su to liaise with the design director from the Yun family. Having been a long-standing employee at Gu Corporation, she was well-versed in workplace dynamics. Given that this was a special assignment from Assistant Su, it was evident that the individual wielded considerable influence. Anna wore a particularly gentle expression as she observed the girl seated at her desk, her skin fair, features exquisite, especially those captivating eyes that sparkled with charm. During her interactions with Yun Siqing over the past few days, Anna found her to be remarkably amiable, devoid of the airs typical of a wealthy heiress. In stark contrast to Miss Ning, although her demeanor was cool, she engaged with others with a smile. Today, in addition to delivering essential documents, Anna had another significant task. After a brief contemplation, she scrutinized Yun Siqing, pondering whether she would refuse the invitation. With a formulaic smile, Anna stepped forward and spoke softly, Miss Yun, here's the meeting documentation from the design department for your reference, with the evaluation date approaching in half a month. It includes some important notes regarding submissions. Anna lowered her gaze respectfully, presenting the documents to Yun Siqing. Yun Siqing accepted the materials with a faint smile. Thank you. Despite the girl's friendly demeanor, Anna felt an undercurrent of pressure. Memories of her colleagues' conversations buzzed in her mind. Anna, what is the director from the Yun family like? You're the only one in our department who has interacted with her. Hey, the boss is treating us to dinner tonight. You should bring her along. Yes. This season's new collection marks Gu Corporation's first collaboration. She must be impressive. Let's get acquainted. Indeed, it's a joy to have friends come from afar. The group urged her to invite Yun Siqing. Even He Shu Mo, their own department director, had come to pat her shoulder, insisting she must invite Miss Yun. Reluctantly, Anna had agreed, feeling torn. The guidelines provided by Assistant Su Han-ti mentioned prohibiting her from inviting Yun Siqing to dinner. All right then, I'll ask her today. As she contemplated her promise, Anna hesitated at her desk. Taking the documents from Anna's hands, Yun Siqing assumed the girl had left. However, upon raising her eyes, she found Anna standing before her. Looking conflicted, just as she was about to speak, Anna stepped closer, her cheeks flushed, wearing an expression of determination. Miss Yun, our design department is having a gathering tonight, and there are collaborative aspects to discuss. We would like to invite you to join us, if that is all right. Anna finished her sentence in one breath, her eyes shining with anticipation. Yun Siqing had expected something different, momentarily hesitating. The conditions proposed by Gu Lijing for her to join Gu Corporation had merely been his self-serving desires. If she continued to seek discretion, it might lead to unwarranted scrutiny. Yet, considering Anna's invitation, declining would seem inappropriate. Meeting Anna's hopeful gaze, she couldn't help but chuckle softly, sure that as Yun Siqing received Anna's affirmation. She exhaled in relief and continued, Then I shall await you in the design department after work, and we shall depart together. After speaking, she stepped out of the office. Observing Anna's retreating figure, Yun Siqing pressed her lips together. She intended to return home later tonight, hoping that perhaps that man would have already fallen asleep. Yet, what about his injury? Never mind, so we should take good care of him, remembering the events of the previous night. Her cheeks suddenly flushed, akin to a kettle boiling over. That man was utterly outrageous. He had actually coerced her into measuring his dimensions with a tape measure, and after she had finished, he insisted she memorize the measurements before allowing her to return to her room. With this thought, Yun Siqing felt a surge of annoyance, casting aside thoughts of that particular individual. At 6 in the afternoon, within a makeshift group formed online by the design department, voices began to call out. Let us go. Design department gathering. Off to Jinhe. The average age in the design department was relatively young, predominantly in their 20s and 30s. At this moment, a group gathered discussing Yun Siqing. Did I wonder if Miss Yun is approachable? I saw her on the first day when Assistant Sue brought her in. She is stunningly beautiful. As they exchanged a few words, the elevator doors opened. Yun Siqing walked towards the congregation. Look, a fairy! A bespectacled man exclaimed softly. Hearing this, those around turned their attention to the direction he pointed. The girl donned a fitted black dress that accentuated her waist, her fair skin tinged with a delicate pink. Her softly curled hair cascaded down to her waist, and the fabric of her dress was of exquisite quality, adorned with intricate embroidered patterns. The tailoring was impeccable, highlighting her flawless silhouette. Her slender waist could be grasped with ease. And the dress featured a side slit that revealed her smooth, fair calves with the slightest movement, captivating all eyes. She wore a pair of dainty high-heeled sandals that complemented her delicate ankles. The entire ensemble exuded an alluring charm, yet her face, devoid of makeup, radiated an innocent beauty. Her willow-like eyebrows arched gracefully, naturally dark, and her lips, unadorned, appeared as red as peach blossoms in March that a faint blush adorned her cheeks and the corners of her eyes. And her bright eyes sparkled like stars, enchanting all who beheld her. The group from the design department was rendered speechless. Anna, who was familiar with Yun Siqing, typically only saw her seated at her desk in the office. But this time, as she gracefully approached, Anna stood mesmerized for a moment before greeting her. Miss Yun. The utterance of her name jolted everyone back to reality. Struck by the girl's beauty, they finally recognized that the striking figure before them was none other than the design director of Yun Corporation. She appeared youthful, yet had already attained the position of director, and was undeniably stunning. Yun Siqing, poised and gracious, acknowledged the crowd with a nod. Hello, I am Yun Siqing. That a moment of silence ensued, gradually giving way to a warm atmosphere. The design department thrived on camaraderie. Upon encountering such a beautiful young lady, everyone eagerly began to introduce themselves to Yun Siqing. Taken aback by their enthusiasm, Yun Siqing felt a bit bewildered, yet maintained a smile. Suddenly, a tall and handsome man in a white shirt approached her, extending his hand in a gentlemanly manner, smiling as he introduced himself. Director Yun, it is an honor to collaborate with Yun Corporation. I am He Shimo, the project leader for the GU Corporation's design series. Yun Siqing politely extended her hand. Hello, Chapter 48. The Gathering, Part 2. After their introductions, the group traveled by car to Jinhe. Yun Siqing had anticipated a dinner gathering at a restaurant, but was surprised to find it was a bar. That I can't believe our boss has brought us to Jinhe today. It looks fantastic. Truly the most luxurious bar in the capital. The crowd marveled. Yun Siqing, not particularly fond of alcohol, rarely frequented bars. This was her first time attending such a gathering since returning from her studies abroad. As twilight descended, the bar's ambience was just right, filled with lively chatter, and on the dance floor, bodies swayed rhythmically to the music. The lights flickered, creating an indescribable allure. Once seated at their table, drinks quickly filled the surface. The group lifted their glasses in joyous celebration, and Ishimo raised his glass, saying, Let us toast to Director Yun. We look forward to your guidance in our future collaboration. The crowd erupted in cheer, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Yun Siqing, smiling faintly in response, lifted her glass and took a delicate sip, replying, I should toast to all of you. Please guide me as well. With that, she elegantly raised her glass in a toast. Recalling her previous experiences with alcohol, she dared only to drink a little. After a round of vodka cocktails, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Beside her, Hishimo glanced at Yun Siqing, noticing the delicate blush gracing her fair complexion, rendering her irresistibly enchanting, her beauty reaching its zenith. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure. Meanwhile, inside a black Bentley, Sui glanced back at Gu Lijing, asking, Young Master Gu, shall we head back to Moon Bay? To Jinhe, the man replied with clarity, his gaze unwavering that he had received a call from Lu Heng in the office. Jingu, come to Jinhe for some fun. Gu Lijing frowned slightly, dismissing Lu Heng's slightly inebriated tone with a firm refusal. No time. Upon hearing Gu Lijing's unwavering denial, Lu Heng turned away, avoiding Ning Yunzhou, and mischievously whispered, "I have some candid photos of your little sister-in-law saved on my phone from the last time I snapped some. If you come over, I'll share them with you." With that, he abruptly ended the call. That Gu Lijing's brow furrowed. His expression stern. It seemed Lu Heng was due for a reprimand, using pictures of a young girl as leverage against him. Ning Yunzhou, clad in a white suit, had only heard Gu Lijing's directive to come over, missing the latter part of the conversation. Upon witnessing Lu Heng abruptly hang up, he couldn't help but gasp. "You little rascal, are you asking for trouble? If you get reprimanded later, don't expect me to bail you out." Typically submissive in Gu Lijing's presence, today Lu Heng dared to hang up on him, prompting Ning Yunzhou to cast a disdainful glance at him, while saying, "You're going to regret this." That Lu Heng, having indulged in some drinks, wore a flush on his otherwise fair face, his clear eyes reflecting a hint of drunkenness. Ning Yunzhou, unaware, but knowing full well that this seemingly invincible man had his vulnerabilities, smirked and remarked, "Jinggu will definitely come. Just wait and see." Just then, Ning Huan, who had just returned from the restroom, overheard Lu Heng's words and felt a surge of excitement. "Really? Will Brother Jing come too?" Her voice carried a hint of anticipation. Dressed in a pink dress that barely concealed her thighs, she revealed her long, fair legs. Her makeup was exquisite, showcasing her beauty, and her bright red lipstick made her complexion radiant. Her hairstyle was meticulously crafted, with a few strands cascading down to her delicate neck, evoking a sense of allure while maintaining a hint of casual elegance. She was undeniably beautiful but paled in comparison to the little sister-in-law. Indeed, Lu Heng replied casually, his words slightly slurred with intoxication. "Huan, don't get your hopes up. You're nowhere near her level." As Ning Huan settled into a booth, the surrounding noise of music drowned out her words, prompting her to ask, "Lu Heng, what did you say?" Lu Heng, lost in his own thoughts, reclined back, his youthful face clouded with a daze. His ear bling sparkling vividly under the blue light. Ning Huan, filled with anticipation, sipped her cocktail, her eyes darting towards the entrance, unable to conceal her eagerness. She had meticulously prepared for this occasion, persuading Ning Yunzhou to bring her along. In the black Bentley, Gu Lijing's mind was consumed with thoughts of Yun Siqing, particularly the shy demeanor she exhibited in his arms the previous night, leaving him yearning for more. His eyes darkened. Reflecting suppressed desire, he thought to himself that she would probably not see him today. With this thought, a faint smile graced his lips. Glancing at his phone, he pressed his lips together and tapped out a message. Sending it off. "I'll be a bit late." When they finally arrived at Jinhe, half an hour had passed. Displeased by the noise at their table, Yun Siqing seized an opportunity to slip away to the bar. Noticing her departure, Hishimo disregarded the surrounding commotion, his gaze following her. The bar was brightly lit, and the cold light illuminated the girl, who wore her simple black dress with an astonishing elegance. Resembling a sprite amidst the night, she sat sideways, the shifting lights casting a diagonal glow upon her, her profile alluring and poised, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, reminiscent of moonlit jewels. Her long, fair fingers delicately swirled her drink, each movement amplifying her enchanting allure. Due to her striking presence, various men approached her, yet all were met with her cool, distant smile of refusal. She resembled a white rose at midnight, pure and captivating. Hishimo recognized her as the daughter of Yin Corporation and was aware that her father had recently expressed intentions for her to marry the heir of Lin Corporation. However, in light of the recent events concerning the Yun family, it is rumored that the Lin family has abandoned any thoughts of a union with them. Consequently, she ought to be single. Upon this realization, a faint smile graced Hishimo's handsome and refined visage. Seizing the moment while everyone was indulging in their revelry, he raised his glass and departed from the booth, making his way towards Yun Siqing. "Miss Yun, why are you sitting here all alone?" Having dismissed a throng of men who approached her with inquiries about dining together, Yun Siqing was relishing the tranquility when a familiar male voice reached her ears. She lifted her gaze slightly, her lips parting gracefully. Director Hishimo nodded gently and settled onto the high stool beside Yun Siqing. With such striking beauty beside him, no one dared approach Yun Siqing for conversation anymore. "Do you know Assistant Su, Director Yin?" Anticipating inquiries, Yun Siqing was taken aback by such an inquisitive gentleman that a flicker of impatience flashed in her eyes. Yet she maintained a smile, May I ask why, director, he is inquiring about that? Hishimo was momentarily captivated by her enchanting smile, taking a delicate sip of his whiskey, but he smiled subtly, revealing two charming dimples. Only Assistant Sue was present on the 55th floor. It was he who brought you there on your first day. No matter how stunning Yun Siqing was, given her background, she could only have a tenuous connection with Sue Yi and surely no ties to Gu Shao. Hishimo pondered quietly. Chapter 49. The proposal with an air of indifference. Yun Siqing smiled sweetly. It seems, director, he may have misunderstood. Assistant Sue is simply amiable. He happened to ask for directions when we met in the elevator and kindly escorted me to the design department. As for the 55th floor, it is merely because there are no available offices at the moment. Feeling quite bored, Yun Siqing took a small sip of her cocktail. Upon hearing her response, Hishimo understood. It was as he thought that I sincerely apologize for my presumption. Miss Yun, he said, lightly swirling his glass before taking a sip. Just then, a commotion erupted from the booth at the entrance. It's Gu Shao. Gu Shao has arrived, so handsome. Taken aback, Hishimo turned towards the entrance, and indeed, it was his boss. Just as he contemplated whether to greet him, he noticed a petite girl suddenly approach Gu Lijing. Her diminutive frame exuding sweetness, adorned in a short skirt that accentuated her figure perfectly. Yun Siqing's gaze swept towards the entrance, where under the soft blue lights, the man appeared almost celestial, his demeanor exuding an air of aloof nobility. His chiseled features becoming even more striking in the shifting light. In the next moment, a girl emerged from the inner booth and rushed to entwine her arm around the man's. That Gu Lijing regarded the girl with a flicker of disdain in his indifferent gaze. And in an instant, he shrugged her off, his attention now focused on Lu Heng, who stood tall as he strode towards the inner booth. Unfazed by being cast aside, Ning Huan assumed Gu Lijing was merely conscious of his surroundings. Feeling a bit shy amidst the crowd, Jing, you're here from this angle. One could not discern the man's expression, only the girl's charming smile. Yun Siqing's previously radiant countenance grew cold, and without realizing it, she drained her drink. Retracting her gaze, Hishimo observed Yun Siqing and sought a topic of conversation, tentatively stating, "Is that Gu Shao with Miss Ning?" There have been rumors lately that the Ning family intends to arrange a union between Miss Ning and the Gu family. I wonder if there is any truth to is that so? They would make quite the match, Yun Siqing replied, her voice serene and devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, Lu Heng looked at the man radiating a chilling aura seated alone. His sobriety returning in waves. Brother, you're here, his clear, sparkling eyes regarded Gu Lijing. The Gu Lijing felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed the young girl's nickname was quite fitting that he cast a sidelong glance. Grunting in acknowledgement, that Lu Heng snapped his fingers, prompting the bartender to approach respectfully. Leaning languidly against the sofa, Gu Lijing narrowed his eyes, exuding an alluring charm, his demeanor regal and detached, reminiscent of an emperor. He casually ordered his usual drink, which the bartender promptly delivered. The amber liquid swirled in the glass, his long fingers cradling it like a piece of exquisite art, his gaze distant, lost in thought. Ning Huan, perched beside him on a single sofa, gazed at him with adoring eyes, while the inebriated Ning Yunzhou leaned against her carelessly. The next heartbeat, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of cheers and whistles. Seemingly heralding a stunning spectacle unfolding nearby, Lu Heng's attention was drawn, his misty eyes scanning the scene. In an instant, his mouth fell open, utterly astounded. Isn't that my sister-in-law? Following his gaze, he saw a girl in a flowing black gown that accentuated her exquisite figure. A side slit revealing her delicate legs, embodying a seductive beauty. Her long, glossy black hair cascaded down to her waist, the ends gently curled, resembling a mermaid from the depths of the sea. Her alluring eyes shimmered with a hint of mystery, and her lips, red as petals, framed a face where innocence and allure coexisted. Under the shifting lights, two beams illuminated Yun Siqing and another man, while a cluster of red roses surrounded them, creating an ethereal ambience. As if they were enveloped in a sea of blooms, the air filled with the scent of roses mingling with the fragrance of liquor. Petals drifted down from above, and the crowd erupted in gasps of admiration and envy. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, may I have the honor of courting you?" A dashing man stood before Yun Siqing, clad in a pristine white suit and a black bow tie, and he was strikingly handsome, his eyes glistening like dew-kissed blossoms. A strong nose above luscious, slightly curved lips, now smiling as he presented her with a red rose. Though the distance was considerable, and the crowd's clamoring muffled his words, Lu Heng could easily guess what the man was proposing simply by observing his posture. Say yes. Say yes. Upon hearing the man's words, a chorus of enthusiastic encouragement erupted from the surrounding crowd. Lu Heng stood frozen, utterly flabbergasted. Had his sister-in-law strayed, or was a man attempting to usurp her? Regardless of the scenario, Lu Heng found himself begrudgingly impressed. Given the current atmosphere, the man must come from a wealthy background. Why would he choose to compete for Gu Lijing's affections? Lu Heng's forehead creased with worry as he discreetly glanced at Gu Lijing, who appeared slightly furrowed but seemingly uninterested in the commotion. Caught in a dilemma, Lu Heng pondered whether to speak with Gu Lijing, that if his sister-in-law had indeed strayed, would he not be implicating her in wrongdoing? He doubted anyone could escape Gu Lijing's discerning gaze. What mischief might this man be capable of? Ning Huan, initially feeling a bit disheartened due to Gu Lijing's silence since arriving at the bar, refused to be discouraged after their last gathering. She had not seen him, and this time she was determined to seize the opportunity. Just as she was about to act, the crowd erupted into another round of cheers. Ning Huan turned to look at a strikingly handsome man holding a red rose, proposing to a girl nearby. From her angle, she could not see the girl's face, only her perfect figure, and even she could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Ning Huan rose, playfully tugging at Gu Lijing's arm. "Da Jing, look, I see someone proposing over there." Her voice laced with excitement. Sensing her touch, Gu Lijing's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of distaste crossing his features. Just as he was about to speak, Ning Huan withdrew her arm. On the other side, Yun Siqing found herself inexplicably thrust into the spotlight. Observing the crowd's uproar, she frowned slightly. The bar counter was elevated, resembling a stage, and as she leaned to survey the crowd, she noticed her colleagues from the design department had also imbibed generously and were joining in the merriment. Outside the spotlight, He Shimo stood beside Yun Siqing, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Chapter 50. Misunderstanding, he had been engrossed in conversation with Yun Siqing, believing he had found common ground with her. Although she remained silent, continuously sipping her drink, her persistent smile led him to believe she harbored some interest in him. Throughout his university years, and even after, he had never lacked for beautiful women who pursued him, that he was handsome. Having graduated and quickly secured a position at Gu Corporation, where he ascended to the role of director in just a few years, with looks and wealth at his disposal, he felt confident. Just as he was savoring the moment, a stream of roses began to circulate around him. He mistakenly believed that the decorations were arranged by the bar owner, only to be taken aback by the sight of flowers adorning the surroundings, resulting in the unexpected scene before him. Someone had stolen the limelight. He Shimo, wore an expression of extreme dissatisfaction. Under the spotlight, the effects of alcohol began to manifest. Yun Siqing's complexion turned rosy, with her poor alcohol tolerance. Her gaze became hazy as she looked at the man before her, who seemed to be one of those she had previously rejected. Luo Bai gazed at the girl before him, captivated by a beauty he had never encountered. Her eyes were especially striking, as if they could converse, filled with unspoken words and shrouded in a misty allure. That moment, she appeared like a startled fawn, a hint of astonishment in her demeanor. The Luo family was a prominent enterprise in the capital, and he was well aware that such extravagance could not be maintained without substantial means. However, he adhered to a principle. He would only pursue beautiful women. Observing the girl's expression, he thought she must be stunned by his wealth and appearance. Assuming she had not heard him, he repeated, "Excuse me, lovely miss, may I court you?" The crowd erupted into a clamor. A charming lady, a gentleman's desire. This scene was all too familiar to them. However, the sea of flowers surrounding them was not the sort of display that ordinary individuals could orchestrate. Not to mention, the venue cost was exorbitantly high, and it was evident that this man was either exceedingly wealthy or of noble birth, and remarkably handsome to boot. Such a declaration of affection, even if it did not pertain to them, was still a delightful sight to behold. Gu Lijing took a delicate sip of his drink, casting a nonchalant glance toward the scene. The next moment, the man's gaze turned somber, akin to the dark clouds preceding a storm. His lips pressed tightly, and his jaw clenched, exuding an air of danger. The atmosphere around them suddenly chilled, sharp as an ice cellar. Lu Heng could not help but shiver, glancing at Gu Lijing, whose face had darkened ominously. A mask of frost that Liu Hung recoiled behind the sofa, bewildered by Ning Huan's sudden change in expression. She could not fathom why Gu Lijing's demeanor had transformed into something so grim and foreboding. Just as Yun Siqing was about to decline, she felt a piercing gaze upon her, as if struck by a realization. She turned her head towards Gu Lijing's table. Their eyes met. His sharp, icy gaze concealed a dangerous aura that ensnared her, leaving her momentarily frozen. Even more astonished was Ning Huan, as the girl turned to reveal her face, unmistakably the one who had slapped her previously. Witnessing the exchange of glances between Gu Lijing and the girl, entangled in a silent confrontation, Ning Huan seethed with anger. How dare she appear before her brother, openly attempting to seduce him in her presence? A flicker of malice crossed her eyes as she suddenly conceived a scheme. Gu Lijing remained fixated on the young girl. Illuminated by the spotlight, she radiated an exquisite beauty, reminiscent of a dark night fairy. Yet, that man, Ning Huan, wearing exceptionally high heels, seized the opportunity to feign a stumble, inadvertently falling before the man, lowering her head shyly as she sweetly murmured, "Ah Jing, I'm sorry, I lost my balance." While speaking, she cast a triumphant smile towards the distance, just barely brushing against the man's leg before collapsing onto the adjacent sofa. In that fleeting moment, she had yet to comprehend the situation. Observing the girl's dazed expression and her cheeks seemingly stained with rouge, Gu Lijing realized with alarm that she had been drinking. After the events of yesterday, he had anticipated her to be shy and avoid him. Instead, she had come forward to drink, and now she was being proposed to, just as he was about to rise. A sickly sweet fragrance invaded his nostrils, causing his brows to furrow tightly, an unsettling feeling rising within him. This entire scene unfolded before Yun Siqing's eyes. Although the dizziness from the alcohol was persistent, her senses remained half alert, and her vision clear. Ning Huan leaned provocatively against Gu Lijing, offering a taunting smile that in the next instant. Yun Siqing's expression abruptly turned frigid, her eyes filled with disdain as she turned away with an air of contempt. Ah, that man, the delicate beauty before her, initially appearing pure and gentle, suddenly transformed in demeanor, leaving Luo Bai momentarily stunned. This shift in atmosphere only served to accentuate the girl's beauty, adding an element of distant allure and chilling elegance. Luo Bai followed the direction of her gaze, only to meet the man's sharp eyes directed at him. His expression calm, yet frosty, reminiscent of water beneath a mountain glacier, his features taut like a blade. Luo Bai could not help but tremble. Was that not young Master Gu? At that moment, as their eyes locked, Luo Bai instinctively averted his gaze. Suddenly realizing something, he scrutinized the girl before him. Although her expression was cool and aloof, it carried a hint of pride. Having navigated the realm of romance for years, he sensed an undeniable connection between this girl and young Master Gu. His gaze towards Gu Lijing became increasingly cautious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. When their eyes met once more, he felt a surge of certainty that he must have accumulated virtue over several lifetimes to finally encounter such an exquisite gem, only to discover she belonged to young Master Gu. The rose in his hand suddenly felt scalding, as if it were covered in thorns, prompting him to hurriedly drop it. With a subtle gesture, the spotlight dimmed, and the blue lights began to flicker. Gu Lijing withdrew his gaze, momentarily oblivious, allowing Ning Huan to seize the opportunity that he caught sight of Yun Siqing's eyes, which had suddenly turned icy, yet contained a trace of panic. Ning Huan fell onto the sofa, and the man's unyielding grip and frigid glare sent a chill through her heart, her voice quivering. "Ah Jing." Gu Lijing's focus remained solely on Yun Siqing. While Ning Huan followed suit, her expression growing increasingly venomous, Liu Hung witnessed all of this unfold, casting a glance at Ning Huan and shaking his head. The atmosphere was already tense. What was Ning Huan doing here? Adding fuel to the fire? Meanwhile, Ning Yunzhao, seeing his sister treated in such a manner, felt a surge of anger. However, he was well aware of his sister's schemes, though she had lingered around Gu Lijing for years. He showed no interest in her. Her relentless pursuit only fueled his disappointment, transforming his anger into a sense of helplessness. Yun Siqing's thoughts were chaotic. How could he claim to care solely for her? Just yesterday, they had shared an intimate moment. Yet today he was welcoming the advances of another woman. Chapter 51. Intoxication in that moment, the alcohol eroded her rationality, leaving her mind in a haze. I must leave here at the very least, digging her nails into her palms. Holding on to the last shred of clarity, Yin Siqing completely disregarded Luo Bai as she made her exit, rather than obstructing her. Luo Bai respectfully stepped aside, watching the girl's graceful figure, akin to a black swan, as she departed. He then glanced at the formidable man in the distance, whose warning gaze directed at him made Luo Bai instantly comprehend. Lowering his head slightly, he nodded towards Gu Lijing that Shimo had been following closely behind Yun Siqing, seemingly oblivious to the intricacies of the situation. Upon seeing her leave, he could not help but pursue her. However, as he approached Luo Bai, he was halted. Shimo looked at Luo Bai in confusion, unaware of Gu Lijing's presence. The man observed this exchange with indifference, casting a fleeting glance at Luo Bai before rising to pursue Yun Siqing. Watching the man's retreating figure, Luo Bai felt a sudden wave of relief wash over him. Luo's reputation was likely preserved. Shimo frowned in discontent. He had initially intended to catch up with Yun Siqing. But now, glancing towards the bar entrance, he found her figure had long vanished. Frustration boiled within him, his tone rising slightly, laced with indignation. "What are you doing, sir?" "This, brother. I am saving your life," Luo Bai replied. Having received Gu Lijing's silent warning, daring not to elaborate further, merely uttering this cryptic statement. Insane. Shimo merely assumed he was intoxicated and causing a scene, unable to resist muttering a low curse before turning to leave. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. They had witnessed their fair share of poignant moments, where flowing water met in different blossoms, and chose to respect the dignity of others by refraining from further inquiries or mockery. The bar returned to its former ambience, music resuming as silhouettes swayed to the rhythm. Outside the bar, Yun Siqing felt as if her mind had become a tangled mess, the night breeze brushing against her face. Offering a fleeting sense of clarity, in the distance, neon lights flickered, and patrons continued to arrive at the this city of ephemeral pleasures. The night was just beginning. The girl's exquisite figure and stunning beauty had already captivated the gaze of numerous wealthy young men. Several handsome individuals lingered beside her, hesitating whether to approach and make their acquaintance. Yun Siqing cast a cold glance in their direction, sending them scurrying away. With unsteady steps, she wandered forward, having been brought here by someone else. She now needed to call for a ride home. Her eyes began to blur, and in the next moment, her entire body was lifted off the ground, cradled in someone's arms. The scent of cedar enveloped her. And upon looking up, she met the sight of a man with a taut jaw. His face was shadowed with anger. An icy aura emanated from him, and his eyes blazed with a fierce intensity. Filled with an uncontainable fury, his thin lips pressed firmly together as his gaze was fixed upon her. The effects of the alcohol surged within her, washing away her usual aloof demeanor. Yun Siqing's eyes, now tinged with a hint of red, were framed by delicate blushes, rendering her all the more endearing. She looked at him with a mix of grievance and confusion. Gu Lijing regarded the petite girl in his embrace, her face flushed from the drink and the night breeze tousling her hair. She gazed up at him with dreamy eyes, her beauty intoxicating. That a deep blue Maybach glided silently to a stop. Gu Lijing tightened his hold on the girl and strode purposefully toward the car. Sui, seeing his boss cradling what appeared to be a drunken young lady, hurriedly exited to open the back door. The vehicle glided smoothly through the night. Xingguang, the man's deep, resonant voice called from behind. Yes, Sui nodded, trembling slightly in response. Sensing the chilling atmosphere, he understood that the boss was furious that I in the back seat. Yun Siqing was nestled in Gu Lijing's arms. The world spun around her, and her already fragile grasp on reason crumbled. The faint scent of alcohol clung to her as she obediently rested against his chest. Gu Lijing, big bad wolf, she murmured softly, her voice sweet and melodious, devoid of her usual detachment, reminiscent of a fledgling oriole, yet also like 1,000 hooks ensnaring the hearts of those around her. Suddenly recalling something, her delicate features scrunched up in discontent, her watery eyes widened as she clutched the man's shirt, reproaching him in a soft voice. You're a scoundrel, a big bad wolf. Flirting with others outside, Sui, driving in front, suddenly froze, silently fearing for this young lady who dared to insult his boss. The fate of anyone who provoked Gu Shao would surely be dire, even if she was the young mistress. Yet a quick glance in the rearview mirror revealed that Gu Lijing seemed to take her words quite well. The Jiu Lijing pressed his lips together, hearing her drunken ramblings about him. The coldness surrounding him dissipated, and he was about to soothe the upset girl in his arms. She looked at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her soft voice laced with a sense of grievance. Soon tears brimmed in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks, her shoulders trembling as she sobbed quietly, resembling a small, vulnerable creature, utterly endearing. Gu Lijing, he stiffened, shadows flickering in his gaze. She was crying that Su Yi in front also halted. Had Gu Xiao's flirtations caused the young mistress to weep? Sensing Su Yi's apprehensive glance, Gu Lijing shot him a warning look, prompting Su Yi to sit up straight, his inquisitive gaze retreating. At this moment, Yun Xiqing's rationality had vanished. All she could remember was Ning Huan falling into a man's embrace, along with that man's fierce gaze directed at her. Consequently, her sense of grievance intensified. Her sobs grew louder, echoing painfully in the quiet vehicle. The Jiu Lijing raised his hand, wishing to comfort the little girl in his arms, but she showed no appreciation for his efforts, stifling her tears. She seized his hand and bit down hard while secretly observing him with her round, sparkling eyes. Her thick lashes fluttered like butterfly wings, adorned with glistening tears, her nose slightly reddened as if accusing him. Gu Lijing's heart had long since softened, captivated by her resemblance to a small rabbit, irresistibly adorable. A smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. Yun Xiqing's thoughts were childlike, noticing that he neither cried out in pain nor showed distress, but instead bore a faint smile while gazing back at her. Her resolve grew stronger, and she bit down even harder. I will not be easily intimidated." Before long, the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. A flicker of fear crossed her starkly contrasting eyes, and she quickly released his hand, biting her lower lip while gazing intently at him. Chapter 52. "Come here, little one." Jiu Lijing chuckled softly, seemingly oblivious to the pain, reaching out to gently stroke her hair. He was unaware of the adorable side she exhibited when intoxicated. His previously taut features relaxed, allowing her to scrutinize him, his eyes ablaze with warmth, returning her gaze intently. The girl, emboldened by his calm demeanor, became even more audacious. She tilted her chin slightly, narrowing her eyes, mimicking his usual expression, resembling a feisty little kitten. The man's gaze glimmered with intrigue, his lips curving upwards. His voice husky. "Little one, come here." Hearing the familiar term of endearment from deep within her memories, Yun Xiqing froze momentarily. Did I end the next instant? Gu Lijing cradled her head and drew her closer into his embrace. She made no resistance, lazily leaning against his chest, finally quieting down, her sobs becoming intermittent. To Su Yi, noticing the sudden tranquility from the rearview mirror, caught a glimpse of a side of his boss he had never witnessed before, gentleness and affection, akin to that of a benevolent father. That he averted his gaze, a smile creeping onto his face. 3 years had passed since that incident, and upon returning, he sought the young mistress. Over the years, he had observed Gu Xiao's discontent. However, things were different now. Alas, the tranquility of this serene moment was short-lived. The girl, nearly drifting into slumber in his embrace, caught a whiff of a faintly sweet perfume, triggering a memory of a woman's provocative smile. Unable to contain herself, she shot a furious glare at Gu Lijing, biting her lip in restraint as she began to cry softly. Tears flowed freely, soaking a considerable patch of his shirt. Jiu Lijing gazed at the little girl with a mix of exasperation and affection. Her eyes now red and swollen, her nose dusted with a light blush, his brows furrowed slightly, a hint of sympathy evident in his expression as he tenderly wiped her tears with his fingers. His voice deep and soothing. "Don't cry, all right?" Unbeknownst to him, the little girl, once intoxicated, transformed into a weepy bundle of emotions. "That I end this moment." The icy demeanor surrounding him melted away, his voice imbued with an unusual softness. Su Yi in the front seat felt as though he might melt from the warmth in the air. Yet the girl remained unyielding. With her delicate brows knitted together in anger, she pushed his large hand away. Her tone sweet but cold, tinged with a hint of resentment. "Don't touch me. You're dirty." At her words, a chill swept across Gu Lijing's demeanor. She dared to express disdain for him. His expression darkened, anger igniting in his eyes, a vein twitching at his temple, as if he might devour her whole in the next moment. Su Yi shivered at the atmosphere. thinking, "Lady, if you do not value your life." "I certainly do." An eerie silence enveloped the vehicle. Confronted with Gu Lijing's fury, she felt a tinge of fear. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. She recalled how, during childhood squabbles, the villains always cried first to gain sympathy. Thus, she adopted a pitiful demeanor and pointed a slender finger at him, her eyes brimming with tears, accusingly stating, "You held another woman." The tension in Gu Lijing's face instantly softened, his anger dissipating as a faint smile graced his lips. The little girl was jealous. Did this mean she cared for him? Su Yi, feeling a sense of relief, discreetly shook his head, recognizing this as a matter between the couple. That Gu Lijing's gaze remained intense as he patiently coaxed her. She fell, and as soon as she did, "I pushed her away. I didn't hold anyone else." "You didn't see that, did you, little one?" The statement was too long for her to fully comprehend, and she merely muttered, "You held her." Tears continued to spill from her eyes. With a hint of amusement, Gu Lijing tenderly wiped her tears away while softly asking, "Then tell me, what must I do for you to believe me?" Yun Xiqing allowed him to act as he pleased, her crimson lips slightly parted, her eyes wide open, as if lost in contemplation. That Gu Lijing, unhurried, gently wiped away her tears before enveloping her in his embrace, gazing at her with a tender expression. After pondering for quite some time, she found herself at a loss, her mind a tumultuous whirl. The faint scent of feminine perfume was discomforting, and even the shirt worn by the man seemed unappealing. Her willow-like brows furrowed slightly, and her eyes grew moist once more, reflecting a deep sense of grievance. She instinctively grasped the man's shirt, biting her lower lip, summoning all her strength before suddenly pulling on it. Su Yi, focused on driving, had just reached the foot of the mountain when a tearing sound pierced the air, causing him to freeze in astonishment. Truly, she was the young mistress. The Gu Lijing observed the girl in his arms. Flushed and panting, his brows arched slightly, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. The shirt had been torn apart, revealing his well-defined chest, the wound healing and no longer requiring a bandage, showcasing perfect abdominal muscles before her. Her face involuntarily flushed crimson, the sound of Gu Lijing's soft laughter. Yun Xiqing felt a surge of annoyance. She resolved not to lose her composure. "Humph, you belong to me," with a defiant hum. She seized Gu Lijing's arm and pressed her lips against his, nibbling gently. The fragrance of jasmine mingled with a subtle hint of alcohol, causing Gu Lijing's gaze to darken in an instant. His restrained composure shattered, and he held her head, kissing her passionately. Noticing the movement behind him, Su Yi's face flushed. The car wound its way along the mountain road, the night thick and heavy as water. Before long, they arrived at the Starlight Villa. Reluctantly, Gu Lijing released her lips, casting a glance at the girl who seemed on the verge of fainting, a faint smile gracing his lips. He opened the car door and lifted the faint girl into his arms. Striding towards home, in the living room, upon seeing Gu Lijing carrying a young girl, Aunt Jiang approached. "Young Master Gu, you have returned." She glanced at the girl, noting her exquisite beauty, but also the faint scent of alcohol that lingered, indicating she was likely intoxicated. "Aunt Jiang, please help her freshen up." Of course. Upon hearing the sound of water from within, Gu Lijing sighed in relief. Observing the troublesome shirt on his person, he furrowed his brows slightly and tossed it directly into the trash bin. He then retrieved a change of clothes and headed into the bathroom. An hour later, Aunt Jiang finally finished bathing Yun Xiqing. The villa lacked women's clothing, so she wrapped the girl in a towel, intending to assist her into the guest room, but Gu Lijing stepped in, cradling the girl in his arms. "There is nothing else for today. Aunt Jiang, you may rest early." "Understood, young master." Aunt Jiang nodded and departed. Returning to his room, Gu Lijing laid Yun Xiqing on his bed. The girl, swathed in a towel, revealed her alluring shoulders and long legs, her skin pale and delicately tinted, her expression serene and soft. Gu Lijing felt a tightening in his throat as a wave of heat surged from within. Chapter 53. Awakening the man's gaze darkened, and he remained stiff for a moment before casually pulling the blanket over Yun Xiqing, enveloping her tightly like a silkworm. Observing her closed eyes, Gu Lijing reached out to stroke her hair, playfully tapping her nose. The source of his torment lay peacefully asleep, shaking his head with a soft chuckle. Warmth began to emerge in his eyes that he carefully fed the hangover soup he had prepared to the girl. A half-bowl already consumed as midnight approached, the Jiyu Lijing lay beside Yun Siqing, fully clothed. The following morning, Yun Siqing gradually opened her eyes, greeted by a haze of grayish-white, that a strange scent lingered in the air, and her head throbbed painfully, her eyes dry and uncomfortable, softly whimpering. Fragments of the previous night flashed through her mind. The gathering, the bar, Gu Lijing, Ning Huan, getting drunk, going out, and then it seemed to fall, and then nothing. Suddenly, the image of the man she had intended to flirt with at the door flashed before her eyes, jolting her awake. Yun Siqing sat up abruptly, realizing the towel wrapped around her was slipping away. Panic surged within her. Did she spend the night with that man? Gradually regaining her composure, she noted that although she was only wrapped in a towel, there seemed to be no other sensations, suggesting that nothing had progressed to its finality. The gentle sound of running water from the bathroom reached her ears as she squinted her eyes in that direction. Sitting on the bed, she engaged in a mental pep talk. With a click, the door opened, causing her heart to skip a beat that Jiyu Lijing, with his biologically precise internal clock, emerged from his morning shower. Stepping out, he found the girl sitting on the bed with a woeful expression, her eyes wide and fixed on him. The man, bare from the waist up, revealed a sculpted physique akin to the most exquisite statue. His waist wrapped in a towel, droplets cascading down his hair, exuding a potent aura of masculinity, charming and captivating. Upon seeing him, Yun Siqing's face flushed a deep crimson to Jiyu. Gu Lijing. Her tongue stumbled, eyes wide with disbelief. So, it was he who had changed her clothes? The man she had slept beside was him? Struggling to suppress her internal turmoil and astonishment, she feigned calmness, hugging her knees and staring intently at Gu Lijing. Noticing the exposed shoulder of the girl, Gu Lijing's gaze flickered, his voice low and husky. Awake. Yun Siqing nodded. Under the heat of his gaze, she instinctively shrank back into the covers, though they were indeed a couple. This progression felt alarmingly swift. This man had taken advantage of her drunkenness. Her eyes glistened with moisture as she cast a lingering look at him. Sensing her gaze, he averted his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed she remembered nothing at all, that I'll step out now. There are new toiletries inside. Once you're ready, come down for breakfast. With no explanations regarding the previous night, he descended the stairs. Gu Lijing's mischievous smile sent a jolt of apprehension through her. She must have missed some crucial information. The room fell silent, her heart racing. After a moment of hesitation, she made her way to the bathroom. The mirror was fogged with steam, and the toiletries on the shelf were identical to her own, just in different colors. Yun Siqing's eyes flickered with recognition. After a quick wash, she emerged only to hear a knock at the door. Miss Yun, a gentle, amiable voice called, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a kind and gentle Aunt Jiang. Noticing Yun Siqing's stunned expression, Aunt Jiang smiled warmly. "Miss Yun, you may call me Aunt Jiang. Young Master Gu asked me to bring you some clothes and shoes." Only then did she notice the two gift boxes in Aunt Jiang's hands. Approaching, she accepted them with a faint smile, replying awkwardly, "Thank you, Aunt Jiang, that you're welcome, Miss Yun. This is the dress you changed out of last night. Already cleaned." Handing over the boxes, Aunt Jiang produced a paper bag. Yun Siqing placed the boxes on a nearby table, a hint of discomfort flashing across her face as she hesitantly inquired, "Aunt Jiang, who helped me change my clothes last night?" Aunt Jiang chuckled softly. "That was me. Miss Yun, that I'm the only woman in the villa. You take your time. I will head downstairs." With that, she turned to leave. Yun Siqing's expression softened. Opening the gift box, she discovered a black silk qipao adorned with subtle patterns, complemented by dark golden knots and matching high-heeled shoes. There was even a set of lingerie in her size. Her face darkened at the thought of that man. Glancing at the qipao's label, she noted it was from her favorite niche brand, each piece a one-of-a-kind item, priced far beyond ordinary haute couture. A smile tugged at her lips. She wondered how he had noticed. Dressing in the entire ensemble, Yun Siqing's expression grew even darker. The clothes and shoes fit her perfectly, as if tailored just for her. Grabbing her own belongings, she made her way downstairs. The villa was expansive, decorated in Gu Lijing's signature minimalist style, yet exuding an air of luxury. Why hadn't they returned to Yuyuan? Why bring her here? On the staircase, She caught sight of Gu Lijing seated at the dining table. His commanding presence was always impossible to overlook. Today, he donned the black shirt she had given him, his profile exuding an air of aloofness and severity. Engrossed in a newspaper, Des Yun Siqing glanced down at her own attire. She realized they were dressed as a couple today. Noticing the girl's silhouette, Gu Lijing lazily lifted his gaze. The black qipao suited her exquisitely, accentuating her waist and revealing her fair, slender legs. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up, radiating an effortless charm, exuding an intoxicating allure that a petite visage, unadorned yet exquisite, radiates a captivating allure imbued with a hint of ethereal grace. Rendering it impossible to divert one's gaze, that it resembles a white rose shrouded in morning mist. The man withdrew his gaze, a subtle smile playing upon his lips, as he took a seat opposite Gu Lijing. Her heart fluttered anxiously. Upon the marble dining table lay a meticulously prepared bowl of congee alongside an assortment of pastries. She sipped delicately, stealing glances at Gu Lijing, who remained silent, calmly perusing a newspaper. After a prolonged silence, she could no longer contain herself and broke the stillness. Gu Lijing, I was quite intoxicated last night. The man remained silent, his piercing gaze fixed upon her. I know, Yun Siqing thought to herself. What else transpired? However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Her alcohol tolerance was notoriously poor, and the prospect of any explosive revelations was overwhelming. Shaking her head to dispel the tumultuous thoughts, she bit her lip and continued. Why am I here? A flicker of amusement danced in Gu Lijing's eyes as his lips parted slightly. This place is close to the bar. You insisted on clinging to me while drunk. And I had no intention of taking advantage of the situation, yet you managed to ruin my shirt. His expression bore a hint of grievance as he fixed his gaze upon her, sending a shiver down Yun Siqing's spine. She had envisioned numerous unexpected scenarios. Yet this was beyond her imagination that a sudden cough caused congee to lodge in her throat, and her face flushed with embarrassment as she stared incredulously at the man. Noticing her disbelief, he added languidly, the shirt is still upstairs. If you don't believe me, you may go check. Her alcohol tolerance had always been subpar, but was she truly that audacious? Had she done everything she usually refrained from while intoxicated? Regrettably, she had no recollection whatsoever that That's so? She chuckled awkwardly, unable to withstand the intensity of his gaze, and opted to look down and silently consume her congee. Not long after, Sui arrived to escort Gu Lijing to work. Upon seeing Yun Siqing, Sui's eyes flickered with a hint of peculiarity, and he smiled awkwardly, having witnessed an astonishing scene the previous night, but he had not anticipated that this seemingly gentle and composed lady would possess such audacity. Miss Yun, he greeted, Assistant Su. She replied coolly that a slight smile graced her lips, and through Sui's gaze, she became increasingly convinced that the man's words held true. She had indeed behaved inappropriately while intoxicated. She should have refrained from drinking. It was all his fault. Casting a sidelong glance at the man seated in the car, the instigator of her predicament, she huffed softly the next moment. The man's large hand reached over to encircle her waist, inducing a wave of dizziness to be why the time she regained her senses. She found herself ensconced in his solid embrace, his face a mere 5 centimeters from hers, the warmth of his breath grazing her lips. His deep, husky voice resonated within the confines of the vehicle. Still upset? Are we? Yun Siqing was momentarily taken aback. Upset? He wasn't angry, so why should she be? The clothes were changed with Aunt Jiang's help. She had merely taken a nap at his residence. Yet, she had torn his shirt. A wave of rigidity washed over her, and a blush crept on her cheeks. Gradually pulling her thoughts together, she reassured herself that her man was nothing extraordinary. Everything was perfectly normal. Not at all, she retorted defiantly. The car door closed, and the vehicle began to glide forward. However, the man did not release his hold on her. Instead, he tightened his embrace until they were perfectly entwined. She found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Leaning quietly against him, in the momentary silence of the car, she could hear the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, feel the vibrations of his chest. I didn't hold you. You fell, and just as you brushed against me, I pushed you away. So. Don't be angry. Looking down at the petite figure nestled in his arms, Gu Lijing lifted his hand to gently caress her chin, patiently reiterating his words that a tremor of emotion coursed through her. Is he referring to this matter? Her eyes sparkled as they fixed upon him, once again caught in a battle of wits. Had she truly expressed anger while intoxicated? Otherwise, how could he discern her feelings? A tempest of emotions surged within Yun Siqing, wishing fervently for a crevice to hide within, burying herself beneath the earth, seeing the little lady's flushed face and the disbelief etched in her eyes. Gu Lijing chuckled softly. Yun Siqing cleared her throat, feigning composure. Understood that I forgive you. Upon hearing her response, the man raised an eyebrow, and even Su Yi in the front seat couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. With her gaze lowered, she suddenly caught sight of the bite mark on Gu Lijing's palm. Unmistakably. A teeth mark? Could it be that she had bitten him? If that were true, a lightning bolt should strike her. Noticing her wide-eyed stare fixed on his hand, Gu Lijing's mischievous intentions ignited. With an impassive expression and without a hint of shame, he declared, "You were intoxicated yesterday and insisted on me holding you. The moment I released you, you bit me." Subsequently, he cast a sidelong glance at her, his tone leisurely. "One sure was sacrificed, and only then did you obediently fall asleep." Yun Siqing's lips parted slightly. Her fist clenched tightly, her round eyes glaring at Gu Lijing. Had she truly been so unrestrained while inebriated? How utterly mortifying! Observing her like a small animal, the amusement in the man's eyes deepened. And a tempest brewed beneath his calm exterior. However, he couldn't bear to tease her for too long, pulling her into his embrace. The car meandered slowly through the bustling streets, Su Yi's shoulders gently shrugging ahead. After parting ways with Gu Lijing, Yun Siqing discreetly evaded the crowd and arrived at her office door, her face still flushed. Pushing open the office door, she was astonished by the sight before her. Her office had transformed into a vibrant sea of pink. Delicate pink roses adorned every corner, layered and stacked, thousands upon thousands of them. The air was imbued with a rich fragrance. Gazing at this spectacle, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yun Siqing's eyes. Even she was momentarily taken aback, stepping outside to confirm it was indeed her office before re-entering that on her desk lay a magnificent bouquet of red roses. Vivid as flames, resplendent and lush. Without needing to ponder, she knew who was responsible. Sure enough, the next moment her phone vibrated. A message from the man arrived. "Yun Siqing, did you receive it?" A simple 7-character query felt more romantic than any heartfelt declaration. Setting the bouquet of red roses aside, her brow twitched slightly, and a faint smile graced her lips. This man, surprisingly, possessed a childlike side. With a gentle tap, she replied with 3 words. "Received it. Once you've experienced the vastness of the ocean. Nothing else compares. Apart from the Wushan, there are no clouds." She understood his meaning all too well, that I in the 56th floor CO office. Gu Lijing gazed at the petite figure on the screen, a smile flickering in his eyes. The crimson of the roses contrasted beautifully against the girl's fair complexion, lending her a delicate blush. Reading the message on his phone, a hint of tenderness passed through his gaze. Having ventured into the world at a young age, he was indeed unfamiliar with the nuances of romance. For years, he had immersed himself in work, indifferent to matters of the heart. However, 3 years ago, she had unexpectedly entered his life. Since that moment, she had become his heart's desire. Reflecting upon the young lady, Gu Lijing's expression softened in a way he had never experienced before, as if shedding all his coldness, his demeanor transforming into one of elegance and charm. After some time, when she truly accepted him, he would reveal to her that they had crossed paths long ago, but he was acutely aware that her feelings for him were limited to mere tolerance. Without his assertiveness, he would have never been able to keep her by his side. She had questioned him more than once, "Why must it be me?" He too had pondered the same query. With a light scoff, he mused, "Love requires no justification." She had entered his heart barefoot, and thus there would be no escape for her in this lifetime, but he comprehended that she was currently reluctant to publicize their relationship. He could wait. His little lady shone radiantly, and he was well aware of it. Yet, recalling the events at the bar the previous night, Gu Lijing's gaze darkened, his brow furrowing in icy displeasure. A fierce glint flashing in his hawk-like eyes. His little lady deserved nothing less than the finest. That it was not until a knock resounded at the office door that Yun Siqing extricated herself from her reverie. Observing the room filled with roses, a hint of exasperation crossed her features. This man truly had a penchant for ostentation. Believing it to be Anna, she cleared her throat and casually said, "Come in." As he stepped through the door, He too was taken aback by the scene before him, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Having been interrupted by Luo during his conversation with Yun Siqing the previous day, he was already feeling disgruntled. Witnessing Luo's boldness in presenting flowers only exacerbated his irritation. Gazing at the sea of roses in her office, a complex emotion flickered in Ishima's eyes. Could it be that Luo had yet to relinquish his pursuit? He initially believed that in a bar such as this, a young master from a wealthy family like Luo would merely be indulging in frivolities. To his surprise, that man had gotten ahead of him the previous day and was still entangled with Yun Siqing. Upon seeing Ishimo enter, Yun Siqing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that their relationship had shifted to an equal status, and that this director he was now the principal overseer of their collaborative project. Her reluctance to meet him was overshadowed by the necessity of maintaining professional decorum. She rose to greet him. "Director is there something you need?" Ishimo offered no reply, his gaze fixed intently on Yun Siqing. Dressed in an elegant black qipao, its exquisite tailoring and intricate floral patterns accentuated her extraordinary demeanor. Her raven hair, styled into a bun with a hairpin, exuded a classical beauty that was subtly alluring, captivating in the way her expressions fluctuated between innocence and charm. She remained as striking as she had been in high school, a time when she was completely unaware of his existence, their worlds vastly apart. But the circumstances had changed. Ishimo, with a gentle smile adorning his handsome face, finally spoke. "There's nothing pressing. I merely wish to inquire about Miss Yun's design progress." Yun Siqing responded with a frosty smile. This collaboration did not necessitate any discussions regarding progress. She could sense that his thoughts were elsewhere. Her work was already complete, yet she felt compelled to remain low-key in every aspect. "Thank you for your concern, Director but I am still refining the designs." Her voice was distant and polite. Ishimo seemed oblivious to the shift in her demeanor and continued. "Miss Yun, you are too courteous. Should any issues arise, feel free to reach out to me. After all, collaboration entails mutual assistance." Pausing, he stepped closer, his tone taking on an ambiguous note. "Miss Yun, I have made a reservation at a Western restaurant near the company for tonight. Would you be available to continue our discussion from last night?" A flicker of exasperation crossed Yun Siqing's eyes. Did she even converse with him the previous night? Why were there so many presumptuous men now? As she prepared to respond, her expression turned icy. "That I'm sorry, Director but I have plans with my boyfriend tonight that if there is nothing else, I really must return to my design work." Seemingly incredulous, Ishimo's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of confusion surfacing. "Boyfriend? I recall you were about to get engaged to Lin not long ago." Yun Siqing nodded slightly, but before she could elaborate, the office door was thrust open with a degree of roughness that a man with an air of coldness appeared in the doorway. Upon sighting Ishimo, a flicker of displeasure crossed his dark gaze, his eyes narrowing as he clenched his jaw. Emanating an aura of chill, he strode into the room with long, purposeful strides, exuding an aristocratic, aloof presence that hinted at a regal authority. That Ishimo found himself momentarily daunted by the man's imposing demeanor. Standing frozen at the side, the Ji Xiao rarely made appearances, and having seen him at the bar the night before was already a rarity. To now encounter him in the same office was unprecedented. The intensity of this boss's presence left Ishimo flustered. Suppressing his trepidation, he stammered, "Good day." Director Gu did a casual glance swept over Ishimo before a deep, emotionless voice responded. "What are you doing here?" Surprised that Gu Xiao would engage him in conversation, Ishimo recalled the earlier remarks he had made to Yun Siqing, a tinge of discomfort flashing across his face as he struggled for a response. The atmosphere in the room suddenly chilled, leaving Ishimo feeling uneasy. Yun Siqing, noticing the anger flickering in the man's eyes, seized the opportunity before an outburst could occur and hastily interjected. "Director, he just came by to discuss the progress of our new product line." Ishimo's expression turned complex, hastily aligning with Yun Siqing's narrative. "Yes, Director Gu, we have completed our discussion, and if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." The man's gaze turned deeper, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light as he regarded Yun Siqing. Ignoring Ishimo entirely, he nodded slightly, crossing his legs and casually leaning against the office sofa. Seizing the moment of reprieve, Ishimo exited hastily, the door shutting behind him, leaving only Yun Siqing and Gu Lijing in the office. Observing the man's icy demeanor and the tempestuous emotions swirling within his gaze, Yun Siqing involuntarily shivered, perplexed by her own fear of his cold visage, his sharp brow and piercing black eyes fixed intently upon her. Lips pressed into a thin line, radiating an air of arrogant isolation yet commanding dominance. His voice, rich and low, commanded, "Come here, that I in an instant." She sensed the anger lacing his tone, her expression faltering. Why was he angry? Yet, as if drawn by a magnet, her feet moved involuntarily towards him, that as she approached, he seized her arm, pulling her into his embrace with such force that she winced slightly from the intensity. With a voice tinged with a hint of grievance, she called out his name, Gu Lijing. Clad in the qipao he had gifted her, which accentuated her perfect figure, she gazed into his eyes, shimmering with unshed tears of grievance. The man's heart softened momentarily, the chill around him dissipating, yet his grip remained unyielding. Hearing her voice, he released her wrist, his deep gaze unwavering as he leaned closer, murmuring into her ear, "Why did you speak on his behalf?" His tone was hoarse, laced with a hint of vulnerability, that he had witnessed another man entering her office, smiling charmingly in her presence, and instinctively felt a surge of unexplainable rage. This was a side of Gu Lijing that Yun Siqing had never witnessed before. Her heart stirred like ripples on a disturbed pond. Was he jealous? With a slight smile, her eyes glistening with moisture, she gently replied, "Yesterday, the design department invited me to dinner, but I left midway." She refrained from elaborating further, having already made her disinterest in Ishimu clear, deeming it unnecessary to complicate matters. Yet, recalling his earlier words, a flicker of indignation crossed her mind as she gazed at him with her soulful autumn eyes. "And I did not speak on his behalf. I merely wished to expedite his departure, so do not be unreasonable." Her voice was soft, imbued with an allure she was unaware of, and as she spoke, her hands instinctively reached up to caress his jaw. His jaw was always smooth, pleasing to the touch, and as she spoke tenderly, the chill surrounding Gu Lijing finally dissipated that he grasped her hands firmly, his eyes sparkling. "Yun Siqing, do not attempt to reason with me. I have not received much formal education and ventured into the world at a young age. I do not grasp such lofty principles." With an air of arrogance, he raised her hands to his lips, planting gentle kisses upon them. Upon hearing his words, a pang of bittersweet emotion surged within Yun Siqing, her gaze turning even more dewy. His lips brushed against her hands, warmth radiating through her fingertips, sending shivers down her spine. "From now on, do not mention any other men, nor allow them to approach you." His voice took on a near-dominating tone, reminiscent of an autocratic ruler. Yun Siqing offered a faint smile, her willow-like brows arched. Considering his earlier statement about not reasoning with him, she felt he was being excessively unreasonable. "What about work?" she inquired. "Work is not a necessity. I can provide for you," Gu Lijing replied, noticing her expression growing colder, hinting at a brewing anger that he hastily retracted the latter part of his statement, realizing he should not press too hard. Biting his teeth, he added, "Except for essential work." Yun Siqing responded with a soft huff, her proud demeanor eliciting a smile from Gu Lijing, who leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on her rosy lips. He effortlessly swept her up into his arms and exited the office. Caught off guard, Yun Siqing gasped lightly, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. "The Gu Lijing, what are you doing?" "Keeping you company that I in the executive office on the 56th floor." Confidential documents and various data lay sprawled across the desk before her. Gu Lijing held her close, resting his chin atop her head, leisurely perusing the files as if he were entirely unperturbed by her presence. Yun Siqing, glancing at the vast commercial landscape before her, could not help but steal a sidelong glance at the man behind her. Did he look down upon her, or did he trust her too much? Feeling the gentle gaze of the young girl, the man's thin lips curled slightly, that he turned to look at her, tightening his embrace, his face radiating a serene calmness, while the warmth of the embrace behind him was solid and comforting. Yun Siqing began to drift into a slumber reminiscent of dreaming in the arms of the Duke of Zhou, her head bobbing down like a little kitten fishing, inhaling the faint scent of fur. Drowsiness enveloped her. The hangover from the previous day had already caused her a great deal of headache, compounded by her biological clock, which had awakened her promptly this morning. She had not rested well at all and was now feeling quite fatigued. She turned, nuzzling her head against the man's chest, shifting into a more comfortable position. The Gu Lijing gazed down at her. The young girl yawned, her eyes misty and glistening, resembling a little kitten. the man's smile deepened. Suddenly, as he supported her arm, he felt her weight shift, and upon looking down, he discovered that she had closed her eyes. Yun Siqing had finally succumbed to sleep. In her dazed state, she was cradled onto the bed, surrounded by the familiar scent of fur, which brought her great comfort. With a soft murmur, she sank deeply into her dreams that a slight furrow appeared between her brows as she whimpered softly, unable to resist. Gu Lijing leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before quietly leaving the rest area. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Capital Hospital, Meng Zhiruan had opened her eyes to a world of white, the scent of disinfectant filling her nostrils. Although her injuries were not as severe as Su Tsin's, the significant concussion and facial wounds had caused her to remain unconscious for several days. Meng Yuro, who had been vigilantly watching over her, was overjoyed to see Meng Zhiruan slowly awaken. Ruan, she exclaimed, her eyes reflecting the white of the bandages on Meng Zhiruan's face. Meng Zhiruan's lips moved slightly, but the motion tugged at her wounds. The effects of the anesthetic long faded, causing her face to contort in pain. Her voice remained hoarse, and tears welled in her eyes as she called out, "Mom!" Due to the trauma from the car accident, her memory was stuck in the moments preceding it, particularly the argument she had with Yun Siqing at the jewelry store. Seeing Meng Zhiruan's bewildered expression, Meng Yuro felt a pang of anguish, tears streaming down her face. Just then, Tang Jinsong entered the hospital room and spotted the awakened Meng Zhiruan. The gloom that had overshadowed his face dissipated in an instant, replaced by a smile as he rushed to embrace her. Meng Zhiruan was filled with confusion. The sharp pain on her face felt as if it had plunged her into despair. With a hoarse voice, she asked, "Dad, what happened to me?" The doctor had already warned that she might experience temporary amnesia upon waking from the accident, so Tang Jinsong was not surprised that he patiently explained, Ruan, you and Su Tsin were in a car accident and have been unconscious for several days." Noticing her panicked expression, believing she was worried about the wedding, he continued, "Do not worry. Take your time to recover. Although the engagement banquet has been cancelled, the wedding date remains unchanged as Su Gongzi has also awakened." Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiruan trembled at the mention of the wedding. Tentatively, she raised her trembling hand, only to feel the heavy bandages on her face, along with the wave of pain that followed. It dawned on her that she was injured. Her most treasured feature, her face, was hurt. The thought of disfigurement was more unbearable than death itself. Her eyes filled with terror as she screamed, "My face! What happened to my face?" As if anticipating this moment, Meng Yuro rushed over, without having time to wipe her tears, grasping Meng Zhiruan's hand that was pulling at the bandages, soothingly saying, Ruan, it's nothing serious, just minor injuries. They can be repaired later." Unable to process this, Meng Zhiruan began to cry hoarsely, the room descending into chaos. In another VIP room, Su Tsin had also awakened. His lower body was severely injured, and the doctor had just completed a thorough examination. Su Qinyan's already aged face looked even more haggard as he gazed at his son, feeling a chill in his heart. However, he felt fortunate that Su Tsin had regained sensation in his legs. The doctor assured him that with further recovery, he would likely be fine, though he would never be able to father children. That Su Tsin remained oblivious to this fact, concerned that the news would be too much for him. Su Qinglian instructed the medical staff to keep it from him. Observing his son's pale visage, Su Qinglian sighed deeply. Chapter 57. Are you hungry? Gu Corporation, President's Office. Yun Siqing stirred awake, her eyes fluttering open to find the man seated beside her. A shadow cast over her. His gaze was tender and lingering, quietly observing her. The haze in his eyes dissipated, revealing a drowsiness akin to a small beast awakening. She softly called out, "Gu Lijing." His large hand caressed her delicate face as he replied in a deep, gentle voice, one that was uniquely tender towards her. Gu Lijing cherished the sight of her calling his name in her half-asleep state. Countless times, in her moments of drowsiness, she had called out his name. Soothing his heart, he intended to gradually infiltrate her life. Meticulously filling the gaps left by the past 3 years, he sought to weave a dense net, ensnaring her firmly by his side. His obsession with her bordered on pathological. Imbued with boundless patience, he awaited her gradual approach to his carefully laid trap, one meant solely for her. His long, slender fingers brushed lightly across her lips, which bore a faint pink hue, as if something was missing. Feeling the cool caress on her lips, Yun Siqing became fully alert. meeting the man's gaze, where deep affection seemed to swell within her eyes. In the next moment, he leaned in, capturing her lips, tenderly exploring their shape with a gentle touch. The scent of fur and mint entwined around her nostrils as Yun Siqing's eyelashes fluttered. This man had not left such an impression on her initially. When they first met, he had come crashing in like a torrential flood, his dominance and forcefulness overwhelming, yet simultaneously exuding an aura of a 1,000-year-old iceberg, radiating an air of coldness. Now, however, it felt as though she were enveloped in the misty rains of Jiangnan, each drop intricately weaving together. His kiss was gentle, akin to a slow-acting poison, gradually eroding her defenses. The soft pillow sank beneath her, her hands entwined with his, immobilized at her sides, with his weight pressing down on her. Her breathing quickened, and the air she inhaled became insufficient, prompting her to gasp for breath. Seizing the opportunity, he entered her mouth. Unable to resist, she opened her eyes, her gaze clouded with desire, shrouded in mist. Sensing her stare, Gu Lijing opened his dark eyes, deeply locking onto hers. Yun Siqing felt as if his gaze concealed two profound whirlpools, ready to pull her into their depths. It was akin to plunging into the abyss of a starry sea. Deep and unfathomable, shimmering with alluring light. Her heart raced in panic, but he pursued her relentlessly until he had stolen every last breath, mingling his essence with hers, before finally releasing her, finally gasping for fresh air. Yun Siqing's face flushed, her eyes adorned with a vibrant hue, breathing heavily. Yet, the man remained composed, his eyes gleaming with an enchanting brilliance, a perplexing charm that was difficult to articulate. Gently caressing her lips again, the soft pink transformed to a vivid red, accentuating her delicate beauty. Gu Lijing smiled with satisfaction, his voice now husky as he inquired, "Are you hungry? Shall we go out for a meal?" She had slept for over 2 hours, and after teasing her that morning, she had only consumed a bowl of porridge. His intention had been to rouse her for a meal, but watching her slumbering face as she called his name had proven irresistible. Yun Siqing cast a sidelong glance at the man, her eyes glistening, her lips slightly swollen, exuding an indescribable allure. Gu Lijing swallowed hard, suppressing the heat rising within him, lifting her into his arms that he relished holding her. As it allowed him to feel her presence, that on the table beside the sofa, Sui had prepared a sumptuous array of dishes and fruits. The Gu Lijing cradled her in his arms, picking up the food containers and spoon, feeding her bite by bite. Observing the man's ease in doing so, Yun Siqing accepted it with grace, nestled within his embrace, savoring the moment. After having teased her, he ought to contribute something in return. Her appetite had always been modest. After consuming a small portion, she gazed at Gu Lijing, unwilling to continue eating. The Gu Lijing, well aware of her appetite, looked at her with affectionate indulgence. Shaking his head, he casually pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth, and then began to eat from her used container and spoon. Yun Siqing's face flushed crimson. Yet, the man appeared utterly at ease, showing no qualms about using her utensils. Once they finished their meal, Gu Lijing summoned Sui to clear away the remnants. It was Friday, and he intended to complete his work promptly so he could spend a delightful weekend with her. With several hours remaining until the end of the workday, he had no intention of letting her go. Therefore, Gu Lijing added another identical office chair beside him and instructed Sui to bring her office supplies over. Observing his actions, Yun Siqing's eyes brimmed with dissatisfaction as she sighed. Gu Lijing, "Are you my overseer? Are you afraid I might slack off at work?" Seeing the young girl gaze at him with a look of grievance, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Leaning closer, he playfully tapped her slightly flushed nose, his voice low as he raised an eyebrow. "If you're not beside me, how could you possibly slack off?" Yun Siqing felt a momentary pause as she was spoken to, her gaze lowering as she gently touched the tip of her nose where he had brushed against it. A flicker of emotion stirred within her. Indeed, it seemed she had granted him too many privileges. Stealing a glance at the man beside her, she observed him intently focused on his work, his chiseled features radiating an undeniable charisma. The collar of his black shirt was slightly unbuttoned, revealing a well-defined chest that extended downwards, igniting the imagination. His sleeves were rolled up to his forearms, adding an unexpected allure compared to his usual appearance. After spending so much time together, the sight of this man still captivated her, drawing her into a state of enchantment. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and fearing he might notice, she quickly diverted her gaze. opening her sketch pad to begin her design. Little did she anticipate that all her subtle movements had not escaped his notice. Gu Lijing's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes glimmering with amusement. The following morning, what should have been a leisurely weekend was abruptly interrupted by the shrill ring of her phone. Tang Jinsong called, requesting her return home, informing her that Meng Jiran had been discharged from the hospital and was recuperating at home. The implication was clear. He wanted her to visit. One could not deny that her sister had faced a tumultuous fate. However, as the old saying goes, one reaps what one sows. With a faint smile, she changed into appropriate attire and stepped out. That it was also a chance to confront the three family members who always seemed intent on provoking her. Upon returning to the Yun household, she found the entire family gathered. Compared to her previous injury, this latest incident had evidently impacted Meng Jiran more profoundly. The doctor had stated that no matter how skilled a cosmetic surgeon might be, it was impossible to erase scars entirely, and so the mark on her face would accompany her for life. Chapter 58. Returning to the Yun family, Meng Jiran was recuperating in her room. This time, it was not Meng Jiran who was most excited to see Yun Xiqing, but rather Meng Yuro, who had always managed to conceal her emotions. Upon seeing her, Meng Yuro could no longer contain herself. Her daughter was suffering. Yet this little vixen had the audacity not only to ignore her sister's plight, but to thrive in the Gu family, appearing even more radiant than when she had returned to the country. This stark contrast to their family struggles made her seem all the more irksome. Oh, isn't this our esteemed young lady Yun? A few days ago, distant relatives were visiting the hospital to see Jiran. Yet you, as her sister, have been utterly indifferent. Meng Yuro's voice dripped with sarcasm. Indeed, the household has been in disarray these past few days, with father and mother nearly driven to despair. Why hasn't the sister returned to check on the family? It's a shame father keeps lamenting your absence, Meng Zhiyao chimed in, eager to join in the mockery. Tang Jinsong, just about to leave, paused at the sound of Meng Yuro's voice, turning to look at Yun Xiqing. Three pairs of eyes fixated on her, and one had to admit that this trio of mother and daughters was particularly adept at stirring up trouble. Yun Xiqing lowered her eyes, a flicker of coldness flashing beneath. When she lifted her gaze again, the chill had dissipated, replaced by an expression of sorrowful innocence. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She cast a pitiful glance at Meng Yuro before turning to Tang Jinsong. Speaking softly, father, do you blame me as well? Upon hearing of Jiran's incident, I genuinely wished to return, but I was preoccupied with completing the design drafts for our collaboration with the Gu family. As the design director of Yun Corporation, I felt I could not bring shame upon you. Yun Corporation is our family's foundation, and if this collaboration succeeds, no one will dare to underestimate the Yun family again. Thus, as she spoke, large tears began to fall, her demeanor utterly heart-wrenching. Tang Jinsong's expression darkened as he thought of Yun Corporation, casting a sideways glance at Meng Yuro, reproaching her for her insensitivity in tearing their family apart in front of their daughter. Turning back to Yun Xiqing, his demeanor softened slightly. How could I ever blame you? I understand it was for the benefit of Yun Corporation that you've worked hard during this time. Please take care of yourself and spend time with your sister at home. With that, he hurriedly exited, his mind preoccupied with the concerns surrounding the impending union with the Su family. A lucrative opportunity he couldn't afford to overlook, that he was also burdened with numerous challenges left by the company. And among his daughters, only Meng Zhiyao had shown some competence, albeit still lacking the capability to shoulder significant responsibilities that in the living room. Seeing Tang Jinsong's attitude, Yun Xiqing felt no disappointment. She had never held high hopes for this man, who was unworthy of being called her father. Yet, it was safer to don the guise of a sheep in a den of wolves. However, she need not fear the feral dogs cloaked in the attire of hunters. Once Tang Jinsong had left, Yun Xiqing retrieved a handkerchief from her purse, calmly dabbing at her tear-streaked eyes. The facade of fragility vanished the moment the door closed, her gaze now sharp and frosty, fixed intently upon Meng Yuro. Initially, Meng Yuro had intended to seize this opportunity to torment Yun Xiqing further, but upon lifting her gaze and meeting the young woman's eyes, she found herself momentarily stunned. Was this truly the same timid and submissive girl she had known? Dressed in a black gown, her eyes were clear and cold, emanating an aura of fierce determination that caused even Meng Yuro to shrink back slightly. The depth of meaning in those eyes was all too familiar to Meng Yuro, an indifference that conveyed disdain, echoing the essence of her sister, Yun Meng. For a fleeting moment, Meng Yuro was captivated, believing that the person standing before her was not Yun Siqing, but Yun Ming. An overwhelming wave of fear surged within her, and an icy chill crept up from her feet. Blood, flames, shattered glass, and the haunting gaze of that woman flooded her mind. And in that moment, Yun Ming was slowly advancing toward her eyes locked on Meng Yuro like a messenger from the underworld. Meng Yuro felt her soul leave her body, her feet rooted to the ground, unable to move. Meanwhile, Meng Jiao stared at Yun Siqing, her eyes wide with disbelief that a faint smile curved Yun Siqing's lips as she spoke. Meng Yuro, do you not realize that Meng Jiran's current plight may very well be the result of your own misdeeds? Before Meng Yuro could comprehend, memories flashed in her mind, and she muttered, Retribution, retribution. I didn't cause it. It was an accident. Her voice was barely audible, yet each word fell distinctly upon Yun Siqing's ears. Yun Siqing's steps faltered, her expression draining of color, her sharp gaze darkening. The mention of the accident brought forth memories of her mother. Yun Ming had perished in a tragic accident years ago. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Meng Yuro's countenance shifted, and a triumphant smile broke through. Her face, still holding on to its allure, now bore a hint of malice and disdain as she approached Yun Siqing, leaning closer and lowering her voice. Sharp and piercing, little vixen, you finally dropped the act. Haven to you? Wouldn't it have been easier to be straightforward from the beginning? Just like your useless mother. Old hag. Isn't she dead? With a loud slap. Meng Yuro's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Yun Siqing. The girl before her now exuded an icy demeanor, her expression dark and unyielding. Realizing she had just been struck, rage surged within Meng Yuro, and she was about to unleash a torrent of curses when another crisp sound echoed through the air. Even Meng Jiao was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glued to Yun Siqing, who had just struck her mother. The girl now radiated an aura of cold intensity, utterly transformed from her usual submissive self. Her hands still poised in the air, Yun Siqing's expression remained unfazed, while Meng Yuro's face bore the marks of the slap, rendering her utterly disheveled. Yun Siqing's voice, soft yet laced with chilling resolve, cut through the air. Meng Yuro, after all these years, it seems you have thoroughly enjoyed the title of Mrs. Yun. Haven to you with that. She clapped her hands as if brushing off any dirt. Feeling the heat of her flushed face, Meng Yuro raised her hand to retaliate. Chapter 59. Growing bolder yet, the anticipated slap never landed upon Yun Siqing's face. Instead, she felt a sharp pain in her wrist as Yun Siqing firmly grasped her hand. Leaning in closer, a smirk playing on her lips. What do you think you are, attempting to hit me? With a forceful motion, she flung Meng Yuro's hand aside and ascended the staircase. Finding herself at a disadvantage, Meng Yuro was nearly breathless at Yun Siqing's taunts. Glaring at her retreating figure, she fumed. Grabbing a vase from the nearby golden Nanma cabinet and smashing it down, shouting, Little vixen! Upon hearing the sound, Yun Siqing chose to ignore it, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she retreated to her room. Lying on her bed, the image of Meng Yuro's recent disarray and whispered words flashed before her eyes. That expression, those eyes, clearly revealing a truth inadvertently exposed in a moment of confusion, rather than a deliberate deception. Had she underestimated the events of that year? As she opened her mother's diary, the musty scent of aged paper enveloped her, conjuring memories of the past like a monstrous tide sweeping in. That year, the car accident had not only claimed her mother, it had ensnared her as well. Yet, she remembered the subsequent investigation revealing her mother's fatigue as the cause of the crash, colliding with an oncoming vehicle. Upon regaining consciousness, her mother had shielded her, cradling her in her arms as the car spiraled out of control and struck a guardrail. The violent impact rendered her unconscious, and when she awoke, she found herself in a hospital room in the capital. Her mother, tragically, had not survived long enough to reach the ambulance at that tender age, compounded by the fact that the accident was attributed to her mother. She had never suspected that the diary, long concealed, would reveal her mother's deteriorating state prior to the incident. She had always believed it stemmed from discovering Tang Jinsong's infidelity. Never had she entertained the notion that it could involve Meng Yuro. She had witnessed the accident herself, losing consciousness the moment of collision, and had noticed nothing amiss beforehand that a profound bitterness surged within her, akin to an overwhelming tide threatening to engulf her. How much filth remained hidden within this family? Unseen by her eyes, after a prolonged silence, Yun Siqing grasped her phone and dialed a number, offering a brief explanation before hanging up that it appeared that this matter required thorough investigation, that in an instant. All strength drained from her, and the diary slipped from her grasp, the yellowed pages rustling with a harsh sound. She bent down to retrieve it, and as it fell open, it landed on the last page with writing. I hope my dear child finds happiness, safety, and success. Gazing at her mother's faded ink, Yun Mingma's delicate script, Yun Siqing shut her eyes. How could she find joy? After reclaiming the Yun family, what remained for her? A pallor crept to her lips as a wave of solitude washed over her. Unbidden, the visage of Gu Lijing flickered before her, that a glimmer of hope danced in her eyes. The buzzing vibration interrupted her reverie. Grabbing her phone, her gaze flickered. Where have you gone? Gu Lijing's deep voice resonated that he had originally planned to take her out for a pleasant weekend, knowing she enjoyed lingering in bed, allowing her a little extra sleep. Yet, upon the appointed hour, he found her room empty. Hearing the familiar, low timbre of his voice, a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes that I returned to the Yun residence and forgot to inform you. Gu Lijing momentarily averted his gaze, recalling that Jiang Shu had reported a few days prior that the task was complete. His little one need not endure any grievances. There was no need for her to take action. Anyone who dared to harm her would face his protection. The Yun family must feel like a cage to her. When will you return? He inquired, rifling through documents in his study, a twinge of loneliness unexpectedly rising within him as he glanced at the empty room. Having never noticed before how silent and desolate his room was, Yun Siqing chuckled softly at his question, resembling a waiting wife anticipating her husband's return on the other end of the line. Gu Lijing couldn't help but smirk. The clouds of unhappiness and vexation seemed to dissipate, his heart suddenly brightening, while Yun Siqing remained oblivious to the joy that infused her voice that I'll be back soon. You wait patiently at home for me. She ended the call before he could respond, her cheeks flushed. Taking advantage of him was no simple feat. The Jiu Lijing raised an eyebrow at the call that had been abruptly terminated. But the delight in his eyes was unmistakable. This little girl is becoming increasingly daring. The pretense of their playful act had concluded. With her mother's diary in hand, she had no desire to linger. Probably driving back to Crescent Bay by the time she arrived at Crescent Bay, it was already noon. Glancing at her phone, she decided to stow it away and ring the doorbell next door. 1 ring. Silence. 2 rings. Still silence. 3 rings. No response. Just as she was about to use her phone to reach out, the door swung open abruptly that a powerful hand grasped her and pulled her inside, slamming the door shut just as she found herself pressed against it. The scent of cedar enveloped her, infused with a refreshing aroma. Turning her head, she felt warm breath graze her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. What did you say on the phone just now? His voice was low and smooth, akin to a feather teasing her heartstrings that a blush crept across Yun Siqing's cheeks. She knew full well that this man was not easily trifled with. Yet she felt an insatiable urge to defy him. Turning to meet his blazing gaze, the faint smile hidden within his dark eyes distorted her heart. Suddenly emboldened, she noticed Gu Lijing donned in casual attire, a black t-shirt and matching joggers, simple yet striking, exuding an aura of charm and nonchalance. Rising on her toes, she took the opportunity as he leaned down, wrapping her arms around his neck. His tall, lean frame towered over her, so Yun Siqing could only seize the moment. A delicate, elusive fragrance wafted between them as Gu Lijing enveloped her waist, lifting her effortlessly. She radiated a sense of triumph, her eyes shimmering like glistening waves, the corners of her eyes curving playfully. Reminiscent of a crescent moon, enchanting and alluring. Standing upright, he cradled her legs, pressing her against him. Yun Siqing's soft form nestled against his chest. The Jiu Lijing's breath caught, a fleeting darkness flashing in his eyes. Sensing his intentions, she refrained from resisting, leaning in to whisper sweetly in his ear, "Be obedient." Before she could finish, her back collided with the cold, hard wall, and his kiss descended upon her like a tempest. With no support left, she clung to his neck, entwining herself around him like a vine, unable to escape. Behind her was the wall, and before her, his fervent kiss that he grew increasingly reckless. Chapter 60. The Accident Before Long. Yun Siqing felt her strength gradually ebb away, her body growing weak. Just as she was on the brink of surrender, Gu Lijing abruptly halted, burying his head in the delicate curve of her collarbone. Panting softly, warmth radiating from him. Yun Siqing. He paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers, his eyes dark and profound, resting his forehead against hers. He continued in a hushed tone, "I'm a normal man. If you tease me again, I might just devour you." The latter half was uttered with restrained ferocity. Yun Siqing's heartstrings were plucked. She was suddenly reminded of a line from a film she had watched in high school. To like is to be unrestrained. To love is to exercise restraint, the Jiyu Lijing. "Do you love me?" Her voice, tinted with his essence, was soft and low. She had never harbored any hopes about love. The Jiyu Lijing's gaze deepened. An instinctual awareness told him that something was amiss with his little girl. He couldn't pinpoint the source of her unease, but it was evident that something had transpired after returning to the Yun residence. Yet, she remained silent, and he could wait. "Love." His voice was steady and resolute. His gaze fervent as it locked onto hers. This time, she did not shy away, her eyes shimmering with tears as she met his gaze. Then, with a playful smile, she rolled her eyes and softly called his name. "Gu Lijing, I'm hungry. I want to eat." As if anticipating her response, a playful smile danced upon his lips, his brow adorned with affection. "Shall we dine out or stay in?" Leaning against him, the vigorous thrum of his heartbeat stirred a flutter in Yun Siqing's heart as she gently wrapped her arms around his neck. Responding, "You're cooking." That a rumble emanated from his chest as he chuckled lightly. "All right, 3 dishes and a soup." Gu Lijing approached cooking with the same efficiency he applied to his work, having the meal ready in no time. Yun Siqing, curled up on the sofa with her knees hugged close, was engrossed in a movie. The scene from Detective Conan depicted a woman, intent on obtaining the family fortune, disguised as an elderly lady. Her wrinkled face and claw-like hands gripping the delicate ankle of a young girl. Yun Siqing jumped, startled. Just then, warm hands fell upon her shoulders. Immersed in the narrative, she shrank back slightly, her gaze lifting from the television to meet the man's. "Dinner's ready." His deep, teasing voice broke through the tension. Jiyu Lijing observed the obedient figure on the sofa. It seemed his little girl had retained her childlike innocence. His t-shirt bore no trace of culinary chaos, appearing refreshingly neat. Now, leaning down, he whispered in her ear, his sharp eyebrows framing his striking eyes, the bridge of his nose high, and his lips curving into a subtle smile. Yun Siqing's vacant gaze wandered over his features, her focus drifting. The enticing aroma of the food wafted through the air, awakening her appetite. Noticing the flicker of loneliness hidden in her eyes, Gu Lijing felt a surge of tenderness. "Come here," gently encircling her outstretched hands. He pulled her into his embrace. She was reluctant to speak, and he did not press her. No matter what transpired, his unwavering presence was enough for her. After lunch, the tranquil atmosphere was abruptly disrupted by an urgent phone call from Sui, summoning Gu Lijing outside. Back in her room, Yun Siqing received a call as well. With a soft swipe of her finger, a deep male voice resonated from the other end. "Siqing, we have made some progress regarding your mother's situation." A flicker of trepidation passed through her shimmering gaze as she replied in a hushed tone, "Speak. This time, I fear you will need to come in person." The voice on the other end hesitated, laden with uncertainty. "Understood." Upon hanging up, her eyes dimmed slightly, a wave of anxiety swelling within her. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in a private room at Liangji, the Huangyang wood furniture exuded an ancient elegance. Adorned with a pristine white porcelain TSET, an elderly man, bearing the weight of countless years, trembled as he sat at the table, deep furrows etched into his brow, reminiscent of a chisel's mark. His disheveled white hair crowned his head, and a silver beard framed his face, his murky eyes glinting with a faint light. Opposite him sat Yun Siqing, clad in a black qipao, its deep blue trim accentuating her delicate neck. The intricate patterns enhanced her grace, while her hair was loosely pinned back, exuding a languid charm. Yet her demeanor was frigid, her crimson lips pursed tightly, a chill emanating from her presence that seemed to lower the temperature of the room. Beside her stood a tall man in black, his countenance inscrutable, eyes deep and shadowy, with sharply defined features and honey-colored skin that concealed an untamed beauty. That he stood resolutely by Yun Siqing's side, his piercing gaze fixed on the elderly man across the table that on the Huangyang wood surface. 2 white porcelain cups held exquisite Biluacan tea, steam rising in delicate wisps, adding a touch of haze to their gaze. Yet offering no warmth did Li Fugue trembled slightly, his gnarled hands clutching the porcelain cup that he scrutinized the young girl before him. Appearing no older than 17 or 18, yet her demeanor belied her age with an unsettling poise. Her eyes sparkled with a cold brilliance that made even this seasoned traffic officer feel dwarfed. Determined not to yield, he straightened his slightly hunched back and regarded the girl across from him. Aware that the conversation revolved around a case from a decade ago that a young woman had driven while fatigued, colliding with an oncoming vehicle, leading to one fatality and another severely injured. That case had been his responsibility. As Yun Siqing's fingers glided over the porcelain cup, she tapped its rim rhythmically, her gaze locked onto Li Fugue. With her lips slightly parted, her voice emerged like water from a frozen lake. "Officer Li, I have summoned you here today to confirm something that I trust my assistant has briefed you beforehand." Without waiting for a response, she cast a sidelong glance at the man beside her. Shen Yu placed a black leather case on the table, the lock clicking open to reveal neatly stacked green bills, dazzling Li Fugue's eyes. He had never encountered such a sum, noticing the astonishment in Li Fugue's gaze. Yun Siqing maintained her composure, continuing, "I require you to recount the details of that case in full, that if your account aligns precisely with the truth, this entire box of money shall be yours. However, should you dare utter a single falsehood..." Yun Siqing paused, and in synchrony, Shen Yu drew a silvery firearm from his coat, its cold muzzle aimed squarely at Li Fugue. Despite having witnessed numerous high-stakes situations, the sight of the gun caused Li Fugue to falter, his white beard quivering as he stammered, I understand. I will divulge everything." Chapter 61. The truth with a slight smile, Yun Siqing waved her hand. Shen Yu holstered the weapon, stepping back as a silent guardian, still standing beside her. After a brief tea ceremony, Li Fugue slumped in his chair, like a deflated balloon, his once vibrant eyes clouded with a heavy mist. He regarded Yun Siqing solemnly. "The events of that day unfolded as I have recounted. It has been a thorn in my heart for many years, finally extracted today." Yun Siqing held the teacup, savoring a sip. The initial bitterness spread across her palate before yielding to a subtle sweetness. The tea leaves danced within the cup, ultimately settling at the bottom. Raising her gaze, her eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. "Since Officer Li has kept this secret buried for so long, why then are you divulging it to me today?" Li Fugue met her icy stare, his expression nearly faltering. Anticipating her inquiry, he sighed heavily. Placing his teacup down, his voice thick with the weight of regret, "I am nearing the end of my days. Having bowed to power for decades, I have already wronged your mother. I cannot further betray her daughter." His words hung in the air, and Yun Siqing's eyes widened momentarily before a chill settled upon her features. She smiled coldly, extending her hand that in an instant, Shen Yu presented the firearm once more. Placing it respectfully in her grasp, fixating on Li Fugue, she instinctively chambered around, narrowing her eyes as she aimed the weapon at his forehead. The fluidity of her movements left Li Fugue speechless. Unable to mask his terror, that he forced himself to confront her gaze, his lips barely moving. "If you seek vengeance for your mother, then do so. It is my just reward." With that, he cast one last meaningful glance at Yun Siqing, closed his eyes, and donned an expression of resignation. Yun Siqing's frosty gaze lingered on Li Fugue for a moment before she lowered the firearm. "You are quite compliant, since you mentioned bowing to power. Who was it?" As she set the weapon down, the tension in Li Fugue's body finally relaxed. He released his grip on the chair's edge, sweat trickling down his brow, neglecting to wipe it away. Trembling, he retrieved a weathered photograph from his pocket, its edges worn and frayed. He carefully unfolded it, leaning it toward Yun Siqing. Swallowing hard, his throat dry, he explained, "I speak the truth. Just look at the photograph." The image was blurred and faded, but it still depicted the aftermath of the collision. A scene of devastation with crumpled vehicles and shattered glass strewn about. In the photograph, beside the black vehicle, stood a tall, imposing figure, exuding an air of cold detachment. Despite the lack of clarity, Yun Siqing recognized him instantly. 10 years ago, that man had already possessed a striking presence. She could almost envision the impatience and severity etched on his face. Her heart sank into an abyss of ice, yet her composure remained steadfast. "You expect me to believe you based solely on this photograph. What of the victim's family?" Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms. "It was the secretary of the Yun Corporation who handled the aftermath. that I remembered distinctly. His surname was Meng. The CEO required the situation to be managed, so all registrations were coordinated through Secretary Meng. Darkness enveloped her mind, suffocating any remnants of light. Suddenly, she found it hard to breathe. Officer Lee, if I can locate you, I can find others as well, should any of your accounts differ from the truth. Her words trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. Gazing intently at Li Fugue, she pressed on, now, Officer Lee, is there anything else you wish to disclose? Or perhaps, is there something you need to amend? Li Fugue stared at the young woman before him, reminded of a character he had only ever encountered in literature. The living embodiment of retribution that he had never imagined such an aura could emanate from one so youthful. Recalling that the accident had involved the wife of the CEO of Yun Corporation and her daughter, he immediately deduced her identity. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he gazed at the porcelain cup. Miss Yun, I remember it well. There is nothing I need to amend. After a prolonged silence, the tea in the cup shifted from a pale green to a light yellow. Shin Yu stepped forward, presenting the money box to Li Fugue, his voice devoid of emotion. Officer Li may take his leave. There is no need for that. My wishes have been fulfilled, and wealth is but an external trifle to me. With that, he turned and exited the room, leaving it enveloped in an unsettling quiet, devoid of warmth. Shin Yu, send someone to follow him and observe for any unusual behavior. That IT has already been arranged. Proceed. The door opened once more, admitting a middle-aged man clad in a teal suit. Shin Yu replaced his cup with a fresh brew. Yun Siqing regarded the man before her, a flicker of familiarity dancing in her eyes, as if she had encountered him somewhere before. Dr. Wang, have we met previously? Her gaze turned icy as she scrutinized the man before her, posing a question, casting a glance at the cold roses on the table, and then back at the girl. Wang Yuzhong's shoulders trembled slightly. The glint of fear flashed in his eyes upon noticing the man beside her. This is our first meeting, is it not? I am but a humble doctor. How could I have crossed paths with someone of your stature? After ruminating for a while, he continued, I cannot recall. Yun Siqing lowered her gaze, and on my way here, Mr. Shin informed me that you sought me out regarding the matter of Lady Yun from years past. I have nothing further to add. We have already provided the family with a clear account that I reviewed the files, and according to Lady Yun's medical history, she was suffering from severe depression prior to the incident and was undergoing treatment. Various factors contributed to the unfortunate event that transpired. Chapter 62. Investigation. Wang Yuzhong observed the girl before him, perplexed as to why a decade-old incident was being resurrected. The family was given a clear explanation back then. As if anticipating the question, Yun Siqing's tone was subdued, her gaze upon Wang Yuzhong less scrutinizing. Are there no other traces of medication? Wang Yuzhong's eyes flickered with impatience upon meeting her cold stare. Yet he maintained decorum given the circumstances. None that I personally conducted the autopsy, and if there had been any evidence of additional medication, it would have been noted in the report that he met Yun Siqing's gaze. Yun Siqing lost the desire to pursue further inquiry. If it were that man, she would undoubtedly glean nothing more. The sharpness in her expression dissipated, and Wang Yuzhong felt a weight lift as he continued. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have work to attend to. With that, he ignored Yun Siqing and exited the room. Shin Yu stirred slightly, poised to intercept him, but upon seeing Yun Siqing shake her head gently, he halted, remaining stationary. The private room fell into silence. The tea leaves in the white porcelain cup settled at the bottom, while the tea handed to Wang Yuzhong still emitted steam. The cup before her had long cooled. After finishing her drink, bitter and unyielding, Yun Siqing's expression remained unchanged. You may return now. Shin Yu hesitated, his words unvoiced, ultimately nodding before departing. By the time they reached Crescent Bay, it was nearly midnight. Sui escorted Gu Lijing to the foot of the building. Under the night sky, Gu Lijing glanced up at his darkened floor. Sui observed, standing nearby. Young master, the young madam has gone out for the evening. Jiu Lijing offered no response, ascending the stairs directly. Watching his boss's solitary figure, Sui sighed deeply. It was evident that Gu Lijing harbored profound feelings for the young madam. He had witnessed their moments of closeness. Yet it felt as though an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Forget it, he mused. His boss had remained celibate for 28 years. Now that he had found someone he liked, let them navigate their own tumultuous path. Shaking his head, he drove away down on the 32nd floor. An unsettling premonition washed over Gu Lijing. After several attempts, his call went unanswered. A wave of panic began to seep from his heart to his limbs, trembling uncontrollably as a chill ascended from his feet. At that moment, he felt utterly helpless. Standing by the elevator door, he dialed the number again. The corridor was eerily quiet. Suddenly, a buzzing sound emanated from his room. Pressing the phone to his ear, he narrowed his eyes and began to approach. Step by step, the sight before him brought him to a standstill. His gaze darkened, yet a weight lifted from his heart. Sliding the phone into his pocket, he spoke heavily, his voice quivering with an unrecognized emotion. Yun Siqing. His little girl lay curled up in a small corner by his door, hugging her knees, her head resting against the door, her expression obscured, but Ji Yulijing's brow furrowed with concern as he swiftly approached. Lifting her into his arms and holding her close, Yun Siqing felt cold all over. Her legs had lost all sensation from being curled for so long. She remained still in his embrace. Silent. Why aren't you going in? I've already given you the password. Holding her tightly, his chin brushed against her head. Ji Yulijing resisted the urge to inquire about her distress, his voice hoarse yet imbued with tenderness. The faint scent of cedar lingered in the air, rousing Yun Siqing from her stupor. Her lips parted slightly, yet no words escaped her. She had awaited Xin Yu's call all night, hoping he would reveal that someone was manipulating Li Fugui, that the evening's words were a trap, a deception. Yet her anticipation bore no fruit. Was he deceiving her as well? Her throat felt constricted, as if 1,000 needles were lodged within, rendering her voiceless. As she gazed up at the man before her. The cold white light reflected in his dark eyes, shimmering with an ethereal glow. His familiar, stern visage bore an expression of boundless tenderness and urgency. How could she not be moved? Yet, those inexplicable encounters. His assistance to the Yun family, professing his affection for her. Were they all mere fabrications? Her heart wavered, as if encased in ice, and ultimately, it sank into the abyss to Ji Yulijing. The distant, detached tone of her voice halted his steps. She had never addressed him in such a manner. Soft, cool, playful, reliant. Never with this hint of detachment laced with despair. His expression stiffened as he sank into the nearby sofa. Ji Yulijing's throat tightened as he responded softly. We have met before, have we not? The young girl's pupils reflected a deep amber hue in the light, her head tilted upwards, mirroring his shadow. Perhaps the prolonged crouching outside had drained her color. Her lips appeared pale, as if they would shatter upon the slightest touch. Ji Yulijing felt a chill run through him. Had she uncovered the truth? After a moment's contemplation, his lips parted slightly, uttering a single word, yes. As if foreseeing the outcome, Yun Siqing offered a faint smile that scorched his vision. Was she blaming him for concealing the truth? The room fell into a heavy silence. Yun Siqing's gaze dimmed. Her complexion ashen, her eyes cast down, refusing to meet his. Why do you love me? Is it out of guilt? What was your motive for aiding the Yun family? What are you trying to atone for? Gu Lijing. Her voice resembled a torn sail, consumed by the winds of despair. The words of Li Fugui echoed in her ears. She had always been a person who concealed her emotions, accustomed to hiding her joys and sorrows. Yet Li Fugui's words struck her defenses like bullets, for that barrier had only ever yielded to one person. Anything pertaining to him became unbearable. When had Yun Siqing transformed into someone with vulnerabilities? The air around the man turned frigid, his expression as cold as ice, while a fire raged within his heart. She knew of the past, yet she did not believe in his love for her. Guilt? Atone? Yun Siqing, is your heart truly frozen? If you seek to make amends, would it not be simpler to offer money? His tone was colder than he had ever exhibited towards her, his hand gripping her wrist with an iron grasp. In that instant, the two who had been so close suddenly felt like strangers. His words pierced Yun Siqing's ears with an unbearable sharpness. The pain in her wrist paled in comparison to the despair in her heart. Chapter 63. The past money. He had tampered with the records, yet felt no remorse. Now mentioning money. Yun Siqing's limbs stiffened, struggling free from his embrace. She could not muster even a bitter smile as she turned to face the man whose countenance resembled frost. Money. You wish to repay with your own self. In your eyes, what value do you place upon your own worth? Yun Siqing, do you even grasp what you are saying? Gu Lijing, do you comprehend the magnitude of your actions? Their gazes locked, one filled with tranquility, the other aflame with anger. At last, Silence enveloped the room once more as Yun Siqing departed from Gu Lijing's quarters, reflecting on her state from earlier that morning. He finally regained his composure and dialed a number, his voice low and chilling. As sharp as a blade, Sui, investigate the young madam's whereabouts for the evening, that I expect a report within half an hour. Listening to the chilling voice emanating from the receiver, Sui shuddered, finally managing to squeeze out a single word after a long pause. For an entire week, Yun Siqing had not appeared at the Gu Corporation. Gazing at the desolate and lifeless office displayed on the screen, the man's sharply defined features betrayed no emotion, while his dark eyes remained inscrutable. 8 days had passed, and he had ventured into her room, only to find it deserted. That he instructed someone to call Tang Jinsong, attempting to discreetly inquire, but the response was one of complete ignorance, with the belief that she was diligently working at the Gu Corporation. The Yun family was certainly not an option for her return. The man narrowed his eyes, an inexplicable surge of agitation rising within him. In just one night, he had once again lost track of her whereabouts. Regret washed over him. He shouldn't have lost his temper with her. Yet he understood that Yun Siqing was not one to simply abandon her post. Something must have transpired that day. The young woman was far from ordinary. There was no trace to be found regarding the location she had visited or the people she had met. All he knew was that she had gone to the city district. And beyond that, he was at a loss. His fist slammed against the rosewood desk, leaving a dent. The entire office had plunged into a state of lethargy over the past week, feeling even colder than before Yun Siqing's absence. Sui stood outside, trembling, his expression one of despair. The young mistress truly had a distinct character. After a quarrel, she had chosen to disappear, and now she had been missing for an entire week, leaving him to bear the brunt of the consequences. That IT had taken considerable effort for young Master Gu to finally show him a few days of goodwill, only to have it all revert back to the previous state. Reluctantly, he knew he had to knock on the door. If he failed to extract some information, the one inside might very well lose his sanity. "Come in," came the low, emotionless voice from within. He cautiously opened the door. "Young master, we have news about the people who met with the young mistress." Weighing his words carefully, he knew this information had been painstakingly uncovered by their team over several sleepless days and nights. The young mistress might have a background as a spy. Even a simple meeting had been handled with impeccable discretion. Fortunately, a temporary cleaning staff member at Liang's had inadvertently caught sight of her, providing them with a lead. Had they not seized this thread of information, he dared not contemplate what fate awaited him. The individuals are a recently retired traffic officer, Li Fugue, and a doctor from the Imperial Capital Hospital, Wang Yuzhong. Both are connected to the young mistress's mother. After delivering the findings, Sui glanced at the man's expression, which softened slightly, prompting him to continue. Li Fugue was the one responsible for investigating the car accident involving the young mistress's mother, while Wang Yuzhong was the doctor who conducted the autopsy. That Sui felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, realizing that the accident from years ago also involved young Master Gu, who had been the one to report it. Upon hearing this, Gu Lijing was momentarily taken aback, his face finally displaying a different emotion. He recalled that the young woman's mother had passed away a decade ago. The accident occurred 10 years ago. After a brief silence, he spoke with a hint of certainty. "Yes, you had just moved here at that time." As thoughts raced through his mind, Gu Lijing began to recollect. 10 years prior, he had been a rebellious youth. His grandfather trying to arrange a marriage for him, which he had refused in retaliation. His grandfather had threatened him with the inheritance of the Gu Corporation. In a fit of rage, he had fled to Z country with Su Yi and Jiangshu. That day, feeling out of sorts, he had decided to take a drive along the winding mountain road. It was then that a car had approached at high speed, nearly colliding with him. He slammed on the brakes, but the vehicle crashed into his, careening uncontrollably towards the cliffside barrier. Miraculously, it did not plunge over the edge, yet the front of the car ignited instantly, the speed of the impact causing the vehicle to slide backward. Seeing this unfold, Gu Lijing quickly exited his car and called for help, then rushed to rescue the occupants. The driver was a strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman, bloodied on her forehead, clutching an unconscious little girl in her arms, her clothing covered in shards of glass. Upon seeing him, she managed to gasp out a plea, "Save my daughter," before losing consciousness by the time the traffic police arrived to document the scene. He had watched from a distance as the little girl was carried away on a stretcher, finally allowing himself to leave. It dawned on him that his encounter with her had occurred much earlier than he had realized. The woman was the little girl's mother, and the child in her arms was none other than her. That a flicker of relief coursed through Gu Lijing. Had he not been driving by at that moment? Would the little girl still be alive? Yet, what did this knowledge matter? That night, her demeanor clearly indicated that her quarrel with him was not merely about these revelations. What else? The man prompted, continuing to inquire. This matter concerns the young mistress, and it was Jiang Shu and I who undertook the investigation. According to Wang Yuzhong, the young mistress had only inquired about the authenticity of her mother's autopsy report and whether there were any traces of other substances. The cause of the accident was attributed to driver fatigue, and the young mistress's mother had been suffering from severe depression. The hospital records indicated she had been in a state of mental strain and sleep deprivation. At this point, Sui paused, observing the obscured expression on his boss's face, and let out a quiet sigh, uncertain whether this information would serve as a timely respite or merely fan the flames. Young master, when Li Fugue and I arrived, we heard a commotion from outside. Through the window, we witnessed a suicide. Finally finishing, Sui wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Did I tell this? The man let out a cold laugh. Someone had been playing tricks in front of him, weaving a trap. That Sui glanced at Gu Lijing, whose face was so grim it appeared as if it could drip water. Are we certain it was suicide? Yes, Jiang Shu and I feigned passing by and reported it. Initially, we did not notice any suspicious individuals leaving the room. The little girl was investigating her mother's affairs. Could there be more to this incident from a decade ago? Chapter 64. The young mistress is truly resourceful. The surface evidence indicated it was merely an accident, but if that were the case, why would Li Fugue take his own life? The situation was more complex than it appeared. After a long pause, the man spoke in a deep voice. Dig deeper into Li Fugue. Report any findings to me at once. Understood. Young Master Tsui lifted his gaze to the man, continuing, also, the young mistress has just returned to Moon Bay. This was the crux of the matter. All the roots of this situation lay with the young mistress, depending solely on whether she would speak. The man signaled with his eyes that Tsui nodded slightly and exited quietly. Gu Lijing retrieved his phone and opened his contacts, his long fingers hovering over the entry for Xiao Guai, yet hesitating to press down. His gaze flickered as he waited for her. For her to tell him. Moon Bay. After a week of absence, Yun Siqing returned home. With her mother's affairs just beginning to take shape, she had neither the energy nor the courage to face Gu Lijing until she received a call from Xinyu. Siqing, Li Fugue is in trouble. Suicide? Yes, our people were tailing him when they suddenly heard a commotion. That be why the time we arrived, someone had already called the police and taken photos for you. This lead should be worth pursuing. Right? Yes, let's pursue it. After hanging up, she felt an unprecedented wave of exhaustion wash over her, and a beam of light briefly illuminated the endless darkness of the ocean depths, only to be snatched away in an instant. How could Li Fugue possibly commit suicide? Suicide implied guilt, an inability to cope with pressure, yet she had done nothing to him. He had no reason to take his own life. When they had met that day, she had sensed the subtle fear in Li Fugue's eyes, as well as the greed that flickered at the sight of money. Such a person would not resort to suicide that day. His words had been a mix of truth and deceit. He had merely wanted to draw her in, to fish for bigger prey, that if someone cared about her uncovering the truth, that person could either be Meng Yuru or someone behind that accident. An accomplice of Meng Yuru. Otherwise, who would target a retired traffic officer? In the stillness of the room, the night air was as cool as water, and the pale moonlight streamed through the window. The unlit room's floor was adorned with dancing shadows of trees, and the sudden sound of a soft chime echoed as Xunyu sent a photo, seemingly taken surreptitiously, its clarity lacking and the scene chaotic. The old community, with its concrete corridors, suggested that the police were likely conducting an investigation. At a glance, Yun Siqing spotted a familiar figure, one that should never have been present at such a scene, Sui. The lights had remained on throughout the night, that on the balcony of the adjacent room. Gu Lijing gazed at the illumination of Yun Siqing's room that persisted into the early hours. The following morning, Yun Siqing arrived at Gu Corporation. Although she had not been there for a week, she found her office desk remarkably tidy, reminiscent of her first day. The once abundant pink roses had been cleared away, replaced by a large bouquet of yellow roses, glistening with dew and exuding a delicate fragrance. as if they had just been arranged. She placed the flowers at the corner of her desk, disregarding them, and opened the company computer to submit her design drafts for the collaboration series through the company's backend. This was likely her final stint at GU Corporation. Once the design competition concluded, the subsequent wax models could easily be confirmed online, freeing her from the need to return. He was her first love, yet this man had undeniably hurt her mother. There was no reason to continue entangling herself with him. Had he not admitted it that night, both Ming Yuru and he were ultimately intertwined due to that incident. She had no desire to delve into the reasons behind this collaboration with his wealth. Collaborating with Yin Corporation must surely have ulterior motives. Whether he was willingly involved or coerced, if he dared to obstruct her from reclaiming Yin Corporation, she would not be merciful to AS for her mother's matter. She would gradually gather evidence. However, given his influence in the capital, it was likely to be a daunting task. This was the decision she had made for the week that I in the 56th floor CEO's office. Gu Lijing observed the young woman on the screen, his previously cold demeanor softening at last. That a week apart felt like several seasons or even centuries. The young lady was clad in a white cheongsam, appearing to have lost a bit of weight, her waist slender yet still ample. Her pale face bore no flush of color, and her eyes sparkled with a unique luster, her long black hair still neatly tied up. Upon seeing the flowers on the desk, her expression remained impassive. It was as if they had become strangers once more, even less familiar than when they had first met. What had she said that night? Repayment. Did he, Gu Lijing, still need to repay with his body? As a man, he should not act impulsively and unleash his anger upon her. Yet he was genuinely infuriated. If it were not for her, why would he personally seek out Tang Jinsong regarding the collaboration? Did she truly think he was motivated by guilt? This girl must have been misled by some other words, causing her to change her attitude toward him. That a flicker of pain crossed the depths of his gaze. Did she truly not trust him so thoroughly? A knock resounded at the door. Come in. His voice was low, tinged with fatigue. Su Yi entered, a hint of awkwardness on his face as he addressed Gu Lijing earnestly. Young Master Gu, Miss Ning wishes to see you. She has been causing quite a stir for some time now. He lowered his gaze slightly, feeling the strain that Sui found himself troubled by this Miss Ning. It was evident that Gu Lijing's mind was elsewhere, yet she continued to intrude, leveraging her ties with Ning Yunzhou to persist in her visits. That in truth, how strong could the relationship between that Ning and Gu be? Initially, it was merely a matter of maintaining a balance among the three parties. Now, with GU Corporation's stature, disrupting that balance was entirely feasible. Upon hearing another woman's name, Gu Lijing's brow furrowed, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yi with a cold, cutting smile that hinted at his impatience. That GU Corporation security merely for show. Su Yi, your performance is becoming increasingly lackluster. The warning in his tone sent a shiver down Su Yi's spine, causing his legs to tremble and his scalp to prickle. The temperature in the office plummeted to a chilling degree, a wave of frosty air enveloping them. Su Yi, under pressure, finally met Gu Lijing's penetrating gaze, his eyes as dark as a deep well, devoid of warmth. After a moment of hesitation, he reported the information relayed by his assistant. Miss Ning encountered the young madam during her last visit. Upon hearing Yun Siqing's name, Gu Lijing's expression shifted subtly, his eyes lifting slightly in a silent prompt for Su Yi to continue. Encouraged, Su Yi pressed on. Miss Ning spoke rudely and was slapped by the young madam. Finally, a flicker of relief crossed Gu Lijing's previously stormy brow, a faint smile gracing his lips. That Su Yi's heart lightened as well. After all, even Gu Lijing could not help but secretly admire the young madam's actions. Indeed, this was the right course of action. Have her come in, Gu Lijing commanded, his displeasure evident. Yes. Chapter 65. Misunderstandings deepen. After completing her tasks, Yun Siqing ascended the stairs, eager to conclude certain matters swiftly. Su Yi stood watch at the door. Suddenly, a flash of white caught his eye. Turning, he was met with a familiar silhouette. The memory of yesterday's photo surfaced in Yun Siqing's mind, and her expression darkened as she addressed Su Yi with an icy detachment. Assistant Su. Su Yi, trembling with apprehension, thought of Miss Ning and stammered. Miss Yun, are you here to see young Master Gu? He is currently with a guest and may not be available. Would you mind waiting a moment? Is that so? I'll return shortly. This was the young madam's first visit to see young Master Gu. Missing this opportunity would be regrettable. For the sake of her boss's lifelong happiness, Sui steeled himself and suggested, "Miss Yun, why not rest nearby while I inform him?" As he spoke, a sweet, melodious voice rang out from within the office. "Ah Jing, my brother." The drawn-out tone sent chills down Su Yi's spine, and he glanced at Yun Siqing, his expression one of despair. This was beyond his control. Yet, Yun Siqing remained unfazed, a mocking smile playing at her lips. Was he so unable to sever ties with Ning Huan? Just after their quarrel, he was eager to seek her out. A wave of bitterness surged in her chest, and she turned to leave, only to be firmly halted by Su Yi. "Miss Yun, young Master Gu wishes to see you." Su Yi stood resolutely at the office door, his heart racing as he met Yun Siqing's gaze, determination flickering in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he knocked on the door and announced, "Young Master Gu." "Miss Yun has arrived." With that, he opened the door and swiftly exited the scene. Inside, the interruption silenced Ning Huan mid-sentence. Yun Siqing stood frozen, taken aback by Su Yi's boldness. Her eyes stared blankly at the door, unmoving for a moment. Within the office, Gu Lijing sat at his desk, while Ning Huan stood beside him in a charming white mini-dress, exuding allure. Upon seeing her, the man's expression brightened instantaneously, his intense gaze fixed upon her. Seemingly surprised by her arrival, caught in a bind, she met his gaze and stepped inside. Under the scrutiny of their eyes, she felt an unfamiliar discomfort. This was her second visit to his office. During her first, they had shared an intimate connection despite just meeting. But now, his eyes locked onto her, his voice laced with warmth. "What's the matter?" After a moment's contemplation, she disregarded his fervent gaze and approached the rosewood desk. "I have completed the design drafts for our collaboration, that if there are any remaining tasks, we can address them online." She was ready to depart. Understanding the implications of her words, the man's expression turned icy. His gaze fixed on her with intensity, rendering him speechless for a protracted moment. Eventually, a faint smile graced his lips, a sardonic twist, as he inquired, "Does Tang Jinsong know? Did he instruct you to return?" Yun Siqing recognized his insinuation, letting out a soft laugh as she glanced at the man seated before her, his expression now devoid of other emotions. Yet his eyes blazed with intensity. "Young Master Gu, why must you make this difficult?" Upon hearing her address him, Gu Lijing's eyes darkened. The tension between them was palpable, completely overshadowing Ning Huan, who, despite her naivety, sensed the discord. Her voice, tinged with a plaintive sweetness, broke through, "Ah Jing, my brother." Before she could finish, a low, commanding voice interrupted, "Get out." The chill in Gu Lijing's tone dropped the office temperature to an icy level, causing Ning Huan to flinch. Yet internally, she felt a surge of triumph. Lifting her chin with a smug smile as she looked at Yun Siqing. "Did you hear that? Ah Jing wants you to leave." Her gaze flickered between the two, and as Yun Siqing bit her lip, her fingers digging into her palm, she began to turn away. Yet the low, menacing voice of the man sliced through the air, his gaze sharp as a blade, directed at Ning Huan. "That I was referring to you." With her eyes reddening, Ning Huan was on the verge of tears, disbelief written across her face. When she entered, his first words had been that she need not seek him out again. He already had a girlfriend. And should she continue to pursue him, he would not hold back any longer. How could this be? After so many years of being single, he has never shown any interest in women. Throughout these years, although he has maintained a cold and distant demeanor towards her, at least out of respect for his brother, he has refrained from uttering harsh words. She cannot believe that he would repeatedly push her away under the pretext of having a girlfriend for the sake of a stranger. Merely a woman who climbed into the bed of a high-ranking executive at Gu Corporation. How could she possibly compare to the one who has known him for so many years? Yet, she has never witnessed such a side of Gu Lijing. The man's countenance is frigid, his features sharply defined and profound, radiating an aura of chilling intensity. His icy gaze pierces like cold stars. His thin lips pressed tightly together, creating an unsettling presence, caught in a stalemate. Ning Huan brushed her hair back and timidly stepped outside. As she passed Yun Siqing, she cast a fierce glare in her direction. "Just wait and see. Once she gathers evidence of her entanglement with the executive, she will slap her face with the truth to be why then. Even if he continues to protect her, disappointment is inevitable." Once Ning Huan exited, Sui gently closed the door, leaving only the two of them in the office. Their eyes met in a heavy silence. After a moment, the man abruptly rose and strode towards her. Yun Siqing met his cold gaze. Unwavering and unflinching, Jiyu Lijing's thin lips were pressed tightly together, his impeccably tailored suit accentuating his striking features, yet his dark eyes held not a trace of warmth. "What do you call me?" he inquired, stepping closer, the distance between them shrinking. She could sense the familiar scent of fur, reminiscent of a time when she was dependent on him, now replaced by a strong aversion. The innate pressure he emanated compelled her to take a step back, ultimately leaving her speechless. Yet he advanced, firmly grasping her arm, preventing her escape. Without waiting for her response, his gaze grew shallow, his voice finally shifting. "Am I forcing you? Ha! Can Gu Corporation truly bind you?" She refused to yield, her eyes scanning him with indifference. "The collaboration was your choice, that I had no idea that for that woman, the esteemed young Master Gu could lower himself to such a degree, even resorting to silencing others." Gu Lijing's anger flared at her nonchalant demeanor. Upon hearing her words, it felt as though a gaping wound opened in his chest, making his breathing rapid. Silencing others? Was she blaming him for the harm done to Sutsun and Meng Jiran? The man's expression suddenly paled, not yet having processed her words. He felt the heavy sarcasm in her tone, cutting like a knife straight to his heart. His stance faltered slightly, and a metallic taste surged in his throat. After a prolonged silence, he managed to suppress the fury in his gaze, his dark eyes deepening with a shadowy gloom. When he finally spoke, his voice was laced with an icy calm, devoid of any emotion. "Are you here to question me? Because I harmed him? Just because she sought the truth?" He was eager to silence her, and yet he stood before her with such an indifferent facade. Yun Siqing could no longer contain herself, her voice rising, cold as a mountain spring. "Gu Lijing, you are committing murder." Chapter 66. "I give you a chance." Gu Lijing narrowed his eyes, a surge of fury rising within him. After a week apart, not only did she avoid calling his name, but now she was confronting him over an unrelated man. "Very well, done a murderer. I never harmed the innocent. But now, who exactly is she accusing me of harming? Sutsun. Does she truly believe that in her eyes, even Sutsun is worth more than me?" Releasing her hand, the man drew a dark weapon from his coat, its cold, dark sheen exuding a chilling aura. Yun Siqing watched his movements with a flicker of confusion, her gaze fixed on him. The man smiled, a stark contrast to the alluring laughter that once stirred her heart, now filled with self-mockery. If her perception was correct, there was a tinge of disappointment in his eyes. Why would he feel disappointed? After all he had done. Ignoring her gaze, he skillfully loaded the weapon, lifting her hand and forcing her to grasp it. The barrel pressed against his heart, perfectly aligned, his voice, hoarse yet tinged with a subtle hint of vulnerability, echoed, "Since you claim I'm a murderer, and murder demands a life, I offer you the chance to seek justice for him." Yun Siqing finally reacted, her heart racing as she observed his actions, panic flashing across her features. Although she knew he was the one who had pulled the trigger, she had never contemplated killing him. Even knowing he was the man responsible for her mother's death, she still hesitated. She loathed herself for harboring pity for this murderer. Tears suddenly welled in her eyes, and a faint blush crept to her cheeks. Rarely did she feel so vulnerable. To Jiyu Lijing's icy exterior softened slightly. Realizing his intentions, she struggled to retract her hand, but he gripped it tightly. Mistaking her reluctance for fear, Gu Lijing's anger surged, causing him to momentarily lose focus. His breathing quickening. This life was one she had fought to reclaim. Now, she sought justice for that person, and he was willing to offer it. Without considering the discrepancies in their dialogue, he let out a soft huff. His lips parting, his voice laden with infinite tenderness. "What? Are you afraid?" In the next moment, a flash of ruthlessness crossed his gaze, and he spoke in a measured tone. "Then allow me to assist you." The very next second, the trigger was pulled. Yun Siqing finally screamed, her voice filled with despair. Outside, Sui heard the muffled sound of the gunshot and instantly felt a wave of dread wash over him. He flung the door open and rushed inside. Despite having prepared himself mentally for the worst, upon seeing the scene in the office, Sui was still left trembling, rushing to Gu Lijing's side, shouting, "Young Master Gu!" Yun Siqing sat frozen on the floor, staring blankly at the man before her. Jiyu Lijing had been wounded, unable to sustain himself, yet he knelt before her with a single knee. His chest bore a dark stain, damp and spreading. Although his black shirt concealed the blood, the crimson liquid flowed steadily out, pooling on the floor, filling the air with a heavy metallic scent. Yet the man's expression remained calm, seemingly unbothered by the pain, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Yun Siqing felt her hands grow numb, her eardrums vibrating as if she had detached from her surroundings, staring at him in a daze. She never imagined Gu Lijing would truly force her to pull the trigger. In that moment, she had exerted all her strength to deflect the aim, yet it still struck his chest. Was he truly risking his life for this? The man who had once diverted disaster a decade ago was now entrusting his life to her. Her mind was clouded, overwhelmed by the crimson haze before her, rendering her incapable of thought. Blood loss caused Gu Lijing's complexion to pale rapidly. His once menacing presence now appeared fragile, his sharp features waning, his dark eyes filled with a lingering affection as they bore into hers. His expression remained unchanged, his lips slightly parting, a faint smile gracing his features as he gazed at her. You hesitated. Were you reluctant or afraid? Before she could respond, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Seeing this, Su Yi quickly steadied the collapsing Gu Lijing. Hastily dialing the private hospital of Gu Corporation, ordering preparations for surgery, that he then made another call. Within a minute, hurried footsteps echoed as figures rushed in, swiftly lifting the unconscious man and exiting the office. Su Yi, frantic with worry, spared a brief glance at Yun Siqing, his eyes nearly sparking with intensity. The bloodstains on his hands still seemed to radiate warmth, slowly turning scalding, as if threatening to reduce her to ashes. The weapon remained loosely grasped in her hand, the dark red stains spreading across the floor. Yun Siqing stared vacantly at her bloodied hands, her clothes now marred with crimson, blooming like red plums against the white of snow. In the early morning at the private hospital of Gu Corporation, Su Yi called Jiang Shu. The black Hummer screeched to a halt at the hospital entrance that a figure hurriedly descended, kicking the car door with urgency. Breathless as he inquired, "Which floor?" 10th floor, just finished surgery, and is out of danger, Su Yi replied. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Shu had already hung up, rushing into the exclusive elevator, heading straight to the 10th floor. Gu Lijing had been transferred to a VIP ward, and for the sake of his recovery, others were kept at bay outside. Su Yi peered through the glass door at Gu Lijing, now unconscious, his heart finally finding some semblance of peace. Jiang Shu arrived in a flurry, his anxious gaze darting to the figure on the hospital bed, shuddering at the sight. 3 years prior, Gu Lijing had been gravely wounded yet conscious. Back then, it was due to the instability of Gu Corporation, and now, beneath the very eyelids, he nearly lost his life. Jiang Shu furrowed his brows tightly, his fists clenched, producing a creaking sound as he yanked at Su Yi's shirt collar and landed a punch with considerable force. Su Yi let out a muffled groan, a metallic taste filling his mouth, blood seeping from the corner of his lips. Ignoring everything else, he bellowed, "What on earth happened?" At that moment, Jiang Shu was investigating Li Fugui's background. He had always been a covert operative, but since this matter involved someone of great importance to Gu Shao, he had been summoned to ensure that no suspicious detail slipped through the cracks. Just as he was uncovering some clues, he received a call from Su Yi. Despite being struck, Su Yi displayed no hint of anger. Ever since he witnessed Gu Lijing's injury, he felt as though he was adrift in a tumultuous sea, completely losing his anchor. Only when the doctor emerged to inform him that the danger had passed did he grasp onto a piece of driftwood that, if he was not mistaken, the one who harmed Gu Shao was likely the young madam. When he barged in, Chang was still in the young madam's grasp. However, in the end, it was he who let her in that if anything were to happen to Gu Shao, he would bear the blame, no matter the consequence. Jiang Shu's punch was well-deserved, yet it provided him with a slight sense of relief. He and Jiang Shu had been by Gu Lijing's side since childhood. Jiang Shu was even more unique, having been rescued by Gu Lijing from the brink of death on the street. Without Gu Shao, there would be no Jiang Shu. Jiang Shu had a fiery temper, and from that moment on, his eyes held only Gu Lijing. That Su Yi, his gaze vacant, stammered, "Chang is injured." Jiang Shu immediately flared up, trembling with rage, pointing toward the person in the hospital room. "Su Yi, is this how you care for Gu Shao?" Their eyes locked, and both turned to gaze at the man still unconscious on the hospital bed. Falling into a mutual silence, the Gu Lijing was the heart of the Gu family. The entire operation of the Gu group depended on him. Both overtly and covertly, if news of his injury were to leak, countless and scrupulous entities would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. They exchanged a tacit glance, understanding that this matter must remain concealed, and they needed to ensure that not a single drop of information leaked. At Crescent Bay, Yun Siqing, having completed her grooming, nestled into the sofa. The room was silent, save for the hum of the refrigerator. She did not wish to harm him, yet he was the perpetrator who had harmed her mother. Now gravely injured and with his life hanging in the balance, she should feel elated, but why did her heart feel as though a piece had been gouged out? Leaving an emptiness, was he still alive? Wrapping her arms around her knees, an icy chill enveloped her. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she took out her phone, opened Weibo, and repeatedly refreshed the trending news in search of something. Entertainment news dominated the headlines. Yet there was no mention of the Gu family, that a self-deprecating smile tugged at her lips. It was expected, as he was the core of the Gu family, and such crucial information would be tightly guarded. But what if something were to happen to him? In her panic, her certainty transformed into doubt. She was unsure if, in that final moment, she had inadvertently twisted Chang's mouth just a fraction. A hint of helplessness surfaced in her usually clear eyes. The oppressive silence of the room was nearly suffocating. Yun Siqing closed the door and made her way to Gu Lijing's room. The password was 0814. In just a week, it felt as though everything had changed, yet nothing had truly altered. Upon switching on the light, the room was shrouded in a dim, cold glow, reflecting his nature. The scent of cedar enveloped her, the lingering metallic odor of blood finally dissipating to that moment. She felt utterly drained. Yun Siqing slowly approached the bedroom door, turned the doorknob, and entered the room. His scent was even stronger here. On the pristine, tidy bed lay the black shirt she had gifted him, conspicuously folded and neatly placed beside the pillow. Her nose tinged with a sense of sorrow, and tears began to flow freely. As the tears slipped through her fingers, a sudden movement caught her eye. Inside the wardrobe were his clothes on one side, and on the other, a plethora of women's garments, all new and adorned with exquisite tags. The familiar letters blurred her vision and disturbed her heart. They belonged to her favorite brand, akin to the qipao he had gifted her. Every piece was complete, even the nightgowns in her preferred colors and fabrics. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Yun Siqing sobbed loudly. What did this signify? Was this his way of compensating for taking away the most important person in her life? Or was it an attempt to assuage his guilt for his misdeeds? Time and again, she had questioned him. Why her? Yet he remained silent, leaving her to wonder the true reason. Having resolved to sever ties and cast aside the ambiguous affections and warmth, that singular Chang moment shattered everything. Was he testing her life with his own? There was undeniably something amiss between them, but it seemed this was the only way. She could hardly recall how she fell asleep on his bed. Before dawn, Yun Siqing awoke, deliberately waiting until the rush hour at the Gu group to take the regular elevator. Inside, the atmosphere remained unchanged. The office gossip mill had yet to churn out any news about Gu Lijing. Everything felt the same, as though it were just another ordinary day. Yet she knew that everything from the previous day was not merely a dream, that on the 55th floor, she encountered Su Yi. His face marred by bruises, dark circles under his eyes. Upon seeing her, he regarded her as a stranger, his gaze cold, not sparing her a single glance. Yun Siqing smiled lightly, understanding the situation. Since Su Yi had come to the company, it implied that the man had escaped danger. Yet this had nothing to do with her, Yun Siqing. Shaking her head, she dismissed all thoughts of him, treating it as though that singular Chang moment had erased all their pasts. As Anna entered, delivering documents with a respectful smile, Yun Siqing felt a sense of warmth towards the seemingly aloof girl, realizing she was actually quite gentle. Miss Yun, the results of the selection have been announced. This is the wax model based on your design draft, and if there are no issues, we can proceed to production, Anna stated with admiration, placing the box on the desk, her eyes filled with reverence. Everyone believed that Yun Siqing's collaboration with the Gu family was merely a charitable endeavor, and given her youth and status as the Gu family's daughter, many viewed her as a beneficiary. However, after the previous gathering, they discovered her approachable nature. Nonetheless, they had little hope for her designs, convinced that the Yun family would face a total setback this time. Yet the results were astonishing. This Miss Yun had outperformed even the 3 directors at Gu, with 4 pieces of work emerging as the clear favorites, far surpassing her competitors. The anonymity of both the works and votes ensured that no deceit could be claimed. Those envious individuals, no matter how they speculated about her identity or connections within the Gu family, were left speechless by the outcome. Reflecting on this, Anna's gaze held even more respect. Yun Siqing smiled in gratitude as she accepted the folder from her hands. That in the afternoon, Yun Siqing packed her belongings and returned to the Yun family. The man had been correct. The Gu family could never impede her. With a firm knock, she announced her arrival. Come in. A cool yet steady voice emanated from within. Zhao Yi's eyes flickered. Ever since the previous director's departure, the position had remained vacant. He had long been maneuvering connections, only to be unexpectedly usurped by this girl, who, leveraging her identity as the Yun family's daughter, had been directly promoted to director by the HR department. As for him, he had toiled for years to achieve the position of deputy director. Though he harbored resentment, he refrained from voicing it, as she was Tang's daughter and the future heir of the Yun family. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight of the girl behind the desk. In that instant, he was stunned. This girl was breathtakingly beautiful, clad in a bamboo green qipao, her skin as pale as jade. Her expressive eyes seemed to converse, rippling like water. The jade hairpin held her raven locks in place, with wisps of hair cascading down her temples, exuding a charming grace. Her expression was cool, lips lightly pursed, radiating an air of chilling elegance that he had never encountered someone who could wear a qipao so exquisitely, especially not someone so youthful. She had gone to the Gu family shortly after arriving at the Yun family, and he had never seen her, not expecting such a stunning beauty. Strangely, all his frustration dissipated in that moment, replaced by a stirring in his heart. Zhao Yi felt a flush creeping onto his face. Losing his composure, clearing his throat, he approached Yun Siqing with the documents. Director, here's the guest list for tonight's banquet. Yun Siqing scrutinized the man before her, the deputy director of a Yun corporation. Having occupied this position for 4 to 5 years, he had yet to be elevated even after the director's departure. Clad in a black suit, he appeared to be in his late 20s, looking fairly presentable. However, the blatant gaze beneath his glasses made her frown slightly, a hint of severity emerging between her brows. At a banquet, she inquired. Indeed, it was instructed by General Manager Tang for me to attend with you. Her mind raced, perplexed by Tang Jinsong's intentions. She suddenly felt that being under the influence of someone like him would inevitably lead to the decline of Yun Corporation, and even with Gu Corporation's assistance, the outcome would remain unchanged. Was this banquet intended to win people's favor? Yun Siqing was already overwhelmed, her head spinning with a mountain of documents. During this period, the man named Zhao Yi had clearly only completed superficial tasks, leaving her with an avalanche of messes to clean up. Does he think I am a soft persimmon? She mused. Unfortunately for him, she was anything but. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Siqing cast a glance at Zhao Yi and spoke with a faint, polite smile. Deputy Director Zhao, during my absence from Yun Corporation, General Manager Tang has entrusted you with full responsibility for the design department. Therefore, I would appreciate it if you could promptly address these documents for a smooth handover. Ideally, it should be completed by next Monday to avoid disrupting my work. With that, her gaze turned tranquil as she continued to emphasize, as for the banquet, if you are certain you can make it in time, you may attend, though I have no objections. Zhao Yi, momentarily caught off guard, underwent a myriad of expressions akin to a color palette. The chill emanating from the girl's gaze was palpable, exuding a formidable pressure. Ultimately, he could only awkwardly respond, I understand. Watching Zhao Yi walk away, a flicker of displeasure welled up within Yun Siqing. She despised those who played petty tricks at work, especially those who overestimated themselves. It was no wonder he had remained in the position of deputy director for so long. Outside the office, whispers echoed, Hey, I've heard that in this collaboration with Gu Corporation, our director is leading the charge all on her own. I never imagined she would be so formidable. I always thought she was merely a product of connections. Initially, she bypassed our deputy director Zhao to become the director, and I was quite indignant. Indeed, she possesses both beauty and capability. Unlike enough she's coming. The design and finance departments were on the same floor, and Meng Ziyuan had come to find finance manager Zhou. All these discussions fell directly into her ears. Ever since Yun Siqing's return, she had heard these remarks countless times, all aimed at elevating one while belittling the other. Yet in the company, the dynamics were reversed. She was the one on the lower end, while Yun Siqing stood at the pinnacle. Meng Ziyuan had not anticipated that the wretched girl would wield such influence. managing to restore the Yin Corporation's reputation in the collaboration with Gu Corporation, causing her father to regard that little vixen with admiration while drawing comparisons with herself. Before this little minx returned, those same people had lavished praise upon her, ignoring the piercing glares that felt like needles. Meng Zuan deliberately lifted her chin and strode into the manager's office in her high heels. Zhou Ken was engrossed in reviewing reports when he heard the sound and looked up to see Meng Ziyuan, a vision in a white suit, her form-hugging skirt barely concealing her fair thighs, with a delicate face adorned with impeccable makeup and long, straight black hair cascading to her waist. She appeared both innocent and enchanting. Locking the door behind her, Meng Zuan called out sweetly, "Zhou Ken." Her melodious voice made Zhou Ken's heart melt, and he quickly rose to embrace her. "Ziyuan, what brings you here? Didn't we agree to maintain a distance at the office?" Despite his words, his hands wandered unabashedly over her form. "But don't be like that, Zhou Ken," she cooed. "What do you mean, my little darling?" Feigning resistance, Meng Zuan's arms still wrapped around Zhou Ken's waist, and after a tender 5 minutes, they reluctantly parted. With a pout and glistening eyes, she leaned into Zhou Ken's embrace. "Zhou Ken, that little vixen has returned, and everyone is talking about me." Having been with Meng Ziyuan for over a year, Zhou Ken was aware of the dynamics within the Yun family. Gazing at the beauty in his arms, he offered her comfort. "Let them talk. She is just a design director, nothing compared to you." "That is true. My father certainly favors me more." "Then that settles it. Forget about her. How about you come over to my apartment tonight?" Zhou Ken murmured as he nuzzled her ear. Meng Zuan giggled shyly. "All right, let's go to your place." "Zhou Ken, I heard KS's new collection is about to launch. Can I have a set as a gift for Qixi Festival?" As she laughed, she tugged at Zhou Ken's tie, tracing circles on his chest with her fingers. Zhou Ken grasped her hand, his breath quickening. "My dear, I'd give you my life for just one set." As he leaned in again, Meng Zuan playfully pushed him away, her expression turning worried. "Zhou Ken, what if we get caught?" Chapter 69. A conspiracy. Zhou Ken appeared indifferent, lightly stroking Meng Zuan's long hair. "With you as my informant at your father's side, securing some funds is no issue. It's been a year without any mishaps, so what are you worried about? Perhaps we should just stop after this period. We've already acquired several properties and cars. Continuing like this might raise suspicions." Her round eyes were filled with concern. Gazing at Meng Zuan's petite face, Zhou Ken felt a surge of restlessness and replied distractedly, "Let us see. With this cooperation with Gu Corporation, funds will surely flow in abundantly. After all, I need to support you, my precious lady." Fearing someone might seek Zhou Ken, Meng Zuan decided to leave. Although she now held the title of a young lady of the Yun family, her expenses were extravagant: beauty treatments, shopping, dining out with friends. Especially since before she joined the Yun family, those friends were now constantly flattering her, claiming she had transformed from a sparrow into a phoenix. They had no idea that all of this was what she truly deserved. Yet, she relished hearing those flattering words. Naturally, she always picked up the tab during meals, as it allowed her to bask in a sense of superiority among her peers. However, such expenditures quickly added up, and even her father's affection could not sustain it, especially considering the Yun Corporation had been on a downward trajectory for years. Thus, a year ago, she turned to Zhou Ken. At 28, he had already become the finance manager, handsome and charming, with countless women vying for his attention. Yet, he chose her. Reflecting on this, Meng Zuan raised her chin higher, her demeanor growing more self-satisfied. After this encounter, she dismissed all the gossip from her mind. The Gu Corporation in the design department. Someone exclaimed, "I never thought Miss Yun would be so impressive. She is the only one whose 4 designs are set for production." Indeed, seeing her, I assumed she was just a pretty face, and I must apologize for my ignorance. "Anna, has Miss Yun returned?" "Yes." "What a pity we didn't get the chance to gather together." The office buzzed with chatter. Hishimo had not anticipated that the outcome would unfold this way. Initially, he had been confident that the crew from Yun Corporation would merely play the role of clowns in this collaboration. Yet she had unexpectedly distinguished herself among them, emerging as the leader in the competition, earning his respect. As he pondered this, Hishimo couldn't help but smile. The girl's silhouette from that night at Jinhui resurfaced in his mind. Glancing at the voting results in his hand, his slender fingers brushed over Yun Xiqing's design drafts, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his narrow eyes. The last time, he had been interrupted by Luo Bai from Luo Corporation, and later encountered Gu Xiao, This time, he would not let the opportunity slip away. Tonight, he was determined to seize the moment that as he plotted, he exited his office and announced loudly in the design department. Everyone, at 8 o'clock tonight, Yun Corporation will host a celebration banquet to commemorate the success of our collaboration. General Manager Tang has personally sent us an invitation to express gratitude for your cooperation and support during this time. After work, feel free to prepare. We shall all attend. As his words resonated, the crowd erupted in excitement. Did I guess it true? The general manager personally sent it. Hishimo nodded with a smile. Indeed. Wow, the general manager must be Miss Yun's father. The big boss has invited us. Do you have formal attire? You must wear something elegant to an upper-class banquet. I do. This is fantastic. I can't wait to experience it tonight. What if I don't have anything? What should I do? After work, there was still time to buy. When Ning Yunzhou received the invitation from the Yun family, Ning Huan was beside him, engrossed in scrolling through Weibo and interacting with her fans. Recently, she starred in a popular drama that has garnered her a substantial fanbase. Our Huan Huan is simply amazing. Can't wait for tomorrow's plot. Go, Huan Huan. Passers-by remarked on how much Ning Huan's acting had improved. That last gaze was a killer. The company had managed to get their trending topic to the top of the charts. While browsing through the comments, Ning Huan used a secondary account to like her own posts. She then switched to her main account to promote herself, writing, Ning Huan, Little Cherry Blossom. Thank you to all my fans and kind strangers for your support. Please look forward to tomorrow's plot. Little Cherry Blossom is about to turn dark, accompanied by a selfie, in which Ning Huan playfully bit her tongue and winked. She appeared sweet, adorable, and pure as soon as she posted on Weibo, within a second. Likes and comments surged into the thousands, and in less than 5 minutes, her post topped the trending list. Ning's little piglet. Sister looks so beautiful even without makeup. Huan Huan's eyelashes. Can't wait for Little Cherry Blossom's transformation. Waiting by the TV for Huan Huan. Ning Huan held her phone, her eyes sparkling. Ever since that incident at the Gu family where her brother A Jing had thrown her out, she had been in a slump for quite some time. However, with the Ning family as her support, her resources remained abundant, and her popularity had seen a significant increase, so she had not dwelled on it too much. The thought of that despicable person who captivated her brother, A Jing, filled her with a surge of anger. Ning Yunzhou casually flipped through the invitation and scoffed disdainfully. A mere Yun family, relying on currying favor with the Gu family to secure a collaboration, and now they can't wait to throw a celebration? He turned to Butler Lee. In the future, just decline such invitations directly. Butler Lee stood silently by. Yes, young Master Ning. Ning Huan, unexpectedly in a good mood, interjected with a question. Collaboration with the Gu family. Since my brother says that Yun family is nothing significant, why did A Jing agree to the collaboration? Ning Yunzhou casually responded, I heard from that brat Lu Heng that the Gu young master seems to have taken an interest in the Yun family's daughter. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Huan sat up from the sofa, her face a mix of confusion and indignation. Yun family's daughter? Realizing he had slipped up, Ning Yunzhou was caught off guard. His sister had many admirable qualities, but one flaw was her tendency to react explosively whenever she heard news related to a certain someone. Since the words had escaped his lips, he awkwardly admitted. Yes. Not wanting to bear the brunt of his sister's jealousy and anger, Ning Yunzhou made an excuse about an upcoming meeting and hastily exited the scene. As the banquet approached. Yun family's daughter. Ning Huan murmured, a sudden clarity flashing in her eyes. An ominous premonition surged within her. Her instincts had always been accurate, and something fell off this time. She opened her phone and promptly searched for information related to the Yun family. On the Yun family's official website, Tang Jinsong had deliberately downplayed Yun Siqing's identity, fearing that one day his daughter might turn against him, just as he had sidelined Yun Meng in the past. None of the entries featured images of the Yun family's daughter, which frustrated Ning Huan immensely. However, considering the banquet was tonight, why not confirm things for herself? A calculating glint flashed in her bright eyes, and her red lips curled into a smirk. As she pondered, she grabbed her small handbag and set out to choose a dress. Chapter 70. Ning Huan stirs up trouble at 8 o'clock in the evening. In the opulent banquet hall of the Yun family, exquisite golden crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a mesmerizing light that shimmered like the finest silk drapery, enveloping the hall in a dreamy haze. Soft, melodic music began to play, as elegantly dressed women adorned in jewels gracefully linked arms with men in sharp suits, arriving in succession. The air was filled with the scent of floral fragrances. And the invitation had specifically highlighted the collaboration with the Gu family, drawing a significant number of dignitaries who came primarily for the Gu family's reputation. Many ladies still vividly remembered the scandal involving the Yun and Su families at the Lin family's banquet. However, those present understood that fortunes shift, and with the Gu family's favor now resting on the Yun family, it was only natural for opportunists to align themselves accordingly. Thus, amidst the clinking of glasses and the sounds of laughter, the atmosphere was vibrant and distinct from previous gatherings. Under the banner of the Gu family, the elite's lavish compliments, and a long-suffering frown finally lifted from Tang Jinsong's face, replaced by a broad smile. It seemed that this time his calculations had indeed paid off, that by publicly announcing this collaboration, he could slap the faces of those who had previously dismissed the Yun family and simultaneously foster new partnerships. A win-win scenario that he didn't concern himself with the intricate details of the design department's activities. As long as he could firmly attach himself to the Gu family, that would suffice. With this thought, Tang Jinsong adjusted his glasses, a glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. Yes, the banquet proceeded with fervor, and the atmosphere intensified. A stir rippled through the crowd as Ning Huan appeared at the entrance, clad in a stunning white mermaid gown. Wow, isn't that Miss Ning? She's actually here. Yes, her new drama is a hit. Little Cherry Blossom looks stunning, and in person, she is even more beautiful, now that the Ning family is present. Do you think Gu Xiao will come as well? It seems the Yun family is really on the rise. Ning Huan only caught snippets of praise from those nearest to her, exactly what she had desired. A sense of superiority surged within her. She lifted her chin slightly, her graceful swan neck accentuating her beauty, while her elegantly pinned-up hair framed her face with two playful strands, exuding charm. The dazzling diamond earrings caught the light, enhancing her already sweet and exquisite visage. She knew that in such an occasion, she would undoubtedly become the center of attention. However, her true intentions lay elsewhere. Upon spotting Ning Huan, Tang Jinsong, standing on the banquet stage, immediately approached her with Meng Yuru, who was linked to his arm. Sending invitations to the Gu, Lu, and Ning families had become routine for every banquet, while he was uncertain whether Gu Xiao would attend. Especially since the collaboration had brought him here, he was nonetheless pleasantly surprised by Ning Huan's unexpected arrival. Miss Ning, you've traveled quite a distance. Please forgive my inadequate welcome, Tang Jinsong exclaimed, approaching with an ingratiating smile. As a star constantly in the spotlight, Ning Huan knew how to navigate such formalities. Having come here secretly, she needed to make the most of the opportunity. Congratulations, Mr. Tang, on the successful collaboration with the Gu family. She smiled as she shook his hand. You look even more beautiful in person than on television. Meng Yuru, donned in a black evening gown, offered her compliments with a refined smile. Hearing praise from the woman before her, Ning Huan felt a surge of goodwill towards her, softening her tone. Thank you. Please, you two go ahead and entertain the other guests. I'll be fine. The crowd observed and snapped photos. Many silently praised her, acknowledging that Miss Ning truly deserved her status as a popular star, showing no airs despite being a wealthy heiress. Having exchanged pleasantries and sent Tang Jinsong and his wife on their way, Ning Huan found a corner to quietly observe. Scanning the room, she didn't spot that despicable person, but she did see a familiar figure. The man she had encountered at Jinhe, now with the Gu family's design department director. He Shimo, who was with the very woman who had seduced her brother A Jing. That it was no challenge for the esteemed daughter of the Ning family to uncover his identity. After A Jing had left that night, she had seized the opportunity to inquire about He Shimo. Ever since that woman had departed, He Shimo's gaze had lingered on her back, making it clear he was interested in the other woman. Thus, she had speculated that the person the despicable woman had lured into the Gu family was none other than He Shimo. Unfortunately, she had no evidence to substantiate her claims. The design department director could easily introduce a woman to the Gu family without much effort. After that encounter, she had been keen to find an opportunity to speak with him. After all, he might not be pleased about his subordinate's attempts to seduce her brother, A Jing. It seemed that fortune favored her this time. Casually picking up a glass of champagne from a nearby table, Ning Huan delicately brushed her hair back and flashed a charming smile as she approached He Shimo. He Shimo, dressed in a bespoke suit, his hair meticulously styled, exuded an air of elegance that attracted many female guests. His narrow eyes scanned the banquet hall, but failed to spot Yun Siqing. causing a hint of disappointment to flicker across his features. But he took a sip of champagne, feeling a twinge of despondency. Just then, a playful voice chimed beside him. Director he. His mind was somewhat unfocused. As he believed it was her, a glimmer of light sparkled in her eyes, and a hint of surprise surfaced on her face. Upon turning, he beheld Ning Huan. The surprise in her gaze flickered like a shooting star, extinguished in an instant, replaced by disappointment. Although she wore a smile, it remained polite, and she slightly nodded in greeting. Miss Ning. Ning Huan observed the expression on his face, a surge of resentment swelling within her. Throughout her life, she had been accustomed to receiving adoration and admiration. Yet, here was a man who, upon meeting her in person, displayed nothing but disappointment. He was the first of his kind. Understanding who Ishimo truly longed to see ignited a spark of anger in Ning Huan's eyes. Could it be that she was outshone by that despicable woman, who was known only for her ability to cling to others? Nevertheless, she resolved that now was not the time to dwell on such matters. If this man was fixated on that wretched creature, perhaps he could still be of assistance to her. Thus, her expression shifted in an instant, transforming into a bright smile. Director he, are you in search of a fair maiden? I know whom you seek. Since that is the case, I shall be straightforward. Shall we collaborate? I can help you win her over. Ishimo was momentarily taken aback. How did this lofty Miss Ning come to know the inner workings of his design department? Such matters were not fit for public discourse, and he could not afford to provoke Miss Ning. So he began to feign ignorance, a slight smile playing on his lips. Miss Ning, what are you referring to? I'm afraid I don't quite comprehend. That if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, he surveyed the surroundings, noting the lively conversations. As no one seemed to pay them any mind, he held a champagne glass and prepared to exit. Ning Huan, seeing his evasion, felt a surge of frustration. Here she was, a dignified heiress of the Ning family, lowering herself to this extent, yet he remained unyielding. However, opportunities like this were rare and should not be squandered. She grasped Ishimo's sleeve, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with moisture as she fixed her gaze upon him, continuing, surely you understand what I'm saying, that I saw everything at Jin He. You have an affection for the girl in the black gown. Ishimo halted abruptly, turning to glance at Ning Huan, uncertainty flickering in his eyes, yet his demeanor remained composed. Why would Miss Ning wish to assist me? Upon sensing the potential for a deal, Ning Huan took a sip of champagne and replied nonchalantly, it's merely a matter of mutual benefit. The person I am interested in is currently drawn to her, and I wish to preemptively extinguish any budding connection, lest it take root and become irreparable. Her words carried weight, and Ishimo understood the implications. The power that Ning Huan wielded could indeed be advantageous to him. With the Yun Corporation partnering with the Gu Corporation, his prospects would undoubtedly soar. Setting aside his infatuation with Yun Siqing, being with her would make it exceedingly easy to elevate the Yun Corporation into his hands. After a moment of contemplation, Ishimo's lips curled into a subtle smile as he regarded Ning Huan with steady, dark eyes. How does Miss Ning plan to assist me? Simply put, I shall encourage Director He to exert himself, while I devise means to facilitate matters. Ning Huan replied, a newfound lightness in her heart as she sensed the transaction was solidifying. Her smile grew sweeter, her voice gentle, as she added, however, should the beauty encounter a downturn, do not forget to be by her side to offer comfort. With that, she cast a playful glance at Ishimo, her enchanting eyes sparkling, and departed, leaving behind a trail of sweet, intoxicating fragrance that Ishimo felt a lift in his spirits. Pondering that perhaps this was what it meant to encounter a benefactor on one's journey, his luck seemed to be turning. Adjusting his glasses, he took another sip of champagne and continued scanning the venue, waiting for the sight of the one he yearned for. The banquet hall lay adjacent to the Yun Corporation's office building, illuminated by beams of light. Yun Siqing sat in her office, diligently attending to documents. No matter how much work she piled upon herself, keeping her in constant motion, the moment she paused, the pale visage of that man would intrude upon her thoughts, gnawing away at her sanity. It must be said, this man understood her all too well to block her thoughts. She opened her phone to play a recorded message, the weary voice of Li Fugue emerging to at that time. My son was gravely ill and in dire need of funds for treatment. That man gave me 5 million, a sum I had never seen in my lifetime. The secretary of Director Tang, that Miss Ming, had also accepted money from him, hastily concluding the matter as an accident. The forensic examination revealed traces of substances akin to sleeping pills in Yun's body that we handled the scene of the accident. That man could not escape his involvement. Thus, we modified the records to designate him as the reporter. As he was the one who called the police, that we have documentation to prove it, and everything falls into place. I am sorry for what I have done. Pressing the pause button, the recording abruptly ceased. Her low sobs intertwined with other muffled sounds. The air conditioning in the office was excessively cold, a chill sweeping over her. She wrapped her arms around herself, having instructed Xin Yu to investigate the reporter, who turned out to be Gu Lijing. Her thoughts were in disarray. She still pondered whether that man was alive, and if she had wronged her mother, that a sudden pang of pain gripped her stomach. Just as Tang Jinsong's call came through, steeling herself, she answered the phone. Xiqing, the design team from Gu Corporation has arrived. Where are you? Don't you understand the importance of the situation? Her brows furrowed tightly, cold sweat forming on her forehead, her lips pale and devoid of color as she managed to squeeze out 3 words. I understand. Without hesitation, she ended the call. Outside the office, a pair of figures passed by, Meng Jiyin and the finance director. Zhou Kenyun Xiqing's lips curled into a slight smile, that it was better to take things slowly rather than rush into anything, that as she watched him rise in prominence. Hosting guests and revelries, she mused. The building will eventually collapse. Reciting this line from a play, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, clear as a lake rippling in the breeze. Gathering her resolve, she retrieved a bottle of stomach medicine from her drawer, took a few pills, tidied her appearance, turned off the lights, and locked the door. That as she stepped out, she deliberately cast a glance at the deputy director's office, where the light still shone, that a cold smile graced her lips. He was still obedient. After all, the talent market across various industries had become saturated over the years. Finding a suitable deputy director was hardly a concern. She could make do with whoever was available. And she had no inclination to fret over such matters. It was not her company. Upon entering the banquet hall, the romantic waltz played at just the right moment, adding a touch of charm to the entire venue. The light from the crystal chandelier flickered gently. Yun Xiqing approached gracefully, her fitted bamboo green qipao accentuating her flawless figure. Her long hair, pinned up with a jade hairpin, revealed her smooth forehead, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. And her strikingly clear black and white eyes held a hint of allure, her skin fair and luminous. She exuded a unique aura, seemingly detached from her surroundings, naturally becoming the center of attention. Like a noble and radiant young lady from the Republic of China, she appeared as if she had stepped out of history, breathtakingly beautiful. Her mere presence captivated a multitude of gazes, yet her cool demeanor effectively deflected their fervent attention. Her ethereal quality resembled the purest lotus, meant to be admired from afar, never to be trifled with. Hishimo was no exception. From a distance, she entered his line of sight, her gaze landing on the group from the design department. Hishimo remained silent, slowly weaving through the crowd toward them. Under the dazzling crystal chandelier, the lights danced playfully. Then he glanced at Meng Yuru, who was intimately linked with Tang Jinsong, and a fleeting glimmer of starlight crossed Yun Xiqing's eyes, vanishing almost instantly. Her gaze swept around the room until she finally spotted the Gu Corporation's design team in a corner. Disregarding the 2 individuals at the center of the stage, she altered her path and headed straight for the corner. Tang Jinsong, in a bid to undermine her influence, would not introduce her to others. She was acutely aware of this. Suppressing her expression, Yun Xiqing adopted a poised smile, quietly accepting the scrutiny of those around her. Raising her glass in welcome. Since their last gathering, many days had passed at that time. She had worn a simple dress and was already breathtaking. Now, clad in a qipao, she appeared even more enchanting. Anna was the first to be momentarily stunned before greeting her. Miss Yun, everyone, it has been a while. Welcome to Yun Corporation. With Anna's lead, the group quickly warmed to her, and before long, they were all conversing animatedly. Their impression of her only improved. The young lady was not at all pretentious and possessed remarkable ability. Everyone grew fond of her. After a round of pleasantries and shared toasts, Yun Xiqing excused herself, citing pressing matters. Everyone understood that she was now the host and needed to attend to other guests. Light-hearted banter ceased. The group continued to chat and laugh. But unexpectedly, as she stepped away from the crowd and navigated through the throngs, someone seized her wrist. In that moment, her eyes turned icy, a wave of disgust washing over her as she instinctively recoiled from the abrupt touch. Turning around, she found herself face to face with Hishumo, but Hishumo appeared momentarily dazed, gazing at the girl before him, an air of detachment shadowing his expression, with a flicker of unacknowledged distaste lurking in his eyes. His face bore an icy demeanor, his voice cool and distant. There's something you require. Director, The soft and warm sensation against his hand rendered Hishumo momentarily entranced, as if still savoring the moment. Upon hearing the girl's voice, he was jolted back to reality, acutely aware of Yun Si-ching's emotional distance. With a smile, he apologized. I beg your pardon, Miss Yun. It was presumptuous of me. After a brief pause, he continued, it has been a while. Would it be convenient for us to sit down and chat? After their previous encounter, he had assumed that she had long since moved on, yet she remained unchanged. Before he could finish, a slight smile graced Yun Si-ching's lips as she interrupted gently. Director, if there are any outstanding matters regarding work, please feel free to contact me online.as for personal matters. I have already addressed them with you last time. I apologize, but I have other commitments and must attend to them. With a slight nod and a faint smile, she turned and walked away. Hishumo fixed his gaze on Yun Si-ching's receding figure, bringing the hand that had brushed against her wrist to his nose, inhaling her lingering scent, his eyes harboring an unwavering determination. The question from before echoed in his mind. Did she have a boyfriend? A flicker of heat surged within him, an unsettling restlessness stirring. Perhaps this was the essence of longing for what one cannot attain. How captivating! The silhouette of the girl had vanished into the crowd, yet Hishumo continued to gaze in that direction, his lips curving upward. Unbeknownst to them, in an inconspicuous corner afar, a long-lens camera clicked incessantly. Meanwhile, suppressing a wave of unease, Yun Si-ching quickened her pace, arriving at the public wash basin. The icy water cascaded forth as she incessantly scrubbed the spot where Hishumo had touched her. Her delicate skin reddening in an instant. It wasn't until she nearly rubbed her skin raw that she finally ceased, her gaze icy as she gathered her belongings and exited. As she brushed past, oblivious to the figure nearby, a knowing smile emerged behind her. The new product launch was originally scheduled for Monday afternoon. In recent days, there had been no whispers of delays or cancellations. Before hosting the lavish banquet, Tang Jin's song must have coordinated with the Gu family, and the absence of rumors suggested that everything was proceeding as planned. In the early hours of Sunday, at the entrance of the VIP ward of Gu family's top-tier private hospital, individuals clad in black suits stood in 2 rows, expressionless as they guarded the occupant within. Inside the ward, the scent of disinfectant was pronounced. The man's brows remained furrowed in sleep, his features sharply handsome yet pale, exuding an aura that was both formidable and fragile, presenting a seemingly pristine facade. Gradually, the blurriness before his eyes transformed into a blinding white, and he stirred slightly, his lashes fluttering. The man awoke, a chilling intensity surfacing within his gaze. Gu Shao had returned. Despite the severity of his shoulder injury, he felt no pain, his eyes shimmering with mirth. He was wagering on the notion that he still held a place in her heart, that this period of distance was not merely one-sided. From the moment he found her, he had forcefully intruded into her life, leaving her with no means of retreat, compelling her to accept everything about him. Both his strength and his affection, that he had not harbored expectations that she would accept him so swiftly. His gun had been aimed at her heart, the final moment redirected to her shoulder, granting her one last chance to escape. Had it struck true, she would have been free of him, but that slight margin now meant she could not flee. A faint smile played on Gu Lijing's pale lips, momentarily tinged with vivid color, but he pondered what could have influenced her reaction so profoundly. Young as she was, having faced the predatory nature of the Yun family 3 years prior, she had erected formidable defenses. He would have to pay a price for her to open even a small passage for him to enter. It was entirely his fault for concealing everything from her, trying to keep her sheltered from any disturbance. He had forgotten that his little girl was not one to be easily protected. As if struck by a sudden thought, the man's brow softened with affection, his eyes sparkling. His little cat had claws too. She would bristle and retaliate when hurt. Meng Ran was a perfect example. When she confronted him, he had assumed she would easily push him away, prompting him to take that final gamble. Yet, it was clear now that their exchanges had been riddled with misunderstandings. The young girl had accused him of murder, and it was evident she was not referring to Su Tsin or Meng Jiran. She was no meek lamb, shrinking back when oppressed. She would not hesitate to defend herself. He was eager to discover who dared to meddle with his affairs under his very nose, attempting to deceive his little girl. With this thought, the man's eyes turned as cold as ice, deep and unyielding. The night air was crisp, tinged with a subtle mist, with only the illuminated wall lamps providing a semblance of warmth. Since Gu Lijing's injury, Su Yi had remained almost exclusively at the hospital, venturing to Gu's only when absolutely necessary. The bruise from Jiang Shu's punch lingered, darkening his complexion, even as stubble began to emerge. His face a canvas of various hues, a stark contrast to his usual polished demeanor. After more than a day without rest, exhaustion finally overcame him, and he collapsed onto the sofa, succumbing to sleep. The dim glow of the wall lamp cast a soft light over the ward, the silence only interrupted by the sound of machines at work. After what felt like an eternity of silence, the man's voice broke through, gravelly and low. Su Yi. Instinctively, Su Yi sprang upright from the sofa, his heart racing. "Young master?" he replied, his voice betraying a rare tremor. With the lights fully illuminated, the man regained his former commanding presence. Exuding an aura that belied the 2 days of unconsciousness, the vulnerability on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling, formidable demeanor that on Monday morning at Yun's, Yun Si-ching was engrossed in reviewing documents in her office, familiarizing herself with the schedule for the afternoon's product launch. The materials on her desk were meticulously organized, suggesting that Zhao Yi had acted with some sense of propriety. With a slight smile, she traced her pen across the pages when a sharp sound of high heels echoed through the air. Chapter 73. Gossip. The office door was flung open with a loud bang, causing Yun Si-ching to look up, her expression immediately turning frosty. Meng Jiyan, clad in an elegant white ensemble, her long hair cascading gracefully, stood at the entrance with a mocking smile, brandishing a stack of documents with an air of superiority. Without any regard for those around her, she called out sweetly, "Yun Si-ching, look at the mess you've created." Striding forward, she tossed the printed documents onto Yun Si-ching's desk, crossing her arms and surveying her with a haughty gaze. Yun Si-ching's cold eyes locked onto Meng Jiyan, her pink lips pressed into a thin line, betraying no emotion. She glanced at the papers scattered before her, but remained still, calmly addressing Meng Jiyan. "What wind has blown you in? Did no one teach you to knock before entering someone else's office?" Meng Jiyan dismissed her words, having been the subject of whispers since Yun Si-ching's return. Today, she had finally seized an opportunity to confront her. This scene had been pre-approved by her father. "You have the audacity to criticize me after your own actions. Your lack of capability led you to resort to such underhanded tactics. Now that you've been exposed, not only do you embarrass yourself, but you also drag the entire Yun family down with you." Despite her fury, Yun Si-ching recognized that something had indeed transpired. The door to the office remained ajar, and Meng Jiyan's voice echoed throughout the design department, causing an uproar outside. "That I knew it. How could someone so young be so competent? She must have some connections to have outshone the designers at Goose." "Surely not. I think that's just a rumor." Everyone participated in the competition, and the review process was stringent and anonymous. "Please, she's the only one from our company to attend Goose, no matter how strict they are. The design director would certainly favor her, allowing her team to shine at her expense. Who knows what tricks she used?" Speculative murmurs filled the design department, even spilling over into the finance department. Before long, the voices supporting Yun Si-ching were drowned out, leaving only ridicule, sarcasm, and doubt in their wake. The clamor grew louder, seemingly intended for those within the office to hear. Meng Jiyan smirked, reveling in the satisfaction of her triumph. That little wretch deserved it. She thought her beauty could shield her from consequences. Just yesterday, Meng Jiyan had believed Yun Si-ching possessed real talent, only to see her facade crumble so quickly. Yun Si-ching's expression remained unperturbed as she scrutinized the printed materials on her desk. The events from the banquet on Friday night had been captured. The fleeting moment when He Shu Mo grasped her wrist had been documented. Though the footage was a long shot, his face was unmistakably clear. Reality is an unequivocal affair. However, the scandalous rumors accompanied by those particular photographs, captured from exceedingly unflattering angles, render the two individuals in an ambiguous light, akin to lovers engaged in hushed whispers. Moreover, the marketing account that disseminated this news has audaciously implicated the Yun family. She furrowed her brow, her expression remaining as placid as still waters, choosing silence. Humph. It seems you have no words left. Your private matters have significantly impacted the Yun family. Father insists you meet him. Observing Yun Siqing's speechless demeanor, Meng Jian felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration, relishing the chance to assert herself before this wretched individual, confident that her reputation within the Yun family would be irreparably tarnished. With a derisive snort, she strutted away, her high heels clicking defiantly amidst a cacophony of gossip. Ningjia's schedule had recently opened up, granting her the opportunity to rest at home while browsing the trending topics on Weibo. Her perceptive assistant, attuned to her buoyant mood, promptly made a phone call. You two have done remarkably well. The funds will be transferred to your accounts tomorrow. On the other end of the line, the two paparazzi rejoiced. After a previous setback, they had swiftly recouped their losses. On Friday night, they received a call from Ning Jia's assistant instructing them to closely follow He Shimo and not to overlook any suspicious details. They had kept vigil all night, capturing hundreds of photos, and after meticulous selection, they finally extracted valuable information. Their efforts were rewarded with a substantial sum, leaving them elated. Ning Jia was taken aback to discover that the detestable person she had been searching for at the last banquet was, in fact, the design director of the Yun family, He Shimo's romantic interest. This revelation provided her with yet another useful piece of information. This was merely the beginning. She intended to make that wretched individual pay. With this thought, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of malice, her sweet smile contrasting with the sinister intent that sent chills down her assistant's spine. Her fingers glided over the screen. Yun family design director rises to prominence based on looks. The topic had already climbed into the top ranks of trending searches, all thanks to several marketing accounts under Ning's control. With a mere command, she elevated the topic to the forefront of trending news, its popularity soaring into the hundreds of millions. She even enlisted the help of online commentators. Yun family design director relies on looks to ascend. The renowned design director of the Yun Group, during collaboration with the Gu family, was accused of leveraging internal connections to win the competition. On Friday night, the two were photographed in an intimate embrace. The industry's integrity is marred by such individuals. Get out of the design world. Shameless. Give us ordinary designers a fair chance. While studying for exams, I'm just here for the gossip. This beauty is stunning. If I were her, I'd also be willing to. This kind of social and entertainment news is markedly different. It resonates more closely with everyday life, gradually gaining traction. There is no need to concern oneself with the truth, as long as the detractors are paid off. Vitriol can drown a person. That wretched individual, devoid of power, would henceforth have to cling to He Shimo, with no opportunity to approach her beloved brother A Jing again. Just thinking about it brought Ning Jia immense satisfaction, her smile deepening. This was merely the first step. Who asked that wretched person to provoke her and attempt to seduce her man? At the Gu family, this news spread rapidly throughout the design department. He Shimo heard about it in the office and finally realized that Ning Jia's previous remarks about stirring the pot referred to this very situation, that he was certain that this information had been disseminated by Ning Jia. What should he do? A smirk played on his lips, his eyes reflecting a complex amusement as he casually strolled into the design department. Everyone, the news online is not accurate, that I am uncertain why such unfounded rumors have emerged. All design works are anonymous. Before he could finish, laughter erupted, interrupting him. Chapter 74. Protecting her. Those who consider Gu-S were certainly not mere gossips, that it must be said that. In this regard, Gu-S employees differ significantly from those at Yun's. Since their last encounter and the announcement of the selection results, the bespectacled man had transformed into Yun Siqing's devoted admirer. Upon hearing He Shimo's words, he suddenly stood up, interrupting him and animatedly addressing the others. All right, director. You need to elaborate that we in the Gu family are well aware of the review process, that we know all too well about Miss Yun's designs. Through collaboration, we understand the kind of person she is, that we are discerning and want to blindly follow the crowd, correct? The others nodded in agreement. Yes, perhaps it's just a ploy by Yun's rivals to buy trending topics. Indeed, director, you underestimate us. One mischievous boy chimed in. But director, what is your relationship with Miss Yun? This remark piqued everyone's interest, and several pairs of eyes fixated on He Shimo, that he merely smiled, refraining from comment. and returned to his office as the group behind him buzzed with gossip that in the president's office of the Yun family. The news broke just before the press conference, inciting a furious outburst from Tang Jinsong. He threw the stack of documents Meng Jian had printed for him onto Yun Siqing's desk, his face contorted in anger as he glared at her, shouting, "What on earth is going on? The press conference hasn't even commenced, and you've already created this mess. How am I supposed to explain this to the Yun family? My own daughter has committed such disgraceful acts," facing Tang Jinsong's ire. A flicker of complex emotion passed through Yun Siqing's eyes, though it vanished in an instant, replaced by serene acceptance. She smiled gently, gathering the scattered papers from the floor, then slowly approached Tang Jinsong, gazing steadily into his eyes as she quietly spoke. "Then what do you believe should be done?" She harbored no expectations that he would believe her, yet her curiosity about her father's intentions was genuine. The gossip news did not bother her. These baseless claims were trivial and unworthy of her concern. T.O. explained would invite accusations of cover-ups, while silence would imply acquiescence. It was far better to ignore it altogether. Looking at the face so reminiscent of Yun Meng, Tang Jinsong felt a momentary chill, particularly from those eyes, which seemed to see through him entirely, that an involuntary shiver coursed through him as he pondered. The collaboration between the Yun and Gu families had been finalized, the contract secured, and funds were gradually being reclaimed. The news, while significant, could be quelled with a few adjustments. It posed no grave threat to the Yun family. If worst came to worst, they could always hold a press conference. However, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away, that if this daughter were to become deeply entrenched in the Yun family, it would be exceedingly difficult to extricate her in the future. His murky eyes glimmered with calculating intent as he fixed his gaze on Yun Siqing. Moments later, he snorted coldly, suppressing his emotions. Tang Jinsong retrieved a piece of paper from his desk and handed it to Yun Siqing. "This is your resignation form. I've dated it for tomorrow, and it has already been approved and stamped. You are still in your probation period, so there's no need to delay. After today, as press conference, pack your things and return home." That he glanced at Yun Siqing, adding, "Don't blame your father. The Yun family is currently on the rise and cannot afford any negative influences. That if you struggle to find work, I can ask Uncle Lin to see if he can secure a position for you. As a girl, it's enough to live a stable life." Yun Siqing remained silent, gazing steadily at Tang Jinsong. After a prolonged pause, she smiled and accepted the resignation form from him, signing both copies before returning one to Tang Jinsong. Her clear eyes shimmered with unspoken thoughts, and her expression remained unchanged. "Very well. However, you needn't trouble yourself with my job search, that I'll take care of it. I still have to attend the press conference." With that, she turned and exited the president's office, leaving Tang Jinsong astonished by her unexpected compliance. Stepping willingly into the trap he had laid, he pondered her retreating figure, deep in thought. Was this daughter merely too obedient to resist his manipulation? Or was she concealing her true depths? Yet, no matter what, without the Yun family, she is nothing. With a cold sneer, she handed her resignation letter to her assistant. Upon returning to her office, Yun Siqing unlocked her phone, only to find 5 missed calls from Ishumo. That an inexplicable wave of disdain washed over her, causing her delicate brows to furrow slightly. With a light tap of her finger, she swiftly added the number to her blacklist. Subsequently, she dialed another number. That a composed male voice resonated on the other end. Yun Siqing spoke in a calm tone, her gaze radiating a hint of frost, as if tempered with ice, the corners of her lips curling slightly. "Xinyu, regarding Zhou Can, whom I asked you to investigate last time, I recall him well. He has a penchant for gambling, does he not? At Gu's private hospital, it had been over a day since Gu Lijing had awakened." Sui stood anxiously to the side, his eyes flickering with unease, occasionally wiping the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead with his sleeve. There was one matter he had taken upon himself. But for the sake of his boss's lifelong happiness, he felt compelled to act in such a manner.